This guy's our man. Don't let his dopey face fool you. With a single punch, a 1,000-year-old demonic beast, very one that terrifies every cultivator on the planet, gets added to the scoreboard. Instantly, the elite player standing next to him self-destructs from the sheer shock. Sounds fake, right? That's because our guy has the most broken sign-in system imaginable. Day 1 sign-in, 10,000-year demonic beast cultivation base. Day 2, a cultivation technique that can level half a city in one punch. Just 30 days of sign-ins, and one punch obliterates the entire universe. All right, Wenji's done talking, let's get started. A cold, mechanical voice rings out. System, all 1,000 saviors have assembled. The trial begins now. Chen Mo's eyes are filled with confusion as he takes in the scene before him. At that moment, he still doesn't grasp the severity of the situation. Before him stand cultivators of extraordinary power beings, with abilities far beyond the imagination of ordinary humans. Apart from one perfectly ordinary person like him, the other 9,999 saviors are all cultivators, and what awaits them all is something beyond comprehension. Not only that, monstrous creatures of every shape and form lurk in the surroundings. That mechanical voice speaks again. System, 365 days, until the gods from other worlds descend. Chen Mo stares at the digital screen and can't help but curse under his breath. Reality is a pile of dog shit. On the system screen, a new line of text appears. System, sign-in system activated. Day 1 sign-in, reward strength of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. Day 2 sign-in, reward legendary war god combat experience. Ever since the system delivered the legendary war god combat experience to Chen Mo, his body has transformed from that of an ordinary person into an absurdly powerful cultivator. You could call him the strongest in the world, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration. This overwhelming power gives him absolute confidence. 30 days of sign-ins, and he can punch a planet into oblivion. And no will come to sign in for 30 days. One punch blows up a planet. General Hospital. Chen Mo's low voice echoes through the room. I've already quit. I have nothing to do with you people anymore. So even facing a group of men with guns pointed at him, he shows no fear. He shields Chu Yun, who lies unconscious in the hospital bed behind him. His eyes burn with fury as he roars, "Get out. This is my sister's hospital room." President Su's subordinate, outraged by Chen Mo's disrespect toward his boss, snaps back, "Chen Mo, you dare talk to President Su like that? Looks like someone needs to be taught a lesson." He steps forward, ready to rough Chen Mo up. But President Su stops him. He raises a hand and gives his subordinate an order. "That's enough. Put the guns down. We run a legitimate business here. Don't point weapons at people. Let's talk this out calmly." The subordinate obeys without hesitation. "Yes, President Su." He glances at Chu Yun lying in the hospital bed and asks with feigned concern, "Chen Mo, this is your sister. I heard your parents passed away young. She raised you all by herself. But before she could enjoy any of the good life, she came down with an acute illness." By now, his tone carries an unmistakable threat. "The company covered her medical expenses up front to keep her alive. And yet you show me zero respect. You won't even call me President Su." But Chen Mo isn't the kind of man to be intimidated by something like that. Even though the company is footing his sister's medical bills, he refuses to bow his head. His voice is hard as steel. "I'll pay back every cent the company fronted for her treatment. But if you want me to take the fall and swallow the massive debt from the amusement park project, then I'll just resign." Seeing Chen Mo this stubborn, President Su doesn't get angry. Instead, he smirks. "Don't forget you came to me in desperation. I'm the one who promoted you to lead the accounting team for the amusement park project. Of course, I understand. You fought for this position to pay for your sister's treatment." He speaks while walking toward Chu Yun's hospital bed. "You know, I'm a firm believer in karma. You took this deal for your sister's sake, and now you want to suddenly resign and shirk all responsibility. The implication is clear as leveraging Chu Yun's life to force Chen Mo into submission. Aren't you worried something unfortunate might happen to your sister?" Chen Mo catches the veiled threat. In his words, his jaw clenches so hard his teeth grind. "You son of a bitch, are you threatening me?" The moment Chen Mo lunges forward to throw a punch, two subordinates grab him and hold him back. By now, he can no longer maintain the composure he had at the start. Rage twists his face into something feral. "What the hell are you going to do to my sister? I will never forgive you." The two subordinates see him thrashing wildly and bark orders. "Back off, don't get close to President Su." By this point, President Su's smile has vanished completely. His face darkens as he speaks, half threat, half persuasion. "Chen Mo, I'm not a cruel man. I don't have the heart to watch anything bad happen to this poor girl, but the amusement park projected was government money. Someone has to take responsibility for the massive deficit. Someone has to pay with their life. Have you thought this through? If you and I go down towards the mutually assured destruction, who's going to take care of your sister? But if you protect the company's reputation, the company will protect yours. Your sister's medical expenses for the next 10 years, I'll cover every last cent. Consider it an advance. After President Su finishes speaking, Chen Mo gradually falls silent. He lowers his head, quiet as if weighing the offer. Seeing that Chen Mo is no longer agitated, President Su assumes his words have gotten through. He gives Chen Mo a deadline tomorrow. Think it over carefully today. Once you've made up your mind, come find me at the company tomorrow. The next day, Chen Mo arrives at the company dressed neatly buttoned-down, shirt tucked in. Zia Xiaomeng spots him from a distance and looks surprised. Team leader Chen Mo. He sees her and walks over to greet her. Zia Xiaomeng, long time no see. She looks at him, hesitates, then says, Team leader, there's something I want to tell you. Could you come with me for a moment? Chen Mo follows her to the company rooftop. Thinking about his desperate situation, his guard softens with sympathy. Zia Xiaomeng tilts her head shyly, putting on the act of a young woman smitten with love, blushing as she confesses her feelings to Chen Mo. I don't mind the timing. I know the timing isn't ideal right now, but if I miss this chance, there might not be another. Team leader, no brother Mo, actually, I've always liked you. I want to know if you feel the same way. Caught off guard by the sudden confession, he freezes in surprise. Feelings. Then he quickly turns her down. I'm sorry, I'm just not in the right headspace for something like this right now. Rejected. Zia Xiaomeng lowers her eyes sadly. Is that so? I understand. Then she suddenly makes a request. Brother Mo, could you close your eyes for me? I want to give you a parting gift. Though confused, Chen Mo doesn't think much of it and agrees right away. Sure. She leans in close and whispers into Chen Mo's earth truth, that she already knows he's been set up as a sacrificial scapegoat. I heard that if you survive and walk out of here, the company will make you the fall guy for the amusement park project. And just like that, her expression flips faster than a pancake on a hot griddle. The shy, demure girl is gone. In her place is a gloating, vicious grinned face of a venomous snake. She thrusts both hands forward and shoves Chen Mo hard. Even if it's just for my sake, would you please go die? Chen Mo never expected her to lure him to the rooftop railing, just to push him off. In his eyes, everything slows to a crawl. He stares at her in utter disbelief. What? With the mindset of, if I'm going down, I'm dragging someone with me. Chen Mo's hand shoots out and locks around Zia Xiaomeng's wrist. She can't keep her balance, tumbles down right after him. She screams in a frenzy, cursing wildly. Have you lost your mind? Chen Mo lets go. You crossed precedents, you couldn't, you just die quietly like a good little pawn. If you don't want to die with me, pull me up. Let go, me grip slipping. Zia Xiaomeng's face is frozen in pure terror, the face of someone staring death in the eye. She screams bloody murder, then something below startles her. She's falling. Wait, what is that? Before her eyes, a massive stone door grinds open. A colossal hand reaches out and catches Chen Mo's body, and a passage rips open in the ground to drag him inside. Seeing this, a desperate spark of hope ignites inside her. There's still a chance. If she can just reach that door, she can survive too. But the hand withdraws after catching Chen Mo. The stone door slams shut. She can't believe it. The door is closing, and any last hope she had dies with it. Her body plummets toward the ground. Passers-by who witness the scene erupt in screams of horror. Hey, what happened? It's a girl's body. Call the police. Someone just jumped off the building. In another world, there is no one falling in front of the company entrance. No terrified screams from the crowd. Nothing but silence remains. Chen Mo sits on the ground without a scratch on him, utterly bewildered that he's still alive. He fell from the rooftop to the ground and he's still breathing. After confirming he's alive, he surveys his surroundings. Not a single soul in sight. It's his familiar workplace, same company building, the same street he walks every day. Yet the road is completely deserted. What the hell happened? While he's still processing, a mechanical voice rings in his ears. System 10,000 saviors assembled. The trial has begun. Chen Mo jolts at the system notification. Where is that voice coming from? Savior trial? What the hell is that supposed to be? A girl suddenly rushes toward him, screaming a warning, dodge. It's Yu Tong. Wielding her sword, she glides past Chen Mo in a blur as he stands there, dumbfounded. Her blade gradually radiates an ethereal glow. Yu Tong unleashes Spirit Blade Phantom Slash on the demonic beast. Before her sword energy blazes like a supernova against the gloomy backdrop. Chen Mo stares at the scene. The beast that nearly shattered her blade lies dead. His jaw drops. Can a human really do that? After slaying the demonic beast, Yu Tong turns back to him calmly. She realizes he's just an ordinary person, zero spiritual power. Strange. This is the secret realm, where only selected cultivators enter for the savior trial. She looks at Chen Mo in confusion. How did a regular person with no spiritual power whatsoever end up in here? That demonic beast appeared right next to you. You were a hair's breadth from dying. Knowing she saved his life, he speaks with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for saving me. I don't even know why I'm here. Can you tell me how to get out? Yutong feels it's far too dangerous for him to stay, but she has no way to get him out either. Once the savior trial begins, there's no free entry or exit. Participants must complete the trial quest before they can leave. Demonic beasts are crawling everywhere in here. For someone like you, this place is a death sentence. So why don't you stick with me for now, she suggests. Chen Fan approaches from a distance. Hearing that Yu Tong wants to protect Chen Mo inside the secret realm, he coldly interjects, "Junior sister Yu Tong, the secret realm isn't a charity drive." His eyes are ice as he threatens, even for cultivators like us. This is an incredibly dangerous death zone. If you insist on dragging this deadweight along, then I'll have to ask you to leave my team. Hearing that, Yu Tong wavers slightly, but abandoning a normal person in the secret realm sits wrong with her. Can she really just leave him to die? Seeing Chen Fan's iron resolve, Yu Tong can't help but plead senior brother Chen Mo, knowing full well he's not wanted in the team. Cuts her off and speaks for himself. Don't worry about me. You already saved my life once and I'm grateful for that. You should look out for yourself first. Even if it's just me alone, no matter what it takes, I will survive and make it back. He thinks of Chu Yun still waiting in the hospital and says with ironclad determination, "Because I have a reason I must return. My sister is still waiting for me." Chen Fan hears this and scoffs, just blowing hot air. Contempt drips from those cold eyes. A mere mortal, daring to talk so big. I'm very curious to see what ugly expression you'll make when you stare into true despair. Chen Mo watches the group walk away without a single backward glance. He can't believe it. He never expected people's hearts could be this cold. They're really leaving. So those heartfelt words were supposed to move theme and they didn't even blink. He stares somewhat dejectedly at the sword Yu Tong left behind for him. He'd poured his heart out. He really thought that cultivator called Yu Tong would stay. She left him a spare sword, sure, but he doesn't even know how to swing it. Whatever, he was just taking a shot in the dark anyway. When things go critical, you really can only count on yourself. Only the weak cling to hope that someone else will save them. As if answering his bewilderment, a system notification rings out. Sign-in system activate right before his eyes. Black text materializes on screen. Sign-in system, sign in at the secret realm to receive generous rewards. Sign in now to claim today's reward. Chen Mo stares at the golden screen floating before him, completely baffled. He raises an eyebrow and looks at it with curious eyes. A glowing screen and a strange voice, appearing out of thin air. Confused as he is, Chen Mo follows the system's instructions. He reaches out and taps the reward claim prompt tap to claim today's reward. The instant he taps it, the system floods his body with the power of a 1,000-year demonic beast. System Day 1 sign-in complete. Reward power of a 1,000-year demonic beast. Reward granted. Host, please verify. Chen Mo feels the colossal power surging through every fiber of his body. He clenches his lips, raises an eyebrow, stares at his palm and can't help but marvel at how miraculous this is. The power is surging. Even the fatigue from last night's all-nighter has completely vanished. This is insane. Meanwhile, in the real world, a system announcement blares across the sky. Alert: interdimensional invasion detected. Secret realm activating. In the city where skyscrapers pierce the clouds, the overcast heavens make the system announcement feel all the more ominous. A total of 10,000 cultivators have been granted the title of savior. They will enter the secret realm to battle the invading demonic beasts from the other dimension. The secret realm will be live-streamed globally and tied directly to the fate of all humanity worldwide. If the saviors fail the trial in 365 days, the gods of the other dimension will descend upon Earth and human civilization will be annihilated. Every passerby hears the announcement simultaneously. They turn to each other in confusion. Where is that sound coming from? Did you guys hear that too? I heard it. Someone checking their phone notices a mysterious app has been installed on their device. Weird, me phone just auto-downloaded an app called Secret Realm Livestream. Others hearing this scramble to check their own phones. Mine too. Holy shit, is what that announcement said actually real? God, I hope it's real. There are actually cultivators in this world. I want to become one too. Some pessimists curse loudly at the news. You idiot. We might all be dead in a year. What's the point of cultivating anything? Those saviors are the ones fighting the beasts. If anyone dies, they die first. What's there to worry about? Others aren't scared at all. They actually find the whole thing thrilling. Secret Realm livestream is installed. Let me check it out. System, welcome to the Secret Realm livestream channel. The Secret Realm is an intermediate zone, existing between the real world and the other dimension. Ancient cultivators constructed the Secret Realm as Earth's first line of defense. To resist invasion from the other dimension, the saviors must achieve victory within the Secret Realm. When that happens, spiritual power will be restored to Earth. Humanity will enter the era of universal cultivation. Everyone will have the chance to obtain eternal life and immense power. After the introduction and explanation of the cultivation world ends, Li Xiang appears before everyone in a ridiculously cute avatar. Hello, everyone. I'm Li Xiang, your virtual spirit host. It's my great honor to be invited as the host of the Secret Realm livestream. I hope everyone will give me lots of support going forward. Then the little host points toward Li Guiding, and Yi Chang sitting behind her. She introduces them to the audience. The two co-hosts beside me hail from one of the 4 great immortal cultivation sects. The 6th elder of the Taiyi Fire Mansion, Gui Xing, along with the world's most famous and beautiful idol, Yi Chang, a seasoned MC in her own right. The young hostess quickly posed a question to steer everyone's attention toward the two. Elder Gui, Sister Yi Chang, before the show officially begins, do either of you have anything you'd like to share with the audience? Elder Gui Xing answered her question with a composed expression. In the face of another world's incursion, the immortal cultivation sects have made thorough preparations. The demonic beasts may be ferocious, but we cultivators are always ready for battle. Yi Chang, seated beside him, added softly. Elder Gui's words are truly reassuring. After offering him her praise, she began guiding the audience through a detailed explanation of fate coins. There's one more thing I need to remind everyone about. Secret Realm livestream app also has a special feature: viewer rewards. Every viewer's account on the Secret Realm livestream generates a different amount of fate coins each day, which can be used to tip the savior you like. Reward coins can help the saviors inside the Secret Realm boost their strength. After letting the two finish explaining a few key points, Li Xiang held up a fate coin and spoke. Going forward, I'll also be introducing the most anticipated saviors during our live broadcast. Thank you both for your remarks. Our livestream room will randomly cycle through saviors currently fighting inside the Secret Realm. Viewers can also choose to enter the individual rooms of different saviors and interact using bullet chat. Then let's open the live stream room of our first lucky savior together. And the very first room the audience gets to see is Chen Fan's. He no longer wore that arrogant, contemptuous expression. Instead, the live stream showed Chen Fan in a wretched state, utterly broken. Through the screen, one could see him crying and begging the monster to spare him. Please, please let me go. Viewers immediately grew disappointed with Chen Fan's room. Comments expressing frustration flooded the screen. When the host did the opening intro, I was so hyped for the future. And then they open the live stream and show me this. Chen Fan's live stream room. All 3 hosts were already eating their own words. A savior who dies the moment he enters the Secret Realm. Is this really a cultivator? Isn't he just delivering free meals to the demonic beasts? Li Xiang herself hadn't expected the first room to be such an embarrassment. The young hostess had no choice but to switch to the next room. Let's tune in to the next livestream room. But the next room was another slap to the face. Long Wu's livestream room. Long Wu was entangled by a monster, screaming in terror. Help, I don't want to die yet. By now, beads of sweat were pouring down all 3 hosts' faces. Li Xiang wiped the sweat from her brow and awkwardly switched to the next room. The next room and every room after that continued to disappoint. Her calls of next room echoed one after another. Next room again. Yi Chang felt deeply apologetic toward the viewers who had taken time out of their day to watch. I owe an apology to all my fans. Failing to screen properly, that's on me. Elder Gui watched as not a single cultivator could hold their own against the beasts, and he was sorely disappointed. This was supposed to be an intense combat livestream. How did it turn into a horror survival show? I wouldn't have bothered coming if I'd known. But when he looked more carefully at the broadcast, he realized something was off. This doesn't add up. The first Secret Realm trial should have had various difficulty tiers. Alert emergency broadcast to all SYSDEMS deities from the other world are intensifying their incursion into the Secret Realm. Difficulty upgraded. The Secret Realm has reached maximum difficulty CAP. Demonic beasts with 500 years of cultivation will now appear. Li Xiang was stunned when the new notification appeared. It's a new Secret Realm announcement. When she heard 500-year demonic beast, she gasped in horror. There are actually 500-year demonic beasts. Elder Gui and Yi Chang clearly didn't have much knowledge on the subject. She turned to Elder Gui curiously. Are 500-year demonic beasts really that strong? His expression turned dead serious the moment he heard 500 years. The longer a demonic beast has lived, the greater its power, because spiritual power on Earth has been depleted. Even the strongest cultivators alive right now can only match a 1,000-year demonic beast at best. Furthermore, the young cultivators selected by the secret realm are relatively weak. Even if a 300-year beast appeared, they'd be in for a desperate fight. Li Xiang looked into the camera and addressed the audience sweetly. Dear viewers, I'm sure you've all heard Elder Gui's thorough explanation. She held up the fate coin again, encouraging everyone to donate to the cultivators. For the future of Earth, our saviors are battling extremely dangerous demonic beasts in an unimaginably harsh fight. Please use the coins in your hands to support them. These saviors should not be mocked. Please watch the next live stream room with reverence and compassion in your hearts. Inside the secret realm, Chen Mo was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slurping instant noodles. Around him lay scattered wrappers from all kinds of snacks. In Chen Mo's live stream room, the audience watched him bury his face in noodle sand. Their disappointment surged all over again. You've gotta be kidding me. What did the host just say again? A grueling battle. And yet someone actually thought his room was the highlight that made things interesting. The atmosphere, which had been somber moments ago, suddenly turned cheerful. This guy's got style instant noodles, potato chips, and Coca-Cola. Is he on a field trip or something? Talk about a sudden change of pace. Every other live stream room showed cultivators fighting for their livesonly. This guy was eating. None of the three hosts expected to see a cultivator casually snacking, while the world outside burned. To break the awkward silence, Yi Chang forced a laugh and offered her take. This cultivator eating noodles must be incredibly strong, right? To be this calm under pressure, Elder Gui scrutinized Chen Mo's surrounding sand, realized with shock that the young man was no cultivator at all. A cultivator, he has absolutely zero spiritual power. He's just an ordinary person. How on earth did the secret realm choose him as a savior? After finishing the cup of noodles, Chen Mo set it down on the ground. The camera immediately zoomed in on the empty cup. The viewers had also heard what Elder Gui said. Oh no, did you guys hear what the host said? This savior named Chen Mo is just an ordinary person. In Chen Mo's live stream room, they watched him rummaging for more food and couldn't help but laugh. The cultivators who'd embarrassed themselves online now looked like clowns, compared to some random guy eating snacks in the secret realm. He's just lucky. If he ran into a demonic beast, he'd be stone cold already. How about we bet on how long he can last? The viewer count in Chen Mo's room just spiked and he want to tip the guy. Someone sneered at the suggestion. Who the hell would tip him? Wasting fate coins on a regular person. Might as well give them to the actual cultivators. I just want to watch him die. But at that moment, the camera panned to the door behind Chen Mo. A wisp of demonic chi was creeping into the room and it had already made it inside. The demonic beast gradually took shape, its dense aura of malevolent energy spreading through the room, casting it in an eerie, sinister glow. The bullet chat erupted. Wait, look at the corner of the live stream. There's a demonic beast heading straight for Chen Mo. Hang in there, non-cultivator guy. Chen Mo remained completely unfazed, staring at the demonic beast before him. There wasn't a trace of fear on his face. Some viewers were already convinced Chen Mo was as good as dead. He's a dead man walking. Yi Chang is horrified to learn that he is just an ordinary person, completely devoid of any spiritual energy. What kind of incompetent secret realm is this? I can't believe they summoned an ordinary person to be a savior. Elder Li, can you pull Chen Mo out of the secret realm? Gixing also senses that Chen Mo is done for this time. He closes his eyes in pain, unable to bear the sight of such a tragedy. This secret realm was created by ancient cultivators. We cannot control it, and besides, it is already too late. In front of a 100-year-old demonic beast, this mortal won't last more than 3 seconds. Back in the secret realm, Chen Mo and the 100-year-old demonic beast stare each other down, neither making a move. Like a contest to see who blinks first. Unlike everyone else's fear and anxiety, he is completely relaxed, rubbing his chin as he appraises the beast before him. I didn't expect this beast to have 6 eyes. It looks much larger than the previous one too. Is this a super-powered version? Even though I gained the power of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast through the login system, it still feels a bit intimidating. Monsters in novels and comics are usually thousands or tens of thousands of years old. While he is deep in thought, the beast immediately makes a move. It reaches out, trying to snatch him. Chen Mo nimbly leaps high, dodging the strike. He can't help but note internally its speed is truly pathetic. If I can dodge it this easily, is it actually weak? The beast stares at its empty hands in utter shock. Missed. Although he feels the beast's speed is a bit too slow, Chen Mo does not let his guard down. He frowns, reminding himself not to be careless. Perhaps this beast has low speed but high defense, and it's deliberately using this to bait me into attacking it, trying to trick me into causing damage, and then turning it into a fatal counter-injury. To test if that's truly its ability, Chen Mo decides to probe it. He reaches for the sword that Wu Tong gave him. Let's see if my hypothesis is correct. That cultivator Wu Tong left behind a sword. I'll use it to test the beast. He swings the sword in a clean arc, slashing the beast. Upon landing the hit, he thinks to himself, gotcha. The beast feels the strike and looks at him with terror, sweat pouring down its face. But when it realizes it's unharmed, it raises its hands in excitement, perfectly intact. And just as Chen Mo guessed, the beast's ability really is a counter-effect. He looks at the shattered sword without a trace of surprise. As expected, Chen Mo gazes at the broken blade, feeling lucky that he stayed cautious. This beast is exactly as I predicted. It baits an attack to inflict a reflection-based injury. Good thing I used the sword, otherwise I would have been the one hurt. The audience watching the live stream bursts into laughter, seeing him not only alive contrary to Gixing's prediction but landing a hit. Elder Li has been proven wrong again, and he said it wouldn't last 3 seconds. Chen Mo is too good, the beast can't even touch a hair on him. Is that dodge level master? Some feel that quick dodging is useless. The comments are dripping with disdain. So what if he dodges fast in Chen Mo's live stream? Did you not see that strike just now? Even his sword shattered. Is he just trying to tickle the beast? Someone immediately stands up for him, firing back at the detractor. You call yourself a pro. Chen Mo is just an ordinary guy. His performance is already incredible. In Lai Chuang's live stream, the girl rubs her chin. Her tone reveals how surprised she is by Chen Mo. Amazing. I didn't think Chen Mo could dodge all of the beast's attacks. Yi Chang also didn't expect him to be this capable. She asks Gixing for his opinion. I'm also stunned by Chen Mo's performance. He might even be able to kill the beast. Elder Li, what do you think? He doesn't feel ashamed to admit his previous assessment was too biased. I must admit I misjudged him. Watching his combat style, he must have practiced martial arts daily. His level is very high. But he adds the way to kill the beast is through spiritual energy. You need a spiritual attack to actually harm it. Only a cultivator can take down the beast, even though he relies on martial experience to dodge. His counterattacks cannot inflict any real damage. Chen Mo's live stream. He watches the screen showing Chen Mo dodging the beast, his voice filled with regret for such wasted talent. A real pity. For this mortal, this is a truly desperate battle. Even if he dodges countless attacks, a single hit will kill him instantly. Back in the scene, after dodging the attack, he lands lightly on the ground. He feels troubled, finding himself cornered. Damn it, I wasn't watching my footing while dodging, and now I'm trapped in a corner. Seeing the beast emanate an oppressive aura looking to finish him off, he sighs, headache kicking in, nowhere left to dodge. Chen Mo realizes that dodging is no longer optimal. He decides to counterattack, has to gamble everything. Feigning a strike, he gives the beast a light push. His hand tightens. If the beast hesitates even for a second, I can use that gap to escape this corner. When the beast lets its guard down, Chen Mo reaches out and pushes it, but the force behind his blow is clearly way too strong. Confusion flashes across his face. Wasn't I just trying to push it lightly? The 100-year-old beast is obliterated by his single push. Chen Mo still doesn't realize he's far stronger than he imagined. He even complains. This beast is such a noob. The audience sees the whole thing and laughs, ridiculing Gixing. What was it Elder Li said earlier? Only a cultivator can defeat a beast. Chen Mo's live stream comments section goes wild. Lord Mo is amazing. I want to have his babies. Fake savior running away from the beast. Real savior, I just gave it a light shove and it died. The viewers start donating like crazy. I've got the money, don't stop me. I'm sending fate coins to Chen Mo. System respected savior Chen Mo, you have received over 5,000 fate coins from the audience. Combat power increased by 50. Chen Mo looks down at his hand. These notifications are strange to him. It's the secret realm system voice again. Viewer donation. Fate coins, is this a new feature? He senses no change within his body. Confused. It said it helped me increase my combat power, so why don't I feel anything? Sensing his confusion, the system screen displays system login, suggests checking to increase host's combat power. Current combat power 10.5. Meanwhile, at Chen Mo's old company, a subordinate sees he isn't dead and is currently live streaming, so he rushes to report to CEO Su. CEO Su, this is a disaster. Chen Mo, that kid, is live streaming again. He thinks his subordinate is overreacting. Swirling his wine glass, he says calmly, "Why are you surprised by such a trivial matter? Where are your manners panicking like this?" Seeing him so relaxed, the subordinate is desperate to make him understand. "No, President Su, please listen to me. That wasn't an ordinary livestream, it was a secret realm livestream. That kid Chen Mo was chosen as a savior. And he even killed a demonic beast inside the secret realm. What if he comes after us for revenge when he gets out?" But his expression remains utterly emotionless as he shifts the blame onto the dead Zia Xiaomeng. "Fine, I'm already aware of the situation. The worker who jumped this morning, Zia Xiaomeng. Pin all responsibility for the project's financial deficit on her." Her face flashes through President Su's mind. He pauses briefly, then issues his next set of orders to his subordinate. "Wipe out all of Chen Mo's sister's medical expenses. Also offer Chen Mo a settlement." But instead of leaving immediately, the subordinate asks with a grave expression, "President Su, have you considered the possibility that Chen Mo might refuse to settle?" But a man like President Su, who has clawed his way through countless ruthless dealings, doesn't fear Chen Mo in the slightest. He figures the kid is nothing more than a street brawler with some half-baked martial art, hardly a threat to him. "You don't actually think I'm offering a settlement because I'm scared of him, do you? He's just an ordinary martial artist who got lucky and killed a 100-year-old demonic beast. That's all. Even if he's a cultivator, so what?" The corner of his lips curls into a confident smirk. For the upper echelons of society, the existence of cultivators has never been a secret. "I can hire a few cultivators to gang up on Chen Mo anytime I want. If Chen Mo refuses to settle, then I'll just have to help him meet his ancestors." Enough. Back in Li Xiang's broadcasting room, with Chen Mo's breakthrough, the girl has regained her initial confidence. She even sends her thanks to Gui Xing for his incredibly detailed commentary that made the broadcast so much more engaging. Ever since the secret realm opened, over an hour has passed, and the situation is beginning to shift. The cultivators are continuously defeating powerful demonic beasts. We encourage all viewers to keep tipping fate coins to our brave saviors. Right, I also have to thank Elder Li for his incredibly professional commentary. It helps ordinary people like us actually understand what's going on in these battles. Yichang sits beside her, eyes curved in amusement, cracking a witty remark. But honestly, I think Elder Li was at his most entertaining when he was commentating on Chen Mo. I kind of want to invite Elder Li to guest appear on our deep gaming show now. The elder crosses his arms, staring fixedly at the screen alongside Yi Yang. "Spare me, young lady. I'm not in the mood for jokes right now. The situation isn't as optimistic as you all think." His face has carried a heavy look ever since the 100-year demonic beast appeared in the secret realm. From decade-old beasts to 100-year beasts appearing at the start, and now 200-year beasts, difficulty of the secret realm escalates over time. According to the secret realm's evaluation, standard 100-year beast has a combat power of 100. A 200-year beast has a combat power of 300. A 300-year beast has a combat power of 500. A 400-year beast has a combat power of 1,000. And a 500-year beast, its combat power will be 2,000. When the 500-year beast shows up, the cultivators will face their hardest challenge yet. Facing his pessimism, Li Xiang cheerfully offers a different perspective. "On this matter, I actually have a different view from Elder Li. The saviors are fighting with their lives on the line who should have faith in them." She uses Chen Mo as her prime example. Just like before, who would have thought Chen Mo could so effortlessly kill a 100-year demonic beast? Speaking of which, why don't we switch back to Chen Mo's livestream room? Maybe he's about to create another miracle. Back in the secret realm after gorging himself full and slaying the 100-year demonic beast, Chen Mo does something no one could have predicted. He goes to sleep. While everyone else is locked in life-or-death battles against demonic beasts, our man is sleeping like a baby without a care in the world. The viewers who witness this scene are dying of laughter. Li Xiang is at a complete loss. Don't bother tuning into this livestream room, you'll only lose brain cells. The miracle here is sleeping peacefully for a solid 30 minutes in the middle of a deadly secret realm. Chen Mo's livestream room. Some viewers are utterly exasperated. "I tipped him just a while ago and the guy just goes to sleep. Get up, you brain-dead savior. My fate coins would have been better spent on a pig." Those who never liked him start spitting venom. "If you don't know how to be a savior, then quit. Go work in a factory or something." Fine, there are so many saviors actually putting in work. If you're going to be this unreliable, there's nothing worth supporting. I'm going to watch Bai Mengjun's stream instead. I'm already watching Bai Mengjun's live stream. He just defeated two 200-year demonic beasts, by overcoming the power gap with sheer skill. And now it looks like he's challenging something even stronger. So damn cool. Li Xiang gets slapped in the face by reality so fast that her frustration shows openly. She glares at Chen Mo on the screen with bullet-shaped eyes. Well, Chen Mo isn't actually a cultivator, so we can't be too harsh on him. Dan Mo, please keep your commentary rational. Gui Xing agrees with her assessment. I agree with Li Xiang's perspective. At the end of the day, he's just an ordinary person. The 100-year beast Chen Mo killed wasn't actually as easy as it looked. He had to give everything he had, constantly dodging the beast's attacks, buying himself time bit by bit just to land a killing blow. Yi Chang is somewhat disappointed that he's only sleeping. She suggests switching to another live stream room. Chen Mo's current state is honestly a bit disappointing. Although Dan Mo mentioned Bai Mengjun earlier, shall we go check out his live stream instead? The comments section explodes. Bai Mengjun is so cool. Go Bai Mengjun. I already tipped him. Bai Mengjun's livestream room. Someone spots Bai Mengjun and drops a comment. Just came over from Chen Mo's stream. Now this guy looks like a savior you can actually count on. Before him, a demonic beast with its maw wide open is charging up its attack. It blasts a torrent of demonic energy toward him, a violent surge of power radiating blinding light that illuminates the entire area. Some viewers can't see the outcome through the smoke and grow impatient. Why is the screen full of smoke? Who won? That beast's destructive power is insane. Bai Mengjun's livestream screen still shows the demonic beast unleashing its energy blast. Some fans are confident he'll be fine. There's smoke but no injuries. Bai Mengjun will definitely be okay. Tipping now, tipping now. Everyone go tip Bai Mengjun. Gui Xing takes one look and instantly identifies the demonic beast Bai Mengjun is Fasinga 300-year beast. He thinks the guy must have a death wish to challenge something this powerful. That's a 300-year beast. Does this kid not know his own limits? How dare he challenge a 300-year beast? Is this boy trying to get himself killed? Li Xiang doesn't understand why he's saying this. Elder Li, weren't there several saviors who defeated 300-year beasts before? He has information on Bai Mengjun and immediately explains. Why am I saying this? Because it's not the same. The ones who killed 300-year beasts before were all core disciples of the four great sects. Geniuses with top-tier talent, all at the peak of their generation. According to the intel, Bai Mengjun is just a rogue cultivator with no sect affiliation and average aptitude. By normal standards, killing a 200-year beast would already be a miracle for him. Challenging a 300-year beast, that's suicide. Inside the secret realm, the thick smoke gradually disperses in the wind. Bai Mengjun walks forward with calm, unhurried steps. He stands tall against the wind, his voice laced with disappointment. A 300-year beast, and this is all it has to offer. Truly disappointing. When will I finally face an opponent worthy of my full strength? The words barely leave his lips before he's already standing right in front of the 300-year demonic beast. The demonic beast opens its maw full of razor-sharp teeth and stares him down. His fans, seeing him completely unscathed, erupt in jubilant comments. Thank God Brother Mengjun is okay. Elder Li crashed and burned again. This time Chen Mo isn't here to save him. In Bai Mengjun's livestream room, the screen displays his face-off against the 3-year-old demonic beast. Wait, Somion's shouting. Look, someone just walked out of the rubble over there. Nice. Some viewers immediately recognize who just emerged. Isn't that Chen Mo? Who just said Chen Mo wasn't here? In Bai Mengjun's livestream, the screen shows Chen Mo stumbling out from a nap, looking utterly clueless. Bai Mengjun also senses it and turns his head. Seeing him walk out, the viewers marvel at how miraculous fate can be. Elder Li, I found the reason you crashed and burned. Absolutely wonderful. Just hopped over from Chen Mo's livestream, and boom, here he is again. What kind of fate is this? Chen Mo, out of sheer goodwill, worried that Bai Mengjun couldn't handle the 3-year-old demonic beast, came out to lend a hand in Li to wake up and find the entire building collapsed. The secret realm really is dangerous, huh? Hey bro, need a hand? The demonic beast looks like a tough customer, yet he confidently declines the offer. Just stay put, I'll handle this beast myself. I've got this. Bai Mengjun's sword radiates a brilliant azure glow. He shouts the technique name and slashes at the beast. Pinnacle of the sword Dao. Dawn's blade. The flash of light is nearly blinding. The viewers are absolutely stunned. Someone even spams 4 question marks to express their sheer shock. Insane. One swing and he lopped off the Tier 3 beast's head. In Bai Mengjun's livestream, his fans go absolutely wild. Brother Mengjun is so badass, truly the man of my dreams. They think the beast is finished. But Nothai's thing has insanely powerful regeneration. It's still alive after that strike. The viewers tense up at the sight. What the? The beast's head just grew back. Brother Mengjun, watch out behind you. It's still alive as that rapid regeneration. Bai Mengjun has already noticed it too. He narrows his eyes, staring it down warily. Its head, nearly obliterated moments ago, has fully regenerated. Everyone watches in alarm as the beast opens its maw, ready to counterattack. And the spiritual energy radiating off, it is even more intense than before. It's troublesome, but Bai Mengjun won't give up. He leaps into the air and brings his sword crashing down. Pinnacle of the sword Dao Mountain Splitter. The beast howls in agony. The shockwave from the sword chi rips outward, tearing through everything in its path. Boom, the thunderous roar echoes without end. Chen Mo finds a safe spot away from the crossfire, sits down, and starts munching on potato chips. He can't help but remark between bites, "Damn, that's insane. Way more impressive than the movies." Every time he brings a chip to his mouth, he hears Bai Mengjun shouting technique name pinnacle of the sword Dao Ocean Severing. Soul quenching. Sword resonance crescent moon. It's like he's not even in the secret realm, but at a movie theater, munching chips and sipping water while watching the action unfold. The viewers can't believe the 3-year-old beast still refuses to die. Did this thing unlock some kind of infinite HP hack? It's taken critical hits over a dozen times and it's still alive. That's broken. Bai Mengjun is in deep trouble. No matter what he throws at it, it won't die. If that were me, I'd have mentally collapsed ages ago. Bai Mengjun's livestream room. Some viewers were about to trash Bai Mengjun in the comments, but they freeze when they see how relaxed Chen Mo looks. I was about to roast Bai Mengjun for being trash, has been fighting forever, and the beast is still bouncing around, but then I look at Chen Mo, and I choose silence. Everyone needs a coworker to make them look good by comparison. Chen Mo's combat record: 1 bag of potato chips. What an epic battle. No comparison, no heartbreak. In Li Xiang's livestream room, the girl is also watching Bai Mengjun's fight. Seeing the demonic beast refuse to die no matter how many times it struck, she furrows her brows and asks Gu Xing, "Elder Li, is this demonic beast truly unkillable?" He glances at her and explains, "A rapid regeneration type is the hardest beast to deal with in existence. If you can't inflict a fatal wound in a single instant, killing it is impossible. Normally, it would take multiple cultivators of the same level attacking simultaneously to truly bring down a beast like this. Bai Mengjun is a prodigy, a rogue cultivator with ordinary talent, yet his combat prowess is on par with the core disciples of the 4 great sects. If he'd been born in the ancient era of abundant spiritual energy, his achievements would be beyond imagination. What a waste, he's going to die here, and indeed, his current condition is far from good. After the prolonged battle, he stands completely still, not a muscle moves. Sensing his spiritual power nearly depleted, a surge of defiance floods his heart like a tidal wave. Spiritual power almost depleted, stamina reaching its limit. Is this it? Am I going to die here? I refuse to accept this. In an era of depleted spiritual energy, I still chase the footsteps of ancient myths. I abandoned everything, family, wealth, safety, comfort, faced every trial and hardship, and finally found a cultivation sect, only to be told insufficient talent, lacking fate. The path ahead is closed. So I forged my own way, seized every opportunity, plundered every fortune, and fought for every rare herb. He thinks of everything he's endured to reach this point. He fought to secure a savior position, poached viewers from rival live streams for rewards. He has no shame, no regrets about any of it. The path of immortality demands seizing every chance. 1 step behind, and you're behind for life. Only those who seize opportunity can stand at the peak. I fought so hard to build this swordsmanship cultivation base. How can I just die here so easily? An ancient secret technique he once stumbled upon by chance said, risk of death is absurdly high. But now is the time to gamble his life. After deciding to use the forbidden art, Bai Mengjun doesn't hesitate. He unleashes it against the 3-year-old beast. His blade, charged with overwhelming sword chi, clashes against the beast's equally fearsome demonic energy. From his safe corner, Chen Mo watches the escalating battle while munching potato chips, unable to suppress his amazement. The special effects are over the top. Is this his true power? But after the light fades, he hears no roars or cries, and a strange sense of worry creeps in. Why is there no sound at all? Don't tell me he's hurt. Could he actually die? He stands up and strides toward the dust cloud. Better go check. When he arrives, he looks down and asks with genuine concern, "Hey bro, you okay?" After unleashing the forbidden technique, Bai Mengjun's body is too weak to stand. He drives his sword into the ground to keep from collapsing and answers, "I'm fine. It's over. I finally beat this beast." But the beast isn't dead. The white smoke clears to reveal the demonic beast, completely unscathed, baring its razor-sharp fangs as it glares at him. Bai Mengjun stares in disbelief. How? The beast is still alive. Seeing it lunge, he shouts in panic, "Watch out! Get back!" But Chen Mo steps forward without a shred of fear and casually swats the attack aside. A flash of golden light bursts forth, blinding to the eye. Chen Mo catches a faint sense that Bai Mengjun said something, but he can't make out the words. He turns his head, face indifferent, and asks, "Sorry, what did you just say? I didn't catch that." After witnessing Chen Mo's staggering display of power, Bai Mengjun feels a deep sense of shame for his earlier attitude. "I owe you an apology for looking down on you before." He glances at the demonic beast lying in front of them, half its body blown to shreds, and gestures, hoping Chen Mo will join forces with him. "Your combat strength isn't any lower than mine. The fifth secret realm is mostly a gathering of minor sect disciples and rogue cultivators. Meeting someone like you here is my lucky break. If we team up, we can definitely take this thing down for good." Chen Mo listens to all this, slightly confused. He looks at the demonic beast he already obliterated and asks, "But isn't this thing already dead? Don't let your guard down. This is a rare high-speed regeneration demonic beast. It won't die that easily." With that, Bai Mengjun moves closer to the beast. By normal standards, you'd need at least 4 cultivators of the same rank to handle a beast like this. But if we strike together, we might be able to finish it off completely. A trace of anxiety flickers in his eyes. "The only problem is my body is already pushing its limit. We have to finish this in the next strike, or we'll both end up as that thing's meal." Chen Mo didn't expect this beast to be that formidable. He rubs his chin, thinking he really was way too careless. "Fair enough. Compared to you, I'm still not cautious enough. I'll accept your proposal." Seeing him agree, Bai Mengjun nods. "Good, you coordinate with my attack." He channels spiritual power into his sword and shouts, "My technique will have to strike the moment that beast starts regenerating. Only then can we deal a fatal wound. We should still have about 5 seconds to prepare for myriad phenomena return to origin." Bai Mengjun grips his blade tight and waits in a combat stance for the beast to revive. Chen Mo, like a sponge soaking up water, eagerly absorbs every scrap of new knowledge. He watches Bai Mengjun's dramatic, imposing stance and thinks about copying it, but immediately feels too embarrassed to follow through. Preparation time. What is he supposed to prepare exactly? Strike a cool-looking pose. Way too embarrassing. Better to just fight the normal way. 5 seconds pass. 20 seconds pass. A full minute crawls by. The beast just lies there, not a single sign of revival. An awkward silence settles between the two of them. Chen Mo, tired of waiting, turns to Bai Mengjun. "The beast still hasn't revived. Should we keep waiting?" But when he turns his head, he sees Bai Mengjun starting to cough up blood. "Hey, are you okay? Spitting blood now." Bai Mengjun forces himself to calm Chen Mo down. "It's nothing. I've just been sustaining a surge state for too long. It's straining my body. I'll be fine in a moment." Only now does he finally realize Chen Mo's single strike already sent that demonic beast straight to hell. This guy actually one-shot the beast. He's always eating and slacking off. How does he rack up more rewards and boost his combat power faster than me? Wait, could it be that before entering the secret realm, his strength already far exceeded mine? Lost in his spiraling thoughts, he completely forgets he's still actively channeling energy. His body finally hits its absolute limit. Crap, I shouldn't have let my mind wander. I wasn't paying attention at all. Bulging veins start crawling up across his arms. The backlash of sustaining myriad phenomena returned to origin for far too long. His body can no longer hold. Blood begins streaming from all 7 orifices as he lets out an agonized scream. The spiritual energy inside him spirals out of control. His body snaps backward at an angle no human spine should be able to bend. A blinding light erupts from his dantian. Bai Mengjun screams with all his might, "I don't want to die." Kaboom! That is the sound of Bai Mengjun's dantian detonating. A column of green smoke billows into the sky. Chen Mo senses the danger instantly and leaps clear. Chen Mo is completely blindsided. The explosion startles the hell out of him. What just happened? We were literally just talking a second ago. This guy just spontaneously exploded and even leave behind a single bone. Naively, he assumes the blast was the cunning beasts doing some kind of sneak attack. Terrifying, I didn't even sense the attack method. We underestimated it way too much. While it's still playing dead on the ground. We need to get out of here, now. Truly the most unfortunate demonic beast in the world dead, and still catching blame. The more Chen Mo thinks about it, the more convinced he is. His eyes narrow with vigilance as he stares dead ahead. The viewers watching the entire scene unfold are absolutely, mind-numbingly stunned. The beast never even revived. Bai Mengjun just spontaneously self-destructed. Where are those brain-dead haters who were trash-talking Chen Mo earlier? Come on out and defend your takes. What happened? Scared now. Chen Mo's livestream room. His fanbase is absolutely hyped watching this scene. Chen Mo is the real deal on shotting a demonic beast like it's nothing. But the haters start popping off anyway. Stop capping. Clearly Chen Mo just waited until the beast and Bai Mengjun wore each other out, then swooped in for the kill. Can you at least try to keep it real? I'm dying laughing. Those are Bai Mengjun's die-hard fans above. The man himself is already Ganuho. Exactly. Are you simping for at this point? Li Xiang's co-stream room. Yi Chang rests her chin on her hand, watching the screen, and poses a sharp question to Elder Li. Truly an unexpected outcome. Chen Mo him Elder Li called a mere mortal erupts with terrifying power, while the genius Bai Mengjun spontaneously self-destructs. Elder Li, what are your thoughts now? Hit with such a pointed question, the old man narrows his eyes and shoots her a sidelong glance. He clears his throat and responds to Yi Chang's query. As for Bai Mengjun's death, I deeply regret it. He pushed techniques far beyond his body's limit and detonated as a result. There is truly nothing to be done. As for Chen Mo's combat performance, it reminds me of an ancient cultivation school that has long been lost to history. The body refinement school is a cultivation philosophy that emerged in the primordial era, modeled after certain demonic beasts. Its practitioners seek a state of unity between man and heaven. In battle, they use their own spiritual power as a lure, or a bridge, to awaken the ambient spiritual energy between heaven and earth, unleashing destructive power far beyond their own innate strength. In contrast, the mainstream orthodox cultivation schools, while the body refinement school specifically mimics the cultivation methods of certain demonic beasts, they directly refine spiritual energy through their physical bodies, converting it into raw, pure bodily might. In combat, they can only draw on the strength of their own flesh, yet the human body has hard limits. Though their early growth rate far outpaces orthodox cultivators, the strongest body refiner can only ever reach the combat power of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. As a result, the body refinement school ultimately fell into decline. After finishing his explanation of the body refinement school, the elder offers his theory on the source of Chen Mo's power. His fighting style relies purely on brute physical strength, with no trace of spiritual power. I suspect Chen Mo has inherited a legacy from the ancient body refinement school, combined with a massive trove of rewards earned from his stellar early performance in the livestream. That is how he manages to display combat power that far exceeds all reason. Chen Mo's former company, back in the real world, President Su is also watching Li Xiang's co-stream. The moment he hears the elder's analysis of Chen Mo, his face drains of all color. The body refinement school, capable of killing a 300-year-old demonic beast. Is Chen Mo really that powerful? His subordinates see him trembling with fear and exchange baffled looks. President Su, didn't you say earlier that you could recruit several cultivators to gang up on Chen Mo? Besides, there's no promising body refiner faction worth worrying about. Do we really need to panic this much? He immediately cursed his subordinate upon hearing this. You idiot! Even if a body refiner can only reach the combat power of a 1,000-year demonic beast, have you already forgotten what Elder Li told us? Panic was written all over his face. The man he thought he could crush as easily as an ant now possessed power that transcended all expectations. He turned to his subordinate and continued, Earth's spiritual energy is completely depleted right now. The strongest cultivators can only reach 1,000 years of combat power. Right now on Earth, Chen Mo is a monster who can kill demonic beasts. The ordinary cultivators I could afford to hire wouldn't stand a chance against him. The subordinate, seeing him drowning in pessimism, quickly spoke up. President Su, please calm down. No matter how dire the situation, you've always handled everything with ease. This time is no different. Encouraged by his subordinate's words, President Su gradually pulled himself out of his despair. He let out a long breath. You're right, we haven't hit a dead end yet. The large-scale entertainment park project was spearheaded by Li Hanling, the third young master of the Li Financial Group. Aside from this unexpected complication, there was no way he'd just sit on the sidelines. No matter what, we need to drag Li Hanling into this and get him to provide support. Until then, we stall for as much time as possible. You will handle the most critical mission: kidnap Chen Mo's sister from the hospital. She is our most valuable hostage. Seeing that his boss had regained his composure and issued clear orders, the subordinate straightened his back and responded in a loud voice. Yes, President Su, I will absolutely not fail your trust. After a pause, President Su spoke softly to his subordinate. Also, tell all the guards to leave the company today. Give them the afternoon off. In such a critical situation, the subordinate was stunned to hear him say he wanted the security team dismissed. What? He looked at him cautiously. President Su, I was actually about to say our company's security forces are too weak. I wanted to call in more people. President Su knew exactly what he was worried about and reassured him. Relax, I'm not giving up. I just don't want them throwing their lives away for nothing against a cultivator's power. From a worthless nobody on the streets to the position I hold today, every single step was waded through blood. My sins are something only hell itself could wash clean. Gazing at the cityscape below, his voice carried an ironclad resolve, a refusal to bow to fate. That's precisely why I will never give up my life so easily. His face twisted into something feral. Before I descend into hell, I still want to see the view from even greater heights. Back in the secret realm, Yutong's teammates were all covered in grievous wounds. He whipped his head around and screamed at her, "Run! Yutong, run now!" A demonic beast's tentacle materialized out of thin air. Just as the teammate was about to say something more, the beast whipped its tentacle down with devastating force. Yutong barely escaped, saved only by her teammate's sacrifice. She collapsed against a wall, gasping for air. Pessimism and despair closed in around her like a vice. Dead, they're all dead. Every single teammate is dead. The whole level up by killing monsters hassle-free and save the world. Pitch. Complete and utter garbage. I should never have believed that ridiculous propaganda and become a savior. Her physical exhaustion and helplessness against the demonic beast's power dragged her into complete fatigue. I really can't take this anymore. When will this nightmare finally end? Realizing she was spiraling into despair, Yutong told herself to keep moving, just survive until the secret realm mission ends. Staying alive is enough. Suddenly, Chen Mo appeared out of nowhere and called out to her. Yutong! She heard her name and lifted her head. Yutong turned to look at Chen Mo, genuinely surprised that he was still alive. You're that ordinary person who showed up when the secret realm opened. You're still alive. I can't believe it. Realizing how rude that sounded, she waved her hands frantically and apologized. Sorry, I wasn't trying to insult you. Please don't be angry, it's just really hard to believe that you survived in this secret realm with demonic beasts running rampant. Until now, that's truly no small feat. Chen Mo didn't mind. He replied humbly, surviving this long is just good luck, really. I should actually thank you for the sword you gave me. Too bad it broke, though. Oh, right, where are your teammates? The mention of her teammates sent her mood crashing. Grief filled her eyes. They're all dead. For the sake of chasing a dream, becoming the protagonist. Saving the world cultivators from a declining, minor sect like ours should never have harbored such lofty hopes. No matter how hard we try, we can never compare to the core disciples of the major sects. Against powerful demonic beasts, we're not even worthy of being cannon fodder, we are just plain bullet shields. Hearing this, Chen Mo was reminded of Bai Mengjun, his short-lived teammate. It's true, the power of demonic beasts is absolutely terrifying. Not long ago, a cultivator exploded right in front of Medidant, even leave bones behind. To this day, he still believed it was the demonic beast's doing, not that the idiot blew himself up. I couldn't even detect when the beast's attack started. If it weren't for his sacrifice, the one who died could have been me. Yutong, seeing that he too had lost all his teammates and was now alone, made a proposal. How about you come with me? We'll find a place to hide and wait for the big shots to kill the final boss. Then we can return to reality. If we run into danger, I'll do everything in my power to protect you. The livestream audience nearly died laughing when they heard her. What did this girl just say? She wants to protect Mo Shen. Girl, think again, there's a god-tier player standing right next to you. Chen Mo's livestream room. Other viewers, seeing that he still didn't know Bai Mengjun had literally self-destructed, burst into uncontrollable laughter. Mo Shen is so adorably clueless. He actually doesn't know Bai Mengjun blew himself up. What nonsense are you talking about? Mo Shen is clearly just being cautious. Give Bai Mengjun some dignity. Stop disrespecting the dead already. The sky in the secret realm began to darken. Yutong, shielding the supposedly helpless ordinary person Chen Mo, moved ahead to scout the terrain. Follow me closely. Based on my experience, this area should be relatively safe. The moment she finished speaking, he faintly heard something. There, he said uncertainly, but I think I hear something nearby. Yutong turned back, puzzled. A sound, and the instant she turned around, she came face to face with the very demonic beast that had slaughtered her entire team. Secret realm, Yutong spun around and bolted toward Chen Mo. She screamed at him to run, don't look back, head for that high-rise building. Hearing her tell him to run into the building, he asked doubtfully, Are you serious? Once we're inside that building, we'll have nowhere left to run. Yutong explained as she ran. I've encountered this type of demonic beast before and I escaped successfully. While she explained, the demonic beast charged toward them at full speed. It let out bone-chilling roars. Realizing they were too slow, she scooped him up princess style. Just trust me. You literally just said this area was perfectly safe, and the next second we ran into a demonic beast. Your judgment is completely unreliable. Chen Mo yelped in shock as she lifted him up princess style. Hey, what are you doing? Once she had a firm grip on him, Yu Tong answered, no time to explain. With that, she leaped forward, carrying him at full speed. Just trust me. Inside the high-rise building, a long corridor stretched out before them. Chen Mo cautiously peered outside, and seeing the demonic beast wasn't pursuing, let out a sigh of relief. It really didn't follow us. We actually managed to shake it off. Sorry I misjudged you earlier. After carrying him in a full sprint, Yu Tong was completely exhausted. She steadied her breathing and explained further. That demonic beast has extremely sharp vision but no hearing. Its tactile senses are sluggish too. Entering a structurally complex building makes it much easier to escape its detection. We're safe for now, but we still can't. Status stamina negligible. Let's head up to a higher floor. We wait 10 more minutes, then we leave. Knowing she had far more experience, Chen Mo said nothing more and simply followed her lead. All right. Listening to her, he recalled the building directory he had seen when they first entered. When we entered the building, I noticed the directory sign. The staircase should be on the left, but Yu Tong calmly shot down his suggestion. Dude, we're taking the elevator. Chen Mo didn't understand. He stared at her, bewildered. The elevator. Seeing his confusion, Yu Tong tucked her hair behind her ear and said, You don't know. The secret realm simulates the city we live in back in the real world, including the electrical grid. So elevators work perfectly fine. Chen Mo already knew that, of course, but what baffled him was we not take the stairs. Wouldn't that be safer? Dude, I mean, wouldn't the stairs be safer than the elevator? Yu Tong knew the stairs would be safer, of course, but her stamina had already hit its limit. She pouted and grumbled, yeah, safety-wise the stairs make more sense. But have you considered ever since I set foot in this secret realm, I've been running non-stop, and just now I had to carry your ass for God knows how long. Do you even know how heavy you are? I'm done, completely spent. I'm not taking another step. Yeah, safety-wise the stairs make more sense. But have you considered that ever since I set foot in this secret realm, I've been running non-stop, and just now I had to carry your ass for God knows how long. Do you even know how heavy you are? I'm spent. I'm completely done. I'm not taking another step. Seeing her ramble on and on, Chen Mo finally understood. He gave her a helpless look. So practitioners have this little stamina. Irritated by his remark, she snapped back. You think cultivation means we pump iron in a gym? Yu Tong reassured him. She figured demonic beasts were all brawn and no brain-taking. The elevator should be fine. Besides, why not take advantage of modern civilization's sharp tools every now and then? The beasts that showed up earlier weren't smart enough to figure out how to use an elevator. With that settled, the two of them walked over to the elevator doors. Yu Tong gently pressed the up button. They both stared at the doors, waiting for them to open. The moment the doors slid open, what greeted them were the corpses of cultivators who had shared Yu Tong's assumption that demonic beasts were too dumb to ride elevators. Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the unlucky souls dead inside the elevator. He told Yu Tong to check the wounds and see if the demonic beast that had been chasing them was responsible. Looked like some beast had already learned how to use the elevator. Yu Tong, can you tell if the wounds on their bodies were inflicted by the demonic beast? The one that's been tracking us. Yu Tong stepped forward to examine the wounds and realized these were not from the beast that had been chasing them. Her eyes widened in shock. These were the work of a different demonic beast. This building was a different beast's territory. This might be worse than we thought. It was a decoy deliberately herding us toward this building. Its goal was to team up with whatever beast lurks inside and kill us together. She glanced toward the window. Staying here any longer was no longer an option. Our hiding time is running out. After a moment of thought, she suggested moving to a more open area. If they form a pincer attack, we're dead for sure. We need to find somewhere spacious with cover. After shaking off one of the beasts and escaping the building, Chen Mo's superhuman memory had already mapped out the entire building layout. He immediately pinpointed the spot Yu Tong was referring to. Got it. The map shows a massive office space on the upper floor. He dashed ahead to lead the way. Follow me. They finally reached the largest office in the entire building. A tentacle slithered into view the very demonic beast that had chased them for 8 city blocks. Chen Mo sensed it scanning the area, searching for them. He whispered to Yu Tong in fear, Is hiding here really safe? Yu Tong clamped a hand over her mouth, forcing her heartbeat back to a steady rhythm. She spoke carefully, barely a whisper. It can't hear us talking. No matter how sharp its vision, it can't see into our hiding spot. It should be fine, probably. The livestream audience, well aware of Chen Mo's god-tier power, flooded the chat with taunts. Run, little beast. Run now or Mo God will end you. Mo God acts terrified on the surface, but underneath he's cool as ice. Chen Mo's livestream room. Some viewers figured he was just playing along, building suspense for the stream. Stop pretending, Mo God. Time to one-shot the beast and get the hype going. The tentacle demonic beast was still sniffing around, scanning the area for their silhouettes. It was so cautious that it even deployed a third eye from its tentacle, searching every nook and cranny. Yutong spotted this from their hiding spot and immediately warned Chen Mo, careful. Don't let the eye on its tentacle see you. Seeing this for the first time, Chen Mo found it absolutely fascinating. He couldn't help but marvel. Its tentacles are so agile. Demonic beast physiology is truly extraordinary. Yutong immediately jumped to the worst-case scenario. If we get caught, I'll hold off the beast. You make a run for it. Chen Mo was a man, wasn't about to actually leave her behind to fight alone. Besides, she had been nothing but kind to him. There was no way he could do that. I can help too. I did manage to take down a pretty weak demonic beast before. If it comes to a fight, I won't drag you down. Yutong figured he was just trying to act tough. Stop flexing already. Protecting people is normally a practitioner's responsibility. She was worried he might overthink it. She even forced a casual tone. Holding off this beast for a bit then escaping, that's just an appetizer for me. Just trust me, all right. Right at that moment, Chen Mo heard something else. He sensed something approaching them. The one who should really be scared is her, not him. Wait, hold on, don't talk. I think I hear another sound closing in on us. The thought of another demonic beast sent a chill down her spine. Oh no, could it be another one? Yutong strained her ears to listen, but she couldn't hear a thing. But damn, your hearing is something else. I can't hear anything at all. You and that eagle-eyed beast should team up and debut as clairvoyance and clairionance. Fine. Chen Mo caught her teasing tone and sighed helplessly. Now's the time for jokes. Its footsteps are soft, I only just caught them. It must be very close by. Seeing the grave expression on his face, Yutong shrugged nonchalantly. What else can we do right now, except accept our fate and crack jokes? He buried his face in his hands, exasperated he had to admit she had a point. Fair enough. While the two were bickering, a thick-lipped demonic beast strode into the office. The moment Yutong felt the crushing pressure radiating from the thick-lipped beast, her heart screamed, we're dead. This aura of oppression, it's definitely a 300-year demonic beast. The 300-year beast's claw landed on the desk right where Yutong was hiding. She instantly sealed her mouth and nose shut, terrified that even the faintest sound would give them away. How are we supposed to stay hidden? The thick-lipped beast stared straight ahead. It and the tentacle beast seemed to be exchanging something through eye contact. The livestream audience was gripped by the grim, suspenseful scene. Someone quipped, this is basically a horror movie at this point. Seriously though, a boss-tier player hiding under a desk getting discovered. Now that would be the real horror show for the beasts. Watching Mo God crouch under a desk is low-key hilarious. Chen Mo's livestream room. Everyone started excitedly placing bets on whether he'd one-punch the beast. Place your bets, place your bets. Guess how many punches it takes for Mo God to blow them to bits. Now this is the content I came for, watching Mo God play dumb. The tentacle beast's eye had zeroed in on Chen Mo's hiding spot. It sensed a living presence and let out a cry-beast language found them. Just as it was about to duck under the desk to investigate, the 300-year beast's arm shot out. The tentacle beast bristled and cursed as the 300-year beast's claw plopped down on its head. Beast language, big bro, do you really have to do this every time? You keep suddenly slamming your foot on my head, cut it out already. The 300-year beast snapped back irritably. Beast language, you think I enjoy doing this? If you weren't deaf as a post, I wouldn't have to resort to this just to talk to you. It already knew Chen Mo was hiding under that desk, not wanting Tentacle to die. Thick Lips recounted the story of the demonic beast Chen Mo had killed while he was with Bai Mengzhen. In demonic beast language, that kid is a monster. One punch wiped out everything. Let's just pretend we saw nothing and leave quietly. Tentacle was stunned. It asked innocently, Thick Lips, is that really how demonic beasts talk? Then why do we have to hide? Thick Lips froze at the question. Truthfully, it didn't know why either, but every instinct it had screamed to get out. In demonic beast language, how would I know? Consider this a free warning. If you want to die, I'm bailing first. Seeing Thick Lips about to bolt on its own, Tentacle panicked so hard its butt puckered as it scrambled to follow. In demonic beast language, big bro, I was wrong. Wait up, I'm retreating too. After the two demonic beasts left, The office fell dead silent. Yutong heard no more noise and cautiously asked, Chen Mo, are those demonic beasts really gone? Chen Mo stepped out of hiding. He looked in the direction they had fled and answered, their sounds have completely disappeared. They've probably moved on to another area. Yutong let out a massive sigh of relief upon hearing his confirmation. That's amazing. We're so lucky. I honestly thought we were done for this time. The audience was utterly disappointed that they didn't get to see Chen Mo take on the two demonic beasts. Those two demonic beasts showed up. I thought we'd finally get to see God Mo in action. Turns out, absolutely nothing happened. I've never seen such cowardly demonic beasts before. 2 on 2, and they still didn't dare to engage. Chen Mo's livestream room. Some people couldn't help but laugh at the sight of two demonic beasts scared out of their wits. I'm dying laughing. First time seeing demonic beasts voluntarily flee. The survival instincts behind it are actually kind of heartwarming. Suddenly, a system announcement shattered the peaceful atmosphere. System Secret Realm announcement. The final boss of the first mission has appeared. Difficulty, 500-year-old demonic beast mission location. Secret Realm, number 5, Xiongyan District. Both of them heard the announcement. Chen Mo didn't expect the final boss fight to come so soon. Another Secret Realm announcement. We have to face the final boss already. Yutong made it crystal clear. She had no intention of getting involved. It's got nothing to do with me anyway. The difficulty of this secret realm is absurdly high. A 500-year-old demonic beast as the final boss? That's just ridiculous. Is that something I can even fight? Her current strategy was simple: find a safe spot and hide until someone else killed the 500-year-old beast. Let's just find somewhere to lay low. Once the big shots finish the mission, we'll follow them out of the secret realm. Easy. Then it hit Herthy. We're currently right in Xiongyan District. The exact location where the 500-year-old beast was about to spawn. Wait, we're actually in Xiongyan District right now. Yutong's soul nearly left her body. She screamed in panic. Then what are we waiting for? Run. But it seemed they were already too late. A beam of light erupted in the center of Xiongyan District. Chen Mo turned his gaze toward the source of the light. The secret realm stretched out before Thema landscape of towering skyscrapers. The eerie calm made it impossible to imagine that demonic beasts were on the loose. After dragging Chen Mo in a near-breathless sprint, Yutong finally stopped, panting heavily. Running this far should be safe enough. I only caught a glimpse from a distance, and even that was terrifying enough. Chen Mo agreed with her. He felt like they'd been deceived. Right, regular demonic beasts are already that bizarre and terrifying. And the final boss is just a 500-year-old beast. 500 years? That's absurd. Don't tell me the secret realm fed us fake intel. Yutong thought about it for a moment, and realized the current secret realm was riddled with traps at every turn. Worry flickered in her eyes. Based on the secret realm's track record so far, it was entirely possible. As long as we keep our distance, none of this is our problem to deal with. Suddenly a young man approached and called out to them. Hey, you two, hold on a moment. Yan Xingjian quickly introduced himself. I am Yan Xingjian, a disciple of the Taixuan sect. I'd like to invite you both to join us in slaying the final boss. Yutong wasn't stupid enough to accept that offer. She refused immediately. Sorry, go find someone else. We're too weak. Just running away already takes everything we've got. Seeing her refuse, Yan Xingjian persisted. Dodging every fight wouldn't get them past this trial. He didn't hold back and laid out the current situation. The other saviors in this secret realm are all cultivators from the 4 great sects, a handful of powerhouses who can actually kill a 500-year-old beast, but this is secret realm number 5. It's a dumping ground for bottom feeders. The so-called cultivators here are all weaklings. If every single one of us dodges the fight, the final boss will just pick us off one by one. A glint of resolve and a burning desire to survive shone in his eyes. There's only one way to keep living. He raised his hand and pointed toward the building where the other cultivators had gathered. Afraid they might still refuse, Yan Xingjian added, we possess an artifact capable of killing a 500-year-old beast. The Taixuan sect has a spirit artifact that can slay a 500-year-old demonic beast, the thunder-suppressing vase. However, activating it requires preparation time. Before the thunder-suppressing vase is ready, we need to hold the beast at bay. That's why we need more people. We've already rallied quite a few cultivators, but it's still not enough. The more people we have, the higher our chances of success. For the sake of ultimate victory in us. Just then, Luo Tianxing stepped out of the building. His expression was completely emotionless as he looked at Yan Xingjian. Yan Xingjian, you're back. Much faster than estimated. Yan Xingjian walked over and stood beside him, reporting on the recruitment progress. Young sect master, the recruitment is basically complete. Aside from our own Taixuan sect disciples, these are all the cultivators we could find. Luo Tianxing hadn't expected so few participants. A hint of disappointment crossed his face. 164 people, that's all of them. 2,500 people entered Secret Realm number 5. He furrowed his brows and spoke in a bitter tone. No one had anticipated the Secret Realm's difficulty spike would be this brutal. The death toll among cultivators had far exceeded expectations. Considering the situation, Yan Xingjian carefully asked, "Young sect master, with our current numbers, we should have enough to hold the beast while you activate the thunder-suppressing vase, right?" Luo Tianxing gazed at the thunder-suppressing vase in his hands and answered softly, "Yes, it's enough." Deep in his mind, memories drifted back to that day. The thunder-suppressing vase had been placed on the table with utmost care. His father's cold, commanding voice echoed. Within the Taixuan sect, the thunder-suppressing vase is one of our most treasured spirit artifacts, and it can only be used once. I'm entrusting it to you not so I can watch you crumble like a coward. He knew his father meant to help, but he simply couldn't bring himself to do what was asked. "Father, I'm sorry, I can't do it." His father's fury flared, but he swallowed it and laid out the cold logic instead. "Is it really that hard? Gather every cultivator in Secret Realm number 5. Use the thunder-suppressing vase's preparation time as an excuse to send them in to whittle down the beast, accumulate damage against the final boss. Once the beast is battered enough, finish it off with the thunder-suppressing vase." With his compassionate heart, Luo Tianxing simply couldn't bring himself to commit such a ruthless act. But that would cause so many unnecessary casualties. Besides, isn't the thunder-suppressing vase an artifact that can be activated at any time? It doesn't need any preparation time at all. Seeing his son refuse to comply, his father's expression darkened. He fixed Luo Tianxing with a vicious glare. "Have you forgotten? In the Secret Realm, the only ways to grow stronger are through audience rewards and slaying the final boss, which grants a massive amount of fate coins. You must secure that reward." Luo Tianxing, of course, would never agree to such a heartless plan. He immediately refused. "No, I don't need to rely on such underhanded tactics. I can kill the final boss myself. There's no need to dirty our hands over such a trivial reward. Dad, don't you believe in my strength?" He paid no heed to the young man's words or his refusal. In his eyes, the 5th Secret Realm was the path that would let their sect blaze into glory. "Have you forgotten our dream? To make Taixuan sect a cultivation sect that stands on equal footing with the 4 great sects." He placed his hand on the young man's shoulder, speaking in an earnest, impassioned tone. In the past, if Father had voiced this ambition, he would have been nothing but a laughingstock. Father has worked tirelessly for 30 years, elevating Taixuan sect to the strongest cultivation sect outside the 4 great sects. That's the highest peak we could ever reach. Seeing him stay silent, the old man brought up the time he was humiliated by an ordinary disciple from one of the 4 great sects. Trying to provoke him, "Do you still remember the time you were humiliated by a mere ordinary disciple of the 4 great sects?" In the eyes of every cultivator, there were only 2 kinds of sects in this world, the 4 great sects, and everything else are the second-rate leftovers. That was the cold, hard reality. As he spoke, his face darkened, and hatred along with killing intent flickered in his eyes. "No one treats us as equals to the 4 great sects, but now the Secret Realm had appeared the greatest opportunity any cultivator could dream of. They absolutely could not afford a single mistake. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 great sects, they needed not just sufficient strength, but also the hearts of the people. Holding the thunder-suppressing vase in hand, he taught Luo Tianxing how to win over the masses first, make the cultivators inside the 5th Secret Realm feel absolute despair, then swoop in as the hero to slay the demonic beast, uniting every cultivator in the 5th Secret Realm under his command. Only this way could they gain the power to rival the 4 great sects in the future and eventually surpass them, becoming the greatest sect under heaven. In the end, after all his father's words, Luo Tianxing wavered. Despite the agony tearing through his heart, he had no choice but to accept. "I know what I need to do." Back to the present, Luo Tianxing couldn't suppress the guilt gnawing at his conscience. But having been brainwashed by his father, all he could do was offer a silent apology to those about to be sacrificed. "Sorry for Taixuan sect, for Father." Looking at the cultivators before him, including Chen Mo and Yu Tong, muttered in anguish, "Your sacrifice is indispensable." The group of cultivators assigned to the delay operational eyes snapped toward the source of the light as the thunder-suppressing vase began its activation sequence. Some began to doubt Luo Tianxing's plan. Can the thunder-suppressing vase really take down the final boss? Stalling for time, isn't this just an excuse to turn us into meat shields? The young master of Taixuan sect Luo Tianxing word is his RNG luck is top tier. He probably wouldn't lie to us. Despite the doubts swirling in their minds, they had no other choice but to follow. Besides, what other option did they have to trust him? Or just sit here and wait to die in the secret realm? The brown-haired young man thought for a moment and found himself agreeing. You're right, I've thought it through. Rather than sitting here waiting to die, might as well go all in on this gamble. If we're lucky enough to kill the final boss, we could score a massive fate coin reward. His companion frowned at his words, feeling he was being way too optimistic. Surviving would already be a miracle, and he was dreaming about rewards. Out of over 200 people, only one person could claim the fate coin reward for landing the killing blow on the boss. What, you think you're the chosen protagonist or something? Back to Chen Mo, Yutong was terrified he'd die and kept urging him to run. But he refused, resolute as steel. Stop trying to talk me out of it, I'm not abandoning you all. Seeing how stubborn he was, Yutong felt utterly helpless. She figured he was just putting on a brave face. Hey, you're not seriously planning to fight the final boss with us, are you? That's incredibly dangerous. What's a normal person like you even doing here? Chen Mo tried to explain that he wasn't weak, that he had the ability to fight alongside them. I've already received a fate coin reward. I have at least some combat ability. Everyone here is risking their lives to fight the demonic beast. I can't just stand by and watch with my arms folded. When Yutong heard he possessed a fate coin, she was utterly stunned. So you can actually use fate coins to boost combat power. No wonder you qualified to enter the secret realm. Chen Mo tilted his head slightly and looked at her. He didn't bother hiding anything and told her about how he received a reward right after entering. Not long after I entered the secret realm, I got lucky and received a fate coin reward. It boosted my combat power once, but then I got more rewards after that. My combat power didn't increase anymore, though. Yutong didn't find this surprising at all. She simply figured his body had reached its absorption limit for fate coins. Worried he might not understand, she even explained in detail, "Isn't that perfectly normal? If combat power could be boosted infinitely." At this point, Yutong rubbed her chin with a playful glint in her eyes and teased. What's even stranger is that you can use fate coins, yet there's not a single trace of spiritual energy on you. Don't tell me you're some max-level big shot hiding your identity and pretending to be a noob grinding low-level mobs. Chen Mo knew she was joking and played along, dropping a line he'd read in a manga once. I'll just come right out and say it. Yutong instantly recognized the quote. It was from a story she loved. Isn't that the classic line from "That time I solo grinded in the secret realm and became an overpowered hero, who's strong but way too cautious"? I didn't expect you to read manga too. Seeing she knew the manga, he was equally surprised. Chen Mo never expected cultivators to read comics. I'm surprised too. I didn't think you cultivators read novels and manga. Hearing him say that, Yutong explained with a hint of exasperation. Of course we do. You think cultivators today are still primitive hermits living in the mountains? We even have express delivery for food out here. Yutong lowered her gaze slightly and laid out the current state of the cultivation world. With Earth's spiritual energy nearly depleted, no matter how hard you trained, making progress was nearly impossible. Under such circumstances, only a handful of peak talent cultivators still trained with courage and diligence. The vast majority of cultivators had actively integrated into modern society. Quite a few were even obsessed with power and wealth. Back in the real world at Chen Mo's former company, 3 cultivators hired by President Su were overjoyed upon receiving their generous deposit for the assassination job. "President Su, we've received your sincerity. You're far too generous." Seeing them so pleased, President Su sweetened the deal to ensure they gave it their all. "That's just the deposit. There's a bonus on top once the job is done." The leader, hearing there was more money on the table, became even more dedicated to the task. He declared solemnly, "We take the money, we do the job, of course we'll see it through. But sending all 3 of us against one kid, you're giving him way too much credit." President Su said nothing further. Expressionless, he looked at the 3 men. 3 esteemed cultivators, I've already sent you Chen Mo's file. In the secret realm, he one-punched a 300-year-old demonic beast into oblivion. His strength is no joke. The leader heard this but didn't take it to heart. He replied with absolute confidence, "Relax, President Su, we've never failed a job." Indeed, Chen Mo's feat of killing the beast in the secret realm had already gone viral. Judging by his performance on the live stream, he's a body refiner, nothing but brute force muscle. No advanced martial skills, and 0 experience fighting demonic beasts or other cultivators. As he spoke, killing intent and ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Besides, with Earth's spiritual energy nearly depleted. Any combat power cultivators gained through fate coins inside the secret realm can't be fully brought back to Earth. So even if the three of us just wave our hands, we can kill the current Chen Mo. President Su felt more at ease hearing such conviction in his voice. A satisfied smile spread across his face. I see, looks like I was overthinking it. Look, secret realm's difficulty just spiked again. The final boss turned out to be a 500-year-old demonic beast. Chen Mo and the others seemed to be preparing for a group assault on the final boss. One of the three cultivators found this utterly amusing. Maybe we won't even need to lift a finger. Chen Mo might get killed by the beast before we get the chance. What a wasted trip. President Su really went all out to get Chen Mo killed. Plus, if he could forge connections with these cultivators, it wouldn't be a loss at all. Flush with cash, he told the three men. If Chen Mo dies inside the secret realm, your payment stays the same. No deductions. The cultivators grew even more pleased upon hearing that. President Su, you're too generous. With your word, we're fully at ease. Suddenly, a wisp of energy crept into the office. The spiritual energy was so dense, it was visible to the naked eye. One of the cultivators sensed the crushing pressure from the energy and shouted to their leader in alarm. Boss, something's at the door. The leader felt it too, that same overwhelming pressure. He clenched his brow hard, staring toward the entrance with dread in his eyes. This horrifying, suffocating spiritual reaction, what the hell was it? President Su, on the other hand, showed neither worry nor surprise. If anything, he seemed pleased as if the person he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. They're here already, faster than he expected. He turned to reassure the three cultivators, three esteemed masters, no need to worry, that's my special guest. To deal with Chen Mo, I brought in a specialist. He glanced at the man radiating a fierce aura and introduced him to the three, a senior consultant from the Lee Group Financial Corporation. Word is, he's a bounty hunter known as the Cultivator Slayer. At that moment, the 500-year ferocious beast materialized before the cultivators inside the secret realm. System alert, secret realm rules breached, otherworldly Lord 8055 has entered. True strength far exceeds the 500-year threshold. The demonic beast with terrifying power appeared right behind Yu Tong. A purple glow erupted from its eyes as it locked its predatory gaze on her. Chen Mo appeared from its right flank at that exact moment. An electronic mechanical voice rang out. System fast combat mode initiated. A blinding flash of light erupted violently. Luo Tianxing stood on the rooftop, gazing toward the distant gateway that hung open in the air. Hey, he asked Yan Xingjian in a low voice, is everything in place? The response was immediate. Yes, young master. The cultivators had already spread out and positioned themselves in zones around the final century boss. According to the plan, once the beast broke free from the containment beam, the cultivators would split into multiple small squads and take turns drawing its aggro. Keep the beast within the thunder-suppressing vases, firing range at all costs. Before the thunder-suppressing vases' charge-up period ended, they would do everything in their power to hold the beast in place for their young master. Seeing that everything was set, he tilted his head and looked toward Yan Xingjian. Understood. I'll activate the thunder-suppressing vase as quickly as possible to minimize unnecessary casualties. The thunder-suppressing vase hovered in midair. Inside it, a violent force churned as though trying to shatter the vessel apart. From the outside, crackling threads of electricity coiled around the bottle like living serpents. Chen Mo was stunned when he learned they wouldn't all rush the century boss at once. Wait, so everyone isn't going to dogpile the final boss together. After being briefed on the plan, Yu Tong helplessly rubbed her throbbing temples. You think this is some kind of party dungeon from a game? If we fought it head-on, our entire force would be wiped out in under 2 minutes. Splitting into 50 small squads, hitting and running, that's the only way. Taking turns drawing the beast's attention would buy enough time for the thunder-suppressing vase to finish charging. Chen Mo felt the plan still wasn't ideal. Whichever squad got targeted, as bait, would be in serious danger. Yu Tong knew this too, but she had no better option. Having lived in the cultivator world for years, she understood one brutal truth: sometimes you had to sacrifice the few to save the many. There was no other way. This was the Taixuan sect's plan. Sacrifice the few to save the many. If you were unlucky enough to get killed by the beast, you could only blame your own RNG luck. But when it comes to running away, I'm pretty confident in myself. Before seeing how this NC killed the Demon King in Beginner Village, I'm not going to die here. To lighten the heavy atmosphere, she even cracked a joke referencing her favorite manga, a legendary national manga that had been running for over 100 years. The joke succeeded in pulling Chen Mo out of his brooding. The fact that she shared the same taste as him made him feel a strange sense of kinship. I'm a loyal reader of that manga too. Before this life, I went through some rough times. I happened to reread that manga one more time. It gave me strength and a reason to love life again. Yutong saw how passionate he was about that manga and kindly offered. Really? Once we get out of the secret realm, I'll introduce you to the manga artist. Chen Mo's face lit up instantly. He asked excitedly, wait, hold on, are you serious? He never imagined she actually knew the manga artist personally. Thoden Shijikin never participates in any public events. He's known as the most mysterious mangaka in existence. I've always wanted his autograph. That was when Yutong finally revealed the artist's secret. Thoden Shijikin is also an awakened cultivator, same circle as us. The only reason he cultivates is to stay healthy enough to draw even better manga. Chen Mo felt that kind of unwavering dedication to one's craft was truly admirable. Just thinking about potentially meeting him made him even more excited for the new cultivation-themed manga to come out. Now that's a model professional. You have to promise me please introduce us. Seeing his expression come so alive with joy, Yutong couldn't help but feel happy too. You said your sister is still waiting for you. Now you've got one more reason to keep living. We have to survive this. Her words made Chen Mo pause. He smiled faintly and said with absolute conviction, we will make it out of this secret realm alive. The gateway that led the 500-year beast here gradually shifted to a deep purple hue. Boom, 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 boom. The ground trembled with each thunderous footstep as the beast emerged from the gate. It stepped through the portal and surveyed the secret realm before it. So this is the secret realm. To get here, I specifically begged the Overlord to suppress my combat power down to the 500-year beast threshold. Imagining the cultivators screaming in terror at the sight of him, his blood ran hot with excitement. I can't wait, scent of cultivator flesh. Let the hunt begin. He spotted the cultivators ahead and lowered his body, coiling like a spring ready to strike. The cultivators saw him and immediately snapped to high alert, drawing every weapon they had. The beast has locked onto us. The brown-haired young man clenched his jaw, his eyes wide with tension as he stared the creature down. According to the planscatter on first contact, but against the 5th century boss, these cultivators were nothing more than insects for him to toy with. He moved at the speed of light, killing 2 before they could even register the pain. The brown-haired young man felt the beast's claw clamp around his face-his mind, still hadn't caught up with what just happened. Damn it, what kind of speed is that? A plume of white smoke erupted, obscuring the scene below. When the smoke cleared, the beast held the brown-haired youth up by his head with one hand and bellowed with glee. Come on, scream louder. If you can lure out the rest of those cultivators for me, I'll grant you a merciful death. Even dangling in the beast's grip, the brown-haired young man refused to submit. He coughed violently and spat his taunt. A wild animal whose brain hasn't even fully developed, and it can speak human language. Truly a miracle of nature. The 5th century boss flew into a rage at the mockery. He clenched his fist tight and crushed the brown-haired young man's skull. What I love most are the brats with backbone, especially the moment I crush them. After dealing with the cultivators here, his nose immediately caught the scent of a human nearby. His eyes darted to the right. All right, where's my next prey hiding? The strongest scent is coming from the right, and unfortunately, Yutong was the closest cultivator to him at that moment. She had no idea she was about to become his next target as she wandered through the area. The 5th century boss inhaled deeply, sniffing out the spiritual energy radiating from each hiding spot. By scent alone, he could pinpoint roughly how many people were concealed in each location. I can smell the spiritual energy. Though they had split up to hide, every cluster had at least 2 or more cultivators. When he noticed Yutong all alone, he tilted his head in confusion and curiosity. But this one, she's all by herself. Now that's interesting. What's the reason? Standing before the 5th boss, she shows no fear or panic. Instead, her face is perfectly calm. She even has the mood to crack jokes. No way, right? You can't even figure that out. To deal with a noob like you, I'm more than enough on my own. Provoked by her taunts, he lets out a sharp ha and declares loudly, an interesting woman, let me see what you've got. Yutong does exactly as he wishes. She unleashes her strongest attack, a stream of pink-purple spiritual power rockets straight at him. The wave of spiritual power erupts outward, flooding the entire scene with blinding light. After taking Yutong's full-powered strike head-on, his body doesn't bear a single wound. This disappoints him immensely. Pathetic. Is this really all you've got? You modern cultivators are so weak it's actually hilarious. At that moment, Chen Mo appears out of nowhere on his right flank. He concentrates his strength into his fist, raises it high, and charges up for a thunderous punch. With power fully condensed, he slams his fist into the ground. A beam of spiritual power almost alive shoots straight toward the fifth boss. He senses the danger instantly and dodges with frightening speed. His own survival instincts surprise even him. It actually made me dodge on pure reflex. Realizing that someone has forced even a being of his caliber into instinctive evasion, he feels not just fear but excitement. Interesting. How interesting. There's actually a powerhouse like this among the cultivators. Come on, let's have ourselves a real fight. But when he snaps back to his senses, Chen Mo is nowhere to be seen. Where did you go? Ran off. Li Xiang's livestream room. The girl who has been watching the fight intently also hears the system announcement. She expresses confusion about the fifth boss being a variant. The final boss of the fifth secret realm is a variant. What does variant mean? Yi Chang, having studied extensive reference materials, immediately answers her question. According to the program organizer's data, the stronger a demonic beast is, the more its appearance resembles a human. The final boss appearing in the fifth secret realm has already begun transforming into a humanoid shape. Under normal circumstances, only demonic beasts over 800 years old exhibit this trait. Li Xiang, upon hearing that this is a feature exclusive to 800-year-old demonic beasts, cries out in shock. Isn't that straight-up cheating? They clearly said the final boss would be a 500-year-old demonic beast, but now, an 800-year-old one appears, and it's in the fifth secret realm, which has the lowest average power level. Gu Xing, unlike the girl, has seen many things and isn't particularly worried. He knows the opponent's power has been suppressed down to the 500-year tier. It'll just be a tougher fight. The secret realm's announcements don't make mistakes. The thing is, while they're all classified as 500-year-old demonic beasts, the difficulty of the final boss in the fifth secret realm far outstrips the others. Yi Chang suddenly raises a pointed question, but a beast that powerful actually dodged Chen Mo's attack. Elder Li, what's your take on that? This question truly puts Gu Xing on the spot. He hurriedly pulls out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face, stays silent, and after pondering fruitlessly, forces a wry smile and asks to defer his answer. On that point, I'll reserve my opinion for now. Let's switch the camera back to the first secret realm. The final boss of the first secret realm is reaching its climactic moment. Back in the secret realm, Yu Tong, thanks to Chen Mo drawing the boss's attention, manages to escape. She now stands in a relatively safe corner. That blow from earlier nearly sent her to the afterlife. Just thinking about it makes her feel like her heart's about to stop. She lets out a long sigh. Nearly died. Flexing in front of the final boss is way too exciting. Almost gave myself a heart attack. According to plan, I attack first to distract the demonic beast. Chen Mo seizes the opening to ambush it, using a safe method to taunt the beast. Thinking about his true strength from earlier, she grows more and more frustrated. That bastard Chen Mo is clearly stronger than me, yet he acted all scared in front of me. I worried about him for half a damn day, and in the end, even the final boss got scared off by his sneak attack. At this point, Yu Tong stops. She realizes she has no idea whether the beast is pursuing them. Wait, the final boss isn't chasing us. Could that demonic beast have gotten too spooked and lost our trail? If it ran outside the thunder-suppressing vase's attack range, we're in deep trouble. Unfortunately, the fifth boss has already tracked Yu Tong down by her scent. He stands right behind her and speaks in a low voice. What a pity. He curls his lips into a dark, ear-to-ear grin and continues. My original target was your companion. Too bad I couldn't keep up with his spiritual signature. Then I thought if I kill you, maybe that'll lure him right to me. Yu Tong is completely paralyzed by his oppressive aura, her body frozen in place. Panic surges through her. What's happening? She can't move at all. Her body feels frozen solid. Dead, she's going to die. The fifth boss reaches his claw toward her, but fortunately, Chen Mo arrives just in time to block the blow. The fifth boss sees him reveal himself and breaks into a satisfied smile. Impressive human powerhouse, you've finally shown yourself. Let's continue our little bout from earlier. The viewers watching the live stream go absolutely wild. Bullet comments flood the screen, cheering Chen Mo on to finish him off. Fight, fight, God Mo is finally making his move. Can everyone quiet down a bit? I don't think the situation looks too optimistic. Didn't Elder Li say earlier that this final boss's power far exceeds that of a 500-year-old demonic beast? Chen Mo's livestream room. Some believe in his strength, others don't. They feel Chen Mo might not be that strong after all. Didn't God Mo run away earlier? I think God Mo himself isn't even confident. LOL. Don't you know that God Mo's strength and his caution are directly proportional? I want to see the thunder-suppressing vase in action already. Hurry it up. Suddenly, a burst of purple light erupts, illuminating the entire area. Several cultivators hiding nearby witness the spectacle and the non-stop sounds of combat leave them stunned. No way. The sounds of battle ring out without end. Someone is fighting the final boss head-on. The one called Jia Ngam stares intently at the source of the fighting. He believes this is his chance to swoop in and claim both the victory and the rewards. This is the opportunity. His companion hears him say this and thinks he's completely lost his mind. Opportunity? Have you lost your mind? Don't tell me you're trying to steal the final boss. Greed has blinded him completely. He speaks with absolute confidence. What's there to be scared of? Think of it as turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Don't you want the final boss kill reward? We both strike together. If we bag the reward, we split it 50-50. His companion wavers at his words. In the end, he decides to go all in with him. Fine, it's settled then. The risk is enormous, but I'm not about to let this chance slip by. Rewards split evenly. You better not go back on your word. Seeing his companion agree, he broke into a smug grin. We've teamed up how many times already? You still don't trust me. Besides, there's that unknown powerhouse pinning down the demonic beast. Nothing to worry about. Boss Soso V swung his jagged claws at Chen Mo, his booming voice rumbling through the air. Isn't this good enough? Fortunately, before the claws could slam into him, Chen Mo threw himself backward and dodged just in time. The speed of the beast's strike caught him off guard. That brief moment of carelessness was all Boss Soso V needed. He drove a punch straight into Chen Mo's gut. Where the hell are you looking? That punch carried serious force. Chen Mo was sent flying backward, his body slamming into a building. Boss Soso V saw that even after eating a full-on punch like that, Chen Mo could still fight, and was absolutely thrilled. He can still keep going. I knew my instinct was right. After just a few exchanges, he had already figured it out. Chen Mo had no idea how to wield the power lurking inside his own body. You're hiding an enormous power inside you, but you can't even use it. What a waste. Chen Mo's haters watched him take a direct hit from Boss Soso V and gleefully flooded the comments. Who was it that was hyping up Chen Mo just now? Oh Mo God this, Mo God that, and in the end he's just a punching bag, completely useless when it counts. Some viewers couldn't stomach it and fired back. If you're so tough, why don't you go fight the demonic beast? That NT guy read the reply and started typing furiously, laughing his head off. You don't need to know how to cook to judge whether a restaurant's food tastes good. I'm not the savior. Should I go fight demonic beasts? Chen Mo's livestream room, even some self-proclaimed neutral viewers, started urging everyone to donate to him. Stop arguing about this stuff, it's pointless. Seriously, if you viewers actually have money, support Mo God with donations instead of just throwing shade. It's useless. Mo God looking that dejected is even worse than waiting for the thunder-suppressing vase. Back in the secret realm, Boss Soso V launched a frenzied assault on Chen Mo. His attack speed was approaching near-light velocity. He watched Chen Mo desperately struggling to block his barrage of strikes, and spoke with feigned kindness. Just give up. Let me end it for you. No matter how hard you resist, with injuries piling up like this, your body will give out sooner or later. Let me put you out of your misery. After unleashing his combo, he stopped. His entire body tensed, mustering every ounce of power for the finishing blow. Suddenly, a vine-like whip coiled tight around his anklet was Yu Tong. She screamed the skill name in her mind, and commanded the whip to coil around Boss Soso V's entire body, binding him tight. Only then did he realize his whole frame was wrapped in a constricting lash. He tried to break free, but he couldn't budge an inch. Boss Soso V finally started to panic. What kind of move is this? I can't move anymore. I'm done for. Chen Mo seized the opening and channeled his strength for a counterattack. He threw a thunderclap punch straight into Boss Soso V's face. The blow sent the beast crashing backward, slamming into a skyscraper. After using the whip, Yu Tong immediately broke into a fit of violent coughing. She clutched her arm. It had gone completely numb, groaning in pain. What kind of trash artifact is this? It drained all the spiritual power in my body, and only held that demonic beast for less than a second. And on top of that, it turned around and injured me. It hurts like hell. Don't tell me my right arm is broken. She looked toward Chen Mo and whispered softly, "That's all I can do for you. Don't you dare die, Chen Mo." Chen Mo held his punching stance, eyes locked on Boss Soso V lying on the ground. He knew that punch alone wasn't enough to seriously wound the demonic beast. Worse still, he could feel his entire body beginning to ache with exhaustion. He'd managed to land a surprise attack, sure, but it hadn't dealt any real damage. And to make things worse, even though he wasn't technically injured, his body was already going numb. That hidden power the demonic beast spoke of inside his body, how the hell was he supposed to use it? Lost in thought, he heard footsteps running toward him. Someone's coming. It was those two from earlier. They'd watched from afar, saw Boss Soso V go down, and figured the moment had come rushing in to steal the kill. Perfect timing, we got here just in time. Boss Soso is badly wounded and down. Let's rush him together. His companion quickly replied, "Yes, boss." Seeing them charge in, Chen Mo called out as a fair warning. "Hey, hold on, don't go over there. That demonic beast is still dangerous." But the dark-skinned man didn't feel grateful at all. He thought Chen Mo was just trying to trick him. "You think I'm gonna fall for that? You finally managed to take down Boss Soso, and now the loot's about to get swiped by someone else. Of course you wouldn't want to let that go, right? Too bad, the reward is ours." But before he could finish his sentence, the words caught in his throat. The reason his own companion had betrayed him, a blade pierced clean through his body, and blood began to spill. The man's voice dripped with malice. "The reward is mine." Blood poured from his mouth. He never imagined his own companion would betray him at a time like this. "You bastard, didn't you say we'd split the reward?" The traitor showed no guilt whatsoever and, instead, turned the blame back on him. "What right do you have to lecture me? Even if I didn't make a move, with your personality, you would have killed me to hog the reward anyway. I just struck first. What's wrong with that? Who would have thought the one who actually kills Boss Soso in the end would be me?" Boss Soso the Fifth stirred awake. He opened his eyes and looked directly at the man. Upon waking, the man's words reached his ears and they pissed him off. He extended a claw toward the man. "You want to kill who exactly? Annoying little insect. Don't you dare interrupt MY fight." The beast's crushing aura pinned the man in place. Couldn't move a single muscle. Only now did he realize just how badly he'd messed up. What the hell? Wasn't this demonic beast supposed to be on the brink of death? If I'd known, I never would have come here. High above, Luo Tianxing and Yan Xingjian stood on a rooftop, observing everything below. Luo Tianxing gazed down and spoke quietly. "I never expected the final boss Soso to be a humanoid demonic beast. This is definitely beyond a 500-year difficulty rating, isn't it?" Yan Xingjian, sensing his young master's worry, stepped in to reassure him. "Young master, the thunder-suppressing vase is Taixuan, Sect's most treasured spirit artifact. It's more than capable of slaying a 700-year demonic beast. There's no need to worry." But Luo Tianxing kept his eyes fixed on the scene below. What worried him wasn't whether the thunder-suppressing vase could kill the beast, was worried about Chen Mo's safety. "I'm not worried about whether the thunder-suppressing vase can kill the demonic beast. What concerns me is that young man fighting that demonic beast." In Luo Tianxing's eyes, Chen Mo's body was radiating an incredibly powerful aura. He thought of his own talent and let out a bitter smile. Beyond the four great sects, who would have thought there was still a genius like him? Even the core disciples of the four great sects couldn't compare to him. Truly a talent that makes others green with envy. Yan Xingjian could see it too, but he still felt Chen Mo couldn't beat the 5th S-rank boss. Indeed, with the combat power that demonic beast displayed, ordinary cultivators simply couldn't set foot in their battle. But given the current situation, no matter how strong that man was, he wouldn't last long against a beast that far exceeded his level. Feeling time slipping away, he urgently asked Luo Tianxing about the thunder-suppressing vase. "Young master, how much longer until the thunder-suppressing vase is ready? If we can coordinate an attack with him, we can definitely kill that demonic beast." Luo Tianxing replied immediately. "You don't need to tell me. I've been doing everything I can to accelerate the thunder-suppressing vase's activation. To not lose a talent like Chen Mo, I've pushed myself to the limit. For a genius like this to die a horrible death at the hands of a demonic beast would be a loss for all cultivators, no, for the entire world. For the sake of the cultivation world, he absolutely would not let Chen Mo die. No matter how difficult it is, I will do everything in my power to rescue him from that beast." At that moment, the 5th S-rank boss had already dealt with what it considered an obstacle in its path. Next, it turned to finish off Yu Tong. "You little insect, you've been pestering me long enough. Now it's just you left." Chen Mo saw it shift targets to her and frowned, shouting, "You mutt! Your opponent is don't get confused about who you're fighting." The 5th S-rank boss heard this and froze. It glanced back at Chen Mo and said, "I've always despised using magic to support combat. The strong only need pure violence to solve everything." As it spoke, a strange, eerie light flickered in its eyes. "But for you, human, I'm willing to make an exception today." Dark prison, a surge of black energy erupted beneath Chen Mo's feet without warning. Seeing the dark miasma coiling around himself, his eyes widened in shock as he shouted inwardly, "What?" The 5th S-rank boss watched its dark prison completely engulf Chen Mo and said with satisfaction, "This is my innate magic, more than enough to buy a moment." It extended its hand toward Yu Tong, who had already collapsed into unconsciousness from its power. "With your strength, Breaking out of this cage will take no more than 20 seconds, but that little window of time is more than enough for me to kill your companion 10 times over. If you want to save her, then try to surpass your limits. Otherwise, all you'll see is a mangled corpse. Inside the dark prison, Chen Mo fell silent. He slammed his fists wildly against the barrier, his mouth never stopping as he cursed the 5th S-rank boss. "You bastard, can you only fight with such despicable tricks?" Seeing that it had successfully enraged Chen Mo, the 5th S-rank boss cracked a grin and spat out with pure malice. Just kidding. No need to wait, I'll kill her right now." But at that exact moment, Chen Mo shattered the cage it had created. He let out a thunderous roar. "Is that so? You're out of chances." The 5th S-rank boss couldn't believe Chen Mo had broken free so quickly. Impossible. He actually got out. Unexpectedly, the dark prison had actually helped him understand how to wield his own power. Chen Mo's eyes had turned a blazing gold. He curled his lips into a cold smirk and stared the beast down. "Maybe I should thank you. Thanks to your little prison, I think I've figured out how to use my power." Even though Chen Mo had broken free from the dark prison, the 5th S-rank boss was surprised but not particularly worried. This only made it more intrigued. "Interesting. You've truly surprised me. As a reward, I'll return your companion to you." With those words, it released its hold on her. Yutong, still unconscious, slumped backward. Chen Mo saw her collapse and rushed over in a panic, shaking her. "Yutong, wake up, can you hear me?" The 5th S-rank boss saw his concern and helpfully reminded him. "Relax, she's still alive, just temporarily knocked out. That way, you won't be able to run away so easily." Its actions had truly made him furious. His golden pupils glared at the beast with razor-cold intensity. "Run! Before I beat you into the ground, I'm not going anywhere." The 5th S-rank boss reacted as if its tail had been stepped on, rearing up in rage. "Don't get cocky. You just got lucky breaking my weakest spell. Try this on for size." With that, it channeled demonic energy into its palm and shouted the technique's name, Shadow Torrent. But what should have been a devastating strike was shattered with a casual flick of Chen Mo's hand. Breaking its spell so effortlessly left him a little disappointed. Chen Mo stared at it coldly and said, "Pathetic. So is this your second weakest spell? Got anything a little more impressive?" Seeing his attack broken so easily, the beast's face twisted, its eyes turning vicious. "This kind of power, I truly underestimated you. Powerful human, I won't insult you with these clumsy, unfamiliar spells anymore. I will devour your flesh and blood, then keep your skull as a trophy." But while it was still running its mouth, Chen Mo had already teleported right in front of it. He placed a single finger on its abdomen and said flatly, "Enough. You talk way too much." That near-impossible speed sent a nameless terror surging through the beast's heart. How is this possible? This brat closed the distance in the blink of an eye, just a puny human. Before it could react, Chen Mo channeled his spiritual power and slammed a palm strike into its body. A flash of golden light erupted, accompanied by the 5th boss's agonized scream. As if justifying his use of spiritual power, Chen Mo threw the beast's own words back at it. "You said you wouldn't use magic to fight me, so then what do you call those shadow clones and position-swapping tricks?" The 5th S-rank boss was blown apart by the strike. All that remained was a small fragment, crackling and sparking on the ground. With its superior regeneration, its body gradually reconstituted from that tiny piece. It clutched its face for the first time in its existence, questioning the meaning of life. "Humano, are you really human? I've tempered my body to this level, yet you're more of a beast than I am." But with a strong man's pride, it refused to let itself tremble before Chen Mo. It clenched its jaw and demanded he pay the price. "You may have killed me once, but you'll regret it. To enter this secret realm, my power was sealed. The irony is that dying just now has unlocked my limits. Pray, human, within the rules of this secret realm, before I kill Yao, how many seconds can you survive against my full power?" Atop the high-rise building, Yan Xingjian turned to Luo Tianxing with a look of utter shock. "Young master, did you see that? Unbelievable, that cultivator actually gained the upper hand against the demonic beast." Luo Tianxing merely gave a casual hum in response. "What a coincidence." Seeing his gaze fixed on the thunder-suppressing vase, Yan Xingjian hesitated, then asked, "Young master, what do you mean by that?" It turned out that while Chen Mo was battling the 5th S-rank boss below, Luo Tianxing had seized the opportunity to accelerate the thunder-suppressing vase's activation process. At this moment, the thunder-suppressing vase was finally ready for deployment. He continuously channeled spiritual power into it and said, "The thunder-suppressing vase is ready. It's time to end this secret realm's mission." Hearing that the thunder-suppressing vase was activated, Yan Xingjian shouted excitedly, "That's great, young master. Let's hurry and help." But then a blinding flash of light made him freeze in terror. "Wait, that demonic beast." After the surge of light erupted, The demonic beast's power had its seal completely broken. Yan Xingjian saw the scene and nearly scared his soul out of his body. Oh God, that demonic beast just got even stronger. The spiritual pressure was terrifying. 800 years. No, 900 years of cultivation, maybe even stronger. This is the first time a secret realm mission has spawned a demonic beast like Thisto. They want us all to die. Luo Tangxing's previously supremely confident expression freezes solid. This move by the demonic beast is no different from a slap right across his face. Ignoring the look on his face, the kid rushes over and asks, young master, should we go help?" At this point, who the hell dares charge in? Luo Tangxing lets out a stiff, natural-sounding "oh" with a face like he's attending a funeral. I think I misjudged something earlier. To protect his dignity and his life, he lies through his teeth. The thunder-suppressing vase's cooldown time hadn't actually ended. I misjudged the timing. He can fool the kid, but every viewer watching the live stream saw through his lie. The chat explodes the moment the beast gets stronger. He turns chicken. You sure flip-flop fast. I knew it. When it really counts, you still have to rely on Mo Shen from Luo Tangxing's live stream room. Someone can't help but throw shade. Oh, so you were planning to steal the kill earlier. Your game sense is great. Next time, don't bother joining the squad. A flash of purple light blazes outward, spreading across the surrounding area. At this moment, the 5th SS rank boss, after breaking its seal, has returned to its human form. Its current combat power is even stronger than before. Not only that, a vicious wolf head materializes in its hand. It has finally reverted to its true form. Looking at its current human form, Chen Mo feels this guy is truly two-faced. You're such a hypocrite. You despised humans from the very start, yet in the end you turn into one. Honestly, I thought you were cuter as a puppy. Enraged by the insult, it roars in defiance, "Shut your mouth. I am nothing like your wretched kind." Through the wolf head in its hand, it gathers demonic power and stares at him with absolute confidence. You are mere food. Only we demonic beasts represent the pinnacle of biological evolution. The moment it finishes speaking, the wolf head lunges forward. It snaps its gaping maw wide open, trying to devour him whole. An excited voice rings out from Li Xiang's livestream room. The complete strategies for SS rank bosses 1 through 4 in the secret realm have all been executed. Truly incredible. I'm getting hyped. Yi Chang's blood boils from the spectacle of this battle. She looks into the camera and thanks the cultivators and all the viewers. I believe all of you are moved just like me. We thank the cultivators once again for risking their lives in battle. Gui Xing immediately chimes in so no one forgets to give credit where it's due. The power of the divine beings from another world is beyond question. It even directly influenced the secret realm, forcibly raising the quest's difficulty. To achieve battle results like these, I am both surprised and overjoyed. Li Xiang, now steering the program, sees the two have finished commenting on the previous Secret Realm stream. The young host suggests switching to the 5th Secret Realm and can only exclaim, I truly underestimated the miraculous Secret Realms our predecessors created and the junior cultivators who poured their effort into them. If Secret Realms 1 through 4 have been cleared smoothly, then let us shift our lens once more to the nerve-wracking 5th Secret Realm. Chen Mo's livestream room. In this room, the face of the 5th SS rank boss fills the entire screen. The young host jumps in surprise at the sight of its human form. What is this? The final boss just unlocked Phase 2. Gui Xing also didn't expect the 5th SS rank boss to be a human form demonic beast. Worry fills his eyes. A human form final boss, a demonic beast that has lived over 1,000 years, is the only kind that can evolve into human shape. Yi Chang is utterly shocked to hear it's a 1,000-year-old beast. She looks at Gui Xing with concern. A 1,000-year-old demonic beast. This is a serious rule violation. Gui Xing begins analyzing and estimating Chen Mo's current combat power. By my assessment, a 500-year-old demonic beast's combat power caps at around 2,000, but a 1,000-year-old beast, its combat power reaches approximately 10,000. That is the absolute peak of cultivators, on Earth at the very limit of what he's capable of. By this point, his voice can no longer maintain its usual composure. In other words, the kid Chen Mo fighting that beast is facing the strongest creature on Earth. Inside the secret realm, Chen Mo and the 5th SS rank boss clash relentlessly. Both possess heaven-defying speed. Every blow lands with sharp, staccato cracks. Even against a formidable opponent, Chen Mo shows no sign of being at a disadvantage. He channels more spiritual power into his fist and hammers it home. The strike sends the beast plummeting from the sky. Its body slams into the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that swallows its form whole. Sensing it's still weaker than him, Chen Mo glances down with an expression that says it all. Disappointment. Puppy, that's all you've got. Honestly, I'm a little let down. The 5th SS rank boss gets to its feet, face dark as night, and growls you think you've won. Raising its head, it flashes a savage grin, and reveals why it hadn't gone all out to stall for time before the Secret Realm's elimination system detected it. Before, I was only using 30% of my power. Hearing it was only 30%, Chen Mo's disappointment shifts to relief. That's reassuring, actually. I was only using 20% of my power to test you. The beast suddenly backtracks with a yelp. Wait, scratch that. I was only using 10%. Knowing it's trying to one-up him, Chen Mo smirks flatly. Really now? Your math is absolutely terrible. The two charge at each other again, resuming their battle. The heavy, brutal sounds of combat echo relentlessly through the live stream. Viewers who tuned in from the Secret Realm 1 stream catch this scene and erupt in excitement. Just came over from Secret Realm 1 stream. Holy crap. The spell effects there were insane. But then I saw Chen Mo. This is what real combat looks like. In Chen Mo's live stream room, viewers who bet on him feel overwhelmingly relieved. Grateful they kept their money on the right horse. Yes, all my money's on Chen Mo. Follow my lead, boy. Since Chen Mo's already this strong, why not tip the other cultivators to boost their combat power? The ringleader, sitting in President Su's office, is also watching Chen Mo's livestream. Frowning at the furious scrolling chat, he says irritably, weird. I already posted a comment, but why is everyone targeting me? His henchman, seeing him still glued to the stream, thinks his efforts are pointless. Boss, you're still watching Chen Mo's livestream. Trying to talk those viewers out of tipping Chen Mo doesn't mean anything anymore. But the ringleader insists his actions are still necessary. Hearing his henchman say that, he immediately fires back. What the hell do you know? Right now, Chen Mo's strength might be a little weaker. That means there's a higher chance a demonic beast takes him out. Can you really just sit there and earn money without a care in the world? By the way, where's third brother? Why has he been in the bathroom so long? At the mention of third brother, the henchman avoids eye contact but reluctantly explains. He just said he suddenly remembered he forgot to feed his cat, so he went home. Hearing this excuse, the ringleader immediately realizes third brother got scared and bolted. He leaps to his feet, cursing, that coward, chickened out already. Chen Mo's that strong inside the Secret Realm docent. He owe it all to viewer rewards. Once he leaves the Secret Realm and loses that power, he's nothing special. But, halfway through his sentence, he stops. Hesitation creeps into his eye. Suddenly, he's not so sure. The ringleader's expression freezes as he weighs whether to chicken out or go all in. The more he thinks about it, the darker his face gets. He immediately walks over to President Su, putting on an embarrassed face and making an excuse to bail. President Su, sorry about this. I just remembered I forgot to clean my cat's litter box. I'll run home real quick and be right back. The clash between the two has now caught the system's attention. Upon detecting that the 5th SS rank boss is a high-level demonic beast, it immediately issues a global broadcast. Secret Realm alert: final boss's combat power has exceeded the upper limit of the designated quest difficulty rating. Target classification: 1,000-year-old demonic beast. Auto-elimination protocol will initiate in 1 minute. The 5th SS rank boss hears this too and lets out a regretful hiss. Discovered so soon. I was hoping to finish you off before the Secret Realm caught on. My apologies, human champion. But how could Chen Mo ever let it escape? He wants to see this through to the end. He channels spiritual power into his fist as he speaks. What the hell are you talking about? Isn't there still 1 minute left? Relax, I'll deal with you first. That way you won't have any regrets. The 5th S-rank boss didn't expect him to still be this fired up. It finds this utterly fascinating. It decides to use the remaining minute to keep fighting him. So you've finally started to understand the joy of battle. A human, before time runs out, let's enjoy ourselves. As the two clash head-on, the system begins its countdown. System countdown: 50 seconds remaining. In the real world, at Chen Mo's former company inside President Su's office, he is no longer sitting at his desk. The entire room falls dead silent. He turns to Gu Wenzhou, mentioning the 3 cowardly cultivators who fled. The 3 cultivators I hired fled at the last second. Are you truly confident you can handle Chen Mo? He notices President Su's doubt and scoffs. Scared. Modern cultivators are mostly inexperienced in real combat, good for nothing, but bullying the weak and cowering before the strong. Don't waste your time on those 3 useless cowards. I never expected them to be of any help in the first place. Even knowing this, President Su still cannot shake the anxiety gnawing at him. He suggests requesting reinforcements from above. But Chen Mo's power displayed in the Secret Realm far exceeds expectations. to achieve their goal. It would be better to contact young Master Liaskim to send more people, or reach out to other top executives of the Lee Corporation. But Gu Wenzhou won't do that. Doing so would be admitting he's incompetent. You want me to go crawling to my boss and show how useless I am? Or do you want me to blow up the deficit in the amusement park project and make young Master Li Hanling lose face in front of the entire clan? With absolute confidence in his own abilities, he reassures President Zhe who's scared out of his mind. Relax. After subtracting his rewards, his combat power is probably on par with mine. But a real life-or-death battle isn't decided by raw power or combat strength alone. Sure, his potential is extraordinary, but he lacks real combat experience. That will be his downfall. While the two are talking inside, in the secret realm, Chen Mo and the 5th S-rank boss have already exchanged over 100 blows. The sound of flesh crashing against flesh echoes, heavy and brutal. The speed of their exchange is nearly invisible to the naked eye. The system's countdown rings out. System countdown 20 seconds, countdown 10 seconds. The 5th S-rank boss narrowly dodges a vicious punch. Countdown 5 seconds, both fighters claw for every last second, desperate to see who will be the loser. Time ticks down to its final breaths. Countdown 3 seconds. Chen Mo doesn't hesitate, throws an even more devastating punch straight at the boss. And by sheer luck or sheer will in that very last second, a single punch kills the 5th S-rank boss. The system registers the kill and immediately broadcasts to every cultivator in the secret realm. System secret realm announcement. The final S-rank boss of the 5th secret realm has been slain by Savior Chen Mo. System as the final S-rank boss's combat power exceeded the original quest difficulty ceiling. System Savior Chen Mos, reward 2 million fate coins. After killing the 5th S-rank boss, Chen Mo calmly looks down at the corpse on the ground. The livestream viewers still can't believe what they just saw. They feel like Chen Mo is the real hacker here. Clearly, the demonic beast was the one cheating git was rigged to crush a beginner quest. So why does it feel like Mo Shen is the one hacking? Mo Shen is the first player to rake in this many rewards. Being this strong actually makes sense. Chen Mo's livestream chat. Everyone has heard the announcement about the 2 million reward. The chat collectively offers a moment of silence for the poor demonic beasts yet to come. Now the secret realm is giving Mo Shen another 2 million. Future quests are gonna get steamrolled. 1 second of silence for the beasts. Someone notices the serious expression on his face and asks in confusion, "Doesn't anyone else think Chen Mo looks a little tense? He clearly won and got a massive reward though." Someone who's been watching from the start immediately explains to the newcomer, "You a new fan who just joined the stream. Mo Shen is always like this. The smoother things go, the more cautious he becomes." In Chen Mo's live stream chat, they believe it's exactly this cautious attitude that has kept him alive until now. Maybe that attitude is exactly why Mo Shen has gotten this strong. This is the secret realm's exclusive control. Panel only Mo Shen can see it. The cold, mechanical voice of the system rings out. System secret realm notification. Quest. Reward 400,000 fate coins. System deposited to Savior's account. All new fate coin functions have been unlocked. System beyond enhancing combat power. Fate coins can now be exchanged for PILLS, equipment, and supplies in the secret realm's commerce shop. Chen Mo frowns at the notification panel, stunned when he sees the remaining balance. Then where did the other 16 million fate coins go? Platform cuts, channel fees, marketing costs, you've gotta be kidding me. Cultivators have kept up with the times to this extent. Besides using fate coins to push combat power to its 50-point cap, they must also be usable in the secret realm's commerce shop. Yutong has regained consciousness by now. She walks over to Chen Mo, utterly astonished. "You really scared me. Did you actually take down that wolf-headed S-rank boss?" He sees her suddenly stand up and grows worried. "Yutong, why are you up? Lie back down, move around with those injuries, and you'll snap a bone. You'll need hospital treatment when we get back." Yutong realizes he doesn't know that the secret realm heals injuries upon completion, and quickly explains. After a secret realm quest ends, it automatically heals all of the Savior's injuries inside. The secret realm, my wounds have already fully healed. Hearing that the wounds are healed, Chen Mo feels a wave of relief wash over him. So that's how it works. Looks like the secret realm can actually be useful once in a while. Thinking he might be injured, she asks with concern, "Weightier injuries haven't healed yet." He answers honestly, "No, I wasn't injured." Yutong is even more shocked to hear he wasn't injured at all. She can barely believe her own ears. Not a scratch, and he solo killed an S-rank boss. Is this what the world of experts looks like? Are you seriously not the final disciple of some hidden sect, or a once-in-a-millennium cultivation genius? Chen Mo sighs helplessly. What kind of wild theories are those? I really am just an ordinary person. Suddenly a strange distortion rings out. The secret realm starts to blur and dissolve. Chen Mo sees this and doesn't understand what's happening. Then he realizes the secret realm is collapsing. Yu Tong is already used to this. She thinks of the bathtub at home. The secret realm quest is complete. Of course, we'll have to return to the original world. First thing after getting back a hot bath and a long, comfortable sleep. Chen Mo is overjoyed to hear they can return. Really? We're finally going back. So much has happened. It's only been half a day, but it feels like a whole month. To make it back to reality safe and sound. That's really great. Hearing that, she shoots him a bullet-like glare. Shut up. You big shot came to the secret realm like it was a stroll in the park. Stop trying to blend in with us clueless noobs. Seeing her pout, he asks in confusion, why do you look so unhappy? Could it be you're checking your fate coin balance? At that moment, the system once again notifies Chen Mo. System detection complete. Host has been found to have completed the beginner's quest in the secret realm. System Special Excellence Award granted to you. Passive skill Spirit Field Stabilization. The host's spiritual energy field is immune to external environmental interference. System host's combat power remains unchanged. Even on Earth, where spiritual energy is barren and withered, the host can unleash their full combat potential. Notification Pet System estimated launch in 2 days. Host, please prepare to receive your pet. Back in the real world, the street is completely deserted, not a soul in sight. As the blue light fades, the voices of passers-by start buzzing the moment they spot Chen Mo. Hey everyone, look, it's Mo God. The crowd rushes over, desperate to snap a photo with him to post online. Mo God, can I get your autograph? Mo God, can we take a selfie together? I want to film a TikTok with you. After posing for photos and filming TikToks with every single fan, their adoration for him only intensifies. I can't believe Mo God is actually this patient with us. I'm literally dying right now. Bye Mo God, best day ever. I got a photo with Mo God. Posting it on Facebook right now. Chen Mo doesn't exhale until the last of the crowd finally disperses. He buries his face in his hands, exhausted. They're finally gone. What the hell was that all about? Yu Tong walks over and explains exactly why he's being mobbed like a celebrity. Everything that happened inside the secret realm was live-streamed globally. I can't speak for the other saviors, but I can guarantee your popularity has already surpassed every A-list celebrity out there. Give it a little time, and brands will be lining up to make you their spokesperson. Chen Mo never expected something this good. His sister's hospital bills suddenly feel like a weight lifting off his shoulders. Really, that's how it works? If that's true, that'd be amazing. Then I won't have to worry about money anymore. Hearing this, Yu Tong asks curiously, you're really strapped for cash? Chen Mo doesn't hide it. He lays out his situation honestly. Yeah, I've racked up a mountain of debt trying to pay for my sister's treatment, and the hospital still can't fully cure her. If I actually had money, maybe I could find a better hospital. Yu Tong didn't expect this at all. Her kindness kicks in immediately, and she offers to help without hesitation. Why didn't you say so sooner? I know some top-tier doctors and a few awakened healers. I've got the money too, don't worry about a single cent for treatment or medicine. Chen Mo is pragmatic. When someone extends a helping hand, he doesn't turn it down out of pride. He grabs her hand, gratitude etched into every word. Then I'll be in your debt, thank you. If we can find the right hospital, that would be incredible. I'll pay you back for every last penny of treatment and medicine. Yu Tong chuckles softly. Don't be so formal with me. You saved my life, what's a little medical expense compared to that? With Chen Mo's sister's situation sorted, her stomach growls loud enough to embarrass Hirsch hasn't eaten in hours. Yu Tong says weakly, let's grab food first. I haven't eaten in half a day, then we can go check on your sister. He agrees immediately. All right, I'll call a ride. She pulls out her phone to summon a ride-hailing car, but before she can even open the app, a sleek white sedan pulls up right in front of them. She stares at the car, confused. That's weird, I didn't even order one yet, and it's already here. Do ride-hailing apps have that kind of AI now? Chen Mo takes one look and knows this isn't a rideshare. He narrows his eyes. I think we've got trouble. Yu Tong blinks. Trouble. The driver steps out of the car. He's impeccably polite, apologizing for the abrupt intrusion before explaining why he's here. My apologies for the inconvenience, you two. President Su has invited Mr. Chu to visit the company. He hopes they can resolve a few minor misunderstandings from before. Chen Mo almost laughs out loud. He meets the driver's eyes, voice flat. Today, declined. Minor misunderstandings. You've got some nerve with that word choice. How does President Su keep a straight face calling forced confession and attempted murder a minor misunderstanding. Even if you hadn't come looking for me, I would have come looking for you. But I've got other business today, tomorrow. The driver's face goes blank the moment he's rejected. He looks genuinely helpless after being chewed out that hard. Mr. Chew, I'm just the messenger. What I'm about to say next might not sit well with you. Please, I beg you don't take it out on me. Chen Mo knows he's just a go-between. Speak. What else did he tell you to say? At this, the driver's face drains of all color. He stammers, words catching in his throat, unable to form a coherent sentence. President Su said that he's already invited your sister to visit first. If you don't come, the moment Chu Yun is dragged into the threat, the air around him turns ice cold. Killing intent bleeds off him like a physical force. I truly underestimated how low you people can sink. With his current power, Chen Mo doesn't need to fear anyone. Not anymore. Touching Chu Yun is like touching a dragon's reverse scaleth, one thing that triggers absolute destruction. But maybe you people have overestimated my patience. The driver sees the fury boiling in Chen Mo's eyes and breaks into a cold sweat. He blurts out in a panic, Mr. Chu, I'm just an ordinary employee. This is all President Su's orders. I've got elderly parents and young kids to feed, a mortgage to pay. I had no choice. Hearing that the driver has a family of his own, that he's just another person caught in an impossible situation, Chen Mo reigns in his rage. Sorry, I lost control of my emotions for a second. Lead the way, finish your job. Chen Mo and Yu Tong get into the car. The driver takes them to their destination. The driver drops them at the corporate headquarters. President Su is waiting for you upstairs. I won't be going in, please, after you. Then he glances at Yu Tong, his expression turning pleading. Ma'am, please don't tell President Su that I brought you along too. She has no intention of ratting him out. She gives a firm nod to reassure him. Your survival instincts are something else. Relax, I won't say a word. The driver nearly melts with relief. Thank you so much. I'm over 30. Finding a new job at my age isn't exactly easy. Seeing him so sincere, Yu Tong feels a pang of sympathy. All right. Get out of here quick, things might get ugly around here soon. The driver wastes no time and bolts. Then I'll be going now. Chen Mo doesn't want her dragged into his mess. Yu Tong, I can handle this. Wait for me downstairs. She, of course, refuses. What kind of person do you take me for? I'm not that heartless. That black-hearted old man already saw what you're capable of in the secret realm, and he still dares to threaten you. He's definitely got an ace up his sleeve. She's worried he could get her after all. This is no longer the secret realm. The power boost he got inside was from his destiny, companion something that can't be carried back to the real world. Even someone like you could be in real danger here. Chen Mo is about to tell her the truth that he's actually not affected by that limitation. Actually, but Yu Tong cuts him off before he can finish. She holds up her phone with a mischievous grin. That's why, while we were in the car earlier, I already contacted a few awakened friends nearby. They're on their way, so relax, nothing's going to happen. Meanwhile, in President Su's office, Gu Wenzhou reads the turbulent emotions on President Su's face and speaks in a cold, measured tone. Your emotions are starting to spiral. President Su doesn't deny it. He says bluntly, I'm standing at the edge between life and death. Am I not even allowed to feel fear? Gu Wenzhou hears this and immediately shifts into lecture mode. The art of war states, the victorious army first secures victory, then seeks battle, meaning the outcome of any fight is decided before the first blow is even thrown. President Su doesn't share that confidence. He looks at Gu Wenzhou and speaks with a bitter, sarcastic edge. You think you've already got this in the bag? I envy that kind of optimism, I really do. After all, in a fight between people like you, an ordinary person like me has no business getting involved. So why should you even care what I feel? Hearing that sour tone, Gu Wenzhou frowns. It's not like that. You contributed a great deal to my fight. President Su didn't understand what he could contribute, so he asked again. Contribute? Gu Wenzhou explained it to him. Cultivators may look powerful on the surface, but they have their weaknesses too. The effectiveness of their spiritual power depends entirely on their mental state. A cultivator with an unstable mind can't fight at full power. Their heart must be free of distractions, untouched by the outside world. Cultivators like that are the worst kind of opponent to face. Fortunately, very few cultivators ever achieve that level of mental clarity. Before, you mentioned that Chen Mo cares deeply about his sister. You had his sister abducted and moved to a safe house. That alone is enough to throw Chen Mo's mental state into chaos. Even if he's a somewhat unusual body refiner, his combat strength will drop significantly. It turned out President Su had already arranged someone to abduct Chu Yun. At this moment, she was seated in a wheelchair, with guards posted right beside her without leaving her side. He had come up with an even better plan. It would be far more effective to keep the workers here and have them continue working as normal. Concerned about the safety of colleagues he had lived and worked with day in and day out, Chen Mo would hold back in a fight. No matter how ruthless President Su was, he couldn't sacrifice hundreds of lives. He feared that if Chen Mo lost it, he would slaughter everyone. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He confronted Gu Wenjiao. Did things really need to be pushed this far? We're talking about hundreds of lives here. Don't you have a single shred of compassion? If a mass casualty incident happens, my company will never survive. Accused of being heartless, Gu Wenjiao stared at him blankly. Seeing President Su flare up, he had no choice but to calm down and explain things gently. He also hoped President Su could muster enough confidence to outmaneuver Chen Mo. This is my standard protocol. When facing a powerful enemy, the first priority is to eliminate their advantages by any means necessary. Since you've rejected my advice, I can only hope you at least project an aura of confidence, especially in front of Chen Mo. I don't want him sensing your panic and suddenly getting a surge of fighting spirit because of it. After listening to Gu Wenjiao's calm explanation, President Su's emotions gradually settled down. He needed to suppress his emotions and project an air of composure. That was all that mattered. I hope these little details you've noticed really play their part, Mr. Gu. In the company lobby, Yutong swept her gaze around. The place was completely empty. She whispered to Chen Mo, "There's no one in this building. Looks like President Su has already cleared the place out and is ready for a showdown." Fearing danger, she asked him one more time, "Are you sure you don't want to wait a little longer? My friends are almost here." Chen Mo gave a soft hum, his voice carrying an edge of resolve. "My mind is made up. My sister's fate is unknown. I can't just sit here and wait." Seeing his unwavering determination, Yutong didn't push further. She agreed to go in with him. "All right, then I'll go in with you." But Chen Mo wasn't about to let her come along. He gave her a reason to stay behind that she would accept. "Ms. Yu, you'd actually help me more by staying down here. If things go sideways, you and your friends can provide backup from the outside." Yutong didn't insist. She told him to be careful. "Then be careful in there. Stall for time. Once my friends arrive, they'll rush in to support you immediately." Chen Mo nodded softly. "Got it." He headed upstairs and pushed open the door to President Su's office. He stepped inside slowly. The scene before him unfolded at a glance. Inside, President Su sat behind his desk. Gu Wenjiao was lounging on the sofa by the side table. President Su maintained a calm expression and offered a polite greeting. "Chen Mo, we meet again. Did you enjoy yourself in the secret realm?" Chen Mo had no interest in his small talk and cut him off. "Save the pleasantries. Where's my sister?" Sensing his aggressive tone, President Su steadied himself and said, "Calm down. I invited your sister here as a guest, a show of goodwill. If you can let go of our past misunderstandings, not only will I drop all accountability for the losses on the amusement park project, but I'll also compensate you handsomely." Chen Mo didn't want to hear any of it. "All I want is to see my sister. Hand her over first. We can talk about the rest later." President Su wasn't stupid. He needed to know Chen Mo would become an ally before he could bring out Chu Yun. "That's not going to happen. I need to be assured, or you need to prove you're on our side. Until then, your sister remains a very important hostage." Chen Mo's voice turned cold. "And if I refuse?" President Su showed not a trace of worry. "Then I'll have to ask Gu Wenjiao from the Lee Corporation to persuade you instead." As he spoke, Gu Wenjiao rose from the sofa and walked toward the desk. His workspace. At that moment, Chen Mo stopped holding back. He unleashed his killing intent. His eyes, sharp and dangerous, locked onto Gu Wenjiao. Gu Wenjiao was instantly petrified by the sheer force of his aura. "What the hell is this kid?" The killing intent radiating from Chen Mo felt almost tangible, spreading through the entire room. His body locked up. An inexplicable terror surged through his heart. Cold sweat drenched Gu Wenjiao from head to toe. He couldn't move a muscle. Just the thought of attacking this kid made his fingers go numb. His sixth sense, honed through countless crises, screamed at him nonstop. He was screaming inside his own head. No amount of intelligence could bridge a gap this wide in combat power. He would die. If he fought this kid, he was dead for certain. Chen Mo was like a savage beast staring him down. His deep, hoarse voice sounded like a demon from the abyss as he asked, "Gu Wenjiao, are you in league with the people who kidnapped my sister?" Gu Wenjiao's survival instinct kicked in, and he flipped sides faster than a pancake. He raised both hands and forced an awkward smile to show his good intentions. He even dumped every ounce of blame onto President Su without hesitation. "Mr. Chu, you've misunderstood. I'm a senior consultant for the Lee Corporation. You can just call me Little Gu. The reason I'm here is because I heard you were being treated unfairly. I came to stand up for justice on your behalf. President Su was left completely dumbfounded by this jaw-dropping betrayal. He stared at Gu Wenzhou as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. What the... Gu Wenzhou lowered his voice and began negotiating with Chen Mo. That a scumbag like President Su ended up as a Lee Corporation partner is our oversight. Mr. Chu, your sister will be returned to you safely immediately. As a gesture of apology, we will do our best to fulfill any request you have. The sheer professionalism truly impressed Chen Mo, but he still wanted to press the matter. Oh, is that so? What if I want to hold President Su accountable? Hearing that, Gu Wenzhou remained completely composed in his reply. Absolutely no problem. Even if Mr. Chu hadn't said a word, we would have given you an explanation regardless. Gu Wenzhou instantly identifies the person before him. My secret artifact significantly boosts my danger perception. My intuition cannot be wrong. This is unbelievable. Could it be that Chen Mo already possessed world-class combat power before entering the secret realm? Or perhaps he has mastered a way to utilize his fate abilities in the real world. If I can uncover his secret, but I am no match for him alone. I must stall for time until the League Group's reinforcements arrive. CEO Su cannot help but bark at him. Gu Wenzhou, what is the meaning of this? Why is the League Group afraid of a brat like Chen Mo? Facing this aggression, Gu Wenzhou responds with calculated composure. Boss, our League Group values fairness and justice. You committed the wrong if young Master Chen Mo wants to kill you to vent his anger. We will let him. Hearing this, CEO Su's face twists in agitation, clearly displeased with the answer. So the League Group wants to treat me as a sacrificial pawn. Are you not afraid of a mutual destruction? Gu Wenzhou decides to drop the facade, firing back with biting sarcasm. Mutual destruction? Are you threatening me? You're just a bottom-feeding street thug who crawled his way up. Do you really think you have any say in this matter? Faced with this, CEO Su makes no effort to deny it, choosing to own his status immediately. You're right. No matter how hard I try, my old power and assets are nothing compared to the League Group. And I don't have supernatural powers like you people. So what? Even a rat in the sewer will struggle for its life when facing death. Chen Mo, do you know what lies beneath this amusement park? Before he can finish, he is cut off by a sharp command. In a flash, a blade is pressed against CEO Su's throat. Shut up, one more word and I'll kill you. Chen Mo unexpectedly saves his life, stepping closer and whispering to Gu Wenzhou. Let him speak. Boss, you may speak. Granted permission by Chen Mo. CEO Su, with a pensive look, begins to spill everything. Beneath the amusement park is a hidden base, secretly constructed by this corporation. The park is merely a front to deceive the public. To my knowledge, this isn't the only such base. Certain corporations knew of the demonic beast invasion long ago. They have even established contact with the beasts. The amusement park project was a front for embezzlement. It was that useless brat Lee, handling from the League Group, who sought me out to collaborate, using the League Group's fairness and justice as an excuse for petty cash. Stop with the theatrics. The Sa-E Group is the true enemy of you cultivators. Not long after Su finishes, Chen Mo replies softly, I don't care. This unnerving indifference leaves the others stunned. Seeing CEO Su's baffled expression, Chen Mo clarifies, the League Group's underground base has nothing to do with me. I am only here to hold you accountable for your actions. Boss, you've been investigating quite a lot in the shadows. Before he can finish, Gu Wenzhou cuts in, confirming the base exists, but warns him. If you want to frame the group for collaborating with beasts, you will need more concrete evidence. Furthermore, kidnapping young Master Chen Mo's sister Thos were your own decisions. You've boxed yourself into a corner. Listening to them banter, CEO Su suddenly pulls a mysterious item from inside his jacket, his voice dropping low. It seems negotiation is off the table. If I am to go to hell, I won't be going alone. The game has begun. Gu Wenzhou, I'm sure you recognize what's in my hand, right? Recognizing the tension, Gu Wenzhou's brow furrows in frustration. A restraint cube from the continent ruins. It suppresses the power of cultivators and hunters alike. It's a one-time consumable but highly valuable. I'm surprised you managed to get your hands on one. To think you could pull a stunt like this right in front of me, I really underestimated you. CEO Su stares at the cube in his hand, recalling the past as he emphasizes each word. Because from the very start, you never saw a normal person like me as an equal. You even killed other cultivators when you had the chance. Why are you looking down on me now? Gu Wenzhou's pupils contract as he asks quietly. A little trick like that is meaningless. Even if you dampen my combat power, what can a regular person like you actually do? The man who stood tall moments ago now appears completely different. CEO Su sits on the ground and calmly drops a bombshell. I've rigged this entire building and the amusement park with explosives. All it takes is one press of this remote. As he finishes, a sharp blade stabs through his back, causing a spray of blood. None of that matters. It is the blade Gu Wenzhou dealt him, and he presses down while confessing to Chen Mo. Young Master Chen Mo, forgive me. To prevent casualties at the amusement park, I had to stop him this way. On the verge of death, CEO Su still manages a mocking tone. You're worried about the base hidden beneath the park, aren't you? Some people never learn until they face their own coffin. Gu Wenzhou's face darkens, his voice sharp as a katana. A dog that barks for 3 years doesn't become human, but a man who talks for 3 sentences becomes a dog. Does that even matter now? You can't press that remote anymore. It is better to be a blunt villain than a disgustingly fake saint. CEO Su laughs at Gu Wenzhou's impulsiveness. The remote is synced to my heartbeat. A blinding golden light flashes. Gu Wenzhou stares in horror, realizing he has no time to dodge. The explosion follows instantly, a massive roar shaking the entire area and rocking the world. Suddenly a thought emerges, filled with strange doubt. I am not injured. How is that possible? With my spiritual energy restricted, I should have been severely wounded. By some miracle, as the smoke clears from the blast, Gu Wenzhou slowly opens his eyes. The realization hits him couldn't have escaped on his own. Despite his cold-hearted nature, Chen Mo is carrying him on his shoulder. Gu Wenzhou quickly realizes he was saved. By Chen Mo, how could that be? Even with his energy suppressed by the cube, he managed to carry him out before the blast. His strength is beyond doubt. Dangling upside down, Gu Wenzhou glances at his savior and thinks, but this is the perfect opportunity. Chen Mo is distracted and currently at his weakest state due to the suppression. If I strike now, I can take his secrets for myself. Chen Mo looks back with a calm expression. What kind of explosives were those? The whole building leveled? Quite impressive. Then he starts mocking him. Gu Wenzhou, were you scared unconscious? Your mental fortitude is pathetic. Gu Wenzhou's body lies on the road under Chen Mo's gaze. Chen Mo suddenly remembers something. That's right, where is Wu Tong? She should be all right, right? While Chen Mo is distracted, Gu Wenzhou peeks through one eye, thinking things are going better than expected. Chen Mo has shifted his focus to find someone. Now is the perfect time for a sneak attack. But this damn paralyzing fear. He can't even move a single finger. In his hand, he clutches a small marble, along with a stream of self-encouragement. I'm not waiting for the Li Corporation's backup. Only I can uncover Chen Mo's secrets, push past the fear, surpass my limits. At that very moment, Chen Mo's image flashes through his mind. Facing an opponent stronger than yourself, someone who looks unbeatable, you still have to fight to the death. That's what I lived through every single day for 10 years as a bounty hunter. Then Gu Wenzhou begs his own body. Come on, body, move for me. Just this once. Even if it's only today, I want to be a bounty hunter again. Not the Gu Wenzhou of the Li Corporation. I refuse to keep being their hunting dog. Gu Wenzhou's self-questioning barely fades when the marble in his hand erupts with a blinding light. It's a high-grade secret treasure-red venomous fire serpent. Lethal toxicity, covert attack delivery, capable of shredding the nervous system of any supernatural creature. Additionally, it amplifies the wielder's sixth sense. Hundreds of cultivators have had their lives claimed by this artifact. This high-grade secret treasure was excavated from deep within the Red Continent ruins. Known as the Cultivator Slayer, it was bestowed with an immense source of power. Today, it betrays its master's expectations, beam of light rockets, straight at Chen Mo's back with devastating force. But then, the cursed artifact's power turns on its owner, blasting right back into Gu Wenzhou. His jaw drops in shock. How the hell is this even possible? After that devastating counterattack, Gu Wenzhou's pupils fade to a dull gray, but his mind keeps racing, calculating. Chen Mo should have been weakened by the spiritual suppression array. The artifact's attack couldn't even scratch his defenses. And on top of that, the artifact's strike got reflected right back onto me. Is the gap between us really that massive? How pathetic. Am I about to be killed by my own attack? Meanwhile, Chen Mo doesn't seem to know what just happened. He just feels a mild discomfort in his shoulder. What was that? Did my shoulder just get sore for a second? He starts rotating his arm slowly, mulling it over. Could it be from all the overtime I pulled recently? Guess I should carve out some time to hit the gym. At this very moment, Gu Wenzhou clings to his last shred of hope. I don't want to die here. Chen Mo is a cultivator, has to have spiritual medicine for healing. His voice comes out weak and raspy. Chen Mo, young Master Chu. The moment he speaks, Chen Mo quickly notices. Gu Wenzhou, why are you coughing up blood? That's strange, I clearly pulled you out before the explosion. You're badly injured. Want me to call an ambulance? In this life-or-death moment, Gu Wenzhou throws away all dignity and stammers, and an ambulance won't make it in time. Spiritual medicine, young Master Chu, please give me healing spiritual medicine. Save me. I'll repay you 100-fold. What greets him is nothing but Chu Mo's bewildered stare. Spiritual medicine, what's that? Never heard of it in my life. Those words leave Gu Wenzhou utterly stunned. Are you messing with me? How can a cultivator not know what spiritual medicine is? Suddenly Chu Mo's expression darkens, his eyes turning bloodshot. So that's how it is, I see now. Only now does Gu Wenzhou realize his words have given far too much away. Crap. Just moments ago, Chu Mo was only probing, suspecting that his attacker might have been Gu Wenzhou. And then I go and mention spiritual medicine, specifically used to treat supernatural wounds. At this moment, Gu Wenzhou can only scream internally, God, I'm so dead. I'm utterly done for. His eyes gradually fill with despair. He underestimated Chu Mo. He thought Chu Mo was just a reckless hothead. He never expected the man's true face to be this cold and ruthless. But my death was my own doing. The venomous fire serpent's poison will ultimately claim my own heart. Nobody even laid a finger on it. Contrary to his scheming, Chu Mo acts with nothing but chivalry. Gu Wenzhou, hang on. A teammate of mine who came along as a cultivator should have spiritual medicine. Let me go find her. Gu Wenzhou, why are you coughing up even more blood? He's passing out again. It doesn't take long. His 3 souls and 7 spirits have already begun departing his body. Final verdict, Gu Wenzhou, cause of death stupidity. Scene change, a quiet space. The red-haired girl, fiery as a flame bird, gazes into the distance and murmurs with a mix of curiosity and regret. He got blown up in that building. Hearing this, Yutong replies with a voice heavy with guilt. Yeah, it's my fault. If only I had gone up there with him. Saying that, she turns and walks away. Seeing this, the 2 guys with her call out to comfort her. Yutong, don't worry, let's keep searching. The guy beside her adds, that's Chu Mo, one ranked first in the secret realm. He'll definitely be fine. Chu Mo's reputation is legendary. Yet back in reality, this is all he amounts to. The red-capped guy speaks up with an air of mystery. They had to resort to explosives. That means the enemy was just some ordinary person. If it were me, I could have easily subdued them and prevented the whole blast. The red-haired girl's eye twitches. If you don't know what you're talking about, shut your trap. Is bragging at a time like this supposed to make you look tough? The brown-haired youth on the other side calls out. Stop arguing, everyone. I think I see Chu Mo in the east. He's running toward us. Looks like he's carrying someone in his arms. The moment they see Gu Wenzhou cradled in Chu Mo's arms as he slowly approaches, a voice screams in disbelief. What the? The person he's carrying is the legendary Cultivator Slayer. In such a short time, he already took down the Cultivator Slayer? Impossible. And he doesn't have a single scratch on him. Once again, Gu Wenzhou's lifeless body is tossed aside by Chu Mo like a bag of trash by the roadside. He lies unconscious on the pavement, completely out cold. Chu Mo looks at the people before him and pieces things together. So that's it for Yon here is Yutong's friends. Then he speaks sincerely. Thank you all for taking the time to come help. I truly appreciate it. Hearing this, the red-haired girl, fury as a flame bird, asks, Chu Mo, are you okay? You're the hero who saved the world. Whatever trouble you're in, we won't leave you hanging. The sweat-drenched red-capped guy adds, besides, we didn't really help much anyway. Before their heartfelt words, Chu Mo responds softly, don't say that. The fact that everyone came here, I'm already deeply grateful. He then recounts the events. You've probably heard from Yutong already. President Su and I had a conflict. He kidnapped my sister. The leader of the Su faction is dead now, but my sister's whereabouts are still unknown. This Gu Wenzhou fellow was also there at the time. After a friendly exchange, he chose to help me uphold justice and defend what's right. Unfortunately, he's now gravely injured. Then comes the image of him lying flat on the pavement. Chu Mo's steady, somber voice continues. Gu Wenzhou might know where my sister is being held, but he needs spiritual medicine to heal. At this moment, the image of Chu Mo burned into the eyes of Yutong's teammates, along with the meaning behind his earlier words, sight of Chu Mo's fury with blood-red eyes, and the killing intent radiating. From his body, his voice carrying 3 parts threat, and 7 parts reassurance. The ringleader has been dealt with. The cultivation assassin, after a friendly exchange of fists, was taken down completely by surprise. But I need to squeeze every last piece of information out of him. The spirit medicine should keep him alive long enough. Then a voice rang out. Mr. Chu, leave him to me. I'm skilled at treating injuries. It was none other than the guy in the red cap who had rushed over to Gu Wenzhou's side, carefully examining his body and delivering his assessment. Different wounds require different spirit medicines to treat. Hearing this, Chu Mo's expression remained nonchalant, though his voice carried a hint of reliance. Then I'll leave it to you. If Gu Wenzhou just up and died, it would be a real headache. Suddenly, the guy froze stiff as if hit by a double stunlock, his mouth sputtering Chen Mo's name over and over. Then his face went ghost white as he whispered, I think he's already dead." Hearing that Gu Wenzhou had kicked the bucket, bit the dust, and croaked for good, Chen Mo's expression didn't change one bit. His attitude remained utterly indifferent, completely unfazed by the news. "Is that so? Then there's no other way. To find my sister, I'll just have to do something a little extreme." Hearing every word that dripped from Chen Mo's mouth like ice, the man's legs turned to stone on the spot. "I've truly lost my mind, trying to curry favor with a violent maniac like him. I tried to flex and ended up botching it. He won't kill me just to blow off steam, will he?" Then the voices of the others chimed in. "Mr. Chu, I know a lot of people around this city. Maybe I can help you find your sister." The red-haired girl, fiery as a phoenix, added her voice to boost the credibility. "That's right, Mr. Chu, don't do anything rash. We'll help too." The young man beside them continued. "Something this small doesn't need you to get your hands dirty. Don't worry, we'll definitely help you find her." Scene change. A towering skyscraper comes into view. Inside, rows of lockers dominate the space in warm brown and gold tones. An employee was stationed and waiting for Chen Mo, standing right in front of a locker unit. He calmly addressed Chen Mo. "Your sister has been safely located. She's right here. President Su's subordinates have also been restrained by our people." The image showed the man being pinned down by two men in blue. "If there's anything else you need, please don't hesitate to contact our Dongyun Corporation. Mr. Chu will take our leave now." The moment those employees left, another employee sporting an anime-style hairdo clicked his tongue. "As expected, Dongyun Corporation beat us to the punch." His voice carried on evenly. Practically all of Donghai City was mobilized just to find Chen Mo's sister. Absolutely terrifying and worthy of Dongyun Corporation. But what's even more terrifying is Chen Mo himself. After finishing his piece, he fell silent and listened as the veteran female employee spoke up. "You know full well how powerful Dongyun Corporation's influence is. Whether it's the four great sects or the bounty hunter organizations, they all take them extremely seriously." Then he lowered his voice and said, "But for a corporation that massive to humble itself and befriend Chen Mo, it's because he's the #1 ranked savior in the secret realm. Even setting aside his combat strength, a savior's influence among the public is invaluable to any major corporation. Ordinary companies like us don't even have a door to knock on when it comes to currying favor with Chen Mo." Hearing all that from his mouth, the veteran female employee crossed her arms with a pensive expression. "Cultivators, secret realms, otherworldly invasions. Who knows what this world is coming to?" At that moment, the elevator doors slid shut. The space fell into an eerie silence. A familiar voice rang out, but beneath the surface, it brimmed with genuine praise. "Yu Tong, your friends are just like Yao, enthusiastic and friendly." Chen Mo looked straight at Yu Tong. "Thank you. Thanks to them, I was able to find my sister so quickly. I wanted to treat them to a meal, but they left in such a hurry." Hearing this, Yu Tong's face twitched for a moment before she replied, "Enthusiastic and friendly. And you even invited them to eat. Maybe they were worried you'd find them clean and hygienic, and decide to eat them for real. But in reality, nobody actually did anything. Didn't even lay a finger on them." He knew that, but he still froze when Yu Tong said clean and hygienic. Her choice of words caught him off guard. She quickly steered the conversation back to the real reason they were here. "Don't worry about training for now. Go check on your sister first. I just have this nagging feeling something's off." Hearing this, Chen Mo brought up the very issue that had been bothering him. "You sensed it too. I thought it was just my imagination." The doubts he'd been harboring finally left his lips. "Why does my sister carry the aura of a demonic beast? It's extremely faint, but there's absolutely no mistaking it." Just as Chen Mo suspected at that very moment, a wisp of dark, murky mist coiled around Chu Yun's body, identical to the demonic beasts they encountered in the secret realm of Bazaar. Otherworldly aura. "A few months ago, my sister suddenly fell into a coma. It clearly wasn't just an ordinary illness." Worry gradually surfaced in his eyes. "Has the invasion of otherworldly demonic beasts truly begun today?" That night, at a sprawling estate surrounded by towering trees, Chen Mo rested his hands on the wheelchair handles and asked with a trace of hesitation, "My sister and I have brought you nothing but trouble. Are you sure it's all right for us to stay here?" But Yu Tong quickly waved it off. "It's fine. Stay as long as you need." She added, "The corporation may be colluding with the otherworld. Phantom beasts have already infiltrated Earth before this. The conspiracy behind your sister's coma could run deeper than we think. Don't panic. It's not that dire. If the major corporations truly colluded with demonic beasts, the four great sects wouldn't just sit by and watch. Then Chen Mo appeared before Yu Tong and let out a long string of revelations. But the secret realm? Even the four great sects might harbor dark secrets of their own. After I took down the final boss, the secret realm announced a reward of 2 million fate coins. But I only received 400,000. The fate coin leaderboard doesn't show exact, valuelessly ranking positions. It's not just me. Other saviors' fate coins may have been skimmed too. In the worst-case scenario, even cultivators from the four great sects have allied themselves with the demonic beasts. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Yu Tong suddenly stammered as she tried to reason through it. Calm down. If all four sects had betrayed Earth, the secret realm would have already collapsed. The missing fate coins could simply be bugs generated by the deteriorating secret realm. The worst case is that only a small handful of cultivators have defected to the demonic beasts. At the same time, a thought struck her that made her break out in a cold sweat. If we look at it that way, then the problem really is massive. Hearing all this, Chen Mo spoke up. I understand. I'll find somewhere safer for us to stay. Realizing she'd misspoken, Yu Tong quickly waved her hands and raised her voice. That's not what I meant at all. She couldn't afford to let Chen Mo misunderstand any longer. Yu Tong's voice gradually lowered as she carefully explained. Your sister's constitution is remarkably resilient. An ordinary person would have died long ago from prolonged exposure to a demonic beast's aura. But to fully recover, she needs spiritual energy techniques to regulate her body. It would be far more convenient for both of you to stay here with me. If you stay elsewhere and other cultivators discover your sister is carrying a demonic beast's aura, it could bring you serious trouble. It seemed Yu Tong's worries were completely unnecessary. He paid her concerns no mind, opened the system panel, tapped on a few things, then delivered a direct psychological blow. Then consider these fate coins as rent. What else could she even say? All she could do now was surrender. Fine, I give up, you win. If I don't accept this rent, I doubt you'll be able to stay here with any peace of mind. Then let's settle on 300,000. That's more than enough. System account received transfer from Savior Chen Mo. 600 fate coins. Seeing the number flash before her eyes, Yu Tong was so stunned her jaw nearly hit the floor. 600. Before her bewildered expression, Chen Mo remains utterly nonchalant. Fate coins can no longer boost my combat power, he says plainly. The spirit artifacts at the Secret Realms shopping center can be traded with fate coins. Sure, but I can't use them. Rather than letting these coins gather dust in my hands, I'd rather give them to someone who can. His words leave her momentarily stunned. She quickly explains, do you have any idea how much these fate coins are worth? Even if you can't use them, you can find another savior to cash them out. Chen Mo continues pushing Chu Yun, who sits unconscious in her wheelchair and slowly reveals his thoughts. I only needed money before because of my sister. Now that you've healed her, what would I even do with all that money? Just think of it as my investment. If you grow stronger in the future, you can protect me too. Seeing the faint trace of a smile on his face, Yu Tong can't help but let a small smile creep onto her own lips. Of course, absolutely. No sooner had she spoken than a string of long-winded thoughts floods her mind. She has heard that body refiners must constantly train their bodies, and their upper combat limit matches that of a 1,000-year demonic beast. But even stronger demonic beasts are sure to appear in the future. And then there's the dark side of the corporations and the secret realms. He doesn't show it on the surface, but the pressure on Chen Mo must be immense. I have to push myself harder. At the same time, Chen Mo's voice remains resolute as he repeats himself once more. Definitely. Right after that, he sinks into his own thoughts. He can't place all his hopes on the sign-in system. This time, completing the secret realm quest earned him a pet from the sign-in system, but it won't arrive until tomorrow. Who knows, maybe next time the login reward will be a steak. Scene transition, the interior of an immaculately decorated house. A sharp, high-pitched voice rings out. Hey, where's my beef Wellington? It's not ready yet. Does your restaurant want to go out of business or something? The butler immediately bows at a full 90 degrees in apology. My deepest apologies, young Master Li. Just 2 more minutes, please. Only 2 minutes, I swear. It'll be done right away. Soon after, murmurs of gossip about Li Hanling start circulating. Wait, isn't that the good-for-nothing young master of the Li Corporation? Li Hanling, at a time like this, he still has the nerve to eat out at a restaurant. What reckless mess has Li Hanling gotten himself into this time? You haven't heard. He picked a fight with Chen Mo, #1 ranked savior in the secret realm, and his amusement park blew up as a result. His subordinate, the one who just earned the title of Bounty Hunter Cultivator Assassin, got killed by Chen Mo too. Hostile gazes quickly dart toward the right side of the room, where he's sitting. What's even more scandalous is that the underground shelters being constructed beneath the amusement park be. Both the Lee Corporation and the Chen Corporation have been exposed. Half an hour ago, the internet exploded without very kind of conspiracy theory emerged. People saying the corporations only wanted to survive on their own, that they'd allied themselves with some kind of demonic beast. A man staring at his phone mutters, "That's strange. Why can't I find any related news?" Hearing that, another person responds, "Of course it's been debunked. The keywords are censored, the trending topics scrubbed to stop anyone with ulterior motives from stoking the flames. After all, it's a matter of the Lee Corporation's reputation." Before he can finish, another voice cuts him off sharply. "Hey, stop talking, Li Ziu is here." Sure enough, a pair of footsteps approach at a measured pace. Li Hanling turns his head, spots Li Ziu and quickly speaks up. "Brother, what brings you here? It's been so long I really missed you." He doesn't even spare his worthless little brother a glance. His voice is ice cold as he delivers his order. "Take him away." On his command, the men in black suits seize Li Hanling's arms in an instant. "Yes, sir. But even now, the kid's still thinking about food. Wait, me beef Wellington hasn't even been served yet." Scene transition, Li Hanling is sent flying 2 meters back. He slams to the ground, coughing in pain. Li Ziu stands with his arms crossed, glaring down at him, and delivers a brutal beating to drill the lesson home. "To make sure you remember, do you even know where you went wrong this time?" Li Hanling coughs twice, then speaks with great difficulty. "I shouldn't have provoked Chen Mo, it got our shelter exposed." Hearing that answer, Li Ziu's face darkens. He immediately cuts in wrong. "Your mistake was failing to kill Chen Mo. You and that self-proclaimed cultivator, assassin, bounty hunter subordinate of yours are both worthless trash. But humiliating you is the same as humiliating the Lee Corporation. Anyone who humiliates the Lee Corporation must die. Chen Mo must die." Li Ziu stands over Li Hanling, spitting out venomous words. "Does it hurt? Good, it should. I have important matters to deal with, and yet I still have to clean up the mess left behind by a piece of trash like you. I'm suffering far more than you are." Li Hanling looks up at him through pained eyes, coughing a few times. Before leaving, Li Ziu adds a few parting words. "Besides, beating you was Dad's idea. I'm not settling personal grudges under official pretenses, don't blame me. Just lie here and reflect on what you've done." Everything around him gradually fades into darkness, save for the distant glow of houses still with their lights on. Li Hanling shifts his gaze to the side, trying to avoid the person standing before him. "What, haven't had enough? You want to beat me up too?" The person folds their arms and tilts their head slightly, seemingly with no intention of hitting Li Hanling. Instead, they deliver a piece of information. "Your brother Li Ziu, he left 10 minutes ago." Hearing that, Li Hanling asks curiously, "Zia Chu, how long have you been watching from the shadows?" Zia Chu doesn't bother hiding it. "Since you got dragged into that alley?" "A beat. You really got the crap beaten out of you, huh?" When Li Hanling doesn't respond, he continues, angry. "You're not going to ask me to save you, are you? As if you're an important chess piece. I can't afford to let you get exposed now." Li Hanling's face, smudged with dirt, softens slightly. "The one flexing in the secret realm today was supposed to be Yaonat Chen Mo. You were willing to give up your identity as a savior for my sake. How could I ever be angry at you? The sentiment doesn't last." Zia Chu delivers a killing blow with his next words. "Stop saying such disgusting things. I gave up my savior identity to investigate the corporations and the cultivators' conspiracies. To be honest, I still don't fully trust you." Li Hanling lies sprawled lazily across those sacks, his voice completely calm. "But do you have any other choice? A powerless person like you can't do anything at all other than manufacturing slaughter. Your investigation is meaningless." His brows furrow hard, and he voices his confusion bluntly. "Using your comrades' lives as the price for intelligence, are you proud of that? Teammates who trusted you suffered and died. How did that make you feel when Cao Ming did? What were you doing? Cao Ming was your friend too, wasn't he?" At the mention of this painful past, Li Hanling's face suddenly darkens. Every word seems to lodge itself in his throat. "Shi Bai, Jiang, and Su Yizhen. I remember every single one of them." Then his voice drops low and slow. "Old Cao, almost 70 years old. Instead of staying home playing with his grandchildren, he came out here to gamble his life alongside us." The image of Li Hanling playing with a dog under the old man's watchful eye surfaces in his mind. "Charge!" The voice rings out again. "At the Baisong base, he volunteered to be the bait to cover our retreat. That day was his niece's birthday. He told me that as long as I lived, the younger kids wouldn't have to sacrifice themselves. 2 and 16 years old. A cultivator, still a student, and he had a girl he liked. Back then the boy turned around, his guard up, investigating abnormalities in the aura. He snuck into the Chen Corporation's shelter and never came back out. They had people from the 4 major sects, either disciples of minor sects or rogue cultivators. At this point, Lee Hanling's gaze drops. There were many ordinary people, without special abilities, facing the collusion between the corporation and those demonic beasts. We were truly too weak. If we weren't so short-handed, I wouldn't have resorted to recruiting cultivator mercenaries. Bounty hunters like them only care about profit. Before everything Lee Hanling just recounted, Zia Chu also started making his move. As it turns out, he's dead too. I recall you hired him less than a month ago, right? Lee Hanling admits it quickly without hesitation. That's right, he was a madman, sending him over. I originally wanted to reconcile with Chen Mo, who knew they would end up in a conflict. Chen Mo being this strong in reality was also unexpected. I had other plans for the shelter beneath the amusement park, but those are useless now. That's why I had to seek out you 2 losers. To cooperate, it's better than fighting alone. Seeing Lee Hanling standing before him, he asks immediately, then adds my life to the list as well, but you say with great confidence. Who knows? Maybe you'll be the next one to die. Then he bares his teeth in a bright, arrogant grin. I won't apologize for the sacrifice of my comrades, and I won't regret anything I've done. If necessary, I'll gladly offer my own life. Hearing this, Zia Chu strikes a relaxed pose, hands in his pockets, and speaks in a low voice. I'll cooperate with you for now, but I'll be keeping an eye on you. If the day comes when you waver, or if I discover you're a traitor to humanity, intentionally leading people to their deaths. Lee Hanling's expression is entirely confident, appearing fearless as he asserts, then you will deal with me personally, and I will harbor no resentment. He then dives straight into the main topic without further ado. All right, it's time to begin our first mission. This is the reason I reached out to you in such a hurry. Alert the commander of the otherworldly demonic beast Vanguard will visit Earth tomorrow. This leaves Zia Chu stunned, unable to believe the information he just received. How is that possible? With the secret realm acting as a screen, how could the demonic beasts have invaded Earth ahead of time? Lee Hanling speaks calmly and slowly. According to the intelligence I received, a certain corporation possesses a border-crossing stone that can connect to the other world, and it can teleport demonic beasts to Earth in small numbers. The image of that stone appears in the room. The demonic beast commander is about to appear, and it can at least maintain a cultivation base equivalent to a 2,000-year-old Earth demonic beast. As he speaks, his tone becomes more grave than ever. We must identify the target before those beasts appear. If we can't thwart their scheme in time, our world will be in danger. Faced with the information provided by Lee Hanling, Zia Chu crosses his arms, still skeptical, but we don't even know where the beasts will appear. Hearing this, Lee Hanling quickly states that in East Sea City, the person coming to welcome the beast commander tomorrow is my brother, Li Ziu. He might be planning to use the power of the demonic beasts to eliminate Chen Mo, and we will follow him to give him a surprise. Late at night at Wu Tong's place, in the room where Chen Mo is deep in sleep, the system suddenly appears. System login confirmed. Remainder 8 hours until the beast tide arrives. Host, please wait patiently. In a certain mansion, the outer lobby is plated with layers of gold, making it shimmer. A man with a leaf on his head is roaring, expressing his dissatisfaction. By what right? Why did the Divine Master choose Aer as the Vanguard commander? Based on what? But the person beside him explains with calm indifference. Why are you questioning the Divine Master's decision? Great General Aer, though hailing from a lowly and weak demonic beast tribe, has undeniable strength and battle records. But this guy remains indignant with no sign of cooling down. Don't kid me. A weak creature like a sable beast is only fit to be a pet wagging its tail to please its master. She only climbed to her current position through luck and sucking up to superiors. The glory of the battlefield should belong to a powerful beast race like ours. He is helpless against this man's belligerent attitude. You're feeling very resentful, aren't you? The assistant your father arranged for you already snuck into Earth beforehand. All the work was done for you, only for Aer to snatch the credit. Hearing this, his fury boils over, and he grabs the other man by the collar. Bastard, if you don't know how to talk, shut up. If you say one more word, I'll beat you to death. Sensing the situation turning south, he quickly speaks up. Apologies. You know I only speak the truth. That crystal sparkles like a brilliant star. And G, watching from afar, quickly reports, General Aer, the border-crossing stone is about to initiate. You can head to Earth now. General Aer, at a time like this, you're still practicing combat skills. Aer appears, her hands clenched tight with hope. And G, common beast tribes like us are born weak, that's why we can't waste a single moment. Otherwise, will be bullied by high-ranking beasts. Before these words, his voice drops. Forgive. Forgive me, General Ayer. You have worked so hard to protect us, I shouldn't have said those things. Hearing this, she reveals in a soft tone. And G, coming to Earth this time to carry out the mission. The ones I worry about most are actually all of you. If I'm not here, you might suffer unfair treatment again. What I've done is still not enough. If only I could be a little stronger. Suddenly, G cannot hold back his emotions and tears up. His dark complexion flushes, as if someone had overdone it with the blush. That's not true, General Ayer. What you have done is already enough. You improved the cultivator's techniques, making weak beasts like us stronger, and you even snuck into Earth ahead of time to carry out a dangerous secret mission for us. General Ayer, this was never a burden you had to shoulder. Immediately after, Ayer calmly tells him, I must go. Only by completing the Divine Master's mission can I prove the value of lowly tribes like ours. The time has come, I must depart. He gives her a final boost of encouragement while reminding her, you must be careful. Demonic beasts sneaking into Earth can, at most, maintain the power of a 1,000-year-old beast. But those high-ranking beasts usually don't want to meet you. If you are surrounded, they will definitely stand by and watch. She replies with a clear tone that there is no need to pay attention to that scum. The Divine Master chose me as commander because even if I am alone, I can complete the mission. Saying this, she steps toward the thing emitting the intense light. Before leaving, she doesn't forget to remind him, and G, protect yourself well until I return. The gem begins to activate, and G does not dare to face reality, closes his eyes tight, and thinks to himself General Ayer. Before long, the dazzling light gradually fades. You must return safely. The light begins to diminish halfway through the journey. It seems Ayer senses it too. The power is dissipating. Are we almost at Earth? I truly didn't expect to be able to maintain the power of a 3,000-year-old beast. On Earth right now, I am already the strongest. It looks like this mission will be smoother than I thought. Then the light lands outside Wu Tong's house in the middle of the night. System, your pet has arrived. Detection confirmed that your pet possesses a certain level of danger. A harmless modification has been performed on your pet. Chen Mo wakes up instantly. This is madness. To send it via express delivery in the middle of the night? Who knows where the system dumped the pet? Don't tell me it wants me to go downstairs to pick it up. Immediately after, a hazy light appears before his eyes. The image of Ayer emerges from within and lunges out, immediately struck by extreme confusion. What is going on? This is not where I was supposed to land, is it? Ayer is so shocked her jaw drops. She simply cannot accept her current physical form. Wait, there is something more important. My body has shrunk. Where is my demonic energy? Where did all my 3,000 years of cultivation go? Is it gone? Not even a drop left. Chen Mo sits up and says in a low, reassuring voice, Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Whose child are you? Why are you here? However, he thinks to himself, this is quite something. The pet the system gifted me. Surely it isn't this little girl. That would be way too illegal. Ayer retorts with a sharp tone. Shut your mouth. I'm annoyed. Don't talk to me. Right, she thinks to herself. This is trouble. I thought this was just a normal human residence, but I didn't expect this place to reek of a cultivator. The room is dim, and the air conditioner is humming. With her keen eyes, Ayer begins to formulate a plan. I've lost my demonic energy. If a cultivator discovers my identity, it will be troublesome. I'll just pretend to be a normal kid. No, my sudden appearance here is extremely suspicious. There's only one way. She eyes the person in front of her and prepares her move. If this weak human is staying with a cultivator, they must be close. If I take this small human hostage, I can escape safely. My combat skills, honed over time, won't betray me. My body may be that of a child and stripped of its power, but my combat ability is beyond anything a normal human can match. Ayer lunges at Chen Mo. She thinks silently, sorry, but you're going to be my hostage. As Ayer rushes forward, she suddenly realizes something is wrong. Chen Mo has grabbed her shirt, effectively pinning her down. Little girl, acting out like this will get you hurt. Ayer, unable to resist, struggles furiously. I'm finished. This brat is definitely not just some weak human. The door, which was tightly shut, suddenly swings open as Wu Tong walks in without knocking. Chen Mo, what's going on? I heard a noise in your room earlier. Her eyes turn into dead fish eyes the moment she sees Ayer being pinned down by him. What is this about? Why are you grabbing a little girl? The lights in the house suddenly flicker on in the middle of the night. Ayer says with a face full of feigned innocence, I don't know anything. I just woke up and found myself here. She then turns to accuse Chen Mo. And this big brother was trying to do weird things to me. The system display appears immediately. Pet info name Ayer, species ferret. Rank lowest tier demonic beast of the otherworld, fur length short. Diet eats anything, very easy to raise. System the pet can switch between ferret form and human form at the host's command. Chen Mo replies calmly, I'm not doing any such weird things. Wu Tong, this child is a demonic beast. His words leave Wu Tong skeptical. A demonic beast. A child this cute is a demonic beast. But she doesn't have a shred of demonic energy, and she looks so weak. Upon hearing this, Aer's face turns pale. Inside, she is sneering being called weak by such a hack cultivator is an absolute insult. But for now, I can only keep pretending to be dumb. Aer puts on a harmless, innocent face again. Big brother, I don't understand what you're saying. Demonic beast. What is a demonic beast? Is it edible? System the pet can switch between ferret form and human form at the host's command. Seeing this, Chen Mo chooses without hesitation. Transform for me. Her head remains normal, but her eyes widen toward him. Two small ears quickly sprout on top of Aer's head. This leaves her in absolute panic. What's going on? My body isn't under my control. She raises her voice to demand an answer. You, what did you do to me? Suddenly, a strange sound is emitted. Go. Aer immediately transforms into a cat-like creature, standing on two legs. Only now does Wu Tong believe what he said. It really is a demonic beast. It's so soft, it's so cute. Chen Mo says in a low voice. Although I seem to be able to control this demonic beast, don't lower your guard. Unable to hide her joy, she asks bluntly, so can I keep it as a pet? Aer lets out a sharp, continuous squeal. He rests his chin on his hand and says thoughtfully, it has a human form, it could be a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. It's very dangerous. A second ago she was gushing over it, but now she proposes a bold idea. Keeping it is dangerous. Why don't we just kill it? We can have ferret meat for dinner. Hearing this, he says, that's a bit too cruel. I'll go look for a cookbook. Aer bristles her fur. These two humans want to threaten me. Fine, I'll play along with you. She reverts to her normal form to plead her case. Go, sorry, I shouldn't have lied. I am just a weak ferret. Because I can transform into human form, I was chosen for the vanguard to be cannon fodder. Even though I never wanted to fight, I had no way to resist those powerful demonic beasts. If you can spare me, I will do anything you ask. Hearing this, he quickly puts her to work. I happen to have a task for you. As for what to do with you, I'll decide after that. In the room on the ground floor, she has been in a coma for months now. Chen Mo turns to Aer and asks directly, can you save her? Aer's eyes flash with sadness. Save someone? But the physical structure of humans and demonic beasts is different, and I'm not skilled in medicine. His face darkens as he exposes her. Stop playing dumb. You must be very familiar with the demonic aura on her, right? That is the exact reason she fell into a coma. You are a demonic beast. You must know how to save her. Aer quickly cries out, sorry, I really don't know what to do. We ferrets don't use such indirect killing methods. This method might be... Suddenly, she thinks of another way. Oh, I remember now. I once heard that before the secret realms appeared, there was contact between human conglomerates and us. They were researching how to fuse human and demonic beast cells in secret. Your sister's current state might be related to their experiments. If you can find them, you might find a way to save her. Chen Mo stares at her in confusion. Corporation? Which corporation? Aer freezes in place, stunned. How would a cannon fodder like me know about something so important? But there might be a way to find them, though it's extremely dangerous. He warns her in a low, cold voice. Listen well. I will never forgive whoever laid a hand on her. If you can help me, I will protect you. Hearing this, she nods. According to the plan, there were supposed to be corporation members on Earth to welcome me. If we can contact them, you'll be able to track down the culprit who hurt your sister. But that means fighting that terrifying culprit. Chen Mo immediately orders them to make contact. The sooner the better. Aer quickly complies. Understood. Deep down, Aer reminds herself that she still has an important mission to complete, and no time to waste here. Borrowing the corporation's power to wipe out these two ordinary cultivators is the best option. Back in the laboratory, it has already been 2 hours past the scheduled time. The green stone still sits inside the test tube. The Research Institute's dimensional stone is still functioning normally. Why is this happening? Did the transportation fail? Wait, the transport machine is glowing. The fake captain quickly receives the information. It's a message from the demonic beast commander, Aer. Hearing this, Li Ziu feels a surge of joy. Finally, there's news. What's going on exactly? He quickly replies, the demonic beast commander has arrived in Donghai City, but there was a coordinate error. So the transport machine has designated a new meeting point. Li Ziu tilts his head at his words. A new meeting point, Captain. You lead the team to welcome our guest from another world. The fake captain speaks up. Isn't this type of mission inappropriate for my status? Besides, receiving Lord Ayer is a rare opportunity you fought hard to get. Suddenly, his expression shifts. It's true, I paid a heavy price to earn the chance to host the demonic beast commander. But compared to the status of the dimensional stone, that's nothing. I must investigate the cause of the transport error and report it to the Alliance Corporation. In response, the senior lowers his voice. You are the assistant I trust most. I feel at ease leaving the task of hosting Lord Ayer to you. The scene shifts to a gloomy bridge. The fake captain sternly warns his team the last time these beasts appeared on Earth. They were extremely dangerous monsters with no humanity. Even though they have human forms, you must never treat them like normal people. Cruelty and brutality are their true nature. Previously, a beast appeared and slaughtered hundreds of people without hesitation, just because its raw meat dinner wasn't bloody enough. If you want to live, maintain a respectful attitude at all times. The men obey instantly. Don't worry, Captain, we understand. Who would dare offend a beast? I still want to live a few more years. This is true suffering. I never expected we'd have to work for such vicious monsters. Ayer slowly approaches, not forgetting to probe them. Vicious monsters? What are you talking about? Seeing her there, the captain is completely baffled. Hey, weren't you supposed to be evacuated? What is this little girl doing here? How are you people running this operation? A bunch of losers. The fake captain looks down and says gently, Little girl, it's late, it's dangerous outside, go home. Ayer shows no fear toward his aura instead. She interrogates them. You're from the League Corporation, aren't you? Why aren't you welcoming me to Earth? Wanting me to go back? Realizing the truth, the fake captain assumes she is Lord Ayer. Immediately after, they kneel and bow respectfully. I apologize, I didn't recognize your identity. Ayer is slightly surprised by their attitude. No need to be so tense. I sense a strange power in you different from cultivators. You are bounty hunters? Are there others? Send more. The fake captain quickly confirms, we are indeed bounty hunters, but the high-level hunters are all on different missions. For now, only we can get here. Thoughts race through Ayer's mind. Great, this beast doesn't just like eating people, she wants a new breed of bounty hunters. But Ayer just agrees. Well, the current number is sufficient for now. She thinks killing those two ordinary cultivators, Chen Mo and Jiang Wutong, shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, the fake captain turns pale. The number is sufficient. She's not planning to use us. As a pre-meal snack, are you? Right, I just need a reason for her not to kill us. He quickly speaks up, Lord Ayer. Actually, we have another important mission in Donghai City. The fake captain then launches into a long, rambling explanation. There is a cultivator who has achieved battle power, equivalent to a 1,000-year-old demonic beast in the secret realm. If he continues to grow, he might complete all the secret realm quests and destroy our plan to merge the two worlds. He also possesses great power in reality. To be honest, it's very difficult for us to kill him, but we can lead you to him. If you strike, you'll definitely be able to finish him off easily. Hearing this, Ayer states decisively, Indeed, if such a genius cultivator is allowed to live, it will be a nuisance for the fusion of our worlds. Rest assured, I will deal with him personally. She thinks to herself, my power is restricted. It must be related to that cultivator, Chen Mo. Once these bounty hunters eliminate Chen Mo and I recover my strength, the cultivators on Earth will be nothing. The fake captain then says politely, Lord Ayer, on behalf of the League Corporation, I thank you for your help. Ayer speaks, no need to thank me. I'm only fulfilling the will of the God Lord. Tell me everything about that cultivator. He looks at him and speaks. His name is Chen Mo. His personal information is on this tablet. Hearing that name, she is stunned. Chen Mo, she points in that direction and asks, what does this Chen Mo look like? Just then, Chen Mo happens to be walking this way. What a coincidence he's delivering himself to her. Ayer rushes toward him with supernatural speed, leaving the captain speechless. Lord Ayer is worthy of being a demonic beast commander. Facing such a powerful cultivator, she doesn't fear a thing and charges right in. The moment she reaches Chen Mo, she flips her loyalty 180 degrees. Master, those people are just hunting dogs for the corporation. I've lured them here for you. The system suddenly displays a notification. System Ayer's favorability toward host increased by 5. Pet favorability function unlocked. Bonus reward granted. Reward shared damage ability unlocked. System when the host is attacked, normal injuries will be transferred to your pet. Yours, reward 2 pet bonding unlocked. The host can now sense the pet's attitude and mood changes. Improving the pet's affinity will unlock additional functions. Stay tuned. Chen Mo stares at this, his mind reeling. Why did the affinity suddenly increase? 2 rewards at once. Is 5 points of affinity actually high? System pet status interface species Frost Ferret, Affinity 5100. If you got hit by a truck and died, it would dance on your grave. A voice suddenly rings out. Master, I've confirmed it. These hunters are all noobs. You can definitely handle them easily, Master. I will always believe in you. Aer gives him a thumbs up with a bright smile, though in her heart she curses. This is so annoying. Why is he so strong? It seems I can't take out Chen Mo this time. But I can't give up, I'll get him next time. Chen Mo approaches her, realizing, so this voice is Aer's true thoughts. This must be the bonding function. The damage-sharing feature is also quite practical. If I raise her affinity, I might get even better rewards. He speaks up. Seeing as you're still useful, I'll spare your life for now. Hearing this, Aer frantically waves her hands. Such a cute ferret. Why would you want to kill a ferret? The young men nearby exclaim in horror. Did I hear that right? That arrogant demonic beast is calling Chen Mo master. The one next to him yells. Isn't Chen Mo a cultivator? Why is he involved with demonic beasts? They whisper amongst themselves. A demonic beast that's strong, acting like a low-level dog in front of him. Could his true identity be a high-ranking entity from the other world? The assassin trembles in fear. We're doomed. We were just bragging about wanting to kill him. We're insane. Offending a major figure from the other realm can we even make it out alive? While the fake captain breaks into a cold sweat, the other assassins quickly interject. Lord Chen Mo, our deepest apologies. We didn't know your status. Trying to kill you was all for the sake of the world integration plan. It was all a misunderstanding. Lord Aer, just what is Lord Chen Mo's true status? Hearing this, Aer shouts, shut your mouths. You lowly hunters aren't even worthy of knowing my master's identity. Even worse, you had the guts to instigate me into working with you to assassinate my master. Your crimes are unforgivable. Kneel and beg for his mercy. The group immediately drops to their knees, bowing their heads and begging for forgiveness. The old fake captain silently plots a counterattack in his mind. That is nothing but a suicide mission. Running away from these two monsters is just a joke. All we can do now is wait for the judgment of this human-shaped monster. According to previous analysis, Chen Mo's attitude towards strangers is relatively mild. As long as we show humility, he might grant us a path to survival. Aer reaches out toward Chen Mo and asks, Respected master, these hunters are being very sincere with their apologies. Should we lighten their punishment? Honestly, I actually thought they would choose to fight me. Since they've apologized, let's forgive them. The fake captain pleads fearfully. Lord Chen Mo, thank you for your mercy. He thinks joyfully, great, we bet correctly we survived. Aer slowly approaches and snorts. You guys are truly lucky to meet such a kind-hearted master. But internally, she calculates, these hunters know my identity as a commander. To keep the secret, they must die. However, she says aloud, according to our rules, offending a superior requires 3 days and nights of torture with needles and salt, followed by being burned to death in a large fire. Since my master has forgiven you, you can choose a slightly less painful death. Do you want to kill yourselves or be eaten? Hearing this insane request, the fake captain thinks, compared to being eaten, suicide seems slightly better. She snaps, what the hell? Aren't both options death? I don't choose any of that. Chen Mo steps forward, lifts her up and gives an order. Aer, I am giving you a direct order. He looks at them and instructs, you don't need to be tense. I'm just an ordinary person, not a demonic beast, and I certainly won't eat anyone. You were just doing your job, I understand. Just answer my questions, and I will let you leave here safely. First question, who sent you to kill me? Hearing that, the old fake captain thinks, is it really just a simple question like that? I can just make up a name to pass the test, without betraying young Master Li Ziu. His mind is filled with schemes. No, this is a trap. Aer, the demonic beast commander, knows we belong to the Li Corporation. She definitely won't hide anything from Chen Mo. Chen Mo might already know we are Li Ziu's subordinates. He's probing us intentionally so he can kill us with a clean conscience. His gaze towards Chen Mo is full of malice. If we admit to working for young Master Li Ziu, we'll die for disloyalty. If we don't mention young Master Li Ziu, we're lying to him and he'll kill us after lowering our guard. He even intentionally claims to be an ordinary human. He really is a major figure from the other world. Both his combat power and his schemes are top tier. A terrifying person like Chen Mo is far beyond our imagination. Seeing him silent, Chen Mo urges, my patience has a limit. Don't you want to answer my question? Hearing this, he panics. Wait, I'll talk. I have to gamble on my luck. Our boss is... The fake captain suddenly vomits a mouthful of blood. He coughs in agony. The others in the squad show the same symptoms simultaneously. They collapse onto the ground, the scene broadcast to a screen elsewhere. Inside a luxurious room, Li Ziu is watching. Li Ziu's voice is panicked. What the hell is going on? Chen Mo is the master of a demonic beast commander, and a supposed savior on the outside. Could Chen Mo truly be a major figure from the other world? If he is a demonic beast, everything makes sense. Why were there no records of him in the cultivation sects before? Yet he has such immense power, through rigging the secret realm to reach the top of the leaderboard. Does a demonic beast have other plots? He grips the control device. Or worse, Chen Mo is a cultivator. It's just that his power far exceeds expectations. He's not only interfering with the cross-boundary stones, but even caused the demonic beast commander to rebel. Whatever his identity, offending Chen Mo puts our entire Li Corporation at risk of annihilation. At that moment, Li Ziu's face is filled with terror. Sweating, he trembles. At least I managed to detonate the poison hidden in those hunters, in time to buy some breathing room. That jerk Li Hanling never does anything useful, and now he's provoked a monster like this. As he finishes, Hanling slowly approaches, mocking. "Big brother, were you just calling my name? So touching, I didn't think you'd miss me so much." Seeing his appearance, Li Ziu shouts, "Li Hanling, where is my security? How did you get in here?" Hanling walks up to Li Ziu. "Why is there no one protecting you? Feeling insecure, you dump the dirty, dangerous work on subordinates, while hiding in a safe place, watching surveillance footage. You even need your guards to do your dirty work for you. Truly a brilliant successor to the Li Corporation." Hearing him, Li Ziu speaks coldly. "Are you trying to lecture me? You don't understand anything. My stupid younger brother, if I weren't busy managing the family business. Do you think you could comfortably play the part of a useless heir?" Watching his smugness, Hanling offers a cold, dismissive smile. "Is that so? My dear brother, how do you plan to deal with the commander of the demonic beasts? One wrong move, and the Li Corporation will be destroyed by your own hands." What a heavy responsibility. Upon hearing the intelligence he just spilled, Li Tu panics instantly. "You, how do you know about the demonic beast commander? This building's security clearance is way above your pay grade. How did you even find me? Where is my security detail? What could a useless waste like you possibly hope to achieve?" As Li Tu's hand brushes the desk, a strange thought occurs to him. Seeing his hesitation, Hanling's lips curl into a mocking smirk. He questions him. "Are you looking for this?" A short pistol appears in Hanling's hand. He says softly, "I saw this dangerous thing on the desk, so I tucked it away for safekeeping. You aren't planning to use a gun against your own flesh and blood, are you? That really hurts my feelings." He points the gun straight at him and shouts an order. "I know exactly how many demonic beasts have snuck onto Earth. And furthermore, what is the purpose of those beasts?" Hearing this, Li Tu connects the dots in a fit of rage. "It was you. You've been secretly sabotaging the plans to merge the two worlds all along. Everyone thinks you're a good-for-nothing loser. Why would you go to such lengths? Do you intend to betray your own family and your own status?" His eyes burning with rage, he barks a command. "Li Hanling, have you lost your mind? Do you even realize what you're doing? Stop this madness and put the gun down." Hanling calmly issues a warning. "Do not test my patience. No matter how much you stall, your guards aren't coming to save you. Answer me, what is the goal of the demonic beasts infiltrating Earth? Speak or die, choose." Hearing that, a terrified Li Tu begs for mercy. "Wait, I am not the mastermind. I don't know much about the beasts, I am just a pawn for the corporate alliance. I only did this to secure more power for the Li Corporation. But I can tell you the location of the world-crossing stone." Hearing the info, Hanling wears a delighted grin. "Oh, really? Then you've outlived your usefulness. I've already tracked your path to the world-crossing stone today. I only came here to chat after I secured the stone." Li Tu panics in a cold sweat. "Wait, Li Hanling, we're family. Even if we have different mothers, I'm still your older brother." Hanling retorts, "Family? So what? My comrades died preventing your twisted plans. They had families too, yet their silent sacrifices didn't even earn them a shred of respect or mourning." His eyes are full of fury. "But you're different. Your death will be the trigger for a full-scale conflict between the corporation and Chen Mo. You thought you were so clever, blinded by greed, but you're just about to become collateral damage." With that, a gunshot rings out as Hanling puts a bullet through Li Tu's head, sending him collapsing to the side. Next, Hanling quickly pulls out his phone to make a call. The other side answers and he speaks. "Zia Chu. The situation here is handled. Li Tu is dead. The plan has changed. Do not make contact with Chen Mo. Pull out immediately." Zia Chu is stunned. "You killed Li Tu. Didn't you say keeping him alive was more useful?" "What do you mean the plan has changed?" Hanling replies, "His death is the most profitable outcome. Chen Mo's strength is beyond imagination. He is called Master by the demonic beast commander. Even if he is a big shot from another realm or a powerful cultivator, getting close to him now is too dangerous." Li Tu came to Donghai City not just to welcome the beast, but to assassinate Chen Mo since he's dead now. All the hostility will shift onto Chen Mo, regardless of Chen Mo's identity. Driving a wedge between him and the corporation is our best move. Zia Chu's heart boils with anger. That is a despicable way to operate. I have to see for myself if Chen Mo only subdued the beast to protect our world. If he truly is some high-level entity from the other side, I will kill both Chen Mo and the beast here and now. Handling panics. What? Are you serious? Do you honestly think you can take on Chen Mo and that beast? Hello, damn it, don't you dare hang up. By the riverbank, the water flows violently in the night. Aor asks him, Master, these hunters are all dead. Do you want me to search their bodies for anything useful? Chen Mo warns her instantly. Stop looking, Aor, someone is coming. Just as he predicted, Zia Chu approaches from the distance and introduces himself. Chen Mo, nice to meet you. I am Zia Chu. It's hard to imagine such a powerful young cultivator exists. At this close range, I can feel your combat strength in reality is no different from what it was in the secret realm. Chen Mo remains cautious. You're not weak yourself, though you don't seem particularly strong either. Aor stands close to him. Chen Mo stays alert. The strange thing is, the threat I feel from you is even more intense than in the secret realm. Are you someone from the corporation here to kill me? Upon hearing this, Zia Chu quickly denies it. On the contrary, I'm a cultivator. The corporation and the beasts are my enemies. If you are an enemy, I will kill you. The little girl beside you is a demonic beast commander from another world. Why does she call you master? Chen Mo, who exactly are you? Why are you hanging around with a beast? Chen Mo sighs irritably. You mean Aor? She fell into my room today, so she became my pet. As for me, I'm just an ordinary person, but if you try to kill me, I'll defend myself. Zia Chu retorts, a demonic beast commander infiltrates Earth, falls into your room and becomes your pet. You expect me to believe such garbage? He thinks to himself while observing the beast. I can't sense any power from her. Chen Mo is only at the level of a 1,000-year beast. Perhaps they just arrived on Earth and are still weak. This is the perfect chance to wipe them out. Chen Mo retorts defensively, aren't you the suspicious one? The moment I was interrogating those hunters, they died, and then you appeared. It's hard not to suspect that you're the one pulling the strings. If you don't trust me, then I have nothing more to say. If you want to fight, bring it on. Otherwise, I'm going home. Hearing his words, Zia Chu relents and offers an apology. Apologies, you make a fair point. I lost my temper earlier. This concerns the survival of our world. Let's put our suspicions aside and talk frankly. Demonic beasts infiltrating Earth and allying with the corporation is a massive threat. If you've tamed a commander, surely you know why they're here, right? Chen Mo looks at Aor behind him and responds, I understand. He turns to Aor. What is your purpose for coming to Earth? Aor pauses for a moment and replies softly, Master, I don't know that either. Zia Chu steps forward and challenges him. Are you kidding me? Chen Mo, hand over this demonic beast to me. I'll make it tell the truth. Seeing his distrust, Chen Mo affirms, it's telling the truth. I know it sounds strange, but I have a way to verify if a pet is lying. Zia Chu's face darkens. He frowns and says, you want to shield this beast? Demonic beasts are humanity's enemies. Do you really believe a demonic beast commander doesn't know what its own subordinates are doing? Aor hears this, frowns in anger and shouts, Stop looking down on me. I'm still a demonic beast commander. If I say I don't know, I don't know. I came to Earth because I needed a powerful demonic beast to serve as a negotiator with the corporation. As for the missions of those other beasts, I couldn't care less about those low-level scrubs. In reality, Aor comes from a low-tier race and was usurped by high-tier beasts, leading to her being kept in the dark and her pride. Her pride does not allow her to appear weak in front of a cultivator. The man standing beside him agrees. I believe her words, so. Chen Mo cuts in. Then we have nothing left to discuss. Suddenly, Zia Chu uses his power to dash toward him at high speed. Zia Chu swings a punch straight into the ground. Chen Mo dodges the attack instantly, stepping back while casually lugging Aor along like a doll, his eyes flashing with surprise. Hey, a sneak attack. No martial honor. Is that how a cultivator behaves? Hearing the accusation, Zia Chu's expression remains unchanged. He replies coldly, my goal is only that beast. One doesn't need to discuss honor when dealing with demonic beasts. If it knows nothing, then kill it. Keeping a beast alive only spells future danger. Seeing the unrelenting threat, Chen Mo counters quickly. I refuse. I promised Aor that if she helps me, I will protect her. Even if she is a beast, I will keep my word. Aor, standing behind him, wears a joyful expression. She whispers, Chen Mo, my master, to think such a kind-hearted human exists. A system notification sound rings out. System Aor's favorability toward host 5. Pet status Aor. Race bone barrier. Favorability 110,110 max. If you get hit by a truck and die, she will happily dance on your grave and then place a steamed bun on your tombstone. Seeing this, Chen Mo celebrates internally. Favorability increased, but wait, you still want to dance on my grave. And Aer hasn't helped with anything yet, just standing there goofing around. This master is the best, but she's so annoying. Should I just kill her? Xia Chu, standing opposite, emanates boundless killing intent. He warns, if you choose to protect that beast, then I won't hold back. With that, Xia Chu clenches his fists, and red and blue flames rapidly collide. Xia Chu unleashes his attack, and it flies straight toward him. Seeing this, Chen Mo quickly erects a shield to defend. He says coldly, interesting technique. 2 different elemental powers coordinated very skillfully. You're quite impressive too. Hearing the praise, Xia Chu replies, as expected, normal attacks can't even scratch you. Try this. A series of white glowing patterns appear on his face. Xia Chu chants his technique. 5 elements reversal firebrand, golden lotus. Xia Chu thinks to himself, 5 elements reversal is a forbidden technique. Every attack makes the user's inner power unstable, eventually leading to a self-detonation. Facing internal destruction, even if your strength is greater, there's nothing you can do. Xia Chu announces, Chen Mo, now the real fight begins. Hearing this, Chen Mo simply says, oh, with surprise. They lunge at each other, trading blows. Red and gold shockwaves collide, creating violent tremors. Aer cheers excitedly from the sidelines. Fight, fight. Finally, a cultivator capable of being Chen Mo's rival appears. Wait until they both get severely injured or better yet. Kill each other and I can finally escape safely. Suddenly, the system notification sounds. System host has received an unidentified attack. Damage transfer function activated. Just as things were getting good, the mood is ruined. Aer suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood. She looks panicked. What's going on? She quickly catches the blood with her hands. Those 2 humans are the ones fighting. Why am I the one spitting blood? Xia Chu's voice booms. It's time to give up. Hearing that, he looks down, saying angrily, is that really the extent of your power? Are you just tickling me? Offended, Xia Chu dives from above, his hand glowing red as he shouts, shut you P. He charges at Chen Mo, swinging his fist toward him. Chen Mo isn't slow, quickly using his shield to deflect the attack. They trade blows, creating sparks that streak across the ground. Chen Mo's eyes reflect genuine irritation, a chill running down his body. He says coldly, no matter how many times I try, it's still so strange. I clearly blocked your attack, yet I still get hit. What kind of martial art is this? Interesting. At the same time, Xia Chu pushes his power to the limit, creating a fist of absolute force. Xia Chu lands a heavy blow on his left arm. Xia Chu thinks he couldn't dodge this one, but a second later, he looks astonished that the guy actually took the hit on purpose. To retaliate, Chen Mo raises his right hand, gathering a flow of golden energy. He sneers, my turn now. Chen Mo lunges forward, throwing a punch at Xia Chu. Xia Chu can't dodge, and takes the full impact of the blow. Xia Chu is sent flying, slamming hard into the wall. The wall crumbles, and coughing sounds echo as blood hits the ground. Xia Chu thinks frantically, luckily, 5 elements reversal increased my defense, otherwise I would be dead. But this exchange wasn't a loss. He clutches his chest, calculating carefully. Chen Mo has been hit by 8 of my punches. It should be enough to make his internal power spiral out of control. This is my victory. Seeing Xia Chu stand up, Chen Mo praises him. Oh, still alive, I really underestimated you. Even though your power level is mediocre, your martial arts are quite potent. Xia Chu, however, shows a look of pure panic. How is this possible? The situation leaves him stunned, and he screams, you're not dead yet. Is it because the number of hits wasn't enough? While they are fighting for real, Aer shouts from afar to intervene. Wait, you 2 idiots, stop fighting. She coughs, spitting blood. If you keep fighting, I'm going to die. Xia Chu realizes the situation. What the hell? Could it be that Chen Mo can transfer his damage to his pet? What a despicable trick. Even if his combat techniques are strange, his defensive capabilities are perverted. If he takes a few more of my hits, I'll be the one to die. Even if I kill the beast, I won't be able to kill Chen Mo. He stands frozen, slams his foot into the ground, and decides it's time to use his ultimate move. Thinking this, Xia Chu activates his secret technique. He moves at lightning speed, bolting like a ghost in broad daylight. Seeing him run away like a scared dog, Chen Mo looks unimpressed. He acted like he was about to risk his life, only to run away at the last second. Feeling the strain of the blows, he grips his other shoulder, thinking to himself, forget it. No need to fight this monster to the death. Any more of this, and I am a dead man. It still has an effect on me, but if I continue, I might be the one in danger. My whole body aches. My lower back is tight. Even that little mutt in the secret realm didn't push me this far. The scene shifts to an apartment with the lights still on. Hanling is supporting the defeated Zia Chu, who can barely even take a step. Seeing Bone beaten so miserably, she begins to berate him. Are you insane? You keep trying to challenge Chen Mo. If you die, what am I supposed to do? Where will I find another useful opponent like you? Hearing this, Zia Chu replies, I was too confident. Chen Mo's strength is far more terrifying than I imagined, even ignoring his ability to transfer wounds onto demonic beasts. His physical constitution far exceeds that of a normal 1,000-year beast. The internal body is usually a weak point, difficult to temper, yet he manages to resist the influence of the 5 elements distortion. Seeing his dejection, Hanling encourages him. Don't be so gloomy. Honestly, I'm surprised you managed to survive Chen Mo's hands at all. Monsters should be left for other monsters to handle. You don't need to worry about Chen Mo anymore. At this point, Zia Chu turns his head with a curious expression. Oh, has your plan succeeded? As soon as he finishes, Hanling lifts her phone, speaking with a smug tone. The clan has made contact. Big brother Li Xiu's protection has been bypassed. The Li Corporation will spare no cost to eliminate the prime suspect Chen Mo, the heir to the Sheng Group. Inside a sprawling villa, Chairman Li and 2 guards approach a young man standing ahead. Seeing this, the man speaks. Chairman Li, I am but a minor figure. Please don't make this difficult for me. This is the domain of the demonic beast commanders. Even with your status, you shouldn't be here without an appointment. You should leave. Hearing this, Chairman Li bellows. Get out of my way. I will not leave until I meet Lord Jiaili. As he finishes, a dark, gloomy voice echoes, enter. The moment the door opens, a wave of black mist slowly spills out. The hunched, elderly Chairman Li, leaning on his cane, leads his subordinates inside. As they walk, a subordinate whispers with contempt, just a doorman, what is he acting so high and mighty for? As he dares to block them, the black mist rapidly engulfs his body. At that same moment, Jiaili appears and swats the 2 subordinates away with a single blow. Seeing this, the chairman questions, Jia, Lord Jiaili, what is the meaning of this? If you invited us into your room, why kill my subordinates? Hearing this, Jiaili replies with disdain. Invited? I don't recall inviting your subordinates. I only kill those who trespass into my territory. Fine, your turn, old man. I'll give you one more chance. If you can make me laugh, I'll let you live. A massive hand grips his body tight. Chairman Li stammers in terror. My son Li Xiu went to Donghai City to welcome the demonic beast commander, but the operation failed, and his whereabouts are unknown. My son was brutally murdered, and the interdimensional stone belonging to our coalition was stolen by the culprit. Lord Jiaili, I beg for your assistance to avenge my son. Hearing this, the creature sneers and shouts. The demonic beast commander went missing. So even you have days like this, huh? Pathetic old man. Tell me who is the culprit. I can help you get revenge, but the interdimensional stone must belong to me. That's Savior, Chen Mo. Hearing the name, Chairman Li quickly explains that Chen Mo killed the corporation's high-level advisor and exposed their underground hideout. My son Li Xiu went to Donghai City specifically to eliminate Chen Mo. Even though all image data has been erased, there is no concrete evidence, but I can confirm the stone was stolen and the commander vanished. Chen Mo is the prime suspect. Upon hearing this, Jiaili says, Chen Mo, then forget it. I don't do business without profit. You can go back now. Rejected flatly, the old man panics and cries out, Wait, Lord Jiaili, Chen Mo is just a body-refining cultivator. His max combat power is barely 1,000 years. His spiritual energy is exhausted, and he often acts like a naive, kind-hearted idiot. Lord Jiaili, killing him would be as easy as flipping your hand. At this point, Jiaili retorts with immediate contempt. Naive, kind-hearted? You almost made me laugh again. Those are adjectives that should never be used for Chen Mo. He is the most eye-catching dark sovereign in the secret realm. After the first secret realm concluded, we fully investigated all data on Chen Mo. His facade of kindness masks a soul that is cold, brutal, and disciplined. Since his birth, Chen Mo has never shown any physical or behavioral abnormalities. There was absolutely no sign of him being a cultivator. Do you know what this means? An image of him flashes through the entity's mind. If Chen Mo was a cultivator all along, then he hid his massive energy just to live a normal life. In this age of information, he was never discovered by anyone. Even when his sister was terminally ill, he didn't reveal his status. But if he only learned to cultivate after entering the secret realm, that is even more terrifying. Recalling the moment Chen Mo realized his own strength, It implies that in one single day, he transformed from a mortal into the strongest cultivator on Earth. Body-refining cultivators indeed have limited potential, but such basic knowledge absolutely does not apply to a monster like Chen Mo. After grasping the rules of the secret realm, he used every trick to gain public influence and traffic. When he went to sleep, when he went to play hide-and-seek with the beasts, and even when he ate and live-streamed at the same time. In Jiali's memory, Chen Mo touched the teleportation gate, and he immediately realized the guy was using stupid acts to attract attention, contrasting it with his swift takedowns of beasts to earn large amounts of fate coins to boost his combat power. He asks, do you really think he's kind and stupid, just to boost his performance rating for more fate coins? Chen Mo couldn't care less about the life or death of other cultivators. Despite his overwhelming strength, he only chooses to save people selectively. Patient, cautious, holding back his trump cards and manipulating the psychology of the audience. Remembering his battles, he is clearly powerful but selective in his altruism. He is cautious, hides his trump cards, and plays with the audience's mind. In a sense, Chen Mo is even more like a beast than we are. Chen Mo is truly too dangerous. Declaring war on him now would be a massive loss for us. After hearing Jiali's analysis, Chairman Li reveals his intent. Lord Jiali, if Chen Mo is so dangerous, he shouldn't be left alive. He will become the greatest threat to the two-world fusion plan. After a pause, the entity replies, all right, if you're so worried about the fusion plan, why don't you kill him yourself? After all, your corporation spares no expense. Surely you can dispose of 1,000-year combat power cultivator. Chairman Li stammers, leaning on his cane. Seeing his hesitation, Jiali asks coldly, cat got your tongue. Facing the culprit who killed your son, your final thought is still about profit and loss. Old man, we will definitely kill Chen Mo, but there are more important plans now. You can make some preparations once we kill him. Things will be much easier. Hearing this, he replies, Lord Jiali, just give your orders. The scene shifts to a luxurious room. Jiali speaks his mind. The old man from the Li Corporation is gone. Nur, you can come out now. You still haven't broken the habit of eavesdropping. Nur appears and fades, his voice echoing with implication. It's just because of my invisibility talent. Why do you all assume I'm a peeping Tom? I'm here to report for duty. The trap for the second secret realm is all set. Hearing this, Jiali praises him. Excellent. That way, we won't need to split the merit with that guy anymore. Speaking of which, we still have Chen Mo to thank for this. Wasn't a wretched creature like Air already taken care of by Chen Mo? Hearing this, Niter speaks up. I wish that were the case, but considering Earth can maintain combat power for at least 1,000 years, she can probably still escape. Meanwhile, at Yutong's place, Chen Mo leads the chubby, portly Air before her and asks, Yutong, this ferret seems to have fallen into depression. How about we just grill it? At Yutong's residence, lamplight seeps through every corner, bathing the house in a warm glow. Yutong gazes at Air and speaks, the corporation's hunters and that strange cultivator. It all sounds very dangerous. If only I could be a little stronger. Then I could actually help you instead of just being a burden. Hearing her words, Chen Mo responds, don't say that. If you weren't here protecting my sister, I wouldn't be able to leave with peace of mind. She points at the bag containing Air and explains, speaking of which, I just set up a concealment formation around the house. Only those I've authorized can freely enter and exit. The corporation's people won't be able to find this place. That way, even when we enter the secret realm, we can rest easy. The doorbell rings. A male delivery guy steps forward and asks, Mr. Chu, this is the food you ordered. Chen Mo responds, thanks. Yutong immediately shouts, Waith, how the hell did you find this place? Hearing her question, the delivery guy raises a finger proudly and replies, this place was indeed very hard to find. Lucky for you, our company just upgraded to a brand new positioning system. Even if you were hiding up in a tree, I could deliver right to your doorstep. Long live high-tech. Yutong curses internally. Damn high-tech. Looks like the formation needs some serious upgrades. In the monster world, a realm of rigid hierarchy, Air rose from the lowest of origins. Through relentless, unyielding effort, she clawed her way to power, status, and influence. She dominated the battlefield, an undefeated goddess of war, the aspiration of every low-level monster, a revered idol, and a symbol of majestic beauty. The room suddenly falls silent, now stripped of her monster energy. Reduced to a cultivator's companion, a mere damage-soaking meat shield, Air slumps into a chair and lets out a weary sigh. I don't want to do this anymore. I just want to go home. She clutches her head, her mind a tangled mess. No, how am I even thinking? Even if every high-level monster on Earth is her enemy, even if the corporations are nothing but short-sighted fools, who only care about immediate gains. She has to find a way to survivedo, complete the mission bestowed by her divine lord. Ayer thinks to herself, if I give up, my comrades will once again become food and playthings for those high-level monsters. Chen Mo walks into the room and asks, Ayer, how are your wounds doing? I brought you some food. Ayer screams, Demon, stay the hell away. What evil scheme are you plotting now? Chen Mo quickly explains, you're still angry. Sorry for hurting you. I really didn't mean to. Besides, didn't you also hide your identity as a monster commander from me? Consider us even, all right. You've been here for a while now. Your stomach must be empty, right? I really am just bringing you some food. Noticing the subtle barbs hidden in Chen Mo's words, Ayer's fury ignites. She screams, I am not some little wild animal. Don't you dare underestimate me. You wretched human. You think you can win me over with food. The delicious dishes are quickly laid out before her. Ayer's eyes light up like floodlights. Drool pours from the corners of her mouth. Fried chicken wings and a fresh salad are placed on the table. Ayer snatches up a piece of chicken, takes a huge bite, and exclaims with pure delight, so delicious. Chen Mo remarks, looks like you're a real fried chicken fan, huh? Ayer happily savors every bite of her meal. Suddenly her mind snaps back to reality. Wait, what just happened? I lost consciousness, and when I came to, half the food on the table was already gone. Don't tell me, I ate all that fried chicken by myself. Ayer freezes. 1,000 thoughts race through her mind. A monster commander was defeated by mere animal instinct. Impossible. He must have put something weird in the food. Hearing her accusation, Chen Mo quickly responds, I wouldn't stoop to something like that. If you don't trust me, then I'll just take the rest of the fried chicken with me. Slam. Ayer slams the table hard. Her eyes, completely hypnotized, lock onto the remaining dishes on the table. This is bizarre. It's clearly the meat of a weak creature with zero monster energy. How can it possibly emit such an intoxicating aroma? The crispy, golden skin of the fried chicken, wrapping the tender meat within, plus those mysteriously colorful seasonings, it's utterly irresistible. These are my current memories, and yet, this is truly the food of a demon. Chen Mo questions, Ayer, didn't you just say you didn't want to eat? Then why won't you let me take the fried chicken away? Ayer shouts, shut up. I will not be seduced by mere food. I just want to prove that even if you poison this food, it wouldn't affect me in the slightest. Watch, no matter how much I eat, I won't be poisoned. With that, she devours the remaining food on the table ravenously. Chen Mo sighs, fine, as long as you're happy. At that moment, a notification chime rings out. System registration reminder notifies that Ayer's affection level toward the host has increased by 1. System registration. Notice Ayer's affection level toward host 1. He ponders, looks like Ayer's system info wasn't wrong after all, she'll eat anything. Incredibly easy to feed. Just some fried chicken and pizza, and her affection level already goes up. Chen Mo gazes at the system interface, a contemplative expression on his face. The death of those hunters means a complete falling out with Lee Corporation. Their next move could pose real danger to me and my sister. I need to raise Ayer's affection level, fastly, then can I unlock new features. Yutong suddenly bursts into the room, shouting, Chen Mo, it's bad. Lee Corporation is making their move against you. Slightly taken aback, Chen Mo responds, that fast? What happened? She scrolls through her phone while speaking. They've put you on the hot search. Chen Mo responds calmly, that's it. In the morning at a corporate building, a group of employees gather and chatter animatedly. The introductory cultivation class at the Mana Secret Realm is doing enrollment presentations today. Want to come with me to seek out a master? His colleague next to him responds, did you watch the live stream or something? That course sounds like a total scam from the start, just fleecing money like harvesting leeks. Cultivators, monsters. Those things are way too far-fetched for people like us. I just want a peaceful, stable life. The other guy exclaims in alarm. I really hope that Savior Chen Mo can put an end to the dangers of the otherworldly intrusions soon. The friend quickly shoots back. Chen Mo. That guy is totally unreliable. His background got exposed this morning. People's expectations came crashing down without warning, and he's even on the hot search now. The other friend is stunned. What? That can't be possible. They pull out their phones and scroll. The hot search loads instantly. From the top trending topics all the way down, every single one is about him. Don't believe me? Check the hot search yourself. The video data and expose files have all gone viral. Just yesterday, before the secret realm opened, Chen Mo and his colleague Zia Xiaomeng went up to the rooftop of their company together. Images of Chen Mo and Zia Xiaomeng appear on screen. The friend continues, laying out the situation in detail. A few minutes later, Zia Xiaomeng fell to her death from the building. Although the rooftop isn't particularly high, It's basically confirmed that Chen Mo murdered her. Zia Meng's body plummets straight down from above. Other employees at the company have come forward with explosive accusations claiming Chen Mo embezzled company funds, leading to a massive deficit in the amusement park project. So he pushed his innocent subordinate, Zia Meng, off the building, staging it as a guilt-driven suicide. Hearing all of this, the black-haired young man grows somewhat unconvinced and voices his doubt. To call Chen Mo a murderer based on this single video alone is quite a stretch, isn't it? His friend nearby cuts him off, telling him not to be so hasty, there are other videos. That friend proceeds to tell the story to his companion, Kai An. Images of the conversation flash through his mind. After the secret realm concluded, Chen Mo returned to the company, using his status as a savior to extort the boss. Blackmail, a massive explosion erupts. After being rejected, Chen Mo killed the boss and blew up the company, incinerating all evidence of his embezzlement and murder. He adds that these short videos were incited by a famous influencer in a fit of rage, all to expose Chen Mo's true face. The black-haired youth is speechless at such absurd tales. With a look of helplessness, he mumbles, "But Chen Mo isn't even a cultivator, surely he wouldn't be this greedy." Hearing this, the gray-haired youth adopts a thoughtful expression. Who knows, perhaps Chen Mo has a twisted psyche. Others who know the full situation say that when Chen Mo's sister was gravely ill, the boss helped cover her medical fees, yet in the end, Chen Mo was greedy enough to embezzle even those life-saving funds. Now his sister's condition remains critical. Remembering her image, the man laughs smugly. It's laughable he is called a savior. Yet he treats his own sister's life as nothing. Even the kind-hearted boss was murdered by Chen Mo for his charity. Do you still think Chen Mo is the hope for saving the world? Hearing this, the friend replies, "Truly, I never expected Chen Mo to be this kind of person. I misjudged him completely. I even sent him a reward earlier." Over at the company, female employees gather, whispering about him. Disgusting. Before entering the secret realm, Chen Mo was already a cultivator, yet he pretended to be an ordinary person just to grandstand and exploit people's kindness for more rewards. Hearing this, a brown-haired colleague quickly chimes in. Exactly. Many analytical videos say Chen Mo deliberately caused other cultivators to die just to boost the show's ratings. The cultivators in the fifth secret realm were truly pitiful. They were toyed with by Chen Mo. He swindled so much. But how many fate coins did the other cultivators actually get? Elsewhere, a male MC broadcasts live from the station, conducting an interview on public opinion regarding the savior, Chen Mo. "I have nothing to say to a piece of trash like him. Chen Mo deserves the award for Best Actor of the Year. Chen Mo is a total pervert, faking a pathetic ordinary life, begging for scraps. Looking at it, he is clearly just a fraud. One glance is enough to see it's all an act." Support groups and chat rooms overflow with messages about him, debating heatedly. "I just messaged Chen Mo's social account telling him to go die. I'm just worried he might hack my phone, haha. Let's see who dares to reward him now. Just go die. Chen Mo is absolute garbage." At Chairman Li's luxurious estate, a subordinate approaches, presents a document, and reports, "Master, it's all public now. The internet is flooded with negative news about Chen Mo. His reputation is completely ruined." He asks tentatively, "However, Master, is this enough? He is the culprit who murdered young Master Li Ziu. The demonic beasts that crossed into Earth have already refused to assassinate Chen Mo, smearing him online alone. Won't avenge young Master Li Ziu." Hearing this, Chairman Li sneers with smug satisfaction. "This is already enough. Even though the demonic beasts rejected my request, they are secretly gathering spirit energy to seize control of the military. They thought they could hide it from our corporation's eyes. If I am not mistaken, they will make a major move soon. They hide information only because they don't trust the Alliance Corporation." He gazes at his palm while propagating the negative rumors about Chen Mo. In truth, this was also their demand. Once his spirit is crushed, a cultivator's power weakens. It means they are ready to execute their plan to kill Chen Mo. At Yu Tong's home, light flickers through the door gap as she screams in frustration. So infuriating. Do these netizens have no brains? They just follow the crowd blindly. You went through life and death to save the world, and this is how they repay you. Is there any justice? Hearing this, he calmly explains, "Saving the world was never important. I only wanted to save my sister. The noble goal of saving the world, I never even considered it." Seeing Chen Mo so composed, Yu Tong probes, "Aren't you angry at all? Those people know nothing yet spew such venom in front of strangers without a shred of hesitation." He replies quickly, appearing entirely unbothered. Chen Mo's expression remains cold, adding, "Besides, knowing you trust me this much, I'm already happy that you're angry on my behalf. Why should I care about what strangers think of me? Noticing his hidden fury, Yutong looks away. It would be more convincing if you didn't crush your phone. You're actually furious, aren't you? Chen Mo replies. The rumors targeting me this time are likely orchestrated by the Alliance Corporation. My resentment toward them has reached its peak. It cannot grow any further. They treated me like a lab rat. The Alliance Corporation will pay for this. I have already thought it through. I will start with the biggest problem, the Lee Corporation. Suddenly, system notifications ping incessantly. Emergency reminder, the second secret realm will open in 10 minutes. All saviors are advised to prepare. He and Yutong are caught off guard by the sudden announcement. Chen Mo mutters, what the hell? What kind of sinister secret realm is this? Didn't we just enter a secret realm yesterday? Shouldn't they give us saviors a few days to rest? Hearing this, Yutong is confused. What? It's been only 1 day since the first secret realm. She turns her head and says, I actually thought a lot of time had passed. Thinking back, so much really happened yesterday entering the secret realm, saving you from the boss, bringing Aer down to Earth, and fighting the Hunter Corporation. It was truly a long day. Standing before the portal, Chen Mo says with confidence, since it's a secret realm mission, then so be it. Consider them lucky. Lee Corporation can live for 1 more day. After getting everything in order, Yutong reports, everything is prepared. She tilts her head, glancing at Chen Mo. I've upgraded the concealment formation. It's highly effective. I just ordered food, but the delivery person couldn't find this place. Hearing this, Chen Mo feels a bit more at ease and mentions his own arrangements. My arrangements are settled too. Let's move out. At the same time, inside an iron cage, Aer wails to the heavens, but no one bothers to listen. The gate to the secret realm slowly closes, the final light dimming as if the quota has been met. Suddenly, an incredibly annoyed voice pipes up. Why is there a secret realm livestream again today? Wasn't it supposed to be different from before? This sudden change is ruining my schedule. I was supposed to have a major brand ambassador event today. You people better pay extra for this. What did you say? The livestream is starting. Yichang offers a gentle, persuasive smile. Welcome to the Liu Lixiang Secret Realm livestream channel. Don't be angry. What could possibly be more important than a secret realm livestream? Hearing her words, Lixiang plays dumb. Sister Yichang, I don't understand what you mean. I am a professional. I can multitask the live stream and the ambassador event. Seeing how adorable the kid is, Yichang beams and offers praise. Really? Liu Lixiang is truly amazing. Jai Xing, seeing them so relaxed, changes the subject. Let's take a look at the cultivators entering the secret realm for the second time. In Ma Yugu's livestream room, viewers are in a frenzy over his bold actions. Impressive. Am I seeing this right? This cultivator is actually cooking hot pot inside the secret realm. I am terrified. He's throwing demonic beast meat into the pot. Isn't he afraid of being poisoned? The streamer is way too reckless, right? The coins and likes are already climbing. What's the big deal about eating demonic beast hot pot? Go check out Lee Hei's livestream room next door. That's what you call a truly insane eating and recording session. On another channel, viewers are staring blankly at a strange round object. What on earth is that? Has anyone ever seen an egg that big? Lee Heiyu is showing it off with absolute confidence. This is a 50 kg demonic beast egg I just scavenged. The streamer isn't joking. Today I am going to eat it raw. An informed viewer comments, this is a giant demonic beast egg the streamer found while foraging for seafood in the secret realm. The streamer said he wants to eat this egg raw. Upon hearing this, the comment section falls into a state of shock. Eating it raw, that is truly hardcore. Witnessing this spectacle, Liu Lixiang feels like turning into stone on the spot. I don't understand. Isn't this a secret realm livestream? Has it turned into a food channel? However, to Yichang, this is completely normal. There's nothing here to be confused about. She explains the reason. They are jumping on the trend, mimicking Chen Mo's style of eating and recording inside the secret realm to gain more attention and fate coins. Elder Li, are all cultivators keeping up with the times like this? From Jai Xing's perspective, this is actually a clever strategy. These people are all rogue cultivators from the 5th secret realm. Their strength is weak, and they can only rely on this live-eating method to gain fate coins. Coins increase combat power, while this behavior isn't exactly honorable. They are still struggling to protect humanity. Of course, I believe the disciples of the 4 great sects would never stoop to such cheap, live-streaming antics. Let's look at the first secret realm. Switching to Jin Mingji's room, this person is even attempting to consume something no one dares to try. As you can all see, this is the most common demonic beast in the secret realm. This weird, tentacled blobthy say it has great health benefits. I will experience it firsthand today. Seeing this, Jai Xing's face darkens as if it's about to explode. He grinds his teeth and spits out 2 words in fury, absurd trash. The screen flickers briefly and immediately shifts to another scene. In Xi Zhencheng's livestream, he is chatting excitedly with the audience. Everyone, guys, guess what I just discovered? It's Chen Mo, it's Chen Mo. I think everyone must be very curious about the impact of this morning's trending topic on Chen Mo. I am going to interview Chen Mo now. Everyone follow along. He waves at Chen Mo with a grin and calls out, Chen Mo, sorry to disturb you for a moment. Chen Mo stops in his tracks, tilting his head in curiosity. Huh? What do you want with me? Xi Zhencheng puts forward his interview request seriously. Chen Mo, before I became a cultivator, I was a media professional. Regarding the rumors about you murdering your colleagues and the general manager this morning, are you willing to give me an interview? Chen Mo doesn't mince words and goes straight to the point. Those rumors are the work of the Lee Group, because I discovered the Lee Group's conspiracy. Perhaps it's not just them, but other corporations involved as well. They are colluding with demonic beasts from another world. Some have already entered Earth with the group's help. They are sneaking into our world. Their motives remain unclear. I hope everyone stays vigilant. Watching this, the crowd giggles, skeptical of his claims about demonic beasts infiltrating Earth. This is truly a shocking piece of information. He continues to press about the deaths of Zia Xiaomeng and the general manager, bringing up the footage of Chen Mo at the time. How do you explain this? However, Chen Mo shows no anger, answering calmly. The security footage only shows a short segment. In truth, the general manager wanted me to shoulder the company's deficit, so he ordered Zia Xiaomeng to kill me. Hearing this, Xi Zhencheng feels a wave of indignation on Chen Mo's behalf. That's outrageous. Just 2 ordinary people, yet they didn't know their place trying to kill a cultivator. But Chen Mo's next sentence lands like a slap to Xi Zhencheng's face. Before entering the secret realm, I was just an ordinary person, too. Xi Zhencheng is stunned. Huh? Could it be that you became this strong in just one day? It truly makes us real cultivators feel ashamed. Meanwhile, netizens mock him. What nonsense. Making up stories about demonic beasts to clear his name. Is there anyone who actually believes this? He went into the secret realm for one day and became the strongest. Some think if what Chen Mo says about demonic beasts infiltrating Earth is true, it poses a massive threat to our world. The stream cuts out, and the focus returns to the comment panel. Yichang leans forward, asking with a serious expression. If it's true that demonic beasts have infiltrated Earth, it poses a huge threat. Elder Li, what do you think? What? After a moment of deliberation, Jai Xing rubs his chin and states his method. I will notify the sects to investigate the Li Group, but there's no need to panic. If demonic beasts had truly infiltrated Earth, the 4 great sects would certainly know. Hearing those plans, she frowns slightly. Hearing you say that, I am actually starting to get worried. The scene shifts to a city street, where Chen Mo and Yutong are walking. Yutong glances at the retreating figure of Xi Zhencheng and complains. Your temper is too good, isn't it? That cultivator only interviewed you to boost his own fame. He didn't believe a word you said. If it were me, it'd have thrashed him already. Chen Mo replies softly, I know. I wasn't just saying that for his sake. In reality, anything I say online will be deleted by the corporations, and my voice suppressed. Only through a live broadcast in the secret realm is it hard for them to limit me. I just want to try my best to reach one more person, so that when someone sees the truth, they might be prepared. With that preparation, they have a better chance of survival. Suddenly the ground trembles, causing both of them to stumble. The secret realm is shacking what's happening. The system suddenly announces, due to interference from otherworldly divinities, the 5 secret realms are merging into one. A series of data prompts appear before Chen Mo's system logging in. Second secret realm initiated. Due to the sudden event, login rewards are doubled. Day 2 login. Reward Martial God Legend Combat Experience. Rewards have been issued. Host, please check and claim. After a bout of tremors, everything returns to normal. Yutong speaks up, the shaking stopped. The secret realm merger is complete. It doesn't seem that much different from before. But Chen Mo, with just a glance, notices something is wrong. Be careful, there's a strange beast up ahead. It might have crossed over from another secret realm. A small pink creature suddenly appears on the road, crying out, Bum! Seeing the creature's bright smile and its impossibly soft, silky fur, Yutong's eyes light up. She completely drops her guard. So adorable. Bum, what does that even mean? Are you talking to me? The creature nuzzles its head, acting cute in front of the 2 of them, constantly making little sounds. Bum, then it tears its enormous maw wide open, trying to swallow both of them whole. But Chen Mo crushes that plan instantly. He swings his arm and smashes it into oblivion. His body moves before his brain even registers the thought. This is the legendary war god combat experience taking hold. He stares at his hand, a thought flashing through his mind when he struck. He could feel the power inside him resonating, surging with violent, uncontrollable energy. In the blink of an eye, a horde of muscular pink monsters charges toward them, all crying, "Bomb!" Yutong panics, "Watch out. There are tons of Bomi incoming and they're the supersized versions." Seeing his strange state as mysterious energy erupts across his entire body, she asks in alarm, "Are you okay?" "You don't look right," she says softly. "What's wrong?" His body locks up, frozen in place, yet the sensation has never been so exhilarating. Chen Mo struggles to find the words to describe what he's feeling. Happy, excited, elated. He suddenly realizes none of those words are enough to capture his current state. "That's it, now I understand." His body moves on its own, expressing the emotion words cannot cheer, boundless elation. A euphoria intoxicated by power itself. A spray of blood erupts with each powerful strike. With just a few basic moves, the Bomi are cleaved in half, one by one. A single sweeping slash carves a straight line through the air. Chen Mo charges toward the remaining Bomi, as if losing all self-control. Inside his mind, there is nothing but rage. His jaw clenches, his sharp eyes burning with fury aimed at these creatures. At this disgusting world, he wants to tear apart. Chen Mo clenches his fists tight. His movements are decisive, absolute. Kaboom! A massive explosion erupts, accompanied by a blinding wave of light that engulfs everything. Right then, a data screen flashes into existence. System detected legendary war god's will is backfiring. Initiating reboot sequence. System rebooting legendary war god combat experience current progress 5%. Host is advised to avoid all combat until reboot is complete. Excessive berserking power will cause damage to the host's body. Warning, there is a probability of loss of rationality. When he finally stops, Yutong gently calls out his name. "Chen Mo." "Is it over?" he asks abruptly. Seeing this, she quickly responds, "The Bomathi are all dead. Chen Mo, you looked kind of terrifying just now." Chen Mo stands up, swaying as he presses a hand to his forehead. "Sorry, I got a little too carried away back there." He suddenly realizes just how out of control he was. Couldn't the system have warned me a little sooner? If I hadn't snapped out of it in time, Yutong might be dead. Strange system said berserking power would damage my body, but all I feel is muscle soreness. The data screen reappears. System alert, host detected suffering from legendary war god experience backlash. System activating injury transfer function. Somewhere in a dark corner, Ayer can only swallow her fury whole. "Chen Mo, you messed with me again. I'm seriously about to lose it, just you wait." Only now does Chen Mo remember the one locked away in that cage. "Ayer, were you nearly killed in there too?" Looks like until the reboot completes, he has no choice but to avoid fighting at all costs. At that moment, over with Dai Chang's group. After watching Chen Mo's fight, Dai Chang turns to Gui Xing in confusion. "Elder Li, what was that strange state Chen Mo was in just now?" "My judgment," the elder replies, "is that the online backlash has shaken his mental state. As a result, his power is beginning to spiral out of control. He's lost his rationality in combat. In this state, he won't just accidentally harm She's own body and mind, will continue to deteriorate as well." He pauses, recalling something from long ago. "I once witnessed with my own eyes a cultivator I deeply respected fight to the death while out of control. The truth behind the murder allegations against Chen Mo still needs to be verified, but hiding in safety while slandering and fabricating lies about a savior who fights for humanity. That is simply wrong." Back on the street where Chen Mo and Yutong had just passed, two young men finally stop running, bent over and panting. "We should be safe here, right?" The other one wheezes, grumbling. What the hell was Chen Mo's problem? He was fighting one beast and blew up an entire street. "If we hadn't run fast, we'd be dead," the other admits. "And you know what else? The crystal core exploded, that's what. Strongest savior? What a load of crap. Can't even handle a few insults, what a fragile ego." The guy next to him raises a skeptical eyebrow at the constant yapping. "Strongest? His strength is just from hoarding destiny coins, isn't it? Give that many coins to a pig and it could be the strongest, too. Has he ever thought about how many people he's killed by stealing the destiny coins that other saviors rightfully deserved?" The green-haired one nods, seemingly convinced. "Good point. What does he even need that many coins for? Body-refining cultivators have limaches completely wasting them. If we clear a couple more secret realms and stack our coins, who knows? Maybe our strength could surpass Chen Mo's." Suddenly, a sinister voice echoes from right behind them. Every hair on the green-haired one's body stands on end. "Chen Mo? You're talking about Chen Mo, am I hearing that right?" He stiffens, sweat pouring down like rain. This terrifying presence, could it be But when both of them turn around and spot a tiny, adorable little ghost spirit, they let out a collective sigh of relief. We were scared of this thing. It looks cute enough, just has a weird voice. They wave it off dismissively. The other guy quickly interjects. Don't mess with it, that's the core disciple of the Donghua Tianmen sect, the pet of the genius girl Tianian. We can't afford to provoke them. The little ghost spirit doesn't understand what they're babbling about, so it asks again, what are you two muttering about? Tell me where that scumbag Chen Mo is. My master is absolutely livid, wants to blow Chen Mo to kingdom come. Some rogue cultivator from the fifth secret realm, and he dares call himself the strongest savior. What a joke. Right now in Chairman Li's private study, his campaign is working flawlessly. The secretary holds a stack of documents and reads out the findings. Chen Mo's mental state has collapsed. His power is beginning to spiral out of control. By the time he leaves the secret realm, he'll be a cripple unless someone helps him. Chairman Li smirks. No one will help him. Chairman Li lays out every possible scenario. If Chen Mo remains the all-powerful figure sitting at the top, people will revere him. But if Chen Mo falls, they'll mock him. All they'll feel is contempt, envy, and refusing to be anyone's stepping stone any longer. If anyone actually tries to help Chen Mo, you know what to do. The secretary understands the mission. He responds immediately. Yes, sir, the online army I've hired is on standby. Anyone who tries to help Chen Mo will be smeared and torn apart on livestream. Chairman Li preens with self-satisfaction. Helping Chen Mo will only tarnish your own reputation, earn you no reward coins, and even risk getting killed by an out-of-control maniac. Even that cultivator whose life he saved, Yu Tong, will eventually leave him. That is human nature. The livestream comments erupt instantly. Everyone types furiously. There's actually a cultivator teaming up with that scumbag Chen Mo. Birds of a feather, I guess. Stop tipping her. She might get herself killed by Chen Mo someday. It's all a waste anyway. In Yu Tong's livestream room, the screen shows nothing but silencingly desolate rooftops remain. The netizens refuse to stay quiet, spamming the chat. Just saw the Replathes streamer was part of the first Secret Realm extermination squad. In the first Secret Realm, all her teammates died. She was the only one who survived. What else could that be if not leeching off others? Ban this girl and Chu, mustn't let them go around harming more people. Sister Yu Tong, leave Chen Mo already. He just lost control and nearly hurt you. Yu Tong, unsure of what's weighing on her mind, lets out a long, heavy sigh. Seeing that pensive expression, Chen Mo spoke up with concern. What's wrong? She merely turned her face away and replied, I'm thinking that the commotion you caused earlier might attract other monsters. We need to get out of here. On the surface, he appeared to listen to her every word, but a hint of suspicion stirred within. Ever since then, Yu Tong's mental state hadn't been right, kept spacing out. Sure enough, it was his power erupting that had frightened her. Right now, he was like a ticking time bomb capable of hurting anyone around him at any moment. Seeing that weary look on her face, he felt even more guilty. But Yu Tong had likely considered his feelings, and found it too awkward to directly suggest they split up. Sure enough, the matter of going separate ways should be brought up by him. After all, this was his responsibility. The two walked on in silence, neither uttering a single word. Chen Mo could only think quietly if only the right opportunity would present itself. The moment he spotted the bull-faced beast, he inwardly exclaimed, the perfect opportunity has arrived. Chen Mo didn't notice Yu Tong's unusual expression. He simply instructed, Yu Tong, go on ahead. I'll hold this monster off. Wait, what are you doing? Yu Tong stepped forward with an unusual expression. I'm truly sorry. I wasn't in the right state of mind to realize it sooner. She lowered her head, an indescribable melancholy flickering in her eyes. Even though I always acted as if nothing was wrong on the surface, millions upon millions of people, endlessly cursing and criticizing, just how much pressure must you have endured? Even now I can't fully comprehend it, which is why your power erupted out of control. Seeing her like that, he tried to reassure her. It's really not that serious, but the power eruption is real, so staying here while I fight would be very dangerous for you. Right after hearing him, Yu Tong suddenly spoke in a serious tone, then let me fight. Those words made Chen Mo freeze in shock. Huh. She stepped forward, a radiant pink glow enveloping her entire body. In midair, a brilliant sword of pure light condensed into existence, radiating dazzling brilliance. Yu Tong gripped the hilt tight. Her clothes morphed into a brand new battle outfit, exuding a sharp, cutting aura. This time, let me protect you. Spotting two living humans before it, the bull-headed beast roared ferociously and charged straight at them. Yu Tong tightened her grip on the sword and launched forward without a shred of hesitation to meet it head-on. Her slashes came one after another, cold flashes of light streaking through the air. An old memory suddenly flooded back in a quiet house, where leaves outside the window swayed gently in the breeze. Back then, Yutong's hand held a sword out horizontally, a faint pink aura of spiritual energy radiating from it. She addressed the person before her with utmost seriousness. So this counts as passing the test, right? But the answer wasn't what she expected. Her strength and technique were more than sufficient to surpass the examination standards. But I have no intention of taking you as my disciple. Hearing that, she froze, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. But my dad already paid the fee. But the man calmly laid out a series of questions. Yutong, you were once a disciple of Donghua Heavenly Gate. Your strength and talent are quite impressive. Apart from me, you can choose any senior master in White Elephant Gate. As your mentor, I'm sure no one would refuse. Yutong, thinking simply, immediately shot back more money. That response made him pinch the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Unless you tell me why you left Donghua Heavenly Gate and why you chose me as your master. Based on your answer, I'll consider taking you as my disciple. Hearing this, she promptly explained, I joined Donghua Heavenly Gate because I once believed a cultivator's ultimate goal was to become an immortal. But do you truly believe anyone has ever actually achieved immortality? The question sparked his interest. An interesting question. Since ancient times, there has never been any concrete proof confirming the existence of true immortals. Yutong lowered her gaze, a faint sense of bewilderment stirring in her heart. Then what exactly are immortals? Eternal lifespan, the power to command the laws of the world, or even to forge reality-bending forces? Or is it about pure wisdom, impeccable virtue, untouched by the mundane world, wandering free and unbound? Seeing she still couldn't grasp it, he earnestly shared his perspective. Heaven and earth coexist with the self. All things are one with the self. You're not wrong. As for the imagined descriptions of immortals, that's the general idea. I once believed the same, until I actually came into contact with real cultivators and discovered everything was completely different from what I'd imagined. Powerful cultivators colluded with high officials and the wealthy elite, scheming for riches and profit. Yutong closed her eyes and let out a bitter laugh. She laid bare every disillusionment she had ever experienced. Disciples and apprentices competed to flatter and grovel before their master saw for more cultivation resources, greater power, and stronger spells. To consolidate their status, they bullied their peers and those beneath them. Thieves and harlots among them relied on arcane arts to deceive ordinary folk. For not fitting in, I went off on my own and got a thorough scolding from my father for it. My father wholeheartedly supported me becoming a cultivator because he hoped I could help grow his business and forge more connections. Walking alongside him, she murmured, to maintain my status as a cultivator. Once Donghua Heavenly Gate was no longer an option, he brought me here. It's truly laughable. In an era where spiritual energy has run dry, do we really still have a chance to cultivate to immortality? Are people like us even worthy of becoming immortals? He lowered his head and spoke in a soft, analytical tone. Most cultivators are content with being stronger than ordinary people, even dismissing ascension as pure fantasy. But no matter the era, no matter if they're called lunatics or degenerates, there will always be those who never forget their original aspiration, who tirelessly seek new paths forward. Yu Tianren, have you ever heard that name? Heard it? He brought up that strange name. Yutong's eyes went wide in disbelief as she stammered, Yu Tianren, where Yu means I. Tianren means celestial being. I am the celestial, I for all beings, I for heaven and earth, giving yourself such an obnoxiously arrogant name. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten to death? He paid no mind to her reaction and continued explaining at leisure. There were originally 8 cultivation sects with long histories and formidable power. 4 of them provoked Yu Tianren, which is why only 4 great sects remain today. Yutong felt as if her mind had been blown wide open. There was so much she had never heard of. Holy crap, someone that terrifying actually existed. How have I never heard of him? Let me tell you the story. Most records and historical accounts related to Yu Tianren have been erased. What follows is my personal theory. Yu Tianren has ascended to immortality, or at least approached that legendary realm. But since records from the past have been destroyed, uncovering his secrets is extraordinarily difficult. I can only continuously research the people and artifacts connected to Yu Tianren throughout history, using these chromatic feather scales to retrace the path of his cultivation. If you wish, you may join under my tutelage and research alongside me. Hearing this, Yutong innocently asked once more, does this mean you agree to take me as your disciple, sir? He nodded in confirmation, but remained curious. Oh right, you still haven't told me why you chose me as your master. Yutong spoke without the slightest hesitation, Because I heard from others that you're very weak. Living beside you would be easier. At this point, there was no need to be completely honest, right? In the end, I successfully became his disciple, often helping my master with those seemingly pointless research projects. The two of them continued walking and talking, their conversation flowing on. Yutong continued her story. Though my master was still dirt poor after he established his own school, all he could afford for a cultivation cave was a private house in the suburbs. Though my master remained very weak, his integrity and pure dedication to research kept attracting new followers. Many people came to take that young man as their master. Perhaps there was yet another reason. Unlike other places, the atmosphere was relaxed and casual, yet the cultivation environment remained rigorous and serious. And Yutong was also very popular among the junior disciples. Senior sister, here are the candied treats I brought for you. Senior sister, here's the latest volume of that land dispute comic. Yutong realized that, as the senior sister, the first to join Ch2, had earned the respect of many. But that all came crashing down one day. Her master's cultivation cave was destroyed. The once sturdy house reduced to nothing but rubble. Her master's master, the gate master of White Elephant Gate, along with the leaders of countless sects, and their swarms of disciples surrounded us. Every single one of them gazed at her with greedy eyes. Venomous words and cruel mockery rained down on him without end. They claimed Yu Tianren's cultivation method was a fraud. They said my master used fabricated lies to lure hundreds of cultivators all for personal gain, fame, and wicked schemes. They said many cultivators had been beguiled by my master's heretical teachings, causing delays in sect affairs and enormous losses quarterly, enterprise valuations down 40%. They demanded my master admit his wrongdoings and submit to strict disciplinary action. The other disciples and followers only needed to confess their mistakes, and they would be forgiven. Yutong had once confronted them head-on. I told them my master wasn't a fraud, but all she got in return was mockery. They laughed. She was hit with questions she herself couldn't answer. Children are so easy to fool. Look around besides you. Who else still supports your master? Her master's disciples, his followers, all of them had left. Only Yutong remained. She began to feel afraid. Her master told her to admit her fault, and she did as she was told. But her master refused to admit fault to them. Master said, "This world needs someone who refuses to admit fault." He stood up alone and gripped his sword tight. To prove he was not at fault, he ended his own life. Master was dead. They laughed shrilly over her master's corpse. After that, countless people cursed Yutong's master. He even dared to claim he was researching Yu Tianren's cultivation technique. Pathetically weak, indeed truly shameless. He dared to say it, and some actually dared to believe it. Even if he could truly restore Yu Tianren's technique, it's not something ordinary people could learn. Messing around on his own would have been one thing, but he dragged our sect's disciples into wasting time with him a real plague on humanity. While they laughed, Yutong could only stand by and watch. Doing nothing, her father had transferred to another cultivation sect. He was just living day by day carefree on the surface, but she was consumed by deep regret and fury. Her eyes now held a quiet sorrow as she recalled that nameless pain. But Yutong could slay monsters on her own now. This time she would not back down. I will not admit fault. Again, at that exact moment, a data panel suddenly materialized in midair. Secret Realm announcement. Congratulations to Savior Yutong for slaying the boss. S letter 1 EDD, S letter 1 EDD. Clone. Secret Realm, the second Secret Realm's boss. S letter 1 EDD, S letter 1 EDD. Will appear in 30 minutes. Difficulty level, 500 years. Seeing this, Yichang curled his lips into a satisfied smirk. The boss is spawning this early, and it's only a 500-year-old beast. Looks like we can clock out early today. Yutong, I believe that's the name of the cultivator beside Chen Mo. Elder Li, the Secret Realm's difficulty dropped because she killed the boss. S letter 1 EDD, S letter 1 EDD. Clone, correct. Gui Xing furrowed his brows slightly, deep in thought. That's correct. This time the S-rank boss is likely a fusion-type beast. If the boss's combat power reaches 2,000 years and exceeds the Secret Realm's threshold, the realm would dismantle its own operating mechanism. But once the beast's main body and clone separated, its combat power dropped to just 500 years, allowing it to bypass the Secret Realm's restrictions. Even though the fusion triggered a realm-wide alert, as long as the clone is severed in time, the collapse can be avoided. I suspect the Otherworld's involvement in merging with the fifth Secret Realm was specifically designed to let this beast net all the cultivators in one sweep. Fortunately, Yutong dealt with the beast's clone first. Otherwise, the saviors might have been facing a 2,000-year-old monster. Hearing this, Li Xiang chimed in. Let's all give a round of thanks to Miss Yu Tong, shall we? The difficulty of the second secret realm dropped significantly. The cultivators of the fifth secret realm are only facing a 500-year-old beast. Couldn't they just hack it apart? Suddenly, a brilliant purple pillar erupted skyward from the heart of the city. The purple pillar stood tall at the center of the road, signaling the gate to the secret realm. The moment they saw it, several people panicked. The light barrier is here. The boss spawn point is too far from us. We need to move faster. Another one said casually, "What's the rush? Isn't there still 30 minutes left?" The masked man maintained his pace, explaining as he ran. After the secret realms merged, the number of cultivators has multiplied. If we don't secure a front row position, we won't gain any advantage. Who knows, the boss might be killed before we even get a chance to act. That other guy finally admitted it too. Right, the entire crowd seemed to receive the news at once and surged forward in a swarm. Oh my God, look over there. Even cultivators who were eating on live stream and those catching seafood at the beach came rushing over to join the spectacle. A girl spotted a familiar face among them and exclaimed, "Ha, I remember you. Aren't you the clam-digging guy from earlier? You want to go fight the boss too?" The guy let out a long, exasperated sigh. "There's only half an hour left. What clams am I gonna dig? There's not even enough time for scavenging. At least I managed to pick up a monster egg earlier. No air support. Don't talk about Murant, you the one who quit doing harvest runs too." The girl's expression fell with disappointment. No choice, there wasn't enough time to cook a proper meal anyway. Might as well go fight the boss. Even if she couldn't snag any rewards, watching the spectacle would be worth it. True, so the monster egg you picked up, can you sell it to me? I want to make tomato egg fried rice. Hearing her mention it, the guy quickly replied, "The monster egg? That thing, I already ate it raw." His answer left everyone around him speechless with shock. "Ate it raw? You serious? Damn bro, you're the real Food Channel streamer, aren't you? Eating something raw like Thaterant, you worried about getting sick? Does it even taste good raw?" But the guy suddenly fell silent, not uttering another word. A moment later, he just waved his bucket and changed the subject. "Nothing happened to me at all. Of course it's edible. Let's head over first. No more chit-chat. If we don't hurry, we'll miss the boss spawn." In a distant corner, a dark shadow silently watched their every move. He was utterly pleased with their actions. Everything was proceeding according to plan. A twisted, contemptuous smile slowly spread across his face. "A bunch of fools who actually believe the secret realm's difficulty dropped by luck. Enjoy yourselves. I've already picked out your graves." At the spot where the purple light had erupted, Yu Tong still stood in place, staring up at it with bewilderment. She could hardly believe what she had just done. "The thing I killed really was the boss. S letter 1EDD, S letter 1EDD, clone. Am I hearing things?" Even Chen Mo silently confirmed it. Even if the secret realm announcement was wrong, that pillar of light wouldn't lie. "Yu Tong, were you hurt just now?" Yu Tong answered him, "I'm perfectly fine. That beast was incredibly weak. I barely used any force before it keeled over." Hearing this, he smiled faintly and affirmed, "That's because you've grown stronger. With you guarding my back, I feel completely at ease." However, Yu Tong immediately tilted her head and pressed him, emphasizing each word. "Is that so? Then who was the one with a face full of doubt when I said I wanted to protect you earlier?" Chen Mo denied it immediately. "You must have seen wrong." At that very moment, little ghost spirit popped out from nowhere and barged in shamelessly. "I didn't see wrong either." It floated around him and asked curiously, "You're Chen Mo, right?" He looked up at it, curious. "Who are you?" Little ghost spirit hadn't even finished introducing itself before a hand pinched its cheek mercilessly. "And just what do you think you're doing to this great lord, huh?" Furious but powerless, it could only squirm and thrash about wildly. Let go of me right now." Yu Tong, seeing this, only pinched harder with delight. Are all new species of beasts this adorable? Little ghost spirit was on the verge of tears. "Stop pinching me. Let go. This great lord is not a beast." "Master, come quick. Chen Mo is here." Hearing it call out, Yu Tong freezes. "Master." At that very moment, a figure approaches from afar, a resolute voice cutting through the air. "Young Master Chen Mo, I've been looking for you for a long time." Seeing her, he is slightly bewildered, unsure what to make of it. Before any greetings are exchanged, she already wants to exchange blows with him. "Donghua Celestial Gate Ua Tianian. Young Master Chen Mo, let's have a match." Seeing Tianian's aggressive stance, Chen Mo furrows his brow in suspicion. "You want to fight me? Girl, are you serious? Do we have some kind of grudge? But I don't even know you." Tianian speaks bluntly, her expression still ice cold. "Quite the opposite. I hold you in the highest respect. In the first secret realm, watching you defeat a 1,000-year beast with raw strength alone sent my excitement through the roof. That's why, young Master Chen Mo, I want to challenge you. At this point, Yutong, still clutching the ghost spirit, cuts in. Hold on, Yue Tianian, I know you. The strongest in the second secret realm, a core disciple of Donghua Celestial Gate. Inside the secret realm, the monsters are our common enemy. Picking an internal fight at a time like Thishave, you lost your mind. The ghost spirit is truly the most miserable creature in the world, getting manhandled by Yutong. Easy, easy. This great lord's head is about to burst. It flails weakly as if its soul is about to fade away. Let go of me, you brute. Seeing things have gone too far, Yutong finally snaps back to reality. Ah, sorry, got a bit too emotional and accidentally squeezed too hard. Your soul nearly popped right out. Is little ghost still alive? Is it okay? Wait, no, you have to die first to become a ghost. A ghost soul leaving its body. That's like a double soul eviction. Completely unfazed, Tianian maintains her composure. It's fine, just stuff the soul back in. Now let me address your question first. There are 2 reasons I want to challenge young Master Chen Mo. First, watching young Master Chen Mo's battle against the beast in the first Secret Realms replay footage ignited something in me. The urge to fight young Master Chen Mo is completely uncontrollable. Hearing those fervent words, Chen Mo is taken aback. Really? No matter how you put it, your current expression has nothing to do with burning passion. With an even more serious expression, Tianian presents the second reason, a rogue cultivator with no sect affiliation, outshining the 4 great sects. Young Master Chen Mo, you've made the cultivators of the 4 great sects lose all face. The old fogies in our sect are utterly humiliated. Only by defeating you in front of a global audience can we erase this shame and prove that Donghua Celestial Gate is the strongest sect. Listening to the girl's declaration, Yutong feels something is off. Are those really words you should be saying out loud? You're that honest about it. The old fogies in your sect are going to lose even more face. Is this girl really that straightforwardly obsessive? I don't quite get it. They originally wanted me to gather more destiny coins before challenging young Master Chen Mo, but I felt that would be unfair. Besides, I've been dying to fight, so I want to battle young Master Chen Mo right now. Seeing her candor, Chen Mo speaks. I appreciate your honesty, Tianian, but for now I can only refuse. In the battle against the beast not long ago, my power went out of control. I nearly lost my mind. Fighting you right now would be dangerous for both of us. The girl nods. Is it because of public pressure? I understand. Understanding the situation, Chen Mo makes a decision. Yue Tianian, I accept your challenge, but the match will be postponed until my power stabilizes. However, I can't accept that. Postponing the match would be unfair to you. This statement piques Chen Mo's curiosity. Unfair, why? With the utmost seriousness, the girl begins her explanation. Young Master Chen Mo, you're a body cultivation cultivator, correct? The maximum cultivation ceiling for body cultivation cultivators is equivalent to a thou. Sandir beast, I can use destiny coins to enhance my own power. But young Master Chen Mo, your power has already reached its absolute limit. Your power has already reached its absolute limit. After hearing this, Chen Mo is forced to admit that destiny coins truly can no longer boost his combat power. Is the true limit of body cultivation cultivators really just equivalent to a 1,000-year beast? Looking as aggressive as someone picking a fight, little ghost leaps up and screams, "That's right, you scrub. This great lord will hang you up and beat you with one hand in no time." Ignoring the taunt, Tianian continues, as I understand it, body cultivation cultivators temper their bodies by simulating certain monster cultivation methods. But the human body has limits. The strength of a 1,000-year beast is the absolute maximum a human frame can withstand. Another limiting factor for body cultivation cultivators is the Tao heart. To wield such tremendous power, one's spirit and will must also be sufficiently refined. With an unwavering tone, the girl adds, even orthodox cultivators must continuously temper their spirit, achieving resonance with the external world before they can break through the 1,000-year cultivation limit. Since ancient times, due to spiritual energy constraints and scarce resources, only a select few with innate talent could become cultivators. Body cultivation is the exception. Maintaining her intense focus, Tianian continues her meticulous analysis. In theory, anyone can become a body cultivation cultivator, but the training process is agonizing, borderline self-torture. The success rate for ordinary people to become body cultivation cultivators through training is actually even lower than becoming orthodox cultivators, the girl adds in a low voice. According to records, during the last interdimensional invasion, body cultivation cultivators only proved useful in the early stages. But as warfare escalated, body cultivation cultivators were phased out entirely. With its usual insufferable mouth, Little Ghost cuts in with a scathing remark. High difficulty, low ceiling, and completely useless in the late game only. A lunatic would become a body cultivation cultivator. That this era still has body cultivation cultivators is beyond this great lord's comprehension. Seeing it start badmouthing with all its might, Yutong raises an eyebrow in threat. Little Ghost, do you want your soul evicted again? Terrified, it scurries behind the girl, but its beak won't quit. Everything this great lord says is the truth. You think I'm afraid of you. Tianyan studies the two of them and declares, young master Chen Mo has become a body cultivation cultivator in this era, and even reached the peak combat ceiling during the first secret realm mission. I hold you in the utmost respect. Her voice suddenly turns resolute. Quite a few cultivators plan to gather enough destiny coins before coming to defeat young master Chen Mo and prove their worth. That's why young master Chen Mo can only be defeated by me. I won't let those spineless cowards humiliate you. If any other cultivator comes to challenge young master Chen Mo, I will cut them all down. Standing nearby with a less than pleased expression, Yutong leans in and asks coldly, girl, you really think you're all that? You think you're so noble? Tianyan presses on. For the face of the four great sects, cultivators will come to challenge young master Chen Mo regardless. Do you have a better solution? Hearing this, Yutong furrows her brow with a decisive look and states, of course. If even I can't beat them, then none of you have the right to fight Chen Mo. I'll take every single challenge. She then levels her blade at Tianyan, starting with you. Seeing this, the girl wants to put it to the test. To confirm whether you have the strength to protect young master Chen Mo, I will use my full power. Little Ghost provokes Yutong with extreme arrogance. You dare challenge my master? Watch as my hammer smashes your mutt head to pieces. The humiliation you've brought upon this great lord I will repay tenfold. Yutong furrows her brow and fires back at them. 2 against 1, and even the pet wants to fight. I don't mind at all. Seeing Yutong look down on her, Tianyan has Yuala raise its weapon. Though a bit troublesome, a white energy column instantly appears before them. Tianyan issues a stark warning. Gets extremely dangerous. Surrender now while you still can. Yutong scoffs dismissively. Aren't you being a little too friendly? Right now we're enemies. Worry about yourself first. Tianyan makes the first move. Then I won't hold back either. Both lunge into combat. Tianyan goes on the offensive while Yutong holds her guard. A massive boom rings out. The shockwave draws everyone's attention. The onlookers outside see the scene and erupt in chatter. I just got here. What's going on? They're already fighting. Hasn't it not even been half an hour yet? Did the touchy boss spawn early or something? Another person immediately shoots that down. No way. This is way more interesting than the touchy boss fight. I heard from someone Yue Tianyan and Yutong from the Donghua Celestial Gate are fighting over a man. Can you believe it? Someone actually dares to compete with the Donghua Celestial Gate's genius for a man. The bespectacled young man hears the name and immediately realizes, wait, Yutong is the cultivator who killed the touchy boss's avatar, the one mentioned in the secret realm announcement. She's also a core disciple of one of the 4 great sects. How come I've never heard of her before? The other young man explains, you didn't know. She's a cultivator from the 5th secret realm. The cultivators from the 4 great sects always look down on us, but the disciples from smaller sects like our 7 rogue cultivators can't even compare to our 5th secret realm. The bespectacled young man secretly marvels, I never imagined that apart from Chen Mo, our 5th secret realm would produce another powerhouse. The secret realm really is fair than ordinary cultivators like us can stand out if we find the right opportunity. But the guy is still extremely naive, thinking, though you still need to dare to fight and dare to risk it all. Look at the Tai Xuan sect I mean the Tai Tong sect. During the first Secret Realms mission, the sect master pretended to rally everyone to fight the touchy boss as a group. But when Chen Mo actually fought the beast, the guy had a complete mental breakdown and chickened out on the spot. I watched the replay video afterward, nearly died laughing at him. Seeing the two absorbed in conversation, the group nearby quickly speaks up. Hey, you two, what are you mumbling about over there? The bespectacled young man immediately adopts a humble attitude. Is that the Tai Xuan sect? We were just chatting, didn't say anything at all. Xing Jian is so furious that steam is practically shooting from his head. Not so talkative now, If you've got the guts, try saying that again. Tianxing hears this, pats the young man's shoulder and advises, Xing Jian, let it go. Don't stoop to their level. But the young master himself lowers his head, acknowledging the truth. They're not wrong. My performance before was truly pathetic. Even Father was disappointed in me. When we returned yesterday, it was the first time I've ever seen Father that angry. Xing Jian immediately comforts him. Young master, Your father simply has very high expectations of you. Besides, your father didn't sleep at all last night. Deliberately used rare materials to enhance the lightning suppression vase. All to prepare it for you? Tianxing is utterly astonished. So that's why he took back the lightning suppression vase yesterday. Seeing his attitude shift, Xing Jian adds, exactly. Your father cares deeply about Yao's, just not good at expressing it. A hint of joy crosses Tianxing's face, so that's how it is. A shadow watches their every move from the darkness. He regards them with razor-sharp eyes if looking at toys. Back to the two girls' fight, Tianyan speaks up. You're stronger than I thought. Can't you just surrender obediently? She swings the spear in her hand. Either way, keep fighting. In the end, I'll win. If I use Yuala's true power, I might accidentally kill Yuan. Young Master Chen Mo would be so sad. Yu Tong further taunts the girl. Oh, really? Little Yu Ling's true power, huh? I want to see it. Don't be all talk like her. Both sides clash again in another round of combat. Yu Tong's speed is absolutely blazing. Tianyan can barely keep up. She starts to flounder. What's going on? The girl only just now realizes the anomaly or weapon was snatched away mid-combat without her even noticing. Tianyan still can't accept the truth. How is this possible? Seeing things going too far, Chen Mo steps in to stop them. Hey, both of y'all calm down. A friendly spar is fine, but don't actually fight to the death. System reloading legendary war god combat experience. Current progress 50%. Seeing Tianyan's dark expression, Chen Mo asks with concern, you're not angry, are you? He quickly explains, I only canceled the match because I was thinking about your safety. But Tianyan's attitude shifts completely. Young Master Chen Mo, I was too shallow-minded. You effortlessly snatched my weapon mid-combat. Your combat skills have already reached the pinnacle, and I didn't even notice. During the first Secret Realms mission, you were hiding your true strength the entire time. You fooled all of us. If I wanted to challenge you, I'm still far too weak. Chen Mo smiles faintly and humbly replies, you flatter me. I was just lucky. Tianyan's admiration for him only deepens. Young Master Chen Mo, you're truly far too modest. In a similar situation, even the strongest of the four great sects, 4 Dao Seekers couldn't have stopped our battle as easily as you did. I wonder if I could follow by your side for a while and learn from you. Seeing this, Yu Tong quickly challenges the girl. Yue Tianyan, you're a core disciple of the Donghua Celestial Gate. Is it really okay for you to say such things? You're not scheming something again, are you? Of course not, I'm completely sincere. About young Master Chen Mo, I mean. Besides, whether he accepts me as a teammate is young Master Chen Mo's decision. It has nothing to do with a defeated opponent like you. Hearing the girl's words, Yu Tong immediately fires back. Defeated opponent? I don't recall us settling a winner just now. Tianyan stubbornly insists. If young Master Chen Mo hadn't canceled the match, I would definitely have won. If you don't believe me, ask young Master Chen Mo. I have complete faith in young Master Chen Mo's judgment. Both immediately dump the question onto Chen Mo. So who actually won just now? This puts him in an extremely awkward position. Footsteps approach their location. Yue Tianyan, that competitive streak of yours needs to go. Jing Xian steps forward, his expression stern as he regards Tianyan. Stop causing trouble for others all the time. Tianyan furrows her brow at him. Oh, it's Jing Xian. You Dandai Green Cave disciples, love saddling yourselves with rigid rule string to be model students or something. Quit trying to manage me with your rules. If you want to lecture me, fight me first, then we'll talk. Little Yu Ling chimes in too. This great lord hates hypocrites like you the most. If you're so righteous, come and fight me. Jing Xian speaks seriously to Yu Tong. I have no interest in picking a fight with you. Miss Yu Tong, your talent and potential are unmatched. I wish to invite you to join the Dandai Green Cave. This statement leaves Yu Tong completely bewildered unsure of what's happening. Then, one after another, people emerge from seemingly nowhere to recruit her. Miss Yu Tong, join the Tei Fire Hall. We guarantee you the best treatment possible. Me too, you absolutely must join our sect. Tianyan quietly advises Yu Tong from behind. Just ignore those small sects. Both the Dandai Green Cave and the Tei Fire Hall offer you core disciple status, with a path toward becoming a Dao Seeker in the future. But in recent years, the Tei Fire Hall's overall strength has been declining. They already have 16 core disciples. Not the best choice. But the Dandai Green Cave is different. They only have 1 core disciple. If you join, you'd eventually oversee Jingshan, and the next generation's Dao Seeker of Dandai Green Cave would undoubtedly be you. Jing Xian hears this and teases Tianyan. Yue Tianyan, your whispering is way too loud. I heard everything. But there is one thing you're not wrong about. Miss Yu Tong, if you join Dandai Green Cave, The resources we provide will undoubtedly be the finest available. Yet Yutong's answer is a flat refusal. Thank you for the invitation. I've made my decision. For now, I have absolutely no intention of joining any sect. My talent and potential aren't really all that outstanding, to be honest. Tong seriously reconsiders everything. Her powerful combat strength only exists because Chen Mo gave her so many destiny coins, and it's still unclear whether the four great sects are colluding with monsters. Besides, I have a monster leader heir locked up at home, and even Chen Mo's sister carries the aura of monsters. Joining the four great sects would only bring trouble for Chen Mo. Jingshan furrows his brow at her words, then speaks again. You're far too modest. No matter how many destiny coins one has, without talent and effort, they can never be converted into real combat power. Should you ever change your mind, feel free to contact me at any time. Very well, I won't trouble you any further. The others, hearing this, also give up their efforts. Let's disperse. We should call it a day too. I was hoping we could recruit a talent for our sect. What was I even thinking? If even the four great sects couldn't get her to join, what chance do small-time sects like ours have? But just then, Chen Mo speaks up. Wait a moment, please don't leave just yet. Since everyone's already gathered here, I'd like to make an announcement. Hearing this, Jingshan immediately turns to face the strongest savior of the fifth secret realm. Chen Mo, what do you want to say? After a lengthy explanation, Chen Mo finally finishes laying out his intentions. His position is clear. He hopes capable cultivators will investigate the corporation's collusion with monsters. The livestream viewers all think Chen Mo is at it. Agendos, he really believe anyone will buy this act. After all, the monsters are always the villains, and he's just a pure little saint, is that it? Even if the corporation colluded with monsters, does that make you innocent? How about proving you didn't kill anyone first? The livestream viewers are all deeply skeptical about this proposal. Monsters have infiltrated Earth. How is that even possible? The secret realms are the absolute defense line, built by ancient cultivators before the saviors failed. There's no way monsters could have appeared on Earth first. Either way, I don't buy it. I just don't believe it. But only Yue Tianyan steps forward and says to him, Young Chen Mo, I believe you. It catches him off guard. Jingshan doesn't immediately deny Chen Mo's claims either. A rather interesting perspective. Though I find it unlikely, it's worth investigating. Once this secret realm concludes, I will report to the sect and have them launch an investigation into the corporation. Hearing this, Chen Mo says softly to Jingshan, Thank you. Jingshan smiles. No need for thanks. Protecting the world and guarding against monster threats as early as possible, that's our duty. The matters concerning the corporation can wait until after we've defeated this secret realm's final boss. A beam of green light engulfs a vast swathe of land. Everyone spots the strange phenomenon and cries out in alarm. What's happening? The boss's light beam just got wider. The boss is about to appear, one person thinks. Then no, wait, the beam is still expanding. The cityscape gradually becomes engulfed by the terrifying power radiating from the boss. He is utterly bewildered. What in the world is going on? In a dark corner, someone silently orchestrates it all. The transportation begins. A violent streak of blue light pours down from the void, engulfing the entire space. Everyone swept up in it immediately feels disoriented. Where is this place? That beam of light transported us here. But wasn't that beam supposed to be the boss's spawn point? But the boss hasn't appeared, and there's no secret realm notification either. This is strange. Chen Mo sweeps his gaze across the surroundings, his expression grave, then issues a warning. Stay sharp, something's wrong with this place. It's very dangerous. Yutong watches the anomaly unfold, worry flickering across her face. I knew it. The secret realm's quest wouldn't go this smoothly. The first quest said the final boss was a 500-year monster, but a 1,000-year one showed up instead. What is it going to be this time? The pillar of blue light stands frozen in the center of the space, like a shimmering, motionless waterfall, each pulse of radiance imprisoning everything within. System Secret Realm announcement, second quest final boss has appeared. Difficulty 500-year predator. Quest location, right after the data panel fades. A ferocious beast with a human body and a beaked head lumbers into view. Someone in the group spots it and speaks up. I don't know what's going on, but killing this 500-year monster should count as completing the quest. Right, if that's the case, things are a lot simpler than we thought. There's only one thing we need to do. The moment he finishes speaking, he thrusts his sword forward, bursts into a full sprint, and aims a devastating strike straight at the beast-beak creature's shoulder. But when the force of the blow passes clean through the creature's body, a single thought flashes through his mind. Hey, is this a joke? Not a scratch. His face drains of color as the impossible happens. How is this possible? It's just a 500-year monster. Not only couldn't I kill it in one strike, I couldn't even cut its skin. No, wait, it's not the monster. It's my attack, my spiritual energy. Lost in shock, he doesn't react in time. The beastbeak swings back and blows his head clean off. Where once there was color and light, only cold darkness remains. Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd screams in terror. What the hell? Wasn't that guy a core disciple of the Seven Blazes Hall? A single slap from the monster killed him outright. Has the secret realm gone insane? This is supposed to be a 500-year monster. Unlike everyone else's panic, Jingshan remains calm and identifies the key issue. It's not that the enemy is too strong, it's that we've become weaker. Haven't any of you realized? The spiritual energy here is completely barren. Our attacks simply can't unleash their full power. Just then, a seemingly harmless beast pokes its head out with a soft squeal. Bomi, and it isn't alone, countless other beasts trail in one after another. Yue Tianyan tilts her head, watching the chaotic scene unfold with growing unease. It's not just the final boss, Evan. The secret realm's regular monsters have been transported here. It's truly hopeless. Not only is their power severely restricted, but they're now surrounded by monsters on all sides. Does the secret realm intend to kill every single savior here? At the same moment, in a cold, barren room, a chilling voice rings out. The secret realm? This isn't a secret realm. Giles stands there with arms spread wide, as if hosting a grand banquet. Cultivators, saviors, and all you dear viewers tuning into the secret realm, livestream welcome to Earth. Jingshan looks up at the man with suspicion and questions him in a deep voice. Who are you? You claim this is Earth, but the spiritual energy on Earth hasn't depleted to this extent. Confronted by the rapid-fire questions, the man replies with an arrogant smirk. Oh, but this is Earth. To be precise, a resort hotel on some small island in the Pacific Ocean. Buried beneath the hotel grounds is a massive cache of spiritual energy enough to suppress this entire zone. This is a trap prepared specially for all of you. As for my identity, Hassan, the esteemed savior, Chen Mo already told all of you. Monsters have long since infiltrated Earth. Below the stream, netizen comments erupt one after another. Am I seeing this right? What Chen Mo said was actually true. Where are all those keyboard warriors who mocked and doubted Mo God earlier? Where'd they all run off to? Get out here and kowtow an apology to Mo God. Meanwhile, on the screen of Chen Mo's livestream room, he has already arrived on the scene to confront the man. Immediately, a flood of other comments crowds in, pushing the truth aside. Even if monsters really have infiltrated Earth, Chen Mo's murder suspicion still hasn't been cleared. Stop bickering. The monsters are about to sweep up every savior out there in one go. At a time like this, you're still arguing about whether Chen Mo is right or wrong. What's even the point? At that same moment, inside the Yicheng Group's office, the atmosphere is as chaotic as a kicked hornet's nest. Lixiang turns to Gixing in a panic. Elder Li, what's the situation? After investigating, he immediately replied, I just received word small island where the saviors were captured has been found. Hearing this, the young girl breathed a quiet sigh of relief, then urged him to act quickly. Great news, then hurry up and send people to rescue them. However, his next words silenced the entire room. We already dispatched a search and rescue team ahead. They've arrived at the location. According to their report, the island vanished without a trace. The coordinates on the satellite map show absolutely nothing now. Gia Li letter 1EC7T breaks into a sinister grin, his voice dripping with mockery. There will be no reinforcements. There will be no hope. Then he casts a defiant gaze straight into the camera lens. You, cultivators, savor your final moments of desperate struggle. Use that beloved livestream of yours to witness the extinction of Earth's so-called protectors. At this moment, Chen Mo stands at the dead end, his gaze locked onto the beast core. A powerful surge of energy radiates from his body as he mutters through gritted teeth. If the secret realm's rules still apply, destroying you should return us to reality, right? Then let's find out. At the same time, in a corner of the luxury residential complex, a monster takes several rounds straight to the body, letting out piercing shrieks. The cultivator holds his stance, taunting the beast. How do bullets infused with spiritual energy taste? Then he gloats triumphantly, watching the monster collapse lifelessly to the ground. I knew bringing an assault rifle was the right call. Before entering the secret realm, Abin, you laughed at me for it. Right at that moment, a massive bare foot slams down on a person without warning, accompanied by a voice full of demented glee. Abin, a mere second later, Bomi uses its full force to crush the unlucky victim beneath its foot. The cultivator's eyes blaze with fury at the sight of the massive feline beast grinning mockingly. He raises his gun in rage, ready to send it straight to hell. You bastard, I'll cut you down. But before he can act, Bo-mi already has him in its grasp. He can only thrash and scream in desperation. Let me go, staring into that gaping maw lined with jagged, horrifying teeth. The cultivator can only beg in utter despair. Stop! Meanwhile, Bo-mi deflects Chen Mo's attack with a single hand while taunting with sadistic amusement. Hear that? The screams of those cultivators are truly music to my ears. You meddlesome brat. Gia letter 1EC7T keeps spitting taunts. You think I'd just let you waltz over and kill Niu? You're the most dangerous savior of them all. If I let you easily eliminate Niu, the slaughter game I've arranged would be ruined. Then he casually orders his beast. Hey, Niu go graze on the grass for a while. Take your time. Frustration boils inside Chen Mo with this madman Gia letter 1EC7T blocking his path. He can't eliminate the final boss. If he can't end this secret realm soon, it won't just cause massive casualties among the cultivators' own power could spiral out of control again. Noticing Chen Mo's lapse in focus, Gia letter 1EC7T seizes the opening and charges in. Zoning out mid-fight is a bad habit. Chen Mo. At that exact moment, an elegant hand flicks open a paper fan, conjuring countless strange characters that swirl into existence. I completely agree with your assessment. The blinding light makes Gia letter 1EC7T glance over in surprisingly to find Jingshan has appeared out of nowhere. With a single sweep of his fan, a ring of blazing flame erupts Flame Emperor's violent bloodline. Rolling infernos engulf the entire space, scorching him to the bone. Gia letter 1EC7T struggles within the encirclement but still runs his mouth, pathetic moves. You think someone like you can interrupt my leisure time? Meanwhile, Tianyan grips her staff and plunges down from above. That's not for you to decide. He swiftly blocks the surprise strike from the girl. Shallow attacks like Thesgu could throw 100, and they'd still be useless. A long blade wrapped in violet spiritual energy silently appears. Yutong swings her sword coldly from directly behind Gia letter 1EC7T. We're not done yet. A single downward slash unleashes a thick cloud of white smoke. A pair of bare feet steps out from within completely unscathed. After that earth-shattering combined assault, he still has the nerve to mock them. You lot, don't you get it yet? With your level of strength, you can't even scratch me. Only Chen Mo. Where did Chen Mo go? Jingshan stands tall amidst the white smoke and responds. You can probably guess, can't you? He's gone to eliminate the final boss. Upon hearing this, Gia letter 1EC7T breaks into a twisted smile. I see, so this is your strategy. Even if you bet your lives, how long do you think you can hold me back? But that threat doesn't faze Tianyan in the slightest. Don't worry about it. Yutong, equally resolute, declares, to save what's left of Earth's hope. We've already prepared ourselves to die here. Jingshan continues swinging his fan, each flame linking into successive rings. He controls the flames with calm precision, his sharp, cold eyes never leaving his target. As the flames coil tightly around him, Gia letter 1EC7T seems to notice something. He tilts his head upwardly to see Tianyan descending slowly, with her massive staff raised high. The girl brings the staff down in a decisive cleave, complemented by Yutong's cold, ruthless strike from the opposite side. Together, the two of them tear Gia letter 1EC7T's body apart. Shards of demonic energy spiral inward into a vortex, strange points of light flickering at its center. The fight ends so swiftly that even Tianyan grows suspicious. Did we win? That was way too easy. No, that's not right. Based on the strength that beast displayed before, we were never its match. How could we have destroyed it in under 10 seconds? Jingshan then offers his deduction. I'm afraid what we just defeated was merely his clone. If I'm not mistaken, that beast's target from the very beginning was always Chen Mo, back at the luxury residential complexno, completely enveloped by a violet barrier. Gia letter 1EC7T strolls in casually. You've tried it already, haven't you? The barrier surrounding the Meadow-Evan with your strength. You can't break it in a short time. But what greets his eyes is Niu's severed head resting in Chen Mo's hands. Chen Mo has already deduced his opponent's scheme. You deliberately lured me here, had me eliminate the secret realm's bossall to trap me inside this barrier. You've really gone to a lot of trouble. Chen Mo's composure truly makes Gia letter 1EC7T feel deeply amused, as expected of the most dangerous savior. Even after falling into a trap, you can still maintain your composure. Let me guess what you're thinking right now. You clearly defeated the secret realm's boss. So why hasn't the secret realm disappeared? Because this barrier has severed the secret realm's observation and evaluation. so even the secret realm itself cannot detect Niu's death. The roundabout theatrics leave Chen Mo feeling mildly disgusted. You trapped me here and are now explaining everything at length. What exactly is your purpose? It turns out Gia Li letter 1 EC7T is trying to recruit Chen Mo to his side, freely showering him with honeyed words. You, Chen Mo, are the finest savior on all of Earth. You fight to save the world, yet those worthless humans misunderstand you, curse you, despise you. How pitiful! Don't you see that all your efforts are completely worthless to them? Join us, you will receive the fairest treatment you deserve. Your talent, your worthy, will never be buried again. Oh, that's right, rest assured. Within this barrier, the Secret Realm's livestream has been completely severed. Right now, no one on Earth can hear our conversation, but he has no idea the system's comment section is absolutely erupting. Huh, is this beast stupid or something? The Secret Realm's livestream is clearly working perfectly fine. You're the idiot here. That beast is obviously trying to trick Chu Matriang to make him betray humanity in front of the whole world. Their entire conversation is being broadcast live on Chen Mo's livestream channel. Chen Mo hasn't said a word. Don't tell me he's actually wavering. Could it be he actually wants to betray humanity? God, Mo hasn't said a single word, and you're already jumping to conclusions. If I were God, Mo, I'd rather just side with the beasts. People like you were never worth saving in the first place. At that moment, a notification pops up. System reminder: Legendary War God Battle Experience loading. Current progress 70%. This makes Chen Mo sink into thought. The loading still isn't complete, has to stall for more time. Gioliot starts losing his patience, pressing him relentlessly. Chen Mo, my patience has its limits. Tell me your answer, trust me on this. If you agree to cooperate and submit to us, we will certainly not mistreat you. But if you choose to reject my goodwill, then I'll have no choice but to send you on your way right here. He seizes the opportunity to set a trap for his opponent. Cooperate. Our so-called cooperation ended a long time ago. The spirit control artifacts sourced from Region X's treasure kind has been stockpiling massive quantities of spirit control modules. Did you really think you could hide the corporate alliances, scheme to trap and slaughter the saviors without tipping us off? And you still have the audacity to bring up trust? Sure enough, these words don't raise a shred of suspicion, and Gioliath bursts out laughing with unrestrained delight. You claiming to be part of the corporation? That's the funniest thing I've heard in ages. Chen Mo continues to probe. Then what about the Beast Commander's failed appearance? Do you really think that was just a coincidence? He lifts his chin with an arrogant sneer. Human, what exactly are you trying to say? Fool, the appearance of a figure as critical as the Beast Commander. How could a mishap like that possibly be a coincidence? His expression turns dangerous in an instant. You still don't get it, do you? Truly worthy of being called brainless beasts. If you were going to hide things from us and set a trap behind our backs, then we had no choice but to counterstrike. The Beast Commander is a valuable test subject, after all. That's right, we have been experimenting with beast cells for a long time now. Don't tell me you still haven't figured that out. Gioliot can't hold back any longer, erupts in a thunderous rage. Despicable humans. It was the corporate alliance that came to us seeking cooperation in the first place, and this is your sincerity. Yet this only makes Chen Mo pour more fuel on the fire. Did you really think our corporations would willingly become the lapdogs of you wild beasts? Our cooperation was shattered long ago, you fool. Then it's his turn to laugh triumphantly, believing he successfully fooled Chen Mo. What I said earlier about the barrier being able to cut off the Secret Realm's livestream, that was a lie. Chen Mo, the corporate alliance's true, ugly face has been laid bare before the entire world. So now tell Muho's the real fool. A notification flashes across the display. System reminder: Legendary War God Battle Experience updating. Current progress 99.99%. Chen Mo stands in contemplative silence for a moment, while Gioliot is still grinning ear to ear, taunting him. Chen Mo, say something. Where'd that easygoing composure of yours go? Have you gone stupid or something? The mighty savior, the great hero, turns out you're birds of a feather, colluding with us beasts all along. Not only that, you exposed the corporation's human experiments all by yourself. I was only guessing about that before. Betraying humanity, then betraying the corporation too. There's nowhere left on this earth for you to hide. Faced with that nonsensical drivel, Chen Mo keeps his expression completely calm. Too bad, it seems you really didn't know about the human experiments. Still, I have to thank you. Just now, you admitted with your own mouth the connection between the beasts and the corporation. That means my name can be completely cleared. He suddenly stops laughing, his eyes narrowing as if piecing something together. What did you just say? A second later, he screams in fury. Impossible. As for Chen Mo, All he needs to do is throw mockery at his opponent. Looks like you finally get it. The fool who just exposed himself before the entire world is you. It's only now that Gia Lyot realizes he's been played for a fool. Enough with the lies. If you're not part of the corporation, how could you possibly know all this? You knew the live stream would expose everything, so you decided to flip the script on the fly, didn't you? Hearing this, Chen Mo puts on an expression of pure exasperation. Is gathering intelligence on your enemies really such a strange concept to you? Then he recalls the scene of himself, slumping to the ground during the investigation process, the exhausting moments spent playing babysitter for A, or even going so far as to sacrifice his dignity and disguise himself as a girl. Seeing Gia Lyot standing there frozen like a statue, Chen Mo casually reveals his plan. You still want more evidence? After this secret realm ends, the very first thing I'm going to do is destroy the Lee Corporation. Although by then, you won't be around to see it. Just as Chen Mo finishes speaking, Gia Lyot speaks up in a low, tense voice. When did you figure out that the barrier couldn't stop the live stream? If Gia Lyot genuinely wants to know, Chen Mo has no trouble answering. From the very beginning, about the barrier surrounding Mayu over-explained way too much. Your treasure, that's supposedly indestructible, and can prevent the secret realm from confirming a boss kill. All of it was meant to constantly reinforce the idea in my head that the barrier blocks everything. Then you tried to hint that the barrier could cut off my live stream. Your little misdirection was far too clumsy. The viewers finally piece everything together. Everything that just happened endlessly, I don't even know how to describe it. Too shocking. All I can say is Chen Mo is absolutely incredible. I knew it. Chen Mo's clueless act this whole time was just a front. This is his true face. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's livestream chat explodes into chaos. Every single viewer expresses their utmost admiration. God Moth, that title needs an upgrade now. Not only is his strength overwhelming, but his mind is an absolute fortress. Hail him as Phantom Chu. Even though all the saviors are currently trapped in the beast's snare, with Chen Mo here, I somehow feel at ease. Chen Mo stares at the electronic display in contemplation. System reminder: Legendary War God Battle Experience updating. Current progress 100%. However, something feels off. He's finally waited for the battle experience progress to hit 100%. Perfect timing. Wait. Why is the progress bar still climbing? A notification flashes across the screen. System reminder: Legendary War God Battle Experience updating. Current progress 101.5%. Chen Mo's expression goes completely blank. System, are you messing with me? Isn't a progress bar supposed to be full at 100%? What the hell is 101.5%? Zio Shu, standing before him, looks absolutely furious. It feels like he could strike at any moment, but the progress bar still isn't full. Don't tell me I'll lose control of my power mid-fight. As if hearing his inner thoughts, another notification pops up. System reminder: due to the host's elevated compatibility with the War God class, progress exceeding 100% will grant the host a new skill. Once the progress bar reaches 100%, engaging in combat will not cause the host's power to spiral out of control. After learning the full truth, Gia Lyot immediately erupts with spiritual energy. Chen Mo, I underestimated your cunning. Your ruthlessness, that was my oversight, but this is the secret realm I created. He clenches his fist and charges toward Chen Mo like a raging bull. The fate of humanity, victory or defeat, shall be decided by nothing but strength. Gia Lyot swings a devastating punch at. Chen Mo catches it with casual ease. Chen Mo's utterly relaxed composure begins to shake Gia Lyot's resolve. My attack was blocked. No, that's not right. I didn't even feel my fist connect with anything solid. In that moment of distraction, Gia Lyot lets Chen Mo grab him by the wrist. With a single effortless tug, he's hurled backward. And yet, inside Gia Lyot's mind, confusion reigns. He can't comprehend how his attack was neutralized. It was like striking a ragdoll. His body feels like a tattered cloth, about to dissolve into the ground. With a swift whoosh, he vanishes midair, and the moment he lands, his entire body is engulfed in searing flames. At the same time, inside the room, a blinding green glow floods the sky. Dai Chang is practically vibrating with excitement. Chen Mo's cold ruthlessness pierces straight through the heart. I'm telling Yaostats crush all challengers. Combat power overwhelms everything. Beasts are toys in his hands. Is this what a god looks like? Even Lai Xiong can't hide her reaction watching this. Sis Dai Chang, calm down a little. Chen Mo's title as the strongest savior is well-deserved. And I want to say this many people watching their screens right now owe Chen Mo an apology. Back in the secret realm, a wisp of white smoke drifts across the scorched ground. Chen Mo can't help but marvel at Gia Ly's roach-like Tennicid is still alive. somehow. You really are slippery. Drop the barrier. Tell those beasts to stop attacking the cultivators. End this secret realm quest, and I might just spare your life. But who gives up that easily? I had long anticipated that your strength might far surpass my expectations. That's why I came prepared. Two of Jia Lai's clones materialize in midair in an instant. Chen Mo only smirks, then Jia Lai summons two more pitch-black beasts into the barrier to besiege him. This is your plan. With his confidence restored, he begins to unleash his true power. They are my battery reserves. They channel their strength into me, freeing me from spiritual energy constraints and temporarily restoring my full combat power. From high above, Jia Lai casts his cold gaze down toward where Chen Mo stands. Your combat skills are truly admirable. As a show of respect, I will destroy you with my full power. Yu Tong grips her sword and slams it against the barrier with all her might, but it won't budge. She lets out a frustrated sigh. What the hell? This barrier is insanely sturdy, but Tianyan refuses to give up. Keep hammering the barrier, and sooner or later they'll free Chen Mo. Hey, Jingxin, keep swinging that fan of yours. Don't stop. While the two of them are focused on attacking, Jingxin has already noticed something is off. Don't you find this strange? The beast endured immense pain, using its own body as the final lure to trap Chen Mo inside. Then why aren't they stopping us from attacking the barrier? I think there are two reasons. First, the barrier is already incredibly sturdy, Evan. Chen Mo would struggle to break it. Our damage is negligible. Second, those beasts are busy with something far more important right now. Not far away, a magical bell is spinning furiously in midair. The cultivators below begin to panic. A bell tolls from the heavens. A massive bell hovers in the sky. Stop staring and run, or that thing will blow you to bits. Wait, when did that beast appear? Niter casually waves his hand, ringing the bell, and speaks at leisure. The time has come. O humans, O saviors, cultivators spanning 1,000 years, all of you who bear the title of savior, gathered here. The chance for two worlds to merge begins once again. Now, during this intermission, allow me to extend my sincere greetings to everyone from the other world. The cultivators are terrified by the creature's appearance, a truly colossal beast, clearly on an entirely different level from anything they've faced. During the intermission, all the surrounding beasts have gone completely still. Could it be? They want a ceasefire. How could he not let them keep guessing wildly? He confidently declares the outcome. This war decides the fate of this world. You are already the losers. We have no intention of hunting you to extinction. Then comes the tempting offer: abandon your identity as saviors. Submit to our beasts, and I will guarantee your safety. All humans on Earth are nothing more than this. Submit, become the servants of our beasts, and you may continue to live in peace. These words are absolutely revolting to Tianxing. Don't be ridiculous. We will never submit to you disgusting monsters. Don't believe a word of it. A beast's word is worthless. The cultivator beside him fires back. The young master of the Taixuan sect speaks true. This beast only seeks to divide us and shake our resolve. But Niter finds their accusations laughable. No enemy is eternal. Only interests are. Cultivators, you can be our food, or you can be our valued allies. Quite a few cultivators have already sided with us. Thanks to them carrying our tokens, we were able to smoothly lead all of you to this little island. Then he continues to dangle sweet promises. If you possess a token, come to me first. I have prepared rooms and food for you. As for the marked cultivator, since the intermission ends, I will protect you. Tianxing refuses to back down, still shouting at the top of his lungs. Stop lying. I never carried any of your tokens, so why is there a mark on me too? You're deceiving us. This time, Niter turns his attack on him. I remember now. That thunder vessel on its surface is engraved with a teleportation sigil. Your father gave it to you, didn't he? You may not have carried a token willingly, but he asked me to look after you. Come to me as well. Tianxing falters as he stares at the object in his hand. Impossible. How could his father have sided with the beasts? Seizing this opening, Niter continues his psychological assault. Because he is a wise man, your world has already been infiltrated once. Many have quietly chosen our side. Face reality, Earth has become our beast's playground, and humanity is destined to be our servants. Meanwhile, the bars of the cage shatter apart as a triumphant voice rings out: successfully escaped. Air is bursting with pride over her achievement. You didn't actually think this crappy cage could hold me, did you? I am the magnificent beast commander-in-chief, after all. At this moment, she proudly declares, who wants to be your pet? You think food can actually buy me? Demon Chen Mo, I will make you pay for your evil deeds. The next second, she picks up a pastry. She says all that, but her strength still hasn't recovered. She's no match for that demon. Air was fiercely defiant at first, yet now she sits there happily munching away. Is her only option really a pathetic, unplanned retreat? Her body may have shrunk, but she's still nimble. She can definitely think of something to threaten Chen Mo with. She immediately throws open a door to execute the plan that just sprang to mind. I've got it. If I capture the person Chen Mo cares about most, that demon will fall in line. That way, even without her power, she can complete her God Lord's mission and save the weak beast tribe. But air freezes in place when she sees Chu Yun lying motionless on the bed. Remembering how she herself was bullied, she feels a twinge of sympathy. Then she shakes her head furiously. It's not that I'm sympathizing with humans. I just despise bullying the weak. If I did something like this, how would I be any different from those high-ranking beasts and despicable humans? Ayer bolts out of the room. Time for a tactical retreat. Just get out of the demon Chen Mo's territory first. System ALERTHOSD detected under attack. Initiating damage transfer function. A violent shock ripples through her entire body, freezing her solid for a few seconds. She collapses face first onto the floor, cursing that bastard Chen Mo non-stop. Back in the secret realm, a barrage of energy beams hurtles straight toward Chen Mo. Jia Lai flashes a smug grin as he charges his next attack. How long do you plan on running? This is a fair 1v1, isn't it? Is that all your combat skill amounts to? As long as we keep our distance, there's nothing to fear. On the other side, Chen Mo darts in multiple directions with fluid agility. In an instant, Chen Mo closes the distance and lands a devastating blow. Though the clone's body is sent flying and starts to dissolve, the real Jia Lai lets out a triumphant roar. Human look up. Above Chen Mo's head, an energy sphere is rapidly gathering. In just a few short seconds, it erupts into a cataclysmic explosion. He approaches and feigns sympathy. Looks like you're hurt pretty bad. This is the first time I've seen you cough up blood. But Chen Mo smirks cryptically. Same goes for you. I bet you're not feeling too great either. These words barely register with Jia Lai. What are you even talking about? I'm in my prime. These minor injuries heal effortlessly, and you don't even have the spur. Itual energy for defense or healing. You will only keep accumulating injuries. Long before my strength runs out, I'll have torn you to shreds. Chen Mo lets out a few cold laughs. You still have the nerve to talk about a fair fight? Right on cue. A notification arrives. System host has taken damage. Wound transfer function activated. He does feel a twinge of guilt doing this, but as long as it means winning, as long as it means surviving. What does it matter if it's underhanded? Meanwhile, the creature spreads its palm open, flexing. See this? The points of light on my hando, you know what they mean. The number of cultivators who have abandoned their savior status and submitted to us beasts. Chen Mo, this is your last chance. Submit or die. Still, Chen Mo stands firm. I appreciate the offer, but I refuse. I despise taking handouts from anyone. Not far away, a gloomy green hue has blanketed the entire space. The cultivators are locked in a heated debate. I don't want to fight anymore. But if you go in there and willingly give up your savior status, you're betraying humanity, betraying the earth. Let's just go in. Forget it, staying out here means death anyway. So what if we're not saviors? We've already given enough. Having waited long enough, Niter begins to lose patience. The intermission is almost over. What are you still hesitating about? You are our guest of honor, after all. Tianxing can't hold back and shouts, "Shut up! I will never surrender to beasts!" Knowing gentle persuasion won't work, Niter switches to threats. If you refuse, you die right here. And not just Yao, your father will be utterly destroyed as well. What a filial son you are. Niter immediately fires a verbal jab the moment he sees Tianxing pick up the glass vial filled with liquid. Your father paved the way for you with his own blood and sweat, and you're willing to throw away everything your Taixuan sect built. You should know what the right choice is. But driven by his righteous spirit, Tianxing hurls it to the ground without hesitation. This is my answer. His power erupts outward, clashing head-on with Niter and creating a scene of utter chaos. He absorbs a portion of the spiritual energy as well, his entire body wreathed in a radiant glow. Tianxing's face hardens, feels the hand hovering above his head. Wrong choice. The next instant, Niter has him gripped in his fist, the ground beneath his feet shattering to pieces. The others can only stare in stunned silence. He took a blow that devastating and shrugged it off. Can we really fight that thing? Niter has turned dead serious now. The intermission is over. Cultivators, you're ready to become our prey, aren't you? Back in the zone, suppressed by Jia Lai's barrier, Chen Mo clutches his stomach and forces himself upright. Right on cue, a notification arrives. System War God Combat Experience Update 150%. Sync rate has reached maximum. Skill acquired War Dance passive combat power set at 3x normal state. Active use boosts combat power to 10x. Duration 10 seconds. It is said that in the year 184 of the taping era, a slave uprising sparked a full-scale rebellion. Seizing the opportunity, the rotting dynasty began to fracture, warlords clashed, and living beings suffered unspeakable horrors. The cultivators ended the age of chaos, sealing away all the malevolent ancient aberrations. After that, the divine fists de Luo Tianth, terrestrial divine nation, was born, with the Tei Fire Court and Donghua Celestial Gate leading the 8 great cultivation sects. They helped rule de Luo Tian, ending the people's suffering and ushering in an era of peace. This is the history they wrote in their books. Someone reaches out and accepts the small pouch 50 coins for the month's wages. The transporter seizes this moment to make a crucial decision. "Sir, I want to resign." The official looks somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. "Are you serious? Good pay and safe work, where else are you going to find a job like this?" He honestly shares his plans. "I'm just tired. I've saved up some money over the years. I want to go home and open a small shop." Since the transporter has made up his mind, the official doesn't push further. "Fine, I understand. One more trip and you can go." The transporter is a man who's held this job for 5 years. 5 years ago, the phantom beasts appeared, terrifying monsters from another realm. To prepare for war against the otherworld, de Luo Tian began constructing secret realms. Prisoners condemned for heinous crimes would be thrown into them. They would become offerings to the secret realms, marched forward in long chains. But this batch of offerings is strange men, women, old and young. Their tattered clothes suggesting ordinary villagers. There's even a one-eyed old man, locked separately in a horse-drawn cart. He sits huddled in a corner, his features barely visible. By the flickering campfire, its warmth staving off the chill of the night, the one-eyed old man suddenly speaks up. "Young man, aren't you curious? The story behind us." The transporter closes his eyes and leans his head against the tree trunk behind him. "You're a criminal and an offering. By the rules, I'm not allowed to speak with the offerings." Despite the clear disinterest, the old man calmly recounts everything anyway. "Our village is in a remote, barren mountain region. We scraped by on what little the mountains and soil provided. For decades, we managed to survive, but then the phantom beasts appeared. That time, many people died. Both my granddaughter and my son, survivors of our village, wanted to seek the protection of the cultivators, to guard against the next beast attack. But we couldn't bear the taxes." This doesn't move the transporter to pity. "I don't want to hear about this. Sleep early or move out tomorrow." The one-eyed old man refuses to stop. "To fight back against the beasts, we can only rely on ourselves. Ordinary weapons are useless against beasts, and none of us have the talent to become cultivators. By sheer luck, I found the corpse of a beast. I'm also a doctor. Those without talent can't become cultivators, so I wanted to uncover the secrets of the beast's biology. I dissected that beast." The old man's voice drones on, steady and measured. "The villagers agreed with my idea. They let me experiment on them. They wanted to gain power by fusing with the beasts. The tragic part is, to this day, not a single survivor of the experiments showed any change." The transporter seems drawn into the old man's story, despite himself. "Did you lose your eye during the experiments?" He gets his answer quickly enough. "Because of my beast research, everyone in our village was branded a criminal. They called me a madman, said it was all meaningless. They said they never should have trusted me. One villager took my eye. That's why I'm separated from the rest." The transporter nods, agreeing with the assessment. "You really are insane. A backcountry quack who thought his research could let ordinary people surpass cultivators to resist the beasts." But the one-eyed old man's mood only grows more resolute. "Who says that's not true? I know it sounds insane, but we want to live. I want to give those without talent the power to protect themselves." The next morning, the procession of offerings continues its march. Despite being bound tight, Gray Hair still manages to slam his head viciously into the guard. "Don't touch my sister." The impact sends the guard flying backward, slamming him into a rock. Everyone flinches. Looking at the boy's scowling face, they can't help but be baffled. What's going on? A single bound child didn't just take out a transporter thief, also blew up a boulder. Just as confusion hung thick in the air, the cackling laughter of the one-eyed old man suddenly rang out. It worked. "Please, I'm begging you, secretly let that child go. She is the flame, see the hope for the future." The long-haired man whipped his head around, staring with undisguised contempt. The old man in the carriage has gone mad again. "Right, you are the one with the communication sigil, aren't you? I wanted to report the anomaly to the commanding officer, but before I could act, the transporter's blade was already at my throat. Hey, are you messing with me?" Not long after, only his agonized screams echoed through the mountains and forests. "You've always been insane. Not just that child, you let every single sacrificial offering in the carriage go free. Do you have any idea what kind of fate awaits you?" While the long-haired man thrashed and raged against the tree trunk he was tied to, The man maintained his stern expression. Perhaps I really have gone mad. Or perhaps it's this world that's gone mad. To construct the secret realm, prisoners were turned into sacrificial offerings. I earned gold coins by transporting them. I've transported many prisoners, some deserved to die, some didn't. Then with his soul enlightened, he lifted his gaze to the heavens. But these offerings are the ones who least deserve to die because, perhaps, they can stop this world from going mad. 20 years later, in a humble mountain estate, a certain cultivator couldn't help but worry when he saw the person collapsed on the ground. You blacked out again. The gray-haired man only coughed a few times. How much time do I have left? He had no intention of beating around the bush. You fused with monster flesh long ago, and it's been gnawing away at your body ever since. By my estimate, you have about 2 years left. But since we're branded as heretics and constantly hunted, danger lurks at every turn. Given the situation, whether you can even survive half a year is hard to say. He smiled faintly upon hearing that. Then, that's enough. A cultivator like you, willing to be dragged into danger for our sake, I truly feel guilty. The cultivator immediately bristled. Don't make it sound like I volunteered. I was tricked by you. Have some self-awareness, will you? But the gray-haired man exposed him on the spot. Getting on this boat was your own fault, too. You got expelled from your sect because of your own curiosity. That was how he finally accepted the truth. I brought this on myself. I suppose who would have thought a human could harness the power of monsters? Once I learned about that, how could I possibly contain my curiosity? But don't you feel any resentment? With the help of a genius like me, we finally discovered a way to grow stronger without relying on monster flesh. Yet you, the first person to ever wield monster power, can only suffer and die. He straightened his posture. To be honest, he was deeply resentful. Didn't you say you were a genius? Then hurry up and find a way to keep me alive. I still want to try out that new cultivation method you researched. But this impossible demand made the cultivator snap. Do you think it's that easy? Because of your body's rejection of the monster flesh, your lifespan has been drastically shortened. Where am I supposed to find you more years to live? If a genius like me hadn't been helping regulate your body, you'd have been dead long ago. The gray-haired man glanced at the teenager in the far corner, holding a boulder in a horse stance. I still want to live a little longer to see if the body-refining cultivators of future generations can be acknowledged by Daluo Heaven. No longer branded as heretics, I picked up all of them myself. Until these children grow up, protecting them is my responsibility. He gazed at the cultivator before him with hopeful eyes. The two of them suddenly fell into a strange staring contest. In the end, he was the first to back down. Fine, I understand. I agree to your terms. Those orphaned children, you are the one who brought them in. After you die, I will take care of them. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, setting the wind chimes tinkling. The cultivator's expression suddenly turned grave. Trouble. The alarm artifact I set up has triggered. It's cultivators from Daluo Heaven, 3 squads, 60 people in total. Though the entire household was about to face peril, the gray-haired man still tried to reassure him. Don't worry, didn't we fight off 5 squads before? After that battle, all our supporters fell. You started losing consciousness at random. Now it's just the 2 of us and those children. You tell me how we're supposed to fight. Because inside him, the flames of a warrior's fury were already blazing. After that battle, when my body reached its limit, I discovered something be ignoring the monster flesh gnawing at my body, and letting my mind plunge into a berserk state. I can temporarily gain even greater power. Leave those cultivators to me. Take the children and go first. But how could the cultivator possibly accept that? You'll die. Even so, the gray-haired man paid it no mind. Perhaps if I do remember your promise. In the end, the cultivator could only grant his wish. Wait, is there anything else you wish for? The gray-haired man smiled gently. It's enough. Future generations won't need to use monster flesh anymore. The cultivation process is grueling, but they can grow stronger safely. Unlike Methi can fight as true humans, die as true humans. No longer food for monsters. No longer a burden to cultivators. No longer fuel for secret realms. Ordinary people can have another choice too. Honestly, I'm already more than satisfied. Many years later, a similar situation unfolds. This is your last chance. There's still time to back down. Upon hearing those words, the brown-haired man merely let out a bitter laugh. The last chance? I thought Daluo Heaven would just sentence me to death outright. Standing before him was Ming Guang, the one now delivering the terms. After all, you are currently the secret realm's most powerful savior. Considering your influence, Daluo Heaven has chosen to grant you one more chance. As long as you publicly admit that your previous mad ravings were the result of someone else's manipulation, the truthier charges can be dropped. If you refuse, you will be forced into a duel with a spirit official. The brown-haired man slowly placed his fist over his heart. So that's how it is. A duel to replace executionist, that it. I understand, you can go now. Seeing the other party's stubborn defiance, he felt a surge of irritation. Have you lost your mind? As long as you admit your fault, everything can be forgiven. You brought body-refining cultivators the acknowledgement of Daluo heaven. You even became the secret realm's most powerful savior. But now you want to throw away all your merit and glory to become a criminal. But the man had his own principles for how to live. I just want to do what's right. And what I said before was no mad ravings. According to my investigation, several decades ago, spiritual energy began to deplete. This shook the very foundation of Daluo heaven's rule. They found the only method to merge two worlds, which could restore the spiritual energy. So Daluo heaven began recklessly crossing between worlds, summoning interdimensional monsters to terrorize villages, using that as a pretext to arrest prisoners as sacrificial offerings, and construct secret realms for interdimensional warfare. But Ming Guang was determined to persuade him once more. Even if what you say is true, does it matter? Everything Daluo heaven does is to protect the interests of us cultivators. Your entire life was spent chasing Daluo heaven's recognition. In the end, you finally became one of us cultivators. His words still echoed in the brown-haired man's mind as he drew his sword and stepped onto the battlefield. Now you want to throw it all away. You want to betray a lifetime of striving. But he had a resolute answer of his own. The efforts of every body-tempering cultivator exist to protect those ordinary people without talent. Perhaps I've betrayed myself, but I will never betray their efforts. The brown-haired man's silhouette stood unwavering, resolute in his choice. Seeing his opponent's fury blazing right before him, he only grew more resolute. I don't need Daluo heaven's recognition. I don't need the title of cultivator. From this moment on, I choose to be an ordinary man, to fight for the ordinary people of this world. The duel begins. Demoralizing words kept spewing forth. You are strong, but your combat power has already hit the absolute ceiling of a body-tempering cultivator. Against someone who has reached the spiritual crown stage, you have no chance of winning. But the brown-haired man paid it no heed, marching boldly forward. Perhaps that was simply who he was, even as his opponent kept droning in his ear, "Fool, you're just marching to your death." It only made his blood burn hotter for battle. Even if I die here, my battle will ignite the resistance of many more. I want to pass on this hope to the next generation, just as my predecessors did for me. With that declaration, the spirits of the brown-haired man and his predecessors shimmered within the surge of power flowing through Chen Mo. He stood perfectly still, letting those essences seep deep into his very marrow. Just watching from the sidelines made Galil break into a cold sweat. Strange is the one radiating this suffocating pressure, really Chen Mo. Infused with that new energy, Chen Mo began to stride forward. Haven't you noticed yet? While the enemy wore a look of confusion, half his face had already disintegrated. Noticed what? Those shards of mana are already in my hand. You're already dead. Meanwhile, on an isolated, unmanned island, despair spreads as explosions erupt one after another. Two cultivators cower behind a wall, their faces drained of all color. Hiding here should be safe for now. One of them is racked with regret over his choices. Those powerful cultivators were wiped out by the beasts with ease. See, you understand now, don't you? Even if we keep fighting, we'll just end up as meaningless corpses. Why didn't I choose to enter through the hotel's main entrance back then? The old man caught the scent of danger. What are you doing? Stop, don't go outside, they'll find us. While he clung to that last shred of hope. Beasts, I surrender, we can be friends, right? But he failed to notice the gaping maw right behind him. A single swift gulp from the giant frog sent him straight out of the system. Truly, it's not the strong enemy you should fear, it's the brain-dead teammate. The old man is now surrounded. That idiot. He lured every last beast right to us, seeing the frog lunging straight at him. The old man could only accept his fate. He was about to be killed by that fool's blunder. But mercifully, a streak of light slashed across the frog's gaping mouth from out of nowhere. It was Yu Tong who struck just in time, sending the beast back where it came from. The old man had 1 foot out of death's door. The beast was eliminated in an instant, incredibly powerful. He was saved. No Wraith couldn't relax yet. There was still another beast lurking behind him. The next threat was dispatched by Yue Tianian with a single strike. Only then did the old man feel a sliver of relief. Ah, thank goodness, danger is gone. Is it because I finally let my guard down? My body suddenly relaxed, so that's how it is. But in the end, I still can't escape an early grave. Jingshan could only click his tongue with a guilty expression. Still too late. Niter seemed quite impressed by them. You three are truly extraordinary. Not only did you fight your way out of the encirclement, but you're rescuing others everywhere. Talents like you shouldn't die so easily. How about I give you one more chance? Surrender, why waste your lives? His words made Yue Tianian's head pound. Laugh while you can. Young Master Chen Mo will take you down in no time. Truly the beast's white moonlight just. Hearing his name was enough to drive Niter into a frenzy. Chen Mo, you're still pinning your hopes on Chen Mo. He hasn't been able to break through the barrier this whole time. If he's not dead already, he's defected. Meanwhile, in a building separated from the battlefield, someone let out an exasperated sigh. They're still fighting. How noisy. The agonizing screams were nothing but an annoyance. The defectors lounged in the luxurious room. Just let the beasts devour them already. What a waste of time. I just want to go home. The man in the red cap spoke up sternly. Show them some respect. After all, they chose to be saviors who fight for humanity. Machen fired back without missing a beat. As I see it, they're just a bunch of fools. Even the so-called strongest savior, Chen Mo, ended up imprisoned. Alive or dead, nobody knows. Even if they all die here, what's it worth? Humanity has already lost. No one will thank them. Outside, the situation devolved into chaos as a mysterious pillar of light descended from the sky. Watching Jingshan slowly struggle to his feet, Niter couldn't help but marvel, oh, you can still stand, though your two teammates barely have a breath left in them. Not far away, Yutong and Yue Tianian lay sprawled on the ground, beaten within an inch of their lives. He bared his teeth in a grin, his eyes cold as ice. Stubborn to the end, refusing my kindness. Now I shall pass your sentence irregrettably. It's the death penalty. Right at that moment, several golden rays of light shot out from the building encased within the barrier. Niter stared blankly toward the source of the sound. What was that? Despite his grievous injuries, Jingshan could still observe the situation on the other side. The barrier, it's shattered. Chen Mo, with devastating force, had obliterated the barrier the beasts had painstakingly erected. Even witnessing it with his own eyes, Niter dared not believe the truth. No, how is this possible? The barrier is destroyed. While he was still reeling in disbelief, the Golden Age warriors he'd sent had already been slaughtered by Chen Mo. In that instant, Niter sensed the shift and immediately activated his shadow concealment art. A direct confrontation meant zero chance of victory. He just needed to hide before Chen Mo closed in. But Chen Mo had already seen through his plan. Don't even think about running. He immediately unleashed a palm strike of monstrous power. In the blink of an eye, Niter was on the verge of being erased from existence. His mind still reeled in shock. A body-tempering cultivator using wide area attacks. That's straight-up cheating. The remnants of Niter's mana slowly dissolved into the air. Jingshan looked over with eyes full of relief. The aura of that beast had completely vanished, and just like that, it was over. Chen Mo walked over to Yutong's side. She lay motionless on the ground. Do you know any healing techniques? He asked. The man answered honestly. I know a little, but I can only barely keep Yutong and Yue Tianian alive. Chen Mo heard this and felt reassured enough to leave. Good enough. Stay here and tend to their wounds. Once the Secret Realm's trial ends, the Savior's injuries will automatically heal. He strode away with ironclad resolve, not forgetting to add, this will be over soon. I'll finish off every last beast. He returned to the isolated residential complex, where the cultivators who had sided with the beasts were holed up. One of them announced in a loud voice, the fighting outside has stopped. Machen sneered, so those stubborn fools out there struggled for half a day, and for what? The outcome was decided long ago. Just as he was about to stand up, hidden weapons suddenly materialized around him. The beasts won, we can go home. It turned out that the residual mana Niter had left behind was coalescing on Machen's shoulder. Even Galil had fallen at Chen Mo's hands. The beasts outside had likely all been slain. If they died too, this secret realm trial would end in complete failure. Good thing I prepared 8 identity tokens in advance. Wait, no, that's not right. The young master of the Taixuan sect already crushed the Thunder command vessel, leaving 7 for his grand power-up display. He'd been scheming every angle so long as even 1 token remained, I wouldn't die. And the secret realm couldn't be cleared. Trapped on this spirit-depleted island for months even, Chen Mo would run out of power and die. I can't let Chen Mo find me before then. Right at that moment, someone channeled spiritual energy into their fist and punched the door clean off its hinges. White smoke billowed throughout the room. The 2 cultivators jumped out of their skins. What was that sound? Don't tell me the monster broke its promise and came to kill us. It's something worse. While they were in total panic, Chen Mo had already stepped inside, cold and composed. The moment the red-hatted one saw him, his face twisted into a fawning grin. Chen Mo, Lord Mo, you've already wiped out all the spirit beasts outside. Lord Mo, thank you truly. You saved all of us. Please forgive us. We were forced by the monster. We're just too weak, that's why we surrendered. Mashin was now drenched in cold sweat. Right, we were only pretending to surrender. We were waiting for a chance to take the monster down. But these words only fueled Chen Mo's fury. Shut up. Every monster outside is dead, but the secret realm quest still isn't complete. There's someone I have to save. No matter what it takes, I have to destroy the monster and finish the secret realm objective. I've searched the entire island. Only this place still carries a faint monster aura. Indeeda's Isetwo distinct energy signatures exist in this room. The monster is among you, but I can't tell which one. Unfortunately, my only option is to eliminate every suspect in this room. His words hit like a thunderclap. Eliminate all of them. Us, Lord Mo, I'm innocent. Which bastard is sheltering the monster? Show yourself now, or we're all dead. The brown-haired one suddenly pulled out a blue crystal. Wait, I figured it out. It's not the monster itself, it's the token the monster marked. This is it. The monster's aura is definitely on this thing. And the rest of Yao hand over the tokens the monster gave you before entering the secret realm. Give them to Lord Mo now. That idea jogged the red-hatted one's memory about the underground passage. Oh no way. For safety's sake, I already swallowed my token. While he scrambled for a solution, dark energy had already encircled his feet. He'll go to the bathroom to get the token out. The phantom beast began crawling into the red-hatted one's mouth, making him scream in terror. Help me. The crystal in the brown-haired one's hand erupted with violent dark energy. Monster, don't come near me. In an instant, Niter's power blanketed the entire hall. After merging, he taunted with a sneer. Chen Mo, you really are ruthless to find me. You'd slaughter your own kind without a second thought. Only then did Chen Mo reveal his hand. Either way, they're cultivators as their savior. They're my important teammates, so that was part of his battle plan all along. Scaring them half to death was just an acme to provoke Niter into revealing himself. Didn't expect you to be even easier to bait than the mad one. Just like that, you were flushed out in the blink of an eye. Too bad I couldn't save them in time. Niter cut in sharply. Cut the crappier killing intent earlier was 100% real. Before he could finish, Chen Mo grabbed his face bare-handed without an ounce of mercy. Just a little more force, and Chen Mo could have obliterated Niter on the spot. Of course I have to avenge the cultivators you slaughtered. But Niter's remnant quickly escaped into the open. He felt a brief flicker of relief. That split-second escape from the hall had cost him 4 clones. 3 remained. His triumph was short-lived. The clone beside him vanished, damningly 2 left. Niter's situation was beyond desperate. Time had run out. He had to finish the last task, no matter what. Who could have predicted Chu Moth White Moonlight would be blocking his path? He was done for. He immediately switched to full coward mode. What the hell did this guy just teleport here? No matter what, he had to run. He clawed for every second he could before he could even start. Chen Mo's palm strike dissolved his entire body into thin air. Chen Mo kept his cold expression and muttered to himself. There's still one last Niter clone fleeing in some direction. He was sprinting at maximum speed, as if executing a final contingency plan. Jingshan witnessed this and froze on the spot. His expression shifted as a terrible realization crossed his mind. That monster, it's not just fleeing from Chen Mo. No, it's not just running. It's heading straight for us. It's going to attack. Right before Jingshan's eyes, Niter split into 3 streams of dark energy. His mass divided into thirds. He'd hidden his true body, masking his real attack target. We're done for. From healing Yutong and Yue Tianyan. His strength was nearly depleted. He wrestled with himself even at full power. He could only temporarily shield one person. If he bet wrong, both he and the other would die. His eyes caught Yutong lying still nearby. Jingshan immediately summoned a ring of fire to shield her from Niter's assault. Right after, another mass of dark energy surged forward, deflected it with his war fan and flames. By the time Jingshan realized Niter's true intention, it was too late. The target wasn't Yutong. The attack on him was just a feint. He watched in disbelief as Niter seized Tianyan. He'd guessed wrong. The hostage Niter chose was Yue Tianyan. The girl stood frozen as dark energy gradually consumed her body. Niter was utterly smug with his handiwork. Looks like I won the bet. Chen Mo were too late. Yet Chen Mo still walked forward, calm as ever. Is that so? Destroying you right now wouldn't be too late. Unfazed by the threat, Niter pushed back. Go ahead, strike. I won't resist. I'm possessing this girl's body right now. Kill me and she dies with me. Not only that, he glanced toward Yutong with a mocking grin. Seems like a win-win either way, doesn't it? But there's one catch. If you want to save your teammates, you'll have to make the first move yourself. The whole world is watching. What will you choose? The situation left Jingshan racked with guilt. Chen Mo, this is my fault. Let me be the one to kill Niter. But Chen Mo immediately refused. No need, you can barely stand. Relax, nobody dies today. The moment he finished speaking, he grabbed Tianyan and began shaking her violently like a rag doll. But Niter refused to let go. What kind of stupid stunt is this? You really think shaking me like that will knock me loose? A second ago, all bravadano, he'd switched to full coward mode. Wait, I was just kidding earlier. I was wrong. Stop shaking me. Unfortunately, Chen Mo paid him no attention. They're all cleaned up. With Tianyan safe, he readied his fist to end it all. Now I'm going to beat you into oblivion. Niter's last clone was obliterated by Chen Mo's overwhelming power. It's over, truly over. Yet a smug grin still lingered on Niter's fading face. What the hell are you so pleased about? Look, there are still a few left in the secret realm. Cultivators, our mission is complete. Your strength has indeed exceeded our expectations. But only because you resorted to technique, or rather, you were forced to abandon brute force and adopt technique instead. As a body-tempering cultivator, your combat power has hit its ceiling. Victory in the end will still belong to us monsters. Who could have known heaven would forsake him? System log host has completed the second secret realm quest. Special reward unlocked, perfect Dao heart. Combat power limit removed. Host may now increase combat power without restriction. The space around the apartment complex gradually shifts after that announcement. The sky returns to its normal state. Inside the room, bathed in a soft, soothing green glow, Liu Lixiang doesn't look too pleased. The statistics are in. After the second secret realm closed, only 706 saviors survived. The price of victory is truly devastating. Yichang sees Gixing rise to his feet and calls out, "Elder Li leaving so soon." He explains at once, "My apologies. Among our cultivators, there are traitors who have caused massive casualties. Taixuan sect, for instance. I must attend the emergency meeting to deal with them." After understanding the situation, she agrees with his decision. "All right, I won't keep you. Liu Lixiang and I will wrap up the live stream. Those traitors are truly the most pressing concern right now." Gixing's expression suddenly turns grave. The most pressing concern, but the most pressing concern right now, is perhaps the impending clash between Chen Mo and Li Corporation. Meanwhile, in the fully equipped office of Li Corporation, the secretary reports with visible frustration. "Boss, I've tried everything. Every cultivation sect with close ties to us has refused all contact. Those ingrates took so many benefits from us, and now they're running faster than rabbits." The man sitting across from him shows no sign of concern whatsoever. "I never had high expectations for them. It was always a relationship of mutual exploitation." While they're discussing, an unexpected guest walks in. It's the emissary. He offers a wry compliment. "Not only have you offended Chen Mo, Chairman Li, but your ties to the monsters have been exposed, and yet you maintain your composure so effortlessly. Truly admirable. That said, your home security system could use a bit of an upgrade." This sudden infiltration of a private residence leaves the secretary completely speechless. "What do we do, boss? Please step aside, sir. I'll deal with this intruder myself." But Chairman Li merely strokes his wire-stiff mustache with calm composure. "No need to make such a fuss. This is the emissary from the corporate alliance to help Li Corporation weather the crisis." The emissary flashes a proud smile, fixing Chairman Li with a deep, penetrating gaze. "Chairman Li, you really are full of confidence. I'm here to deliver the corporate alliance's final ruling on your situation. As you know, quite a few alliance chairmen would love to see you completely destroyed." Chairman Li isn't the least bit surprised. He speaks his prediction with perfect clarity. "So that's how it is. Everyone cast their votes to decide whether to help Li Corporation through this crisis. Then let me guess, 20 votes in favor, 4 against, 1 abstention. The emissary is forced to tip his hat in acknowledgement. Impressive. The vote count matches my prediction exactly." Then comes the sound of Chairman Li's obnoxious laughter. "Compared to eliminating me, they can't tolerate Chen Mo's existence even more. Cooperating with Monstersui have all had a hand in it. They're even more worried about Chen Mo blowing this up than I am. So tell Muhats their plan." The emissary launches into a lengthy rundown, escort him to a safe location, grant him a temporary leave of absence, publicly announce his disappearance, while the authorities formally investigate the corporation. As for Li Corporation's sensitive files, naturally, the Alliance will ensure they're destroyed in time. As for the missing files and scheduled delays, the investigation into Li Corporation will drag on for quite some time. After hearing the detailed plan, Chairman Li has a few jesting words but speaks them bluntly. "I don't want to rot in prison on some nameless island forever. Naturally, the emissary assures with absolute certainty. As long as the investigation is delayed a few months, the public will naturally forget everything about Lee Corporation. Once the Otherworld and Earth finish merging in a year, you'll be free to come out and live in peace and luxury. But Chairman Lee's mind is on a different matter. You're still missing the most critical issue. How do we deal with Chen Mo? This is where the emissary grows even more confident in his declaration. An enemy of the corporations has only one path: death. Meanwhile, at Chen Mo's apartment, lights still burning despite the late hour, and air stand beside a table piled high with food. So all of this is meant as an apology. I'm sorry for all the pain I caused you before. Please don't hold back it to your heart's content. But she doesn't forgive so easily. Her finger jabs straight at his face in fury. You think cheap food like this is enough to satisfy me? You nearly got me killed. That's all your apology amounts to. I want lobster, a big one. As much as Chen Mo wants to comply, his current wallet simply can't. I'm out of money. If she wants lobster, he'll have to wait for Yu Tong to wake up and get her to treat them. She's been in a deep sleep ever since returning from the secret realm. She needs more time. Here's the recording from the second secret realm. If you're bored, watch it to kill time. Ayer reluctantly takes the tablet from his hands. A secret realm recording. Fine, might as well kill some time. You promised, though. You're treating me to big lobster later. Her expression and inner emotions instantly cycle through every feeling imaginable. What the hell is this? The traps they laid were all blown away by Chen Mo like it was nothing. Waitsi were all wiped out. The 12 monster beasts remaining on Earth are all useless. Plus, I've already lost my power. Doesn't that mean the spy plan is completely finished? 12 monster beasts. So Chen Mo did all this deliberate litto ask for my help. Ayer, can you help me locate the remaining 12 monster beasts? Moreover, due to the system's pet binding function, every single one of Ayer's inner thoughts has been laid bare. Ayer's face is drained of all color with fear. How does Chen Mo even know all this? This guy is terrifying, and she actually dared to act all high and mighty in front of him. I really must have a death wish. Seeing her reach for a chicken leg, he asks gently, "Didn't you want lobster?" She immediately puts on her most obedient face. No, that's fine. Chicken legs are plenty. I really love chicken legs. And just like that, Ayer's affection level toward the host increases by 1. System reminder: Ayer's affection level toward the host 1. Time trickles by. The glow of the setting sun slips through the window glass, casting warm light across the cozy kitchen. The moment the aroma of food wafts up to the second floor, Yu Tong heads downstairs immediately. Is it dinner already? Hearing her voice, Chen Mo turns to greet her. Yu Tong, aren't you going to rest a bit longer? Right then, looking dejected with her phone in hand, she pouts slightly. Seeing Lee Corporation trending on hot search, how could I possibly sleep? The chairman of Lee Corporation has vanished. Although Lee Corporation is supposedly under investigation, they're clearly just buying time. They've committed treason against humanity and caused the deaths of countless saviors yet haven't been punished. Infuriating enough to kill one's appetite. Ayer, meanwhile, couldn't care less, head down, chewing away as if nothing of consequence was happening out there. My king prawns are gone. Watching that carefree eating posture, Yu Tong was at a total loss for words. All my beast companions are dead, yet you seem to be enjoying your meal quite thoroughly. Hearing that, she shot a sideways glance of protest. They weren't my companions. Those high-level beasts were all trash who did whatever they pleased. They always bullied smaller, weaker beast races like us. In that brief silence, a hint of melancholy flickered through Chen Mo's eyes before he spoke cautiously. Even so, asking you to help me track down the monsters on Earth, does it truly not weigh on your conscience? If you find it difficult, I won't force you. The moment those words left his mouth, she looked startled and immediately blurted out. Really? Suspicion immediately surged within her. Nothis is a test. Chen Mo is probing my loyalty to him. She silently recalled the time she'd sabotaged the cage and began calculating. Ever since he returned from the secret realm, he clearly noticed the cage she'd destroyed, yet said nothing. He even bought her a mountain of food, all of it, to get her to drop her defensive act. If she didn't comply, she'd surely meet a very tragic end. Thinking this, Ayer thrust her chicken leg high and swore on her life. Rest assured, master, I'll help you find every last monster. I will not betray your trust and care, master. Watching the exchange from the side, Yu Tong looked puzzled. You want Ayer to help you find the monsters? Chen Mo nodded without the slightest hesitation. After all, only with concrete evidence could he bring down Lee Corporation for good and uncover the truth behind his sister's coma. But once your relationship with Ayer is exposed, it will definitely raise suspicion. For the Lee Corporation matter, why not let Yue Tianyan or Jingshan handle it? He glanced at her with a hint of softening, then spoke slowly. I'd rather take the risk of bringing air out in the open. Honestly, I don't trust the cultivators of the four great sects at all. Yutong, do you know about Daluo Heaven? Hearing the question, Yutong tilted her head slightly and began recounting. I once heard my master say that Daluo Heaven was once the most powerful cultivation sect. It even established a dynasty belonging to cultivators. After spiritual energy waned, the cultivators abandoned their rule over the mortal world. Daluo Heaven became the headquarters of all cultivators. But that's ancient history. Daluo Heaven has already been destroyed. Receiving that information, Chen Mo mused briefly. Is that so? But as far as I know, the monster incursion 1,000 years ago and the construction of the secret realms are both connected to Daluo Heaven. The secret realms themselves are suspicious as well. They're supposedly the cultivators' defensive line, yet they're easily breached from the other worlds if the saviors are being deliberately set up for annihilation. The previous secret realm mission already deducted my destiny coins. This time, I didn't receive a single destiny coin as a reward. His words left her genuinely stunned. What? You're the greatest hero who foiled the monster's conspiracy and saved every Onend, not a single destiny coin as a reward. That's absolutely outrageous. Before Yutong could finish venting, he calmly moved past the topic and continued. While I trust Yue Tianian and Jingshan, I cannot trust the four great cultivation sects behind them. I'll find a way to investigate the suspicious aspects of the secret realms. But for now, taking down Li Corporation is the priority. At the same time, in a secret laboratory bathed in eerie green light, a chef stood trembling, still clutching a tray of food. Beast Lord, is today's meal not to your liking? Standing opposite him, the one-eyed monster in its second form, nothing but rows of razor-sharp teeth growled irritably. I'm still hungry. Hearing that, the chef flinched violently, trembling and stuttering. Monster Lord, I'm sorry. I'll prepare another serving right away. But with fresh prey standing right before him, how could the creature possibly let it go? No need, you look quite delicious yourself. A single moment later, a dark black body bag lay on the floor. The cleanup crew member stooped to pick it up, frowning in confusion. This is the chef's corpse, surprisingly light. Another worker beside him spoke in a cold, instructive tone. I'd advise you not to open that bag. I already threw up once while handling the body. The man's face went dark as he let out an exhausted sigh. That's the third corpse today. The Beast Lord barely managed to stay calm for a few days, but now that both leaders died in the secret realm, it's gone berserk again. Captain Lee is off enjoying himself God knows, while we're the ones left to face the monster's fury. Before turning to leave through the doorway, he dropped one final remark. A brutally practical reminder. Stop complaining. Have you even thought about it? We're over 35 years old. Even if we quit, it'd be nearly impossible to find another decent job. Lee Corporation pays us well and holds all our secrets. Just keep your head down and do your job. The cleanup man nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. I'll go dispose of this body bag first. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Excuse Methai's Beast Lord, you mentioned Eddie's it in that room over there. These underground corridors are way too winding. It's like a maze down here. He furrowed his brow and swept his gaze over the speaker. You a new employee or something? Don't bother me. Go get the digital map from the marketing department. But the moment he registered that face, he froze. Wait, you are Chen Mo. Chen Mo stood there, utterly fearless, and declared clearly, I'm here to deliver food. At the resort bathed in the glow of the setting sun, waves lapped gently like a dream drifting across white sand. A girl wearing bunny ears held a wine bottle at chest height and spoke with a playful grin. Chairman, you've been waiting a while. As per your request, this is the finest bottle freshly airshipped from a wine cellar over 1,000 kilometers away. On the rattan recliner nearby, the girl who had been giving a massage frowned and spoke up. Can't you see we're in the middle of massaging the chairman? Chairman Lee burst into hearty laughter at the scene. No rush, no rush. You brought the winner, you just going to leave. She winked once, then pointed at herself. Of course not. I'm the complimentary gift that comes with the wine. Right beside his seat, the assistant clutched a tablet tightly and called out in alarm. He took a sip of his drink and flicked his wrist casually. What is it? Don't tell me there's another complimentary gift. The assistant came running, panting and panicking. Chairman, this is bad. Chen Mo is at our doorstep. Hearing this bombshell in a moment of carelessness, the drink in Chairman Lee's mouth shot straight out in a spectacular spray. What did you just say? At the same moment, in the laboratory bathed in green light, a pair of footsteps approached unhurried, yet carrying a bone-chilling coldness. The sound irritated the beast, Batu, who growled in annoyance. Didn't I already tell you? Don't disturb me for 1 hour after I eat. Or are you here to become my next snack? Amid the stench of blood permeating the air, Chen Mo stepped forward and calmly declined. My meat wouldn't taste good. Looks like you've already eaten quite a few people. Those words made Badu pause, its gaze brimming with contempt. Got a problem with that? You lowly creatures should consider it an honor to become my food. Hearing that, Chen Mo's lips curve into a smile so calm it's chilling. Is that so? I was originally planning to keep you alive as evidence. Would have been more convincing that way. But forget it, even without you there's still one left. The moment it recognized the face before it, the creature screamed in panic inside its mind. Chen Mo found this place already? How? Damn it, did the corporation sell me out? You despicable humans. Lost in its frantic thoughts, it took a devastating kick from Chen Mo head on its body, exploding on impact. At that very instant, another avatar of the Eight Priest howled in protest. Let me finish talking first, you bastard. But Chen Mo merely sighed before crushing the remaining form with a single punch. And yet there's still a second phase. As the mist gradually clears, he pauses slightly. Anger made him use too much force, but thankfully, enough of the beast's remains are left. Should be sufficient as evidence. The very next second, a chain of violent explosions erupts throughout the entire laboratory. Amid the red glow of flames and flying debris, Chen Mo curls his lips into a cold smirk. Looks like my infiltration has been discovered, blowing up the base to cover the evidence. Not an ounce of creativity. Successive shockwaves continue surging deep down the corridor, relentless as if trying to erase every last trace. Outside the scene, a female reporter tilts to face the camera directly, speaking urgently. Fellow viewers, I'm reporting live from the site of an explosion in the western suburbs of Andong City. Based on viewer tips, the epicenter of the explosion occurred within Lee Corporation's compound. The exact cause remains unknown at this time. Right in the middle of her broadcast, her eyes suddenly light up. Wait, camera pan over there. Someone is walking out from the rubble. It's Chen Mo. She rushes over eagerly, blocking his path. Hello there, the esteemed savior, Mr. Chen Mo. Would you mind if we conducted a quick interview? Was this explosion your attack on Lee Corporation? With Lee Corporation already under investigation, your hasty provocation seems more like a personal vendetta than an act of justice, wouldn't you say? Seeing the reporter charge straight at him, Chen Mo narrows his eyes in scrutiny. She's a reporter, and yet she arrived at the explosion site almost instantly, like she was prepped beforehand. Looks like you lot moved even faster than me. Impressive work. She immediately fires back. You've got it wrong. We happen to be conducting an interview nearby. We never expected such a tragic explosion to occur. Did you ever consider that your reckless assault might endanger ordinary civilians and innocent employees of Lee Corporation? Chen Mo doesn't flinch. He responds slowly with an air of complete helplessness. I was merely helping investigate the truth behind Chairman Lee's disappearance. I just wanted to have a friendly exchange with their staff. I didn't expect the monsters hidden in this base to suddenly attack me. I was terrified at the time, completely helpless. I had no choice but to act in self-defense. And then the base just exploded. In truth, I'm nothing more than an ordinary victim. As night descends, the city glows under golden lamplight stretching across every street. A torrent of comments floods social media. A Lee Corporation subsidiary just got blown to smithereens by Chen Mo. Hell yeah, Lee Corporation can burn for all I care. They've been throwing their weight around for ages, never thought they'd see a day like this. Wait, isn't Lee Corporation still supposed to be under investigation? A hand clutches a phone tightly, scrolling through each line of text with visible excitement. The group chat erupts into a frenzy with no breaks. You actually believe that? Under investigation, it's all a smokescreen. Mo God is the real deal. Whenever there's trouble, he's the one who steps up. Mo God is the common people's god of war, a true superhero. There are still 1 million people watching the live stream. Didn't the secret realm end already today? On the streets, everyone walks with their heads buried in their phones, racing to leave comments. Forums ignite with wave after wave of heated discussion. All search terms related to Lee Corporation have been censored online. This is the only place we can talk about it. If they've got the guts, why don't they censor the secret realm bird emojis too? Has anyone seen the clip of Chen Mo being interviewed by that reporter? I was merely acting in self-defense. Chen Mo's face completely deadpan. I was terrified at the time. On screen, Chen Mo's expression is calm yet tinged with a trace of helpless innocence. The comment section explodes once more. Sure, Chen Mo's revenge is understandable, but such reckless action is way too selfish. Innocent people could have gotten hurt. Who's still defending that old bastard? You've been sold out and you're still counting money for them. They've already betrayed humanity to side with monsters. Hope you get eaten. Keep slaving away for old man Lee on Earth. Lee Corporation's stock is crashing. They'll be bankrupt in a few days. Right then, a chat avatar bearing Chairman Lee's face pops up, asking in bewilderment, how long until Lee Corporation goes bankrupt? What's 5 months? Chen Mo smiles faintly and replies 4. A wave of mockery and doubt floods in. I heard old man Lee said he went missing. Don't tell me he got silenced. Serves him right. Rumor has it his eldest son died not long ago, and now the younger son turns out to be a total degenerate. This is karma. Meanwhile, a row of buildings bathed in warm golden lamplight sits in peaceful silence. A sharp, shrill sound rings, out chattering glass followed by a furious roar. The bunny girls startle to their feet, turning their heads to call softly, Chairman. But Chairman Lee slams his fist on the table in a rage and bellows, shut up. All of you get out, now. His bloodshot eyes bulge with pulsing, furious veins. Damn it, those lowly dogs dare mock me. And Chen Mo, how did he find the monster hideout so fast? A traitor. Don't tell me someone in the corporate alliance is screwing me over. Amid that surging fury, the noise outside rages on unabated. As for the remaining corpse of the 8 priests that Chen Mo dispatched earlier, it lies helpless on the cold ground. The moment Ayer sees the sight, she clutches her stomach and laughs until tears stream down her face. This 8 priest loved bullying the weak back at our place, and always caused trouble for the subordinates. Serves him right to end up this miserable. Chen Mo, sitting across from her, offers a suggestion. Ayer, thanks to your help, we found the monster hideout so quickly. What reward would you like? Hearing that, Ayer's eyes light up brilliantly, so excited she starts drooling. Anything, really. I want butter garlic lobster. Chen Mo turns his head, the corners of his mouth lifting gently. He nods softly. You really want lobster that badly? Fine, you've got a deal. Getting his approval, she immediately jumps up and down with excitement. Yes, Master Chen Mo is the absolute best. At that exact moment, a data panel flashes into view. System notification. Ayer's affection level toward the host has reached 30. Reward unlocked. Achievement. Reward co-evolution. The host may share power with the pet companion. The pet's maximum combat power can increase up to 50% of the host's total power. On a desolate road cloaked in biting cold, silence swallows every sound. Sensing something wrong, Chen Mo furrows his brow and issues a swift command. Ayer, someone's coming. Hide no. The moment she shrank down to her compact form and clambered onto Chen Mo's shoulder, a voice rang out. Cuckoo! Instantly, from the shadows behind, Zia Zhou and Hanling strode out with imposing presence. He crossed his arms with a reproachful look. Chen Mo, finding you is never easy. His eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized the other party. White-haired guy, I remember you. Yesterday you ran off mid-fight, and today you've brought back up. Still want to throw down with me? Before he could finish, Hanling quickly cut in, snuffing out the sparks of conflict before they could ignite. I'm terribly sorry. Yesterday, Zia Zhou got into an unnecessary clash with you. We've since had the corporate alliance sever all cooperation with the monsters entirely. We want to work with you. I'm Lee Hanling. I'm sure you've heard the name. Hearing that, Chen Mo gave a slow, approving nod. Yeah, I know you, the useless young master of Lee Corporation. Betraying your own class, are we? Fine, let's cooperate then. She had expected an outright refusal, but the agreement came so fast it left Hanling stunned. I know you might not trust me so easily. Huh? What did you just say? You agreed. I wasted all that effort coming up with a whole preface. But Chen Mo immediately delivered a cold, cutting follow-up. Don't get me wrong, I don't trust you one bit. If you try to deceive me, I'll just take you hostage. Dragging Chairman Lee out would be simple enough, honestly. Might even be more convenient that way. Seeing that attitude, Hanling's expression flickered between gratitude and a faint, bittersweet sting. Smart move, but my father isn't the type who's easily threatened. He's never once cared about a useless piece of trash like me. Your personality is really terrible, you know that. Truth is, I'm actually one of your biggest fans. Never thought my image of you would shatter the moment we met in person. Chen Mo merely smiled, a calm light flickering in his eyes as he extended a hand toward the other party. Is that so? I just believe sincerity is the foundation of any partnership. Saw pleasure working with you. The instant their hands were about to meet, Zia Zhou suddenly cut in. Wait, Chen Mo, before that I have one request. You deliberately held back in our last fight, didn't you? He thought to himself actually. No, I didn't. Then Zia Zhou let his power surge around his body and made his proposition. Since we're partnering up, sparring against each other won't be appropriate anymore. I want to fight you one more time. This time, I hope you'll get serious and go all out. Chen Mo listened to the challenge and replied flatly, I'd rather not. Fine, if you're so hell-bent on fighting me, then come. Bring it on. The moment those words left his lips, Zia Zhou exploded forward with feral intensity, looking ready to tear his opponent apart. All that flashy momentum, Yet the result was a single punch that sent his entire body hurtling through the air. His limp frame slammed into the ground and crumpled right there on the spot. At the sight, Chen Mo furrowed his brow slightly and called out, "Hey, you all right?" I held back, didn't cause any serious damage. While the air still hung heavy from that punch, Hanling let out a soft, amused laugh. Now that's what hurts him the most. Back in the day, he was a cultivator who looked down on even the four great sects absolutely full of himself. Never imagined he'd run into a genius, even more monstrous than him. Slumped against the wall, Zia Zhou stared blankly into space and muttered, "Couldn't even react. Lost again for no reason. It's only been one day. How is the gap this massive? Don't tell me I've been hacked. Like that system thing from those webcomics." Hearing the helpless rambling, Chen Mo smirked. "What are you even talking about? There's no such thing in real life." Not wanting to waste any more breath on his daydreaming, Hanling shifted the topic. "All right, let's get to business. We can provide you with intelligence. For example, the movement patterns of the corporation alliance's transport routes, personnel dossiers," he cut her off. "No need, right now. All I want is to find the monster Li Corporation is hiding." She responded unhurriedly, her gaze probing. "That's something I can't help much with. The corporation's security clearance on monster intel is extremely tight. At most, I can help you narrow down the city. As for the hidden monster scant, you just find them yourself." He stood there, shrugging nonchalantly with no interest in taking credit. "That was just luck. I can only detect monster auras within a limited range. Before I tear down Li Corporation, I don't want to make too many enemies, so I'm only planning to ambush the monsters that Li Corporation has taken in and sheltered. As for the other corporations, I need you to loosen the net. I'm hoping you can dig up the full list of corporate alliance members colluding with monsters." After hearing every word, the corner of Hanling's lips curved upward with interest. "Now that's a brilliant plan. That way, my father will start suspecting he's been betrayed by the corporate alliance. Once he wavers, it'll be easy to pressure him into handing over the entire alliance's roster." And right after, she casually raised her phone and delivered her report. "You just took down one of their monsters. Right now, Li Corporation is scrambling to relocate the remaining ones. I'll have the specific city coordinates by tomorrow. I'll contact you before the day's over." Chen Mo called out hastily, "Wait, could I borrow some operating funds from you?" Yet she didn't flinch in the slightest. In the contrary, she responded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "You're right, I didn't consider your funding situation, though I'm a bit strapped myself right now. For the time being, I can only transfer you 300 million. Those words turned Chen Mo's face sheet white. He scrambled to explain with a wretched look. No, I just don't have money for food. I wanted to borrow a few thousand yuan for a lobster dinner, that's all." System affection level update airs affection toward host 1. 20 days later, inside a lavish building in the city center, a furious voice erupted, dripping with rage. "What? Chen Mo found out our location. How do you humans do your jobs?" But before the reassuring words could finish, the entire building shuddered violently from a massive explosion. "Please remain calm. The helicopter will arrive in 5 minutes." Through the rolling veil of smoke, Chen Mo stepped forward, his pupils burning a fierce, predatory crimson. "What a pity. Monster, you're not going anywhere. I hear you've never harmed humans. Surrender and I'll spare your life." The green-skinned creature gnashed its teeth in defiant fury. "Are you joking? I would rather die on the battlefield than become a prisoner." Facing that stubborn defiance, Chen Mo raised his hand, his aura surging. "Spoken with spirit, then so be it." At the same time, in a deserted district, a startled cry rang out. "That's the fourth one. 4 monsters have already been killed by Chen Mo." Chairman Li furrowed his brow, staring at the messenger. How on earth did he track down the monsters' locations? Still no leads. The man glanced at the dossier in his hand and reported, "Chairman Li, we've found the reason. Someone within the Li Corporation leaked information to Chen Mo." The moment he heard it, Chairman Li erupted in rage. "Which son of a bitch did this? I'll deal with him myself." The envoy raises an eyebrow and lets out a contemptuous smirk. It's Chairman Li's youngest son, Li Hanling. The kid played his role remarkably well. We only just now found the trail. The person who infiltrated the underground base and sabotaged the plan to merge the 2 worlds, that was also him. The instant those words land, Chairman Li's face drains of color, disbelief written across every line. "What did you just say? How could it be that useless Li Hanling?" In that tense silence, the man calmly delivers his verdict. "Seems you don't know your own son at all. He's been secretly causing us a great deal of trouble. A real villain, that one. These files document multiple operations he's carried out over the past several years. Please have a look." Chairman Li grips the folder fury and shock tangled together on his face. Why would he do something like this? The envoy couldn't care less. That's not what matters. Now that we've identified the traitor, we can use him to turn the tables on Chen Mo. Among the towering high-rises that pierce the clouds, the glass skyscraper shimmers with dazzling colors. Lee Hanling turns to Chen Mo and reports the beast hasn't appeared yet. According to my intel, the fifth monster will definitely pass through this city to reach its new lair. Standing on the rooftop, Chen Mo sweeps his gaze downward and confirms it's already here. Strange, that beast is heading toward the city center. The white sedan skids to a halt on the eerily silent road. The monster in the back seat narrows its eyes, finding this odd. Why stop? Our target isn't here. The driver immediately explains, Monster Lord, this is your designated endpoint. According to our plan, you are to be slain here by Chen Mo. Hearing this, it lets out a furious snarl and roars, keep Drivington, spill your entire plan. Refuse, and I'll rip you apart right now. But before the beast could make a move, the man had already drawn his weapon to his own temple. Please don't worry, Monster Lord. According to the plan, I have to die here. Only then will my daughter be allowed to live. Boom, a thunderous shot snuffs out a life. The light in his eyes flickers and dies, leaving nothing but pitch-black darkness. The beast shoves the door open and steps out, muttering as it walks, disgusting. Those wretched humans? I can piece together their little plan now. Pedestrians lining both sides of the street catch a glimpse of its grotesque figure and immediately erupt into panic. Monster, watching the chaos ripple outward in waves, the corners of its mouth slowly curl upward. Truly, this is a scheme only a monster could have devised. Very well, if that's your plan, then I'll play along and go all out. With that, the monster tilts its head back and unleashes a barrage of steel-hard vines that fill the sky. They screech through the air, stretching outward, chasing down the screaming crowd. Help, somebody help. The vines shoot forward like death-dealing arrows, only a hair's breadth from piercing through everything in their path. But in that very instant, they freeze mid-air, leaving the beast stunned. They stopped. The anomaly is no coincidence. The beast has been pinned flat under a man's boot. Chen Mo slams his foot down on the creature's body and snarls. Has the Alliance Corporation gone completely insane, loosing a beast like you to wreak havoc in the middle of the city? The creature shows no remorse, only a sneer. Slaughtering those feeble humans brought me no joy whatsoever. It draws one long breath and lets out a line that sounds almost like a confession. What a pity. I won't get to witness the moment you're completely destroyed. Chen Mo, my mission is now complete. And then its body blazes with blinding light before shattering into 1,000 fragments. He murmurs, didn't even resist, just self-destructed. His eyes sweep across the scene as he silently delivers his judgment. The objective was clear when the beast's body shattered. It released a thick, toxic mist. The murky fog billows outward, riding the wind through every crack and crevice, clinging to every building in the block. In a single mist breath, figures collapse one after another, life drained away like sand through fingers. Yet amid the rolling toxic fog, Chen Mo walks uncompletely unfazed. The incident has already hit the 24-hour news channel. The anchorwoman announces clearly as a field reporter sends in the latest update. Chen Mo and the beast are currently locked in fierce combat in the heart of Genesar City. After the beast perished, it released a toxic gas that killed hundreds of civilians in the surrounding area. Let us take a moment to mourn those who have been lost. Meanwhile, in the beachfront high-rise that serves as Chairman Lee's residence, he sits upright before the screen, quietly listening as the anchorwoman transitions to the next segment. Breaking news: Chairman Lee of Lee Corporation has finally made an appearance, releasing a public statement. As the introduction ends, Chairman Lee's face appears on screen, dark and heavy, as though weighed down by 100 regrets. I owe everyone an apology. For the past 6 months, I have been under the control of a monster, committing many unforgivable acts. Those creatures, they manipulated my thoughts, my very mind. I betrayed humanity. I betrayed Lee Corporation. And I betrayed every employee who placed their trust in me. It was not until today that the monster's mental hold over me was completely broken. I am free again. He lowers his head, voice choked, as if bearing the weight of a mountain of guilt. I'm not saying this to beg for forgiveness. I know that everything I've done over the past half-year has caused immense harm, but I need to meet someone. Chairman Lee raises his head, his gaze piercing straight through the camera lens, and enunciates each word with resounding weight. Chen Mo, I want to apologize to you in person. After that, I will accept whatever judgment the law delivers. Chen Mo, I'll be waiting for you on Cambao Island. The city now lies bathed in an uneasy calm, yet beneath the surface, dark undercurrents lurk. Netizens everywhere are in an uproar over what they've just learned. The news says Chen Mo and a monster are fighting to the death in the city center. Several hundred people are dead. You don't actually believe the government's official numbers, do you? My friend in Janet City says 3,000 are dead already. 3000. That's a lowball. I'm a local of Genesser City. The entire city center, several whole blocks has been leveled. The real death toll has to be over 10,000. The news screen replays footage of victims collapsing after inhaling the toxin. The horrifying sight drives them to voice their fury. This is way too cruel. Is Chen Mo out of his damn mind? Why would he fight a monster in the middle of a city? He never gives a damn about ordinary people. Every time he kills a monster, the collateral damage is catastrophic. Before, fewer people died, and the news got buried every time. He's clearly a murderer disguised as a superhero. A supervillain would be more accurate. Meanwhile, Chen Mo walks alone through the toxic fog completely unharmed. He has no idea he's become the center of a raging controversy. The truth isn't even clear yet, and people are already making things up. Godmo saved the world, cleared the secret realm. All the credit seized by you lot. The cesspools exploded, and every fly is crawling out of the woodwork. Oh, there are still Chen Mo fanboys left. Just seeing the words Godmo makes me sick now. Did anyone ever ask him to save us? Drop dead murderer. At the same time, at the Seaside Cafe, a place completely untouched by the conflicts raging outside, the envoy lets himself sink into his chair, basking in the satisfaction of his success. Perfect. Now the entire world is turning against Chen Mo's brutal tyranny. Everything is going according to plan. The person across from him latches onto only one question. The 4 great sects of cultivators have been restored. The envoy responds with calm certainty, as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. Cultivators are on our side too. Imagine some superpowered hero, free to operate outside the law, capable of damaging any corporation at any time in any city. What do you think the consequences would be? Stock prices plummet, unemployment surges, another industry gets frozen, major corporations start slashing staff, even the cultivator's income takes a massive hit. The envoy's sinister grin stretches wider the more he speaks, savoring every word. Add to that the mass casualties in the city center this time around, and Chen Mo has completely shattered the cultivator's image in the eyes of ordinary people. For their own sake, the cultivators won't let Chen Mo continue running wild. Chairman Li furrows his brow, clearly displeased by what he just heard. You make it sound so easy. The one who has to face Chen Mo is mean old man who can't even wring a chicken's neck. If Chen Mo decides to come after me, I don't think those useless cultivators can stop him. The envoy, however, remains utterly composed as if everything is already in the palm of his hand. No need to worry. Your meeting is just for show also to let Chen Mo face reality. If he so much as lays a finger on you, he becomes the common enemy of both the corporations and the cultivators. More precisely, enemy of the entire world. The enemy of the entire world. His only option is reconciliation with our corporate alliance. Facing those words, Chairman Li can no longer keep his composure. How wonderful. So you and Chen Mo get to live peacefully ever after, while I'm the one left to face the punishment of the law. The envoy grows impatient with Chairman Li's agitation. The smile on his lips shifts into something openly threatening. Chairman Li, what more do you want me to say? Your dear son Li handling has caused us plenty of trouble. Letting you vacation in prison for a few months is already a very generous deal. Of course, the punishment for Li Corporation won't stop there. The negotiations spiraling far beyond the original terms drives Chairman Li into a blind rage. What did you just say? That's not what we agreed on before. The envoy merely enunciates each word with icy calm. Chairman Li, this is the final decision of the corporate alliance. You can live, but the traitor Li Handling must die. After all, you have so many bastards, losing one rebellious son shouldn't mean much, right? In the end, self-preservation always wins. Chairman Li doesn't hold out long before bowing his head. I understand. This is indeed a reasonable condition. A traitor to the corporate alliance deserves death. Meanwhile, on a bustling street lined with towering buildings, Chen Mo, subject of every conversation, stands silently on a balcony, staring into the wind. Even Air, who had been busy enjoying her meal, can't help but speak up. Master, you're not still angry at those ignorant fools, are you? She then lets out an involuntary scoff, finding it all too ridiculous. If Master Chen Mo hadn't dispersed the toxic mist in time, the death toll could have easily exceeded tens of thousands. Yet even though only just over 100 died, humans are simply incapable of gratitude. Little does she know, the thing weighing on his mind isn't the public backlash. I only do what I believe is right. What others think of me doesn't matter. The real problem is this meeting with Chairman Li. The corporate alliance must have prepared everything thoroughly to deal with me. They may have even partnered with the cultivators. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Ayer genuinely wants to roll her eyes. She can't help but think great hero who saved the world gets framed like this. How utterly absurd. Maybe this is what they call deceiving the masses. Master Chen Mo, why don't you just join our monster side instead? The instant those words leave her mouth, killing intent and fury explode from Chen Mo's body, rocketing skyward. What did you just say? Ayer immediately snaps upright and begs for mercy. Master Chen Mo, I was just joking. Face pale as a sheet, she desperately pleads on. Wait, I was wrong. Please don't do this to me. But Chen Mo ignores her completely, forcing her back into her ermine form no matter how much she screams. Cut to a scenic beach, crystal clear waters, and pristine white sand stretching into the horizon. Chen Mo's leather shoes step slowly across the stone tiles. Only when he stops does he finally voice the question he already knows the answer to. Well, what a surprise to find you all here on Chairman Lee's island. The four great sects have partnered with the corporate alliance. The visitor is none other than Jingshan. Chen Mo, we are here to relay the official notice of the four great sects. Cease your attacks on the corporations immediately. If a corporation has committed wrongs, the law will punish them. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of the four great sects. Meanwhile, Yue Tianyan speaks up indignantly on his behalf. Chen Mo hasn't done anything wrong at all. His brows, clenched so tightly they could crush a fly. The four great sects know the corporations colluded with monsters, yet they've still made this decision. How disappointing. Jingshan, confronted with those words, grows even more conflicted, caught squarely in the middle. I'm sorry, my sect's decision is not something I can change. I don't want to become enemies with someone who was once my comrade either. Justice without order will destabilize society. I hope you'll consider the bigger picture. But Chen Mo pays no heed. He strides forward with iron resolve and declares, I am the bigger picture. Thank you for your concern. I will bear responsibility for my own actions. Watching his figure disappear into the cafe, Yue Tianyan can't help but ask, shouldn't we go in with Chen Mo? What if the corporate alliance tries to set him up? Either way, Jingshan has a clear grasp of the current situation. On the contrary, it's the corporate alliance that needs to reconcile with Chen Mo the most. Going to war with Chen Mo even if they win would cost them dearly. They can only hope Chen Mo doesn't do anything rash. The young woman lets out a cold snort, showing no respect for anyone. Are the old fools running the four great sects all out of their minds, allying with the corporations to threaten Chen Mo? Right now, Chen Mo is the strongest savior the secret realm has. We've already lost the war against the otherworld. Jingshan knows this, but when the topic comes up his voice drops low. I've tried to persuade my master about this, but he seems to not care at all. He said even, without Chen Mo, we have other ways to handle things safely. The ace in the hole for turning the tide in the secret realm war, Chen Mo's existence means nothing to the cultivators, nothing to this world. At the same time, in a room bathed in warm golden lamplight, Chairman Lee unleashes a torrent of sarcasm the moment he sees his visitor. Finally, we meet. From superpowered hero to superpowered villain overnight, how does that feel? But Chen Mo responds with nothing but indifference. Hero is just a title others gave me. I'm just an ordinary person. His words only make Chairman Lee laugh harder, and he fires off a barrage of questions. An ordinary person wouldn't want to hunt down and annihilate the corporate alliance. For an ordinary person, your sense of justice is a bit too intense, don't you think? Chen Mo didn't hesitate to answer these probing questions. Who told you to hide so well? I just wanted to force you to meet me. My sister was subjected to human experimentation. Everything I've done is to seek justice for her. I have no grudge against you. I just want to find the mastermind who harmed my sister. The honest answer made Chairman Lee clutch his head and laugh helplessly. It's not because we conspired with the monsters. It's simply because of your sister. The corporate alliance stirred up such a massive commotion over you. And it was all for nothing. Ignoring the old man's lamentations, Chen Mo pressed on with what mattered to him. Who you cooperate with is none of my concern. Can you just tell me? Right when the topic turned to his sister, Chairman Lee suddenly changed the subject. Do you know about Yizhu? Though Chen Mo had no clue, he gave a vague answer. It's supposedly an island that was submerged. So what does that have to do with my sister? Chairman Lee glossed over that and continued with what he needed to say. That was understandable after all. This was a piece of history deliberately and covertly erased. Over 100 years ago, a mysterious continent rose from beneath the sea known as the Yizhu continent. It held incredibly dangerous primordial ruins, relics that could grant ordinary people extraordinary abilities, along with bizarre mutated creatures. In a place shrouded in perpetual mist and battered by raging tides, People from all corners of the world gathered with a single objective: profit. And during the expedition to colonize the Yizhu continent, the physiques of some people underwent a transformation, granting them formidable power. They were called hunters. According to Chairman Lee's research group, the power hunters obtained was connected to the monsters on the Yizhu continent. Those creatures were actually monsters that had undergone degeneration. Furthermore, the hunter's power was far from perfect. The stronger the hunter, the shorter their lifespan. Some hunters even gradually transformed into monsters themselves. And of course, they were exterminated the moment they started rampaging. In over 100 years, only one person could fully fuse with the monster's power, Somyeon, who could even freely control every monster on the island. She was Than Hai-de. Chairman Lee's group harvested and cultivated her queen cells. That was why even after the Yizhu continent was submerged, their corporation could still manufacture hunters. But the greatest flaw of hunters remained unchanged. Those people still had shortened lifespans. Chairman Lee's voice turned flat as he mentioned what came after. But when the monsters truly emerged, one corporation saw hope and united the other corporations into an alliance to cooperate with the monsters. If we fused the queen cells with monster cells, could we create a flawless hunter? That way, people in power like us could safely possess formidable strength and even enjoy a long lifespan. The old man's story was enough for Chen Mo to understand what happened next, so they carried out human experiments and came for my sister. Tell me the name of that corporation. And then Chairman Lee flashed his signature cunning smile. Now that won't do. From here on, it's premium content. I'm a businessman. How could I just give away such valuable information for free? He didn't bother sugarcoating it and asked directly, "Old man, what do you want?" To his surprise, the man made a seemingly absurd request: "Kill me." Those words stunned Chen Mo so badly he had to confirm, "Hey, you are serious about this?" Though his tone was laced with exasperation, the love in his eyes was utterly genuine when he mentioned that rebellious son of his. Lee Hanling is working with you against the corporation, isn't he? Even if your son is going through a rebellious phase, that doesn't mean you have to commit suicide. His tone grew heavier by the second as he spoke of the fate awaiting him and his son. After this meeting with you, the law's judgment on me would only be a few luxurious months behind bars. But Lee Hanling will die. As a member of the corporation, that is the price of betrayal. I absolutely refuse to accept such an outcome. No one knew when Chairman Lee had thought this through so thoroughly, but he had devised a plan. Chen Mo, I can't see through you. I don't know how many of your words from earlier were true, nor do I know if you'll still protect my son after you've had your revenge. But if you kill me, you'll stand completely against the corporation. Until the corporate alliance is brought down, my son will still have value to you. Moreover, the corporate alliance will prioritize you as their primary enemy, which means Lee Hanling will be safe. He summarized the whole thing, his expression caught between confusion and irritation. So that's what you're trying to say. What a pain. If you don't want to talk, I'll just find someone else to ask. The old man showed no concern on that front and calmly laid it out. Only a handful of top executives in the corporate alliance know the intelligence about the human experiments. You came to me because you couldn't find anyone else, isn't that right? The list is in my desk drawer. I've already prepared it. Don't carry any psychological burden. The law cannot judge me. I've committed far too many sins. 50 death sentences wouldn't be excessive. Chairman Lee really wasn't wrong, so Chen Mo decisively changed his decision. I understand. Is there anything you want to say to Lee Hanling? He spoke solemnly, emphasizing every word with the genuine heart of a father. I never understood this child of mine well enough, but Lee Hanling is truly a son I can be proud of. Though our choices differ, I'm glad to see him living the way he wants. That's all I need. Without a shred of fear or hesitation, Chairman Lee declared boldly, "Now thankle me," and after that become a true hero. The moment the words left his lips, the power within Chen Mo erupted, engulfing the entire building in a catastrophic blast. A flash of light swept through, leaving a thunderous rumble in its wake. Chairman Lee's mansion collapsed entirely. Before the apocalyptic scene, the envoy panicked and demanded answers through gritted teeth. The envoy shouted in alarm, "Chen Mo, what have you done? Where is Chairman Lee?" Chen Mo replied slowly, carrying a deep sorrow. Unfortunately, Chairman Lee believed his collusion with the monsters was an unforgivable sin and asked me to end his life. But this man refuses to believe it. Stop spouting nonsense. Does this lunatic want to formally declare war on the corporate alliance and the 4 great sects? Without bothering to argue, he turned and walked away decisively. That's the truth. I have nothing to explain. If you want war, I'll give you war. Yet the man didn't rage. He simply smirked and declared, "Fellow cultivators, this is Chen Mo's final stance. Report his crimes to the four great sects. But Jingshan frowned in irritation. The internal affairs of cultivators are not yours to command, Yue Tianian. Let's go. The young woman nodded in agreement. White clouds drifted lazily, as slanted rays of light poured down upon the towering high-rise. Hanling stood frozen on the rooftop, his gaze heavy with sorrow, voicing a quiet confirmation of what he had just heard. A son to be proud of had actually said those words. Standing beside him, Chen Mo calmly continued to explain. Under the corporation's pressure, your father chose you to live, but the one who ended his life was me. If you want to end our partnership, I'll understand. I hold no grudge against you. But what truly weighed on him wasn't his own life, it was Chen Mo's safety. As long as I can stop the corporate alliance's sinister plan, as long as I can halt the monster's invasion, no matter the price, I'll accept it all. To stop the corporate alliance, many comrades have already lost their lives. Many comrades have lost their lives. Important loved ones gone too. Now it's simply my turn. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. You've become the common enemy of both the corporations and the cultivators now. Zhang Fan gave a slight nod and leaned in to probe further. I'm mentally prepared. Tell Meth locations of all 7 remaining monsters on Earth. You've already investigated, haven't you? Hearing this, he didn't refuse. He agreed. Of course, I won't make the same mistake as last time. All the intel this time has been thoroughly verified. His brows furrow with iron resolve. Good, the war has already begun. I won't give them another second to prepare. At that same moment, the envoy steps onto the podium to open the press conference. Below the stage, reporters and TV crews scramble to set up cameras and adjust lenses. He closes his eyes briefly, gathering every thought, then speaks in measured tones. Welcome, members of the press, for attending today. We've gathered you here to deliver grim news. In what was meant to be a friendly meeting, Chen Mo brutally murdered the chairman of Li Corporation. After coordinating with the 4 great cultivation sects, we have reached a unanimous consensus. Although Chen Mo is a savior with outstanding achievements, under the flashing camera lights, he drives home the critical point. Recently, Chen Mo's egregious and reckless behavior has exceeded our tolerance. On those grounds, the envoy issues a hunt order against him, bounty set at 5.5 billion. Therefore, 16 corporations and the 4 great sects will deploy forces to capture Chen Mo. Starting tomorrow, a combined bounty on Chen Mo will be officially posted. Immediately after, he narrows his eyes and boldly introduces the next part. Today, we've also invited a representative of the 4 great cultivation sects, Sect Master of Dandai Green Cave, Tiangxin. Sect Master, please say a few words. The moment his words fade, while murmurs still ripple through the hall, Tiangxin slowly ascends the stage. Then he delivers the final warning with stern solemnity. Chen Mo, this is your final warning. Surrender immediately and submit to our judgment and oversight. In consideration of your past contributions, we will show leniency. If we do not receive your answer by the end of today, we will mobilize our full might to eliminate you. The reporters erupt instantly, hushed chatter flooding the entire hall. No way. He's got some nerve. Absolutely ridiculous. The chaos doesn't last long before the envoy barks for silence. Sect Master is still speaking. What are you whispering about? Do you have a death wish? Right at that moment, one of them clutches their phone and shouts in a panic. Chen Mo has responded. He's doing a live interview. Every pair of eyes snaps to the screen, where Chen Mo stands amid a field of monster corpses. He lifts his gaze to the sky and speaks with calm indifference. The 7 remaining monsters hidden by the corporation sphere are all here. Every last one is dead. Beyond colluding with monsters to infiltrate Earth, the corporations also used monster cells to conduct human experiments. They lured countless ordinary civilians into becoming test subjects. The test subjects suffered catastrophic damage as a result. The camera pans to a monster's body burning in a sea of flames. His voice echoes alongside the roar of fire. Among the victims was my sister. All of this was done so the corporate elite could secure extended lifespans and cement their power. Chen Mo clenches his fist, eyes blazing with ruthless determination. Main business done. Now it's time to settle the score. The mastermind behind the human experiments, former chairman of Li Corporation. Are you watching this live? This is a declaration of war. From this day forward, we are enemies locked in a fight to the last breath. And the rest of other corporations, cultivators alike, prick up your ears and listen well. The camera zooms in tight on his face as he bites out each word. I scold. I will ruthlessly crush every obstacle on my path of vengeance. I'll say this once, stay out of my way. Inside the silent cavern, countless fireflies drift, illuminating the cold, vast emptiness. Jingshan trails behind Tiangxin, pleading as he walks, Master, I beg you to reconsider about Chen Mo. Chen Mo is an indispensable combat force in the Secret Realm War. Collaborating with the corporations to surround and eliminate him gains us nothing. He speaks unexpectedly. Jingshan, your weakness is that you're too soft-hearted. Do you know why I brought you to this cavern? The moment he hears this, he presses his palm flat against the cavern wall. This cavern is strange. The spirit energy concentration here is absurdly high, isn't it? Especially deeper inside of the spirit energy density is nearly on par with a secret realm. His eyes sweep across the bottomless dark, bewildered. What is this place? Tiangxin raises his head toward the void above and begins to explain. 20 years ago, when we detected spatial tremors between the otherworld and Earth, we foresaw the otherworld's impending invasion. The sect masters of the four great sects each extracted a portion of secret realm space and fused them into this cavern, turning it into the Tao Seeker's training ground. Hearing an unfamiliar term, Jingshan frowns in confusion. Tao Seeker, what is that? He turns back and explains with composure. There are 4 Tao Seekers in total. They are the true successors to the current sect masters of the 4 great sects and the real saviors we've chosen. Surprised, those words only deepen his indignation. Then what about core disciples like us? What are these so-called saviors of ours exactly? The cultivators who died in the secret realms, what were they fighting for? Immediately, images of those monsters flash through his mind. During the last otherworld invasion, monsters had infiltrated Earth beforehand to assassinate saviors with potential. So this time we prepared bait in advance, namely, the 10,000 cultivators selected to enter the secret realm. That is the indispensable price to guarantee victory. Given everything he has done, Jingshan can't help but acknowledge the truth. So shouldn't we be even more grateful to Chen Mo? He not only foiled the monster's trap, but also hunted down and killed every single monster that infiltrated Earth. But Tiangxin dismisses this. He served his purpose. Then he slowly hammers home the core issue. The essence of Destiny coins is this: they absorb trust, spiritual willpower, catalytic faith of livestream audiences. That is why Destiny coins can amplify a cultivator's power. According to our observations, in the context of the secret realms, Destiny coins can no longer enhance Chen Mo's combat strength. His potential is exhausted. That's why before the last secret realm began, we stopped channeling Destiny coins to Chen Mo. Having connected all the dots, Jingshan confirms the key takeaway. So it's not just Chen Mo. Destiny coins for the other saviors were also cut. If they'd been able to boost their combat strength through Destiny coins, perhaps more saviors would have survived the last secret realm. Seeing that he understands, Tiangxin looks satisfied. Jingshan, you truly are a disciple I can be proud of. Your instincts are remarkably sharp. The 70% of Destiny coins, siphoned from the secret realms, all of it, was funneled to the 4 Tao Seekers, giving them a superior cultivation environment. Right now, the 4 Tao Seekers' combat strength in the secret realms is no weaker than Chen Mo's, and they'll surpass him very soon. Right after, his resolve hardens as he lays out the plan with finality. That is why we no longer need Chen Mo. To us now, he is nothing more than a destabilizing element. The next time he shows himself, the sect masters of the 4 great sects will strike Toadthor and kill Chen Mo. Hearing this, he bows his head, lost in bewilderment. Why are you telling me this? You could have easily kept it hidden. Rather than deflect, he reveals the true reason with calm composure. After 2 campaigns in the secret realms, the potential of you and Yue Tianian has been recognized. After a joint deliberation among the sect masters of the 4 great sects, all of you shall receive treatment on par with Tao Seekers. Hearing those words, Jingshan showed no joy, simply stood motionless in the cold void. Observing the disciple who stood as still as a stone statue, Tiangxin slowly narrowed her eyes in appraisal. What more are you hesitating for? Do you not wish to become stronger? He lowers his head, and in the shadows, a look of iron resolve hardens across his face. I will never accept power gained through the sacrifice of others, and I will never raise my blade against the person who saved my life. And Master, I truly have let you down. At that moment, a screen flickers to life, casting a cold, sterile glow across the space. On the screen, a man reclines in his chair with an imposing demeanor and speaks in a tone of interrogation. Chen Mo, I am the chairman of Kaianjun Lianshan Corporation. I am nothing more than a law-abiding businessman. Monster cells, human experimentation, utterly baseless accusations. I don't know why you fabricated such lies, but if you wish to wage war and challenge the dignity of our Kaianjun Corporation, I will not back down. Tomorrow, I will be waiting for you on the outskirts of Kishan City. Watching this scene unfold, Li Hanling bursts into delighted laughter. Not bad, Chu mopping off both the corporate alliance and the 4 great cultivation sects at the same time. You're the only one with the guts to pull that off. Even the chairman of Kyanjun Corporation was forced to show his face because of you. While the corporate alliance and the cultivators of the 4 great sects concentrate their forces on Chairman Kyanjun's side. You have a different plan, don't you? Chen Mo turns to the side, looks at her, and denies it. My plan is to crush them head-on, fair and square. Hearing that, she is taken aback. Are you serious? She then presents the intelligence she has gathered. According to the intel I've obtained, the 4 great sects have at least 2 sect masters and over 20 elders in attendance. The corporate alliance has mobilized more than 100 S-rank hunters. She probes cautiously and carefully. Weren't you always the careful type? So why are you being so reckless this time? Chen Mo doesn't beat around the bush and explains directly. Because we're running out of time. We need to settle humanity's internal conflicts quickly. Then he thinks of the far more dangerous scenarios yet to come. The secret realms held by the 4 great sects seem to have suffered major breaches riddled with gaps that allow divine beings from other worlds to harass the realms again and again, causing massive casualties among the saviors. His gaze darkens, each thought heavy as lead pressing down on his mind. If this continues, I'm afraid the secret realms could fall at any moment. Moreover, after all the battles during this period, I've come to understand something: the cultivators and the corporations are far weaker than I thought. Taking them down is no problem at all. Despite his words, Hanling still maintains an air of caution laced with apprehension. I know you're strong, your peak combat power rivals that of an 800-year-old monster, but facing the corporate alliance and the 4 great sects simultaneously, you hold no advantage. Each sect master of the 4 great sects possesses combat power equivalent to a monster of 1,000 to 1,300 years. The S-rank hunters from the corporation may not have high raw combat power, but the mysterious artifacts in their possession grant them bizarre abilities, making their actual fighting strength formidable. A handful of these hunters can even approach the combat power of the 4 sect masters, and that's not counting the elders of the 4 great sects. The elite hunter squadrons of the corporate alliance's sheer numbers alone could pose a threat to you. Suddenly, he raises a hand to cover half his face. In that instant, his pupils flash with a cold, golden gleam. Your assessment was wrong from the very start. I have never once fought at full power. Chen Mo's house still glimmers with faint lamplight as the night slowly swallows the sky. On the quiet bed, Chu Yun lies motionless, her breath so thin it seems ready to vanish at any moment. After watching her for a long time, Chen Mo turns his head slightly and asks, "Has my sister still not woken up?" Yu Tong, sitting nearby, answers gently. Her physical condition has recovered, but the residual monster aura on her body cannot be fully purged. That's also the reason she's still unconscious. It's because my healing ability isn't strong enough. After hearing her explanation, he turns toward the bed and says softly, "You've already done an incredible job. Thank you truly. I'll get the research data from Kyanjun Corporation. It should help with my sister's treatment." With a tone both cautious and resolute, Yu Tong speaks up. "Are you really going to war with the corporate alliance and the 4 great sects? If so, I'm coming with you." Concerned for her safety, he firmly refuses. "No, that's far too dangerous. If I fight at full power, this entire area will be leveled. There's a high chance you'd get caught in it." The moment she hears his refusal, Yu Tong clenches her hands, worry etched across her face. "But if you go alone, and something unexpected happens, what will you do when you need help?" Nibbling at a snack, Ayer glances over and sneers. "Are you out of your mind? Master Chen Mo has practically declared war on the entire world. With our strength, going along wouldn't help one bit. All we need to do is stay home and wait for him to come back safely." Unexpectedly, Chen Mo strides over and gently places his hand on her head. "Yu Tong, you make a fair point. When things get dangerous, I'll bring Ayer along." Ayer freezes on the spot, her brow twitching. Only a single sound escapes her lips. But she simply plants her hands on her hips, tilts her head, and casually reminds him. "Master Chen Mo, have you forgotten already? Ever since arriving on Earth, I've lost all my power. Right now, I'm nothing more than an incredibly fragile snow weasel, completely useless." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo closes his eyes and activates the surging power within him. "Then let's run a little test first." When Ayer's affection level reaches 30, the system unlocks a new reward symbiotic evolution which allows Chen Mo to share half of his combat power with Ayer. First comes the day 1 login, reward the power of a 1,000-year monster. Watching the azure light coil tightly around her body, the little girl's eyes widen in shock. "What is this? Is my power starting to come back?" But that wasn't all. Next comes the day 2 login, Reward Holy War Dance passive state combat, power triples compared to normal status. Her entire body suddenly feels weightless, hovering in midair. What is this? This explosive surge of power feels like a hack. But what comes next is truly mind-shattering. Finally, the active skill of Holy War Dance combat power multiplied by tenfold. The torrential force causes Ayer's tail to lengthen involuntarily, each strand of silver fur gleaming with a radiant luster. Gazing at the swirling vortex of energy surrounding her, the little girl can only mutter to herself, "Weird, so weird. Who said spiritual energy on Earth was scarce? Aren't I breaking through to thousand-year combat power with ease right now? And he can actually grant me power this immense. Then just how strong is Master Chen Mo himself?" Observing the scene before him, Chen Mo nods with satisfaction. The effect is excellent. Under the normal amplification of Holy War Dance, Ayer is equivalent to a 1,400-year-old monster. After activating the active skill, Ayer's combat power reaches 50,000, equivalent to a 2,000-year-old monster. The situation looks promising. Ayer alone can already steamroll the corporate alliance and the four great sects. The next day, in a room bathed in a cold, eerie blue light, the atmosphere is thick with tension. Chairman Kainjun fidgets anxiously, glancing around. "Chen Mo will be here any minute. Can I leave now?" The envoy speaks soothingly, trying to calm him. "Chairman, Kainjun, please don't be hasty." Then the man outlines his plan. The intelligence source beside Chen Mo, Li Hanling, is an extremely formidable talent. If you leave now, she will definitely notice. And then the entire operation to hunt down Chen Mo will go down the drain. Today is the best opportunity we'll ever have to eliminate Chen Mo. We absolutely cannot squander it. Realizing he's been deceived, the man erupts in fury. "You bastards, you told me something completely different. Do you have any idea how much I've sacrificed for the corporate alliance? Do you want me to end up like old man Lee, a human shield?" Yet the envoy remains utterly calm, like a still lake without a single ripple, each word dripping with manipulation as it drips into the man's ears. "Your situation is entirely different from Chairman Lee's back then. The sect masters of the four great sects have already arrived. The corporate alliance has deployed more than half of its S-rank hunters, including their most elite assassin squad. Right now, this base can be called the safest place on Earth. No one can touch you." Hearing those words, he paused briefly before asking in doubt, "Has the hunter squad arrived yet?" The envoy quickly confirmed, "Yes, it's the newly formed Special Hunter Squad, deployed by the corporate alliance created for decapitation strikes against the sect masters of the four great sects." Just as the words fell, two figures approached from the distance. He immediately introduced them with undisguised pride: the light wielder, capable of manipulating light, creating illusions, and attacking with beams of concentrated light at temperatures rivaling the surface of the sun. The sound of destruction, wielding the power of ultrasonic and infrasonic waves, capable of sealing an enemy's hearing and directly attacking their internal organs. Next, a small, wiry figure appeared, dragging behind a weapon of absurd proportions. The giant, though short in stature, he commands gravity, itself considered the most brutally violent destroyer among us. The Wordmaster, wrapped in mysterious robes, possessing the power of curses without physical contact. He can plunge opponents into a multitude of negative states. Lastly, the silver-haired one nicknamed Kong, an E-rank hunter yet considered the most bizarre and terrifying of them all, possessing the power of space. "Chen Mo, I'll temporarily commend your courage for daring to challenge the corporate alliance single-handedly. Too bad the strongest savior is about to die at our hands." At that moment, Chen Mo appeared before them and sneered, "Is that so? Me? Seeing you lot can't even beat the ferret I keep." A day prior, as the squad assembled, Light was the first to speak up, suggesting the opening strike would be the deadliest. "Leave it to me." But Kong wouldn't hear of Ith, disagreed. "Your close combat skill can only be described as a tragedy. If I don't reposition you in time, within 0.1 seconds, Chen Mo will tear you apart." Yet the giant didn't flinch. A cold smirk of confidence tugged at the corner of his lips. "I've already steeled myself. Besides, you'll definitely save me in time." "Right." Hearing that, Kong merely chuckled softly, the corners of his lips curling with smug satisfaction. Of course, time drags back to reality. A beam of light tears through the pitch-black night. Light tightens her grip on the photon blade, hurtling straight toward Chen Mo, who hangs motionless in the void. But when they're a breath apart, shock flashes across his face. Chen Mo has already raised his hand. A berserk force roars forth, condensing in his palm, swallowing the darkness whole. Two forces collideth. Impact seems ready to blow the sky apart. Yet when Chen Mo's sweeping strike comes crashing down, his opponent suddenly vanishes. The enemy disappears, leaving only the photon blade behind. Gazing at the weapon suspended in midair, he thinks to himself with amusement, an interesting ability. When the accumulated energy reaches its peak, it triggers the light burst. The light burst an eruption of wildly chaotic, blinding rays, released in a single detonation after full charge. The light wielder's strongest offensive technique. The smoke clears to reveal Chen Mo, still standing tall and unmoved. The hunters never expected the concentrated beam itself to actually harm Chen Mo. Their target was the side effect of the light burst. What they were truly lying in wait for wasn't the direct damage, was the aftershock. Even for Chen Mo, after a light burst, he would at minimum lose his vision temporarily. 5 seconds, 3 seconds or less. That fragile window is the only chance to land a killing blow. So the strike couldn't afford to waste the opportunity Light had staked her life to create. The instant the light burst erupted, there was no hesitation. The giant charges straight into the center of the explosion. Not alone to other shadows tear through the air right behind him, Kong and the Wordmaster. The moment the last glimmer of light fades, the light wielder and the sound of destruction immediately slip through a narrow spatial rift, relocating to a building near Chen Mo to provide long-range support. But a critical error has occurred. The giant who charged in first has frozen in his tracks. Chen Mo stands before him, eyes wide open. The light burst from moments ago doesn't seem to have affected him at all. His face is drenched in killing intent. His gaze, sharp as a blade, pins the opponent in place. Mixed emotions surging through the giant's heart. In that instant, he goes numb. All that remains in his mind is the scream of pure despair. I'm dead, the plan has failed, I'm dead. How do I warn the others? I'm dead, but the brutal truth arrives far too late. After 0.5 seconds, what follows is regret beyond measure. The giant realizes that Chen Mo's gaze isn't directed at him. When the giant stands right in front of him, those pupils don't move at all. His eyes are simply open, bluffing, pretending his vision hasn't been damaged. But during the approach, the giant accidentally makes a sound. Crap, the noise, I stepped on something. And in that very instant, Chen Mo strikes without a shred of hesitation. While the giant is still lost in thought, Chen Mo's attack pierces straight through the giant's afterimage. At that exact moment, from the building nearby, the remaining two provide silent support. The sound of destruction skews the direction of sound, while light has already conjured the giant's illusion. This coordinated maneuver carves out a second opening for the giant, breaking the sound barrier, unleashing a 30 times gravity critical strike. Meanwhile, Chen Mo is calculating, vision temporarily lost. Sound is also unreliable now. Any attack must come faster than the speed of sound. The only thing he can trust is the body's last line of defense. Instinct wins. The moment Chen Mo swats the giant away, the giant thinks he burned his last line of defense on me. But while he's still locked in combat, a freezing cold hand suddenly presses against his back. While Chen Mo sent the giant flying, Kong teleported the Wordmaster directly behind him. She plants her hand on his back, unleashing dozens of curses on his body within 0.1 seconds direct physical contact required to complete the ritual. The instant the final curse is etched onto his body, Kong teleports the Wordmaster off the battlefield without a second's delay. Since the light burst erupted, one long, agonizing second has passed. The plan succeeded. The one who has never known weakness, all these years, has now been hexed. Curses of stagnation, aging, disease, misfortune, exhaustion, and dozens more pour forth. Chen Mo hasn't experienced the sensation of being debuffed in ages. At that moment, on the rooftop of a high-rise overlooking the building where Chen Mo stands, Kong stands there gazing down with a smug expression. Good, now that Chen Mo's been cursed, launch the next wave. But when he glances to the side, Who is trembling uncontrollably. Seeing that, he pauses and asks immediately, Who, are you all right? Who grits her teeth and hisses furiously, Stop dreaming. You people simply don't understand. The moment I laid that curse on Chen Mo, I came into contact with his power. The image of Chen Mo flashes through her memory, sending a chill down her spine, unfathomably deep. Terrifyingly so. That man's power is beyond comprehension. How can people like us possibly fight a monster like Chen Mo? Seeing this, Kong steps forward and places a firm hand on her shoulder. Perk up, Who? A gap in raw power has never decided the final victor. An enemy of unknown strength. Haven't we faced that many times before? He speaks slowly, emphasizing each word as if digging up old memories. On the razor's edge between life and death. Fighting with everything we had, that's how we earned the status and power we have now. Have you forgotten all of that? But those words don't lift Who's spirits. On the contrary, they only deepen her disgust. How easy it is to spout such words so casually. You possess spatial abilities. All you do is hide somewhere safe and provide remote support. Convenient ability, convenient positioning. After that incident, have you ever once fought an enemy face-to-face? Those words freeze Kong in place, his expression darkening, unable to utter a single rebuttal. Sensing the tension about to explode, the giant quickly interjects, "That's enough, who? That matter is off limits within our squad. We agreed never to bring it up again. If you don't want to fight, you can stay here. We'll carry your share." With that, the giant leaps off the rooftop edge. Light walks over to Kong's side to offer comfort. Meanwhile, Hu remains standing still, her gaze lowered, not uttering a single word. The second wave of attacks begins by the giant. He explodes forward, charging straight at his target, swinging the massive weapon behind him. The weapon in his hands is a true monster, 1,000 kilograms of raw destruction. A hammer forged from a specially crafted alloy, further enhanced by 30 times gravitational amplification, slamming down at 3 times the speed of sound to obliterate Chen Mo. Without a shred of hesitation, he hurls the colossal weapon. It tears through the air like a meteor. Once Chen Mo blocks the hammer, the giant's most critical mission is complete. Yet with such berserk force behind it, Chen Mo manages to stop it with just one hand. None of this was a mindless outburst, it was all calculated. The giant's role wasn't to deal damage, it was to pin and mark the target. Unlike his usual brawling style, when the giant's hammer makes contact with the enemy, the gravity collapses inward, generating an intense gravitational pull that locks the enemy in place. Before the battle even began, the light wielder and the sound of destruction had already inscribed their tracking marks onto the hammer. At the same time, the light had constructed a brilliant sword of radiance. In target lock mode, the luminous canopy could converge into a single point, achieving maximum theoretical destructive power across all previous battles. No matter how resilient the material, it would be completely annihilated in one strike. Sound's role was to destroy from within destructive sound waves that could transmit infrasonic attacks through the hammer directly into the enemy's body. The infrasonic waves would resonate with the enemy's most fragile internal organs, shattering them from the inside out. Wave after wave of heavy sonic bombardment slammed relentlessly into Chen Mo's body, without a single gap between them. The blitz attack concluded with a violent explosion. The moment the assault ended, according to the original plan, there was no need to reposition destructive sound, and the giant away from the battlefield to recover were to initiate the third wave of attacks. Immediately, yes, that was how it was supposed to go, but then the unexpected happened. When Kong arrived, his face immediately hardened at a sight no one could have predicted. What stood before him was none other than Chen Mo. His body froze as if turned to ice, only his eyes wide open watching a fist tear through the air and hurtling toward him at terrifying speed. How did he dodge the gravity hammer? The question lingered only for an instant in Kong's mind. To save his own life in that moment between life and death, he chose to flee. Terror drove Kong to teleport himself to an altitude over 1,000 meters above Chen Mo. When Kong finally regained his composure, he realized he had made a fatal mistake. It was too late. There wasn't enough time to teleport his teammates. Having them face Chen Mo head-on was like newborn babies challenging a fully grown lion. Note this moment, petrified and unable to move, time seemed to freeze. The scene in the distance played out before Kong's eyes like slow motion. In that very instant, Chen Mo, one who had been the target of everyone's fury, was gathering his power, preparing to unleash a wide area attack. There was no doubt about it. After Chen Mo struck, Kong would forever lose 3 of his friends. Just as Kong was about to abandon all hope before Chen Mo's eyes, the word Spirit Master, who had long given up the fight, appeared on the battlefield. She was driving a ceremonial sword into her own chest, casting a forbidden curse upon herself. The primordial malice words, so wicked they had taken physical form, were transforming the word Spirit Master into a vengeful spirit. After that, Kong changed his earlier resolve. He had now lost 4 friends forever. This goes back 13 years ago, when an ordinary residential building in East Sea Market was the site of a gruesome massacre. Hundreds died at once. A 20-person rescue team was dispatched to the villa for search and rescue, but they found only a single survivor. And what followed were days of sheer terror. In the 3 days that followed, 32 members of the rescue team perished. 50 people died in various accidents. 18 others went insane and took their own lives. The sheer abnormality of it all left everyone in terror. Cultivators intervened to investigate. The cause of all that death was the lone survivor, Xiu, the inheritor of the Phantom Abyss Pavilion, a sect that practiced the dark arts. Before being destroyed by Yu Tianren, the Phantom Abyss Pavilion was once a formidable cultivation sect, renowned for commanding vengeful spirits. Its fame once rivaled the current four great sects. The surviving disciples of the Phantom Abyss Pavilion took in a child with a unique physique. To reclaim the former glory of the Phantom Abyss Pavilion, they poured everything into infusing thousands of vengeful spirits into Xiu's body during the final legacy inheritance ritual of the Phantom Abyss Pavilion. However, their greed came at a devastating cost. The ritual failed. The vengeful spirits within Xiu's body merged into one, transforming into an uncontrollable monster born from the Phantom Abyss Pavilion disciples' own ambition. They perished along with their lives, and so Xiu became the last inheritor of the Phantom Abyss Pavilion. Because of that incident, she became a homeless outcast, haunted by vengeful spirits, a jinx to everyone around her. Anyone who came into contact with Xiu would meet with misfortune. No cultivator was willing to take Xiu in. Some even wanted to kill her to eliminate the threat once and for all. At her most helpless and lost moment, a hand reached out toward her. Xiu was taken in by a corporation, which harbored dreams of exploiting her potential and awakening her into a hunter. The only fortunate thing was that Xiu ended up joining a hunter squad. That person was essentially a miniature version of Kong. The corporation's specially designed cloak could block a portion of the vengeful spirit's power, but it would still bring misfortune to those nearby. But not a single teammate despised Xiu for it. From then on, all of them liked sound, and the giant, though cursed with bad luck, lived comfortably alongside her. The entire hunter squad was made up of abandoned orphans, but every one of them was family. With that, Xiu became a hunter. Awakening the word spirit skill, Xiu began to suppress the vengeful spirits within her body. For the sake of these last precious people, Xiu endured untold hardships through the years. The vengeful spirits had become a part of her very being. Suppressing the vengeful spirits brought Xiu excruciating pain, but she had endured it all. And all the misfortune, all the bad luck, was compressed and redirected to bring calamity upon enemies, not friends. The moment she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Until Toddy, what did it mean to actively unleash the power of the vengeful spirits upon herself? Xiu knew full well this was not a power any human could control. Perhaps the first thing the vengeful spirits would do upon breaking the seal was kill her. Perhaps she would lose herself entirely, becoming a slave to the vengeful spirits. But none of that mattered. Xiu wagered her life, howling through the anguish. Listen up, vengeful spirits, if you're truly as powerful as you claim, take my body if you must. Just save my friends. That is my only wish. She turned her gaze toward Chen Mo, who was unleashing overwhelming power. The only requirement: bring down that monster. At that moment, Xiu raised her hands and drew every ounce of energy from the void into her body. Xiu extended her hand, wreathed in dark miasma, toward him, and commanded the vengeful spirits, "Devour me whole." All of Chen Mo's attacks. Responding to her command, the vengeful spirits began weaving their hands together, unleashing a forbidden technique. Immediately, under her control, spherical barriers materialized out of thin air, completely enveloping every one of Chen Mo's attacks. Before this spectacle, all of Xiu's teammates were stunned. But more than the dazzling display itself, destructive sound, and the giant were shocked not by Chen Mo's attack, rather. They marveled at the fact that Xiu had unsealed her power and could now freely command her vengeful spirits. The monstrous figure, adorned with bone ornaments, stood tall with her. It was recognition earned through years of enduring agony, or the unwavering will to save her teammates. The vengeful spirits had acknowledged her. Commanding this creature formed from 1,000 vengeful spirits was the original grand vision of the Phantom Abyss Pavilion discipline today. It was finally realized. At this unexpected spectacle, a faint smirk curled at the corner of Chen Mo's lips, revealing his amusement. "You lot really do have a few tricks up your sleeve. Now I'm getting excited." Chen Mo's words were directed not only at the word Spirit Master, but also as praise for Kong, who was about to appear before him. From the rift-torn spatial vortex, Kong burst through the teleportation gap, clenching his fingers together to form an invisible, razor-sharp blade that slashed straight toward Chen Mo. Dimensional slash, a spatial severing attack and Kong's strongest offensive skill. But for Kong, it was also his most dangerous technique. Dimensional slash could only be executed through Kong's own hands. However, this skill was extraordinarily perilous. By casting aside his own survival and closing in on the enemy, could he land a fatal blow. That was why Kong hadn't used this move in a very long time. And yet now he charged forward in desperation, trailing a killing frost so sharp it cut to the bone. For the first time since this battle began, Chen Mo retreated to evade the enemy's attack. This was also the first time Chen Mo felt a hint of genuine threat. The instant Kong's slash tore through the void and came crashing down, Chen Mo immediately threw himself backward to dodge. Yet there was no trace of panic on his face, only a faint flicker of mild concern. The opponent's dimensional slash might actually tear his clothes. This coat was something he really liked. The vengeful spirits swelled in power. On a spirit-depleted Earth, human power has its limits. But within Xiu's body, this fusion of 1,000 monstrous vengeful spirits, the founding patriarch of the Phantom Abyss Pavilion, could not comprehend where its limits lay, equivalent to a 3,000-year-old beast, a 5,000-year-old beast, perhaps even a 10,000-year-old beast. As long as Xiu's body could endure it, the fused 1,000 vengeful spirits would only continue to grow stronger. As long as she could kill Chen Mo, after this battle, no matter what became of her body, it wouldn't matter. A drop of blood, vivid and brilliant as a gemstone, dripped down at her command. Blood prison. This was a purely spiritual attack, indifferent to whether the opponent was strong or weak. It dragged the enemy's willpower into a prison built for vengeful spirits, without discrimination. First came a vast, endless white void. In an instant, Chen Mo stood in a space devoid of all objects. Then countless vengeful spirits converged enough to blanket the entire area in a sky-darkening swarm. The moment the enemy let their guard slip, they would gnaw until the soul ran dry. These vengeful spirits were ephemeral. No matter how many were destroyed, they would instantly regenerate, and the blood prison itself had no boundaries whatsoever, leaving even the target without any means of counterattack. Inside the blood prison, the vengeful spirit's spiritual assault on Chen Mo lasted 3 days and 3 nights. But what ran dry first was Xiu's own spirit and stamina. The blood prison was dispelled. On the contrary, Chen Mo's spirit was barely depleted. But this too was within Hu's calculations. In the real world, the blood prison's duration was only 0.5 seconds. This was the time Hu had bought for her companions. At last, the spirit belonging to Chen Mo returned to his body, and his eyes slowly opened. The moment Chen Mo regained consciousness, he was already trapped by the giant's gravity, and a chain of blinding light had him completely sealed. All of it was Kong's dimensional slash, calculated to strike Chen Mo with pinpoint precision. The dimensional slash had simultaneously conjured the giant and triggered the chaotic collapse of the blinding skill. In simple terms, it was a lethal explosion. However, before the explosion occurred, Kong had already moved himself and his companions into his own private space. Meanwhile, in a place that still seemed peaceful despite the tremors outside, Chairman Kyan witnessed the explosive scene before his eyes and couldn't help but marvel. They still proved somewhat useful. All those resources the corporation poured into these hunters every year weren't wasted after all. Even the emissary chimed in with a few words of praise. The hunter squad has gotten stronger again. I didn't expect this either. They seemed to have broken through their own limits fighting Chen Mo. Before the praise had even faded, he immediately dropped the act, practically screaming, "Whatever. Just kill Chen Mo for me already. What strongest savior dares to challenge me by name? Doesn't he look like a beaten stray dog right now?" And then who knows what the emissary suddenly saw. He froze as if struck by lightning. Chairman Kyan, look over there. The moment his gaze swept over, his face turned deathly pale and he stammered in shock. "What? You've got to be kidding me, an attack like that? And Chen Mo's clothes don't even have a scratch." Indeed, the one stepping out from the thick smoke was Chen Mo, completely unscathed. At that moment, the veins on Chairman Kyan's forehead bulged so fiercely they looked ready to burst. "Hey, where the hell did that hunter squad go? What are they dawdling around for? Don't tell me they ran away." At this time, inside Kong's private spacia realm that even possessed a massive island floating in the vast sky. At that moment, the giant, his face dark as thunder, muttered over and over, "This isn't right. This shouldn't be happening," because right before his eyes, Kong was barely clinging to life. Tears of anguish fell ceaselessly amid the panic and the sounds of destruction. "I don't believe Kong would die so easily. Come back to life. Don't we still have so many things left to do?" In stark contrast, only Hu's fierce voice cut through the somber atmosphere. "Don't say stupid things like that. Kong is dead, apparently struck down by Chen Mo when he sent us away. The only thing we can still do for Kong is one thing: take revenge on Chen Mo." These words instantly ignited a blazing fire of hatred in the giant's heart. "Hu is right," the giant said, straightening up. "Stop crying. We have to destroy that bastard." After that, the one called Light, who had been silent, until No suddenly spoke up and laid out the harsh truth. "I hate to break it to you, but it seems you've all forgotten something very important. This place is Kong's private space. Only he could freely come and go. Now that he's dead, we might never be able to leave again." 4 months later, in Kong's private space, Light caught sight of a golden glimmer flickering in his palm and shouted excitedly, "We did it! We did it!" He raised the corn cob high above his head and cheered. All the effort hadn't been wasted, he had finally grown corn. Sound, standing beside him, couldn't help but join in the excitement. Awesome. We won't starve to death after all. Only the giant remained displeased. Hey, what are you two so happy about? We still need to find a way out of this space and get revenge on Chen Mo. 1 year later, the giant sat slumped in his chair, holding a roasted corn cob with a thoroughly despondent expression. Grilled corn again for dinner? Can't we switch to something else? Like popcorn or something? The moment he finished speaking, Light appeared, holding a stack of papers and launching into a presentation. To make popcorn, we need butter and white sugar. Although the sugar cane we planted has been harvested, and we can make cane sugar, butter is still a problem. Corn-based vegetable butter contains trans fatty acids not good for your health. The dairy cows on the farm won't be able to produce milk until next year. Once that happens, we'll finally be able to use fresh cream to make healthy butter. When that time comes, we'll be able to live a truly happy life. In this war-free, idyllic paradise, they had lived a life of happiness. All the members had married one another. And then came the first great milestone worth celebrating. The first child in the village was born son of light and sound. Many years later, before Kong's grave, decorated with mint leaves and offerings of corn. At this moment, a little child trailed behind who, tugging at her and begging, "Grandma, tell me the story about Earth again." And Kong had achieved what no one else would ever want, world's only achievement, remaining forever uninjured. Time returns to the present. Sunlight pours down between the towering skyscrapers suspended in midair. At that instant, the black-clad figures brandishing weapons all roared in unison, rush and Tojder kill him. But Chen Mo simply stood his ground, unfazed. His hand rose, gathering swirling spiritual energy in a torrent. In the blink of an eye, a violent pillar of light shattered the sky, illuminating the entire space. The terrifying wave of energy made the ground tremble, and the surrounding buildings sway violently. At the same time, in a dark corner near the scene, urgent alerts blared, alert ground forces eliminated. Chen Mo has breached the perimeter and entered the base. All units activate high alert. The long corridor lay deathly silent, filled only by the heavy sound of slow, deliberate footsteps. Each time a heel struck the floor, a body collapsed and lay motionless as if life itself had been erased in the mere span of an instant. Beneath the deepest level of the hidden chamber, a sickly green glow flickered against the cold steel walls. After repeatedly calling into the communicator with no response, the emissary began to feel a creeping unease. "Chairman Kyan, all hunter squads have gone dark." Upon hearing this, he erupted in fury. "Useless, every last one of them. The cultivat or swear are those cultivators. Don't tell me they ran away too. We need to retreat now." Before they could even turn to flee, Chen Mo had already appeared behind them, his expression dark as a gathering storm. "I'm afraid none of you are going anywhere. Chairman Kyan, at last we meet face to face." Chairman Kyan whipped around, his face deathly pale, and hurriedly began to plead. "Chen Mo, wait, I surrender. We can negotiate." Just as the atmosphere tightened like a bowstring, a string of soap bubbles suddenly rose from the void. Chen Mo stood still, watching silently. His eyes narrowed slightly as the fragile bubbles drifted toward him. They floated gently, seemingly harmless until one quietly closed in and brushed against his shoulder. The instant of contact, a bone-chilling sense of danger shot straight down his spine, snapping him to full alert. In a flash, Chen Mo's figure vanished from where he stood as if he had never existed. Chairman Kyan stared at the scene in bewilderment. Chen Mo disappeared. Tiangxin strolled forward leisurely, controlling the bubbles with ease. "Chairman Kyan, you sure surrendered fast." The chairman saw him, and immediately unleashed a torrent of questions. "Sect Master, I was just about to ask you. The hunter squads are all dead. Your cultivators just stood by and watched the showy. Are you only showing up now?" And Chen Mo, did Chen Mo go? He glanced to the side and explained unhurriedly. "You've misunderstood. To prevent Chen Mo from fleeing during combat, thousands of cultivators have laid formations around the perimeter. None of them can move. As for Chen Mo, I've already sealed him. It was so easy that all our prior preparations turned out to be completely pointless. Space-type abilities have a special effect on Chen Mo. Too bad that so-called Void Hunter is just a hollow title. His manipulation of spatial abilities was far too crude. Suddenly, a cold, piercing sense of danger shot straight up his spine, draining all color from Tiangxin's face. "What?" A violent explosion boomed from behind, followed by a streak of light whooshing past his shoulder. Chen Mo stepped out from the smoke, rolling energy coiling in his palm, muttering, "Missed. Seems your spatial ability really is a bit weaker than his, but not by much." Watching the scene unfold, Chairman Kyan let out a contemptuous laugh. Cultivators were all the same. All talk, no bite. The emissary turned to ask, Sect Master need any help, but Tiangxin coldly swatted away the goodwill. No need, you'll only get in the way if you stay. Levino. The moment those words fell, Chairman Kyan and the emissary were forcibly teleported outside. The space outside fell so silent it felt as if time itself had frozen. Chairman Kyan grabbed a pillar to steady himself, his face ashen. That bastard didn't even warn us before tossing us out. My blood's churning, and I feel like I'm about to puke. Spatial teleportation was unbearable. The emissary spoke up from the side. Chairman Kyan, stop complaining. Just surviving is good enough. Let's hope the cultivators can find a way to deal with Chen Mo. A thunderous explosion kaboomed, tearing through space itself. Crimson flames surged and roiled violently. Tiangxin frowned and turned to observe, his expression showing clear annoyance laced with a hint of worry. Too slow is the formation still not complete. He stood high above, surrounded by countless floating spatial bubbles. Chen Mo appeared behind him and mocked. I've gotten used to your defensive tricks. Besides that childish hugging technique, do you have anything else? He frowned and retorted. Do you have anything else up your sleeve? You're truly arrogant. Let me show you the true depth of a cultivator. In that very instant, a blinding light erupted across the sky. The inescapable net activates. The Tao Seekers under Tiangxin's command sit in a tight circle, bodies taut as bowstrings, hands flashing through seals in rapid succession. Curls of frigid blue energy spiral skyward like colossal serpents, condensing into shape. They burst from the ground, rocketing skyward before coiling and churning, tracing violent spirals through the air. Yet Chen Mo showed no fear. He simply looked around calmly. I was wondering, with you secretly positioning so many cultivators around us, what devastating skill were they going to unleash? Turns out all they can do is trap us inside this circle. They're just sitting outside watching. Hearing this, Tiangxin flashed a cunning smile. Rest assured, your opponent is me alone. The perimeter you see is a formation deployed simultaneously by thousands of cultivators. This is a binding contract formation on inside. Only one side's total annihilation can break the seal. But those words meant nothing to Chen Mo. Sounded more like the man was helping him commit suicide. What about the other 3 sect masters? Call them all out too. Now that would be a fair fight. Tiangxin turned, paced a small circle, then spoke with grave solemnity. This is not a hunt. This is a righteous execution. Therefore, I alone shall strike ye a fair one-on-one duel. His eyes gleamed with pleasure as he revealed. Oh, and by the way, Thai's entire battle is being live-streamed worldwide. Chen Mo, your glorious hero's journey began with a live-stream. So too shall it end with one. The comment section exploded instantly. Netizens hammered their keyboards furiously. The corporation's hunter, I'm dying, looks fierce as a tiger on the outside. You can tell just by looking it's gonna be 0 to 5. Is the corporation here to put on a comedy show? And they think they can actually kill Chen Mo? Is the guy above me seriously delusional? If a psycho killer like Chen Mo wins, you'd be happy about that. The corporations know better. All I can say is good riddance. Place your bets. The camera switched angles, displaying 2 silhouettes, Chen Mo and Tiangxin facing each other within the formation space. The comments kept flooding in non-stop. I'm dying of laughter. He's already been beaten into such a sorry state. That cultivator actually dares to showboat in front of Chen Mo. I bet he won't last 10 seconds. At least the cultivators from the 4 great sects seem to have some sense of justice. Hopefully they can win. At that moment, Chairman Kyan gripped his phone so tight his knuckles turned white. What the hell? How dare these cultivators? They secretly live-streamed the battle right under our Nocer Corporation's reputation is completely ruined. Hearing this, the emissary beside him quickly tried to smooth things over. What they did is hardly honorable, but we never explicitly banned live-streaming beforehand. If we take a hit, we'll just have to swallow it. Clever move, using both our corporation and Chen Mo as stepping stones, then stepping into the spotlight as the hero themselves. But those words did nothing to cool his temper. That only matters if they can actually win. That useless sect master Qiu don't seriously think he can beat Chen Mo in a one-on-one, do you? He looked up at the sky and let out a cunning laugh. Ticha fair one-on-one duel. That's just a line to fool the outsiders. My eyes can read the energy signatures of everything. Besides Tiangxin, the other 3 sect masters have already hidden themselves deep within the formation. Just as the emissary Sedthiev laid the net wide open, waiting to strike, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up. Before we fight, I still have one question. Is the secret realm controlled by the sect masters of your 4 great sects? Hearing this, Tiangxin was somewhat surprised. You don't even know this. The secret realm is a barrier against the other world, created by ancient cultivators. It operates according to its own laws, and we can only interfere to a limited degree. Having received his answer, Chen Mo closed his eyes and offered a word of thanks. Thank you for clearing that up. In that case, I'm at ease now. Before, the man was baffled once again. At ease about what? Chen Mo casually slid his hands into his pockets, his voice calm yet razor-sharp like a blade gliding across a throat. Even if I kill all 4 of you, this world won't be affected one bit. That's exactly what puts me at ease. Dan Miao Street, 200 km from the battlefield, between Chen Mo and the corporation. A bus pulled up. A man wearing glasses greeted everyone cheerfully. Hey, you all got force evacuated too. One person replied flatly. What else? Everyone in our city was force evacuated today. A bunch of big guys forced us onto a bus and hauled us here. The disaster management staff told us to wait. Hera said they'd arrange food and lodging for us later. Hearing that, the glasses man cursed. Bullshit, disaster management, what a joke. A bunch of corporate bloodsuckers. I'm from Kishan City. Our city got force evacuated yesterday. I slept alongside hundreds of people at the stadium. If you want somewhere decent, pay for a hotel yourself. And as for food, the boxed meals they hand out still come out of our own pockets. The handsome man grew angry on their behalf. Seriously, that's going way too far. The glasses man calmed down and murmured, when can we finally go home? They said we have to wait until the battle between Chen Mo and the corporation ends. Hopefully they don't wreck my house. I haven't even finished paying off my mortgage. The handsome man crossed his arms and reassured him. Don't worry. The battlefield is at Kishan City's suburban base at least 15 km from the city center. Your house will definitely be fine. I really can't understand this. Our Beauty City is over 100 km from Kishan City, and we're still being forcibly evacuated. This is making a mountain out of a molehill. It's not even a world war. Up in the sky, crows fly in frantic clusters, accompanied by strange sounds. The bespectacled man frowns. Did you hear that? I think I heard something. A boy nearby points at the sky. So many birds. The sky above is now swarming with black crows. The handsome man stares, frozen in place. The scene cuts to a high-rise complex. In an instant, everything comes crashing down. People scream and scatter in panic. A mother and child clutch each other in terror, watching the chaos unfold. A deep crater appears on the ground. The handsome man and the bespectacled man sit on the ground, stunned. I'm alive, I survived. I nearly fell in. An earthquake. How can there be an earthquake here? The man in dark glasses speaks up. Maybe this isn't an earthquake. Wind and rain and hailstones crash down from the sky. The handsome man sprints with his head covered, bewildered. Have you gone insane? It's only October. Where the hell does the south get hail from? Kishan City outskirts, Zioyu Mountain. On this side, hailstones pour down relentlessly. A daredevil braces against the howling wind, phone in hand. Guys, the city right now is completely submerged in water. The storm is getting worse, he screams. Holy shit, this is insane. Did you all see that just now? Right before my eyes, that mountain just vanished. Tornadoes sweep away everything in their path. On this side, breaking news updates in real time. Today, for the first time, the entire world truly understands what it means to represent the strongest fighting force on Earth. The catastrophic aftermath of the battle between Chen Mo and the cultivators streams endlessly through the internet before everyone's eyes. The entire world falls silent. This is the quietest minute the world has known since the internet was invented. Everyone watches the footage in dead silence. All hope, fear, all wrought by a single man. All of this, result of just 1 minute of combat between Chen Mo and the sect masters of the 4 great sects. On this side, Chen Mo stands face to face with a Tiangxin. He speaks with casual judgment, effortlessly reshaping weather, and Terranier skills aren't bad. Perfect for farming. Hearing that, Tiangxin begins channeling bolts of lightning radiate outward. Innate violet divine thunder. The lightning bolts shoot straight toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo remains perfectly calm, weaving through the lightning with ease. Seeing this, Tiangxin channels harder. Green lightning tears the sky apart. 9 abyss calamity fire. A streak of emerald light rips across the heavens. Chen Mo counterattacks, 2 sides collide, unleashing a massive explosion across the sky. Tiangxin freezes after taking that hit, eyes bulging as he stares. High above, Chen Mo conjures a torrent of golden chi accompanied by a thunderous boom. Then Chen Mo touches down, perfectly composed. Tiangxin reels from the blow, his head spinning. That attack actually pierced through his spatial defense. 16 fractures, 2 internal organs hemorrhaging. The cost is devastating. From afar, footsteps approach. An old man, surrounded by flickering spiritual light, arrives before Tiangxin. Myriad tribulation rebirth. A wave of emerald light envelops the surrounding space. Chen Mo watches from the side, exasperated. Not only are Tianxin's injuries fully restored, Evan, his clothes have reverted to their original state. It's practically a cheat code. Tianxin straightens his robes. That line should be mine. You've taken hit after hit, and you don't have a single scratch. I have to admit we truly underestimated you. Chen Mo smirks at that. Oh, are you about to surrender? Tianxin replies calmly. The former sect masters of the four great sects were known as Tao Seekers, because they pursued forbidden power, rooted in primordial sorcery. The inheritance of the Tao Seekers is both a blessing and a curse. We inherited the Tao Seekers' power-explosive combat strength and infinite sorcery transformations. But the moment we believed ourselves fully prepared to ascend to immortality and began the Tao Tribulation, disaster struck. Every Tao Seeker who underwent the Tao Tribulation died a miserable death. However, the weakest Tao Seeker in the history of the Tei Fire Pavilion discovered another way to use the Tao Tribulation. His name was Shangwu. To strengthen himself to prove worthy of the Tao Seeker title, found a method to convert his lifespan into combat power. He forcibly halted the Tao Tribulation and entered a state of semi-ascension. As he speaks, images of 3 Tao Seekers materialize before Chen Mo. Tianxin opens his third eye. Chen Mo, you should feel honored. This is the era after Yu Tianren. For the first time, Tao Seekers have activated semi-ascension to kill an enemy. More precisely for Tao Seekers, activating semi-ascension simultaneously. Chen Mo remains utterly nonchalant. You'd burn your own lifespan just to kill me? Fine. Let me see what kind of surprise a price that steep can buy. Tianxin bristles. Shameless braggart, I'll kill you right now. Before he can finish, the system erupts with an emergency alert, third secret realm activation in 5 seconds. System saviors, prepare yourselves. Tianxin's jaw drops. What? The Tao Seekers all freeze solid. Chen Mo stands there, hands in his pockets, perfectly calm. What a pity. I'll be back and then I'll finish every last one of you. Tianxin's face goes black with fury. We absolutely cannot let Chen Mo leave. If he escapes, we'll all suffer the formation's backlash. As he speaks, he channels a spell summoning the Tao spirit souls. The spirits begin pursuing Chen Mo. Tianxin roars, pouring every ounce of power into his voice. Chumo, get back here. Chen Mo responds from outside, calm and composed. You can actually halt the secret realm's movement, but it looks like it's draining you badly. Tianxin grits his teeth. The passage is closing. Come back or battle isn't over. Are you trying to run? Chen Mo casually pokes his head out, tapping the edge of the barrier with one finger. Run? What are you even talking about? If the secret realm battlefield collapses, Ziosu will breach into Earth. You think our petty rivalry matters more than the fate of all humanity. And you call yourself a sect master of the 4 great sects. Pathetic. With that, he vanishes, leaving Tianxin standing there, trembling with rage. His fury hits its peak. Worthless scum, I'll kill you. At that moment, a surge of emerald chi erupts, blanketing the entire sky. It's over. The formation's backlash has begun. Break the formation now. We can't. The formation's contract is a fight to the death. Chen Mo left the battlefield first. We have to pay the price. Around Tianxin, a wave of dark energy surges into his body. In an instant, blood seeps from his nose and mouth. He thinks furiously. At least the formation's backlash can be distributed among the disciples who activated the array. The backlash damage isn't as severe as predicted, but its 2 lateth other 3 have already absorbed their share of the damage. The truth behind this duel is about to be exposed. A flood of comments pours in. Everyone can see it, right? Up in the sky, beside Sect Master, there are 3 more figures. I'm dying laughing. They said it'd be a 1-on-1 duel, but it's actually 4-on-1. What a bunch of cowards. Wait, where did Mo Shen go? Bro, did you just cut off the live stream? Did Mo Shen enter the secret realm or not? In the secret realm live stream, Mo Shen isn't visible either. What happened? On this end, Chen Mo gets transported to a strange placethas. Doesn't seem to be the secret realm. The moment AI appeared, she shouted loudly, Chen Mo, master, this is Kangbai land. We're dead for sure. I should have known better than to come. Why did I even bother showing up? Wouldn't staying home eating chicken drumsticks be better? He listens to her words, his brow furrowing slightly. Kangbai Landi's this place really that dangerous? AI answers him with a trembling voice. Dangerous doesn't even begin to cover it. This is an intersection zone riddled with chaotic space-time distortions. Super-powerful beasts have explored Kangbai land before. Every single one was wiped out, completely vanished without a trace. Even the god sovereign of our world wouldn't dare set foot here without carrying a cross-dimensional stone. Despite her terror, he replies casually, Oh, looks like the secret realm teleportation got interfered with. So there was a misplacement, and we ended up here. Then those 3 stars above our heads must be our world and the secret realm, right? As long as we can reach them, we can get back. Hearing this, she bursts into sobs. The red one is the beast world. The blue one is the human world. And in between is the secret realm, but those are all illusions. Mere temporal projections from the past. We have to find the actual spatial gateway to get back. Kangbai Land has many gateways leading to alternate dimensions, but 99% of what's behind them are traps that lead to deeper, more dangerous worlds. To be precise, there's only a 1 in a trillion chance we find the real gateway back to our world. While she's enthusiastically telling stories, the system interface pops up, overlaying the screen. System Secret Realm Day 3 Login, check login verification. Failed Day 3 Login, reward golden eyes of the stone monkey. The stone monkey is born from condensed rock, gathering the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. At the moment of its birth, golden light pierces through the firmament. Startling the gods, the nameless stone monkey can perceive the essence of all things through its golden eyes. Skill Intro Golden Eyes of the Stone Monkey 1. Reveal enemy weaknesses. 2. Evaluate information of all things. The moment the system finishes, he quickly turns to her AI. Stop crying. Let's get out of here. As soon as he finishes and turns to leave, she grabs his hand. Chen Mo, master, please don't wander off. The dangers of Kangbai Land aren't limited to the gateways to alternate dimensions. He tells her firmly, relax. Following me is perfectly safe. Hearing this, AI grows even more terrified. He doesn't understand how truly terrifying Kangbai Land is. The monsters from the deep worlds and the powerhouses from alternate dimensions could descend upon this place at any moment. The weakest deep world monsters have at least 5 million combat power. We'd be wiped out in a single hit. Even the most powerful beasts approaching Kangbai Land have to be careful before choosing a direction to enter. Who just picks a random direction and walks like he does? After rambling for a while, she looks up and sees he's already walked a long way ahead. If you don't trust me, then stay here. AI thinks bitterly. He actually left. Just wait until he runs into a deep world monster hole, realize just how stupid his confidence is. Wait, if I stay here alone, wouldn't that be even more dangerous? Thinking this, AI panics and scrambles after him on all fours. Chen Mo, master, wait for me. Don't leave me alone. After walking for a while, they reach a fork in the road. Already hitting a branch path this quickly, AI looks left and right, hesitates, then points toward the left path. Master, my instinct tells me the right path doesn't feel right. There's not a single speck of dust or debris unnervingly clean. It's definitely a trap. The left path feels safer. System Deep World Creature CA. Identified combat power 500. Zero status appears to be in deep sleep. Warning, its camouflage is a pathway that swallows intruding organisms. After receiving the intel, Chen Mo decides, right, we go right. An hour later, having covered most of the distance, AI grows increasingly anxious. Strange, we've been walking for so long, but haven't encountered any danger at all. Where are the monsters? Where are the alternate dimension powerhouses? The terrifying traps and relics? Could it be? I've been lied to. Chen Mo looks down and warns, this place is very dangerous. Keep it down, you'll lure the deep world monsters here. Weren't you being extra cautious before? AI responds confidently, dangerous. Deep world monsters don't exist at all. If we had some good food, this would just be a pleasant little stroll. As she's talking, a familiar aroma suddenly hits her nose. Chicken drumsticks. There are chicken drumsticks here. That's unbelievable. But it smells so good, so good. I want to eat it so bad. As if losing all reason, she drifts toward it, but he grabs her from behind, pulling her back just in time to dodge a devastating strike. Only then does AI snap back to her senses. What was that? I almost got eaten alive. System item info, Lady White Bone's essence. This is the remnant of Lady White Bone left behind as a single bone fragment, after the nameless stone monkey killed her with a single strike. Even as just a single bone, it still possesses the power to mesmerize souls. Chen Mo explains, this is Lady White Bone's remains. AI have you heard that name before? Hearing this, she freezes stiff. Lady White Bone. She's a legend of our world, second only to the god sovereign's most powerful ancient beasts. She ventured into Kangbai Land to explore and vanished without a trace. She's a 70,000-year-old beast. At her peak, her combat power exceeded 60,000. What kind of deep world monster could have possibly killed her? Chen Mo continues, what killed her wasn't any deep world monster. She was beaten to death by a passing stone monkey with a single strike. AI loses it, screaming, liar. I don't believe it. Even our god sovereign would seem incredibly small fighting Lady White Bone. How could she have been casually killed by some stone monkey? Where? A soft voice speaks up. Little Binksu, he's not lying to you. I was indeed killed by that wretched monkey. But that was 5,000 years ago. I can't believe someone still remembers this secret. Human, I'm starting to get curious about your identity. Hearing this, Chen Mo replies casually. Once I devour just 2 more, I'll make a full recovery. Hearing her words, he lowers his head and murmurs, in that case, I'll just have to kill you again. Hearing Chen Mo say that, she sneers with utter contempt. I can't recall how long it's been since a human dared speak to me with such arrogance. He answers bluntly, well, it has been several thousand years since you got beaten to death with 1 blow. Old age, fading memory totally normal. Don't worry about it. Hearing his words, Lady White Bone's face turns black with rage. Old, you dare call me old? I was going to swallow you whole and let you die painlessly. Now I've changed my mind, I'll strip the flesh from your bones, piece by piece. AI screams in panic, Lady White Bone. That bastard is the one insulting you. It's got nothing to do with me. I'm a beast too. Beasts don't eat beasts. I really don't taste good. Lady White Bone grins wickedly. After sleeping in Kangbai land for so many years, I've finally met a fellow beast. It feels, truly, heartwarming. You don't have much meat, but you do look quite delicious. Little Binksu, you shall become my nourishment. A grand contribution to the revival of beastkind. Hearing this, AI collapses to the ground in defeat. They still want to eat me in the end. Seeing AI-Er's reaction, he stands there speechless. Lady White Bone asks, why did you just lie down? At least put up a little resistance. AI answers with tear-filled eyes. Don't think I can't tell, even though you're just a single bone fragment right now. You still have at least 300. 0 combat power. You're just toying with us before we die. Watching me and this wretched human fight desperately for our lives, there's no way I'm giving you that satisfaction. Surprised, this is my form of resistance. Non-violent non-cooperation. Game-breaking. Chen Mo stands beside her, pointing casually, his expression that of a mere bystander. I'm curious, are all of you from Zio 2 clan just like her? Madame White Bone gestures with an angry wave of her hand. Shut your mouth. Go die, all of you. A giant skeletal hand lunges straight toward him. Facing the blow, he remains calm with a confident smile. His eyes shift into a golden hue with eye of truth. A pair of massive golden eyes manifests in the void, growing larger and larger until they engulf Madame White Bone. The bones surrounding Madame White Bone crack and shatter under the crushing pressure. Seeing her power devastated, Madame White Bone hisses, Why? Why do you possess the eyes of that damn monkey? System target identified. Madame White Bone fake, formed from remnant bones. Weakness. Once her illusion is dispelled, she enters a weakened state. Madame White Bone collapses, coughing. I waited for thousands of years, struggling to accumulate enough power to resurrect. My luck really is terrible. Chen Mo steps forward and says, You've been clinging to life for thousands of years after death. You should know when to quit. Facing death, she remains defiant. I won't die. Once I devour you to replenish my nutrients, then slumber for 100 years, I will awaken once again. Air jumps up and shouts, Master Chen Mo, don't waste your breath on her. Strike her bones while you're at it. That's her true form. She glares at them, boasting, Just try it. Even 10,000-year-old beasts couldn't injure me. What can the likes of you do? Before she finishes, he lunges, his hand piercing straight through her body and snapping a bone segment. So your remnant bone is actually here, huh? Though the disguise is clever, the bones on the ground were just illusions you created. Seeing through her ruse, she can only lament. As expected, I couldn't hide it from those eyes. Chen Mo tightens his grip on the bone. System analyzing weak point of Madame White Bone's remnant bone. He exerts more force, crushing the bone into dust. Evil must be purged. Madame White Bone disintegrates along with the shattered remains. Air stands by, watching the entire scene in surprise. That was Madame White Bone's actual bone, crushed in a single squeeze. Humans are truly terrifying. Do I really have the capability to take him down? Complete the God Lord's quest? I don't think that's possible at all. Wait, the monkey Madame White Bone mentioned earlier. Could Master Chen Mo actually be some kind of powerful ancient beast? Taking on a human form must serve some critical purpose. Following him surely doesn't make me a traitor to the beasts. Yes, that must be it. Meanwhile, in the Secret Realm's battlefield, Wudong swings her sword, cutting down monsters. Nearby, Tianyan lures a monster into Jingxin's killing blow. The viewers are intrigued. Isn't this too fast? In just 1 hour, all beasts in the Secret Realm are cleared. It feels like the saviors have all gotten stronger. But where is Chen Mo? Why hasn't Mo Shen appeared yet? His live stream has remained a black screen. The camera cuts to another location. Yang asks anxiously, so where exactly did Chen Mo go? It's truly worrying. Gixing speaks up. During the Secret Realms shift, Sect Master Dantai Bide used spatial abilities to drag Chen Mo away, which might have affected the shift. It's possible Chen Mo vanished into the spatial turbulence. Liulai Xiang points directly at him, screaming, "You still have the nerve to show up on the live stream. Isn't this all because of your four great sects' interference?" The sect masters of the four great sects teamed up to surround him, yet they had the audacity to call it a duel. Bravo, truly bravo. Faced with the accusation, Gixing doesn't take offense, only replying, "I never approved of their methods. It's truly disgraceful and disappointing, but I do not deny their stance or their status. I deeply respect that cultivator who recently joined Teiyi Huafu. After today, I will resign from my post as elder and leave Teiyi Huafu." Yang, standing nearby, sees the situation and rushes to intervene. Mediating, Liulai Xiang, is it really necessary to get this angry? If Elder Li had any real authority, he wouldn't be here live streaming with us. Besides, Mo Shen is so powerful even spatial turbulence can't trap him. The saviors have grown stronger too. Even without Chen Mo, the beasts will be wiped out. Maybe when the secret realm ends, Chen Mo will be able to return. Hearing this, Gixing warns, "Haven't you noticed? This secret realm has provided no notifications at all. The beasts are dead, but the secret realm hasn't ended. The real danger is perhaps just beginning." Elsewhere, Wudong observes, "You all feel it too, right? An indefinable aura is covering the entire secret realm." Her teammate says, "Maybe this time we really have to fight to the death. If only Chen Mo were here." Suddenly, a monster appears and hisses, "Blood, the sweet taste. You've killed my advanced minions." "Not bad." Then it launches an attack. Jingshan narrowly dodges the blow. This attack power is at least that of a 1,500-year-old beast. Tianian dodges just as quickly. "Are you blind? This is clearly the combat power of a 2,000-year-old beast." The red-eyed monster bares its razor-sharp teeth and speaks. "Do you only know how to run? I heard there's a cultivator named Chen Mo who's very powerful. Is he not coming? It seems today will just be a boring slaughter." Before it finishes, a beam of light grazes past its hair. It stops and turns to look at the cultivator. "Dantai Bide's Taoist child, Henju, you actually managed to wound me. Perhaps your power isn't weaker than that Chen Mo. Why have I never heard of you?" Henju replies simply, "Because I have never appeared in a secret realm before." The beast remains arrogant, unafraid. "So that's how it is. A coward with no power. I'll eat you first, then tear Chen Mo apart." As it speaks, it receives a heaven-shaking punch to the face. Henju replies, "Your chance is gone. In this secret realm, I have surpassed Chen Mo's level. I am the true savior." A glowing blue crystal stone appears. Ayer points and asks, "Master Chen Mo, is that the secret realm's portal?" He glances at her and replies softly, "Yes. We can leave soon. Hide in my inventory first. But before we go, I have one more important thing to do. System I-sealed spatial device. Created by gods at great cost to transport beasts from the inner world to the secret realm. Currently capable of transporting 3,000-year-old beasts. The blood-sucking monster is battered, but still boastful. You humans only managed a surprise attack once. Do you think it's over just like that?" He walks away, not even bothering to look at the attacker. "You think so? My attack has already finished. My only sincere advice, stop struggling. You'll die a bit more comfortably. It's on the verge of death, but still running its mouth. A puny human wants to give me orders. It doesn't even realize it's being burned alive." What is this?" Its blood starts to boil violently, then boom, it shatters into pieces. He strikes. His eyes glow as he says, "Exploded into black sludge. If you hadn't struggled, you could have at least remained in one piece." The young girl steps onto the pool of black sludge, lifting her dress in annoyance. "How disgusting. There's black muck everywhere. Jingshan, your sect has such powerful spells. Why have I never seen you use them before?" Jingshan turns to explain. "The immobilization spell. It's a technique used to punish disciples who have just entered the sect and are getting ahead of themselves. When they sit in meditation, cultivating their stillness technique, if their bodies stray even slightly, they'll feel the sting of a whiplash. That's all it is, just a minor spell. It has zero offensive capability." Hearing him speak so casually, as light as a feather, the girl's face turns stiff, her heart heavy as lead. Sure enough, the top Dao children are geniuses beyond all conventional limits. Seeing the girl frozen in place, he asks, "Don't tell me your master never told you the origin of the Dao children's fate coins." The girl frowns slightly. What gives him the right? Henju begins to explain 70% of the fate coins that saviors earn inside secret realms are silently deducted. and funneled to the 4 Dao children. That's my dirty little secret. A voice cuts in. Someone's been eavesdropping. Jing Shan furrows his brow. Who was that? When did he get this clothes? He taunts. You've got some nerve. A full confession to the whole world and you don't feel a shred of shame. Hen Zhu keeps his expression perfectly composed. Is that so? I see nothing that needs to be hidden. After the last secret realm ended, Master offered you the same treatment as us. Jing Shan, why did you refuse the Master's proposal? Jing Shan's face darkens. I despise injustice. Hearing that, Hen Zhu sneers. Kid, if you want to conquer the other world, what you need is absolute power, not fairness. Silently seizing resources, growing stronger on the sacrifices of others. What's the point of that? Jing Shan's blood boils. I look down on all of you. Hen Zhu turns away, his tone ironclad. Results are everything. Looks like that fog from earlier is rolling back in. The enemy is closing in. These small fry aren't even worth using as bait. Stay out of my way. Don't get in the way of my fight. Without warning, a torrent of purple chi blankets the entire sky. Lightning crackles within the fog. Everyone finds it harder to breathe. They've been engulfed by the toxic mist. They clutch their throats, gasping for air. Their lungs burn, they cough up black blood, heads pounding. Hearts rassinge everything, screams that they can't hold on much longer. Yu Tong is in the same state. Is everyone still okay? Jing Shan, too, begins to falter. He forces out the words, barely holding himself together. Sir, I can't fight anymore. This enemy is at minimum a 50,000-year-old beast. The spiritual pressure alone would crush most cultivators. The girl speaks with eerie calm. Didn't that Dao child Hen Zhu say we were just getting in his way? Then let him handle the enemy. The fog thickens. A beam of blinding light descends straight onto the river demon's position. How interesting. So you lot are the cultivator's last resort contingency. Taking down that snake man so quickly, not bad at all. Even Hen Zhu is caught off guard by this bizarre arrival. A beast of your caliber shouldn't be showing up this early. She kneels and begins casting a spell. Go on, call out those 3 teammates of yours. The incantation ends with a piercing scream. The river demon lowers its voice, every word dripping with provocation. A 10,000-year beast? You're wrong. This is a 30,000-year-old beast. The girl's eyes go wide with shock. What is this? Her jaw drops. She screams, utterly stunned. A 30,000-year-old beast. Is it really a 30,000-year-old beast? He surveys the situation and says, I'm not certain. Judging from the live stream footage, she's probably not bluffing. She says, we still have 4 Dao children. We still have Chen Mo. There's still hope. He closes his eyes and speaks slowly. If that beast isn't Linga, 30,000-year-old creature, rare combat power must be at least 1,000. Even by the most optimistic estimate, the 4 Dao children combined are only equivalent to a 3,000-year-old beast, with a combat power of around 100 to 1,000. This isn't a contest of strength anymore. Even with Chen Mo and all 4 Dao children, the tide can't be turned. Humanity is finished. Is there anything left to do? What could we possibly do? What happens inside the secret realm is beyond our interference. We can do nothing only bear witness to the final outcome. Meanwhile, the surrounding air grows suffocating. Massive tornadoes swirl across the sky, growing larger by the second. The river demon speaks with a mocking lilt. Looks like your teammates can't wait any longer. They're about to make their entrance. Perfect. Let them hurry up and end this boring secret realm for good. He hears this, grits his teeth, and roars, all of you fall back. It's not your turn yet. She presses harder. If those 3 teammates of yours don't show up, you won't have a single chance. Or do you actually expect those saviors, I scared into submission, to come save you? The more she speaks, the more his blood boils, veins bulging across his forehead. Since when do I need saving? Even when insulting someone, there should be a limit. Seeing this, she delights in his fury. You want to face me alone? Quite the spirit. But under the weight of absolute power, you can't even stand in front of me. Don't you find that utterly pathetic? He staggers, head bowed, but his fighting spirit refuses to break. I'm not like those cowards who have already lost the will to fight. After feeling your spiritual pressure up close, I've figured it out. Maybe you really are a 30,000-year-old beast, but this isn't your true body. A fake. He lifts his head, eyes blazing with fury. Sir, even if your true body were standing here, I would never bow. Secret realms, saviors, Chen Mo, the 4 great sects, the other world, the gods, who are all just stepping stones for me. The greatest stepping stones of all. He finishes his declaration and springs to his feet. His eyes burn crimson red, and a violent red aura erupts around him. He lets out a thunderous roar, points at the horizon, and launches himself into the air with every ounce of strength. After a few exchanges, only wisps of fading smoke remain. He stands there gasping for breath after pushing past his limits. The illusion shatters. As I thought, it was only a mental projection cast into the secret realm. Her form unravels, her body dissolving into the fog. Impressive. I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. I thought only that man, Chen Mo, was worth paying attention to. The shortcut to the secret realm is already complete. We'll meet again soon. Hearing her words, he feels nothing but disgust. I've had enough of your tricks. Her smug expression doesn't waver. The shortcut still can't withstand my full power, but moving a 5,000-year-old beast, more than enough. Still think it's a bluff, then confirm it with your own 2 eyes. She strikes, a torrent of purple chi surges forth, and behind her a colossal beast takes shape. Before I truly arrive, do your best to struggle and survive. Big words for a hero. He sees the beast and freezes. It's real. A genuine 5,000-year-old beast. We're finished. It seems like she's waiting for something else entirely. Strange it hasn't arrived yet. We're stuck. What's going on? At the same time back on Kangbai land, Chen Mo is focused, pulling the beast out with everything he has. He pauses for a few minutes. It's being transported, that's strange. Either way, let's drag it out first. Back with Hinja, the clown lets out a howl. Huh? He launches into the air. Dark streaks of energy swirl around him, blotting out the light. He watches the scene unfold, momentarily stunned. What's happening? What is that beast resisting? Could it be the teleportation failed? Jingshan watches and speaks. The beast seems to be stuck in the teleportation gate. The demoness sees this, but can't figure out what's going on. How is this possible? The previous transport of the Serpent Man was a success. Watched, baffled. The Crystal House was the exorbitant price the God Lord paid just to reach Kangbai land. Wait, could something have happened in Kangbai land? She thinks, then casts a spell using the Crystal House as a fixed reference point. She opens a frame on Chen Mo's side. The exterior of Kangbai land materializes before her eyes. The image shows Chen Mo gripping the beast's rope tightly. The onlookers speak up. Good Lord, it's God Mo. Did God Mo actually block the beast transport? On screen, Chen Mo is holding the beast's tail. Do those useless fools who dared doubt God Mo before still have the nerve to speak up now? Come and see what a true savior looks like. That so-called Tao child is nothing, but Trashy secretly hoarded all those destiny coins, yet they amounted to nothing. He was on his knees before the beast in seconds. In the end, it still had to be God Mo who stepped up. The girl is taken aback. While that's genuinely surprising, wasn't Chen Mo lost in the temporal distortion? And yet he appeared out of nowhere, blocking the beast's teleportation. Gui Xing's eyes go wide. Kangbai land, that's Kangbai land, how is that possible? How could Chen Mo have gotten there? That place is a forbidden zone, extremely dangerous, even for a prized beast. Breaking through the D-player monster siege, locating the exact teleportation coordinates of the secret realm, and then blocking the beast transport at just the right moment, you could call it a miracle. There might be one more possibility, Yi Cheng replies calmly. Perhaps this was never a miracle at all. Maybe everything was part of Chen Mo's plan. Even Sect Master's spatial power might have been exploited by him to reach Kangbai land. Even if the whole world stands against him, he's still the Chen Mo I believe in the most. He pauses, then nods. Your guess might be right. Chen Mo has given us far too many surprises. Compared to Chen Mo, every scheme the 4 great sects and the consortium have pulled off looks like child's play. The ploys of the 4 great sects and the consortium are mere petty tricks compared to Chen Mo. On this side, the clown is dragged back, thrashing violently. Stop struggling, clown, the demoness barks. She snarls. I won't let you put on such an embarrassing show in front of the humans. The clown Halsit's mission was to enter the secret realm and slaughter every cultivator. After a moment of thought, the demoness lifts her gaze. Plans change. Since he wants to block the teleportation, then fine, go to Kangbai land and eliminate Chen Mo. He is the last hope for humanity's destruction. With a final roar, the clown is pulled back into Kangbai land. Chen Mo strains with all his might, pulling the beast. Get over here on clean yank. The clown is dragged in. The demoness watches from outside, smirking coldly. Chen Mo dragging the clown to Kangbai land is the biggest mistake of your life. I won't deny your strength. Your talent has exceeded our expectations. But you don't have the power to face a 5,000-year-old beast. You saved those useless fools, but you can't save yourself. Chen Mo glances over, unimpressed. Interesting. Doesn't the other world have any other beasts? Even the circus has moved here. The clown is enraged. Die, Chen Mo, I'll kill you right now. Chen Mo stays calm, smirking with contempt. Clown, when I threw you out earlier, I deliberately chose a suitable landing spot for you. The system chimes in system demon type combat, power unknown, origin undetermined, born from humanity's most primal fears, possesses absolute power, controls an anomalous domain. System: all creatures entering the domain are forced to complete randomly generated missions. System: mission failure erasure. Waste deemed worthless, not worthy of existence. Chen Mo speaks matter-of-factly. Clowns, you can no longer come near me. Suddenly, papers rain down from the sky. The clown stares up, baffled, unable to identify what they are. Not only that, headless statues materialize in the space, clutching their own bodies in grotesque poses. The falling papers are inscribed with a single message: complete the mission or die. The clown is bewildered. A mission? What mission? Chen Mo picks up a paper and holds it up tauntingly. Something this important, and you didn't even bother picking it up. The clown goes berserk and lunges. Give it to me, hand over the mission, now. Didn't I already tell you? Clown, he stands still, gazing down at it with contempt. You and I are no longer in the same dimension. You can never reach me again. But his kindness gets the better of him. Then again, who told me to be such a kind-hearted soul? Your mission: complete 10,000 push-ups in 1 minute. Only 55 seconds left now. The clown hears this and its brow furrows deeply. Push-ups. You've gotta be kidding me. Chen Mo starts counting. 49, 48, 47. The clown drops to the ground helplessly. The demoness watches, fury burning in her chest. What exactly did Chen Mo do? The clown is terrified beyond reason. Stranger, there's nothing abnormal showing in the crystal orb. The clown drops and pumps out push-ups at maximum speed. The onlookers gape. Am I seeing this right? That terrifying 5,000-year-old beast is doing push-ups right in front of God Mo. Looks like it's going through God Mo's military training. What kind of insane move is this? God Mo is God tier, no cap. Everyone watches, moved. It's bizarre, sure, but that 5,000-year beast is under control now. We survived. Hearing their cheers, the demoness turns and sneers. Humans, what exactly are you so happy about? I think I understand now. Chen Mo used some artifact from Kangbai land, or perhaps the demon set a trap beforehand. This is clearly a two-way barrier. The clown's actions are restricted. But Chen Mo can't harm the clown either. Inside the barrier, time keeps ticking. 38:37. Chen Mo grins and cheers the clown on. 4,763 already. Faster, pick up the pace. I believe in Yao, you can definitely do it. The clown goes harder, accelerating, sweat dripping from its face drop by drop. Chen Mo flashes a smile completely genuine. You actually did 10,000 push-ups, not bad. After the last 1,000, the clown collapses face down, panting. I did it, I survived. A mechanical voice cuts in. System: time limit reached. Mission failed. Next mission: complete a 10,000-meter sprint within 1 minute. Commencing erasure. Hearing the next mission, the clown nearly coughs up blood. Long distance running. Long distance running. Chen Mo, I swear I'll kill you, you bastard. Chen Mo calms him down. Relax. The mission really does say push-ups. I didn't misread it. Maybe you should take it up with the demon. System: commencing erasure. Erasure. The people on the other side stare at the screen. Only Chen Mo's silhouette remains. Wait, what just happened? I can't see it either. 1 second it was doing push-ups, the next gone. Not even fragments remain. The demoness is stunned. The clown died that easily, but what does it matter if one 5,000-year-old beast dies? The crystal layer's material is second only to transcendent grade. Not even a 10,000-year-old beast can shatter it easily, let alone Chen Mo. She speaks boldly, chin raised. As long as the crystal layer stands, I can keep transporting forces without end. Inside, crystal shards streak toward Chen Mo from every direction. With blinding reflexes, he lashes out and shatters them all into dust. The fragments rain down on Jing Shan's side. Through the spatial vortex, all they can see is shards falling. Jing Shan walks up to Hen Zhu. I have to admit I'm starting to understand your reasoning to save the world. Perhaps a truly absolute powerhouse is what's needed. Hen Zhu's eyes remain fixed on Chen Mo. Have you lost your resolve? Jing Shan, like an outsider, offers a calm assessment. You've already lost the will to surpass me to surpass Chen Mo. He started analyzing things for Jing, shankling the clown and shattering the glass floor. Chen Mo most likely either used an artifact from the Kangbai land, or he is a demon. Of course, if he defeated the beast through his own raw strength, I'll still find a way to surpass him. Only when pushed to their absolute limit do humans become their true selves. Encountering something inexplicable and giving up. Facing an opponent so powerful it breeds despair, and abandoning the fight. You tried your best, so just give up. There's always someone else to lean on. Only ordinary people console themselves like that. This is exactly why Master chose me as the Tao child, not you. The moment he heard Master, Jing Shan's body went rigid, his pupils widening. The space within the secret realm begins to distort, as if someone or some thingy's about to materialize. Chen Mo steps out from the Kangbai land, He stands before the demoness, his voice dropping low as he delivers his verdict, operating freely in the Kangbai land. Killing the clown, haunting the glass floor. Chen Mo, we underestimated you. Next time, no matter the cost, we will kill you. His expression doesn't change. So it was you pulling the strings all along, constantly funneling beasts into the secret realm. I'm going to kill you now. She shows no fear. She boldly challenges him. Oh, really? I am a 30,000-year-old beast. If you want to kill me, come at me with everything you've got. A voice shouts, wait. Henju flies out. He warns Chen Mo. Chen Mo, don't be fooled. That thing is a spirit body, just a projection from the realm below. Even if you destroy it, it won't harm the real one. Absolutely do not strike. Don't reveal your true strength and your trump card in front of the beast. Chen Mo replies with sheer boredom, dismissing his useless intel. I know, but I still want to kill her. Henju is baffled, shouting, I don't think you understand at all. Is killing the only thing in that head of yours? A faint smirk tugs at his lips. I appreciate the concern and the advice, but I don't need them. The demoness stands there, watching him with an amused smile. Oh, you know I'm a spirit body, and you still want to attack. Chen Mo's eyes gleam, his voice brimming with absolute conviction. I have confidence. System analyzing target, purple-robed maiden classification, spirit body type. 30,000-year-old beast spirit innate trait born of violet light. Strengths illusion arts, spirit domain sorcery weaknesses memory defects. Unstable spirit structure, effective damage spirit frequency attacks, and spiritual body strikes. Can inflict fatal damage to the main body. He begins channeling his technique. Golden lightning crackles from his hands. The demoness also begins channeling. Arcs of lightning encircle her form. She scoffs in contempt. As expected, a fool actually attacking my spirit body head-on. Come on then, show me your strongest attack. That way, the odds of us killing you next time will be even higher. Both sides clash with everything they've got. Suddenly thud, thud, thud. The demoness hears it instantly. Cold sweat beads across her skin. That's my own heartbeat, the feeling of fear. This is her instinct screaming, a death warning. I'm actually going to die. Chen Mo's next attack will kill her. Hearing that, she bolts. Chen Mo gives chase. Don't even think about escaping. She realizes he's closing in. No, he's catching up. She whips around and unleashes a technique world inversion. A wave of black mist blankets the entire sky. He's frozen in place for several seconds. This darkness, the space has locked down. She seizes the moment, her voice dripping with renewed confidence. World inversion. This was the real contingency plan, prepared to devour the secret realm whole. Goodbye, Chen Mo, I'll leave the task of killing you two. The smoke thickens relentlessly. The black mist devours every corner of the space. A man's voice calls out repeatedly, Captain, Captain, wake up. He gradually regains consciousness. He opens his eyes to find an entirely different world. The inverted world. What did that beast do to the secret realm? La Shen beside him asks anxiously. Captain, you scared me half to death just now. You suddenly could have said no matter how I called, you wouldn't wake up. But his mind is already drifting through a torrent of thoughts. The wall, the emotions were real. Yu Tong, Jing Shan. Yue Tiangxin, did all those cultivators end up in this world too? The information my golden eyes managed to pick up is far too sparse. System location identified the exile lands. A forgotten chapter of history. The illusory demon is on the verge of manifesting. He notices the captain standing there in a daze and asks urgently, See, Captain, are you all right? Feeling unwell, maybe I should go back and report to the chief constable, get a different patrol captain, assigned to investigate the Liu family murder case. You should head back and rest first. Chen Mo turns to him and replies, must have been heatstroke from earlier. Got a bit dizzy. I'm fine now. Don't waste any more time, let's head to the Liu residence. On the other side, everyone is thoroughly bewildered. What the hell is going on? The Secret Realms livestream just changed completely. An ancient city, where is this? An archaic, pre-modern landscape fills the screen. The young girl shrieks, what happened to all the saviors? It's like they've all lost their minds, turned into characters from some ancient dynasty. Doctors, wandering swordsmen, in-servants, patrol officers. Is this some kind of live-action roleplay? Gui Xing's expression darkens. Ligun City. This is Ligun City, how is that possible? 1,000 years ago, the first contact between the alien beasts, and our world began right here in Ligun City. But hasn't Ligun City long since vanished? He speaks up about the southern region. All the saviors within the southern sector have been have become residents of this city. What's the situation on your end? The others respond, same here. Every cultivator transported here seems to have lost their memories. I spotted Henju's lost his memories too. Right now he's selling coffins in a coffin shop. Hearing that, one of them bursts out laughing. Nearly dying of amusement, He was also a Tao child, and he looked down on us, wanted to steal the spotlight. He brought this on himself, but the group remains on high alert. Don't let your guard down. Even Chen Mo lost his memorishes, become a patrol officer now. This place is beyond abnormal. He remains arrogant, dismissing all concern. There's nothing to worry about. As long as we don't leave the hideout, the rules of this world can't touch us. Next, it's up to us to save the world and show those clueless, brain-dead, ordinary people who the real saviors are. The others go silent. No response. He speaks up, "Hey, why aren't any of you saying anything? Is the communication link glitching?" Without warning, a crimson mist seeps in. He notices instantly. His expression twisting with alarm, the hideout's been breached. The red mist engulfs everything. La Shen leads him to the Liu residence. "Captain, we've arrived. This is the Liu family estate site of this morning's murder. System, you have entered a main historical plot node. System, the illusory demon is watching you. Type illusory demon, 50,000-year-old beast, combat power unknown, weakness unknown." Liu Nian performs the classic crocodile tears routine, putting on a grief-stricken act over his dead son, begging Captain Chen Mo, "Please, sir, deliver justice for this humble one." He immediately catches the critical detail in the man's words. "Wait, your son didn't die just once this time." La Shen, already familiar with the family situation, leans in and whispers into his ear. "Captain, Liu Nian's eldest son drowned 2 days ago. This time, it's his youngest son, Liu Xiangwen, who died." Hearing this, Chen Mo offers only a measured, perfunctory condolence. "Liu Nian, tell me the truth, how did your youngest son die? Has anyone recently made an enemy of your household?" Only when his eldest son is mentioned does Liu Nian finally crack, a sliver of genuine emotion surfacing. He tears up and blurts out, "Xiangwen. Xiangwen was beheaded. The old man has always been on good terms with everyone, never made a single enemy. He cannot fathom who would be so heartless as to strike at a 6-year-old child. Sir, I beg you please help me. You have to find the culprit." He agrees quietly, then asks about Xiangwen's body. "I'll do my best. Where is Liu Xiangwen's body?" Liu Nian lifts the white cloth and replies, "Right here, sir, under the sheet. But it's completely empty, there's no body at all." Chen Mo sees nothing and asks, "Liu Nian, where is your son's body?" "I can't see anything either." Liu Nian immediately breaks into panic. "How could this be? Right here, can't you all see it? Look, my Xiangwen's right here." Seeing him get this worked up, La Shen figures the old man is just putting on an act. "Liu Nian, calm down, there's nothing here. Don't file false reports again." Suddenly, he charges forward like a madman. Grabbing La Shen, he screams frantically, "False report! False report! I knew it, you're all in this together. You people didn't just kill my son, or you want to kill me too. Why did you have to kill my son? What did he ever do wrong?" La Shen shakes free of his grip and shoves him to the ground. Liu Nian's hands drop. "Filing a false report, assaulting an officer, you want to rot in prison." Hearing those words, Liu Nian laughs even more maniacally. "Dropping the act, are we? You didn't just kill my son, you want to kill me too." Madame Liu rushes out in a panic. "Husband, why are you going crazy again?" Her husband, Liu Nian, keeps up the act of a father driven mad by grief. "Don't come closer. These 2 officers are in league with the people who killed Xiangwen. Go outside and find help, I'll hold them off." Just then, Madame Liu brings Xiangwen over. "Husband, stop. Xiangwen has come back. Xiangwen is right beside me. He's fine now." But he dismisses her words with absolute certainty. Nonsense, there's clearly nothing beside her. You're lying to me too." But Xiangwen truly does seem off. The boy looks nothing like a child, more like a soulless puppet, his pitch-black, vacant eyes staring at them. Madame Liu puts on a sorrowful expression and explains to Chen Mo and La Shen, "Sir, I apologize. After Xiao Wu's death, my husband suffered a severe mental blow. Today, Xiangwen went out to play, and he started acting crazy, convinced Xiangwen had been killed. I thought his delusions would clear up after Xiangwen came back, but he's still the same." Time slips by. The sun reaches its zenith, blazing light pouring down over Ligan City. La Shen trudges behind him and sighs wearily. "All that running around for nothing, Captain. Why do you take everything so seriously?" Still fuming, "They're just unfortunate people, not worth it." System main historical plot concluded. The illusory demon's point of observation has vanished. Alert, disrupt the main historical plot immediately. Locate and eliminate the illusory demon's avatar to prevent its descent. Warning, failure will result in the host and Ligan City being fully trapped within the cycle of historical reincarnation. Unable to return to reality. Back at the Liu residence, Madame Liu speaks softly. "They're gone, husband. You can stop pretending now." He strokes Xiangwen's hair and asks gently, "Good riddance. Xiangwen, you're all right now. Father didn't scare you earlier, did he?" His decision to report to the officials leaves Madame Liu displeased. She scolds him. Husband, don't blame me for saying this, but why must you be so reckless? Didn't I tell you not to report to the officials? If the coffin elder's arrangement was discovered, we'd be finished. As it turns out, he hadn't intended to report it either. It was the boy's head suddenly falling off that threw him into a blind panic. Look, when Xiangwen's head fell off, I was scared out of my wits. Who could have known he'd come back to life? How was I supposed to know the coffin elder had that kind of power? He doesn't want to talk about it anymore. Suddenly, the boy points in a direction, leaving him bewildered. Either way, as long as Xiangwen is safe, that's all that matters. Xiangwen, but Chen Mo has already returned. He has been standing on the rooftop the entire time, having heard every last word. Those eyes, he gazes at Liu Nian, mockery gleaming in his stare. Old man Lichu were never crazy, were you? In Liu Nian's courtyard stands a coffin large enough to hold 2 people. Approaching the coffin, Chen Mo asks, "Just as I thought, it's here. This is the coffin for your eldest son, isn't it?" Seeing him draw near, Madame Liu cries out in alarm, "Sir, the case is already closed. What more do you want?" He smirks and replies coolly, "What do I want? To save a life, of course." She spreads her arms like a mother hen, shielding the coffin behind her, her face twisted with desperation. "Get out. Nobody here needs your help. If you want to touch Xiao Wu's body, you'll have to kill me first." He pays her no mind and replies calmly, "As you wish. If you stand in my way, I will kill you." Chen Mo brushes past Madame Liu without a second glance, stomps his foot onto the coffin lid, and kicks with such force that the entire coffin tips onto its side. The loosely placed lid slides off, and 2 figures tumble out of the coffin. Chen Mo moves in to check the bride's pulse. "Still breathing. You 2 are truly heartless, finding a young girl to bury alive with your son. A living ghost marriage. This is a first for me." The Liu couple watches in sheer horror as the coffin lies toppled on the ground. The coffin's been opened. It's over. Seeing the fear plastered across their faces, his expression turns ice cold. His voice carries killing intent. "You should be afraid. Kidnapping women, attempted murder thieves are capital offenses." Liu Nian is so terrified he forgets all decorum and screams, "You fool, you know nothing. The coffin elder warned us the coffin must never, ever be opened." Madame Liu rounds on him. "Husband, why didn't you stop him?" Under the full brunt of her reproach. He fumes, "Now you blame me. Weren't you the one standing in front of the coffin just now?" But at that very moment, Xiangwen has vanished. "Wait, it's over. Xiangwen is gone." A wisp of ghostly energy rises from the ground. The spectral energy spirals through the air. The atmosphere turns suffocating. From above, it gazes down upon Chen Mo and the others. A mournful voice echoes through the air. "So unjust. So unjust. Why am I the one who died? My wife. My wife is gone too." Hearing her eldest son's voice, Madame Liu cries out, Xiao Wu, is that you?" But the white specter ignores Haran's strikes. Sensing danger, Chen Mo lunges forward and shoves her aside. "Move." As the white specter lunges at her, Madame Liu cries out in anguish, "Xiao Wu, it's your mother. Don't you recognize me?" Chen Mo seizes the moment to press for answers. "Stop being foolish. That thing is no longer your son. It will kill every last one of us. To hell with this, I'm not dying here because of you people. Talk now, I already know what you've done. If you come clean, maybe we can still find a way to undo this and save your younger son." Liu Nian finally accepts that the thing before him is no longer his son. Fearing for his life, he spills everything. It was the coffin elder, the owner of the coffin shop that just opened in the East District, made us do all of it. After Xiao Wu died, strange sounds started appearing in the house. On the 2nd day, every chicken in the house was dead. Bloody footprints appeared at the foot of Xiangwen's bed. We were terrified. We begged the coffin elder for help. He said Xiao Wu's resentment was too heavy, that a ghost marriage was needed to appease him and protect Xiangwen. The bride in the coffin gave us all of it. That's all I know. Please, I beg you, save Xiangwen. The moment he finishes speaking, the white specter vanishes. Liu Nian stares in shock. It's gone. Xiao Wu's vengeful spirit. It's gone. As it turns out, all of this was Chen Mo's doing. Old Liu, you really thought that was little Wu's ghost. Turns out all it took was a little scare and you spilled everything. He saw, having squeezed the information out of him, he called out to La Shen, "All right, show's over. You can come out now." Not bad acting, that. Turns out Xiangwen didn't go missing, been hiding under the white cloth with La Shen the whole time. La Shen lifted the cloth and shamelessly buttered him up. "Captain, too kind, too kind. It's your magic that's truly impressivino, worse than those old cultivators, I'd say." The woman saw the boy and screamed in excitement, "Xiangwen. Give Xiangwen back to me." La Shen forced a smile. I wasn't trying to steal your son. She rushed over and wrapped the boy in a tight embrace, repeating, "It's okay now, it's okay. No one will hurt you." But at that very moment, Xiang Wen vanished. All she held in her arms was an empty set of clothes. The boy's clothes slipped from her grasp and crumpled to the ground. Her face was drenched in sweat, eyes wide with pure terror. Xiang Wen, why did Xiang Wen disappear? Sir, this humble woman knows her mistake. Please bring my son back. Chen Mo had known this all along. Unfortunately, her son had never existed. From the very beginning, what she saw was nothing but the monster's illusion. Now it had dropped the disguise, simply looking for a chance to escape. By now the sun had dipped behind the mountains. As dusk settled, a thunderous crash echoed something had fallen. Chen Mo stared at the coffin that had sprouted arms and legs. His voice was ice cold. "I know where you were made. What is your purpose? This is your last chance." The coffin couldn't speak human, wordsonly strange. Guttural noises emanated from within. System info: ghost coffin. A spawn of the illusory demon. Feeds on human desire and fear, generating corrupted essence. Seeing it refuse to speak, Chen Mo frowned with impatience. "Still won't talk? Then you're useless." With that, he stomped down hard. The coffin split in two, shards scattering in every direction. Liu Nian watched him destroy the monstrous creature, deeply grateful. In his hand, he clutched a pouch of money, ready to offer it. "Sir, you've avenged Xiang Wen for us. I've remembered everything now. Xiang Wen was devoured by this coffin monster. You've avenged him. This money is a small token of our gratitude. Please accept it." But the disappearance of Xiang Wen left Madame Liu in agony, unable to trust him. "Sir, maybe little Wu was killed by them too. That man-eating monster was sold to us by the coffin elder. It's all his fault. Please arrest him at once." Chen Mo seized the moment and gave La Shen the order. Understood. La Shen arrested the Liu couple and escorted them back for interrogation. "Yes, Captain." Hearing that Chen Mo wanted to arrest them, Liu Nian panicked. "Sir, what are you talking about? We're the victims here. We were all deceived by the coffin elder." His excuses enraged Chen Mo. He pointed at the unconscious girl and roared, "Victims! You dare call yourselves victims? Human trafficking you took a living girl as a sacrificial bride, then bought off a dozen officials to cover your crimes. If I don't arrest you, then who?" Liu Nian's face was pale with panic as he desperately pleaded. "We were just too scared. Both our children were killed. Sir, we beg you, please spare us." Chen Mo didn't care. He ordered them locked up immediately. "La Shen, take the Liu couple into custody for interrogation. Take this unconscious girl back too. Once she wakes up, help her find her family. Can you handle that?" "No problem." Noticing Chen Mo wasn't coming along, La Shen asked with confusion, "Captain, you're not coming with me. Something this bizarre has happened and it needs to be reported to the cultivator authorities." Chen Mo frowned. "You handle the report. I'm going after the coffin elder." Seeing Chen Mo was determined to pursue the coffin elder, La Shen grew worried. "Captain, that coffin elder might be even more dangerous than this monster. We barely make enough coin as it is. It's not worth getting killed over." But driven by his sense of justice and his desire to gather more intel on this world, Chen Mo was resolute. If the coffin elder escaped, more people would die. "Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill." Seeing his mind was made up, La Shen didn't press further. Watching him go, La Shen called out in a hurry, "Captain, when you get there, don't do anything reckless. Hold your position. I'll head back to the magistrate's office and bring reinforcements. You must wait for me." System alert: main historical plot: ghost coffin has been destroyed. The illusory demon's alertness level has increased. Current alertness 1. System: when alertness reaches 10, the illusory demon will pinpoint your location. By the time night had fully fallen, Chen Mo had located the coffin elder's house. Chen Mo stood outside the door and called out, "Coffin elder, anyone home?" Hen Zhu stepped out from inside. It seemed he had lost his memories. He asked Chen Mo, "Sir, are you here to arrange a funeral? We're open for business, 20% off all coffins today." Chen Mo stared at him silently, then asked, "Are you the coffin elder?" Hearing Chen Mo was looking for the coffin elder, Hen Zhu shook his head. "Sir, you're looking for the boss. Unlucky Timing usually doesn't show up until late afternoon. I'm just hired help here. If you want to buy something, I can help. But if it's business with the boss, please come back in the evening." Studying his face, Chen Mo recognized him. He stepped closer. "I feel like I've seen you before. You're a cultivator." Hen Zhu, his memories wiped, immediately denied it. "Sir, please stop teasing me. If I were really a cultivator, why would I be in such a sorry state? This place sells coffins, right? Sir, stop messing with me. If I were really a cultivator, why would I be such a mess? This is a coffin shop, isn't it?" Chen Mo said it again, this time with absolute certainty. "You are a cultivator. We've met in the secret realm." The words cultivator and secret realm made his face twist in agony. Secret realm? Cultivator, sir, stop messing with me. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm Nan Wang, I'm Shizin. Shizin, the coffin seller Shizin. But the more he spoke, the more his buried memories surged to the surface. His eyes rolled back as he screamed in agony finally. The floodgates broke. I am a Dao child, Henju. Seeing the recognition return to his eyes, Chen Mo asked back, to your senses. With all his memories restored, Henju spoke gravely. Chen Mo, we're trapped. Chen Mo replied, it seems so. Every cultivator in the secret realm has likely been assigned a new identity and false memories in this city just like us. He tilted his head and laid out the way to clear this instance. To get out of here, we need to find the demon beast controlling this city. But here's the catch, we can't do anything that contradicts our assigned identities. If we do, the demon beast will detect us, and it'll burrow even deeper into hiding. Henju pulled out a jade slip used to communicate with his sect. Chen Mo, I didn't think anything could stump you. Don't underestimate the 4 great sects. Did you think we had no cards to play? 3 Dao children are hiding in the void cave. The demon beast can't detect them. They weren't given identities. They can help us. Seeing Henju's face drain of color, Chen Mo asked, what's wrong? Henju's voice trembled. The jade slip has no signal. All 3 Dao children are dead. Seeing his dejected state, Chen Mo spoke in a low, sympathetic voice, my condolences. Were you close with those 3? Henju wasn't truly mourning their deaths. What weighed on him was what had killed Theme and the fact that he'd just lost his backup. I had my fair share of run-ins with them, but with their strength dying so mysteriously here, it's hard to accept. To find the demon beast hiding in this city, we still need backup. The mention of backup reminded Chen Mo of his own companions. His voice took on a note of melancholy. Yu Tong, Jingshan, Yue Tianyan, I'm worried about them, but I can't find them right now. You too? Seeing that Chen Mo couldn't locate his companions either, Henju stared at his own hands in frustration. My sense chi ability has been blocked as well. This city is truly bizarre. It's not just my sense, even my overall strength has been drastically weakened. After a moment of silence, Chen Mo spoke without hesitation, telling him to hide. Forget it. This place is too dangerous. Find somewhere to hole up. Insulted by being dismissed, Henju flared up, so what if my strength is down to a fraction? I can still help. Don't push it, Chen Mo. Seeing him get angry, Chen Mo backed off. Fine, if you insist. There is actually one place where you could help. Time shifts to deep night. Outside the coffin shop, 2 lanterns still burn bright. Old Coffin stumbles home, calling out, Henju, Shizin, where are you? Get out here. That little brat hasn't gone slacking off outside again, has he? I just went out to a banquet, came back a bit late. Can't you even watch the shop? But when he looks up and sees Henju hanging from the rafters, he screams internally Shizin is dead. Enraged, he bellows, Guai Zai, get the hell out here. I know it was you. What's your game? Hang my employee in my own shop, trying to make a fool of me. Confidentiality, confidentiality. Damn it, all you know is confidentiality. I was just late coming home. Did you really have to kill my shop's janitor? He didn't know anything. That's when Chen Mo walks up close to him. Hearing footsteps, he spins around, instantly on guard. Who's there? Come out. Chen Mo doesn't beat around the bush. He asks directly, Old Coffin, tell me, who exactly is Guai Zai? And what exactly is your little secret business? One glance at the uniform Chen Mo is wearing, and he immediately guesses who he is. Old Coffin stubbornly insists, I didn't realize you were an officer. Sorry, I was just drunk rambling. I don't know anything. I just came back from a banquet, didn't I? Saw one of my shop employees hanged to death, so I was a bit shaken and scared. Chen Mo sees him dodging the question and presses harder. Did I ask about Shizin? The Liu family, Liu Nian and his wife ring a bell. Old Coffin feigns recollection. Yes, officer, I remember them. A few days ago, Liu Nian bought a coffin from me. What about it? Chen Mo's voice turns cold. Sensing the chilling aura and oppressive pressure radiating from Chen Mo, he answers cautiously. After selling the coffin, I had no further contact with Liu Nian. Chen Mo steps forward and places a hand on his shoulder. Liu Nian and his wife have already confessed. They bought a girl from you for a ghost marriage. Old Coffin is terrified but still insists on his innocence. Officer, I truly have no idea what you're talking about. Chen Mo doesn't let up. In the darkness, a golden gleam flashes in his eyes. His voice carries a naked threat. Is that so? You're also implicated in the murder of Liu Nian's 2 sons. Plus, your janitor Shizin was found hanged inside your own shop. You're not seriously planning to take the fall for all of this alone, are you? Trading your life for your accomplice's freedom, your loyalty to your partners is truly touching. Upon hearing that he was about to be thrown in prison, Old Coffin breaks down and confesses everything. Officer, I'll tell you everything. Not long ago, someone with the alias Guai Zai came looking for me. Behind him seemed to be a syndicate specializing in human trafficking. He wanted to partner with me. I was blinded by money and foolishly agreed to work with him. But I swear I never killed anyone. The Liu family's child died, so they bought a coffin from me. Guai Zai taught me how to trick Liu Nian. We made strange noises near Liu Nian's house, stole one of his chickens, then smeared chicken blood as footprints outside his youngest son's bedroom door. Liu Nian was terrified, and I seized the opportunity to recommend a ghost marriage to him. But the girl was provided by Guai Zai. It was Liu Nian himself who buried her alive. I was just the middleman, sensing he still wasn't telling the full truth. Chen Mo continues to press. What else? You haven't mentioned the important part. What about the coffin monster that devoured Liu Nian's youngest son? Old Coffin is bewildered. Monster? What monster? Officer, I honestly don't know anything about that. Back in the prison, a torch planted outside the cell casts its glow, illuminating the dim corridor. Inside the cell, the bride lies fast asleep. Madame Liu hugs her knees and whispers, "My dear, what do you think those officers are thinking? Locking Xiao Wu's bride in with us." Liu Nian, already suffering in the cell, snaps at her angrily. "The bride, you still consider her Xiao Wu's bride? This was all your idea, making me arrange a ghost marriage for Xiao Wu. Now even Xiang Wen has been killed because of it, and here we are rotting in prison." She snaps back furiously. "You were the one who bought the girl, no, you're blaming me." Seeing his strange expression, she trembles and asks, "Dear, what's with that look on your face?" Just then, the bride, who should have been fast asleep, rises to her feet. Ghostly chi swirls beneath her. "Monster!" Liu Nian's soul nearly leaves his body as he screams, "Monster!" Madame Liu nearly soils herself in terror. She screams in panic, "Help, help! Is anyone there?" Back with Old Coffin after hearing Chen Mo recount the events at the Liu household. He finds it utterly unbelievable. A coffin that grew arms and devoured Liu Nian's youngest son. "Officer, if I really had abilities like that, I wouldn't need to run this little shop. Doing this kind of business nobody respects." Seeing him continuously deny involvement, Chen Mo grows increasingly impatient. "The man-eating coffin was sold by you, and you're telling me you know nothing." Old Coffin points toward where Zhu was hanging and pushes all the blame onto Guai Zai. "It was Guai Zai. It must have been Guai Zai who tampered with my coffin. He killed my janitors, definitely coming to kill me next. Guai Zai wants to silence me. Wei Qizhen has disappeared." At that very moment, Zhu appears behind Old Coffin's back with a ghastly grin. "Looking for me." Old Coffin thinks Zhu has turned into a ghost, coming to collect his debt, and freezes solid in terror. "Qizhen, debts have owners and grudges have names. Your killer isn't me." Seeing the old man about to pass out from fear, Zhu drops the act and gets serious. "I know. Calm down. Old Coffin, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, Old Coffin lets out an agonizing scream, his eyes rolling back into his skull. Looking at Old Coffin collapsed on the ground, Zhu is startled. "Fainted. Is he dead?" Chen Mo sees that he's dead and feels a twinge of regret. Did Old Coffin literally get scared to death? You should have just hung there quietly on the rope. That would have been fine. Why'd you come down? Zhu hears the reproach in his voice and replies irritably, "Easy for you to say hanging yourself for that long. Your neck gets sore." Besides, Old Coffin's reaction clearly wasn't just from being scared. Right at that moment, a shadowy figure emerges from inside a coffin. Its shape resembles Old Coffin, but it has no face. It begins to hum a haunting, eerie melody. "Ha chuang ka jayak ma." Zhu tenses up, immediately on guard. He can't understand what it's saying. "A faceless monster. What are you saying?" The creature continues humming. It pushes open the coffin lid and stares straight at Old Coffin's body lying on the ground. "Ngan tu jioi van dao za kai." Realizing its intent, Zhu frowns. It wants to reach Old Coffin's body. "Don't ruin this." He channels chi into his fist and charges forward to punch it, but unexpectedly, his fist passes clean through its body. Mist Noit phased right through him. Right at that moment, the creature seizes Old Coffin's body. "Well, come. I am the Midnight Master of the Coffin Shop. Old Coffin, tonight, I wish to invite you two fated witnesses to observe my ritual of ascending to immortality." As its words end, the life force from Old Coffin's body flows into the creature through its mouth. Hearing it call itself Old Coffin, Chen Mo asks, "You are Old Coffin. Then who is the other one?" Old Coffin, the creature clutches its face and recounts what happened a month ago. "A month ago, I was caught in a disaster in the mountains. On the brink of death, I encountered an immortal who taught me the art of corpse cultivation. After that, my soul split in two. The Hun hides inside a coffin to cultivate, active only at night. The Po maintains my former self active during the day. The one you saw before was the soul fragment inside my body discarded scraps from a failed immortal ascension. But to construct an immortal body, one must still consume them and absorb every last trace of nourishment. This is the step I despise the most. After consuming the soul fragment, my appearance reverts to its original form. This body is truly hideous and filthy. An immortal should never have such an ugly guise. This part should be a little smaller. This one is slightly redundant. And here eyes like this. Now I look like an immortal. Chen Mo furrows his brow slightly and asks in confusion. Taoist Guan, is this what you cultivators aspire to become? He asks. The man immediately retorts. Don't talk nonsense. Who cultivates this kind of immortality? No matter how you look at it, that appearance is a monster. Seeing the two of them arguing, the coffin elder flies into a rage and bellows. Shut up. I am an immortal. I am the corpse bath immortal. The moment he strikes, Hen Zhuhai's strength already depleted sent flying outward. Chen Mo, still inside the house, calls out to remind him, Get away. Let me handle him myself. Hen Zhu, get out of here first. Coffin elder, your hired thug is gone. Let's have a chat, you and I. The coffin elder, seeing that he not only refuses to flee but actually wants to talk, is baffled. Talk about what? He turns around and stares the old man dead in the eye. Tell Muhi, did you sell the coffin to the Liu family? And more importantly, who told you about this method of becoming an immortal? The word immortal strikes a nerve. Blood veins bulge in the old man's eyes as he screams. The immortal didn't deceive me. The corpse cultivation method isn't wrong. You're all just jealous. I met the immortal with my own immortals truly look like this. Smoke rises and a hazy silhouette emerges. Hen Zhu clutches his aching ribs, cursing himself for being careless. Careless? The coffin elder's power is nothing like demonic beasts, nor like cultivators. That roar earlier directly shattered the defensive barrier on my body, nearly shattered my bones too. Damn it. Against this kind of monster, body-tempering cultivators still have the advantage. Wait, shouldn't those two be fighting by now? Why is it so quiet? Could the fight already be over? Is Chen Mo really that strong? Or maybe the situation is even worse. Chen Mo, are you still alive? From inside, Chen Mo's low voice echoes back. What? Hen Zhu, I'm perfectly fine. You doing all right, young master? Hearing his calm tone, Hen Zhu asks, That monster, you knocked it down. A strange sensation suddenly emanates from the house. Chen Mo refutes him. Monster, what monster? Get in here already. When Hen Zhu steps inside, he freezes Chen Mo and the coffin elder are sitting across from each other. Chen Mo, the two of you are. Chen Mo doesn't answer his question and instead urges him to sit down quickly. Why are you just standing there? Sit down already. Don't keep Taoist Guan waiting. Hearing him call the old man Taoist Guan, Hen Zhu stops dead in his tracks and stares at him in shock. Taoist Guan, you don't mean the coffin elder, do you? You two didn't fight. Chen Mo's expression remains utterly calm. He glances at the old man and confirms, yes, it's Taoist Guan. What happened earlier was all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. I've always greatly admired immortals. Learning that Taoist Guan has achieved true immortality through just a single method. Jealousy clouded my judgment. When I saw Taoist Guan's immortal bearing his transcendent features, his ethereal presence I spoke without thinking, unable to accept the truth. Fortunately, Taoist Guan is magnanimous enough to forgive my rudeness. The coffin elder, seeing him so tactful, is immensely pleased. Recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them, that is a virtue. Fellow Taoist Chu, for you to see through the inner demons in your heart so quickly shows the wisdom root of one worthy of immortality. Truly admirable. Though confused, seeing that Chen Mo is putting on an act, Hen Zhu says nothing and immediately plays along. So that's how it is. Taoist Guan, I too must apologize for my earlier words. The old man breaks into a satisfied smile. Fellow Taoist Chu has already spoken with me. You both possess the wisdom for immortality. Since we are fellow travelers, a small matter like this need not weigh on our hearts. Chen Mo, his expression utterly unchanged, delivers the most shameless flattery. Taoist Guan, had you not awakened me, I would never have realized I had been walking the wrong path to immortality all along. Now I wish to turn from error to truth. I wonder if Taoist Guan could make an introduction, so I may meet the immortal who taught you and learn the immortal arts. The coffin elder waves his hand with a dejected expression. Difficult. Immortal traces are hard to find. Perhaps only after I ascend to true immortality can I meet my master. Thank you. But fellow Taoist Chu, don't worry. Meeting is fate. The corpse yang cultivation method I obtained can also be passed on to you. Hearing the words passed on, Henju finds it baffling. Isn't the path to immortality supposed to be extremely precious? Can it really be taught so easily? As far as I know, cultivation sects have extremely strict requirements when accepting disciples. After joining, disciples must even pay tribute money, property, or make great contributions to the sect before they even get a chance to learn the true secret techniques. If immortal arts were spread so freely, wouldn't the whole world be full of immortals like you? The coffin elder bursts into wild laughter and declares his grand ideals. Ridiculous, ridiculous, the saying goes. 10,000 gold won't buy the Tao, yet at the crossroads it is freely given to passers-by. How can such things be measured by worldly value? Besides, have any of those cultivators truly become immortals? If I have the fortune to achieve true immortality, then naturally I must spread the immortal teachings far and wide to save the world and enlighten all beings. This world suffers too much. Exotic insect rebellions, vengeful spirit wars, years of conflict between immortals and mortal-sown war after another. My 2 sons and daughter starved to death. My wife died on the refugee road. Even if cultivators sit on the throne, would this world truly be any better? Those officials are even more corrupt than before. These cultivators only chase greater power, more territory, more authority. They never once care about the lives of ordinary people, and they dare call themselves immortals. After achieving immortality, I may not be able to remain in this mortal world for long. I wish to entrust the path to immortality to fellow Taoist Chu, so you may teach it to the suffering, the afflicted. The oppressed so they may live free and unbound. After listening to the old man's grand ideals for a while, Chen Mo doesn't hesitate to give him a thumbs up. Taoist Guan's righteous spirit is truly admirable. But I, too, am an official. Can Taoist Guan really trust me? Hearing Chen Mo sympathize with his ideals, the old man grows even more elated. Fellow Taoist Chu may be an official, but in Yun City you are known as a man of integrity. Precisely because you are righteous and impartial, never swimming with those corrupt bureaucrats. That is why I trust you. As for the one beside you, lacking the wisdom root and spiritual sensitivity, the path to immortality for him would be difficult. Therefore, to spread the immortal teachings and save the world, I must rely on fellow Taoist Chu. His words don't sit well with Henju, who challenges him directly. Taoist Guan, you speak of saving the world and enlightening all beings, but what about the 2 children of the Liu family who died, and the ghost bride of the spirit marriage? At the mention of the Liu family, the coffin elder flies into a rage. He stamps his foot hard against the ground, radiating fury. The Liu family deserved to die. The Liu couple were heartless, wealthy merchants colluding with corrupt officials and profiteers, ruining countless families to fund their own lavish lifestyle. People like that deserve their retribution. I was carrying out heaven's justice. As for the ghost bride, is a crucial element for achieving immortality through the corpse cultivation ritual. Her soul is hidden inside this coffin. Once her soul essence merges and the immortal body is constructed, she will become my cultivation partner. Only when both the yin and yang immortal bodies complete the final step of corpse cultivation can we become true immortals. Otherwise, I will die and she won't survive long either. She will ascend to immortality alongside me. Boundless bliss. How could that possibly be harming anyone? The time for the ritual is approaching. By my calculations, her body should be returning soon. In the prison cell, the bride, like a puppet under someone's control, continuously slams her head against the iron bars. Madame Liu watches this eerie scene and nudges Liu Nian, urging him to find a solution. She just keeps banging against those bars. How are we supposed to sleep? Why don't you go tie her up? Liu Nian wouldn't dare. He was already scared to death of provoking her who knew what that monster would do. Perhaps you should head back to the old coffin's place and use this talisman to seal the coffin of that ferocious spirit. At this point, I've already told you all the steps of the corpse cultivation art. Chen Mo raised his thumb in emotionless praise. Truly worthy of a method to achieve true, immortal status, utterly mystical and astounding. The matter of the Tao companion still left Chen Mo with doubts. He frowned and asked, "But I have one question. In the ghost bride corpse cultivation art, the Tao companion's birth date and time are of the utmost importance. There are very specific requirements. Finding that one particular person in a sea of billions, and then reshaping them into your Tao companion, that can't be easy. Fellow Taoist Quan, how did you manage to find your Tao companion within just 1 month?" The old coffin, feeling they had become his confidants, held nothing back. There's a human trafficking ring in Yun City. Their clients are ghosts, demons, aberrants, and people on the verge of ascension like myself. My Tao companion was supplied by them. Zhu stroked his chin and asked about where to find the Quasi. The Quasi? Where do we go to find them? On this point, the old coffin had no idea. He scratched his head and answered honestly, finding them is incredibly difficult. They only seek out destined clients on their own. They might come to this coffin shop again. All you have to do is wait a few days and you might run into them. Otherwise, you'll just have to wait patiently. Wait, speaking of Dao companions, why hasn't mine come back yet? Seen change a dungeon. The bride murmured endlessly. Still the blade scroll, still the blade scroll. The Kanala realm, still the blade scroll. At that moment, Madame Liu and Liu Nian were terrified to the point of nearly losing their minds. What is that sound? It's terrifying. It has to be connected to that girl. The frequency at which she struck the iron bars was increasing, answering the old coffin's summoning call. The bride grew more and more frantic. She slammed her head into the iron bars over and over, as if she couldn't feel pain at all. The bride's failure to return sent the old coffin into a spiral of panic. Why, could it be that she's been locked up again? Why won't she come back? So close, and I would have become an immortal. Chen Mo, the one who had the bride locked up in the first place, offered his condolences without a shred of guilt. My condolences, fellow Taoist Quan. Fate is Ficluho could have predicted something like this would happen. Bloodshot veins crawled across his eyes, and the expression on his face twisted into something savage. Fellow Taoist Quan, ascending to immortality was always an act of defiance against heaven. There are countless tribulations to endure. Perhaps this is simply your destiny. But the old coffin had come this far. How could he possibly accept fate? He screamed, then jabbed a trembling finger at Zhu. I refuse to accept this. There's still a backup plan. You'll be my Dao companion instead. Being singled out, Zhu's face visibly contorted in disgust. What? I'm a man. How can I possibly be your Dao companion? And besides, doesn't a Dao companion require a specific birth date and time? But the old coffin had already reached the point of no return. He threw all caution to the wind. As one painter once said, gender doesn't matter, pleasure is what counts. Perfect immortality does require very specific conditions, but right now we can't afford to be that picky. Cutting corners to become a half-immortal works too. In the dark, men and women are all the same. Zhu never expected the path to immortality to be laid out quite like this. If that's the case, then why don't you pick Chen Mo as your Dao companion? The old coffin answered matter-of-factly. Chen Mo is my chosen successor. He must carry on my legacy and bring glory to the art of immortality. Of course he must remain in the mortal world, for no cannot ascend to the immortal realm. So the only choice for my Dao companion is you. Zhu flatly refused. Sorry, but I'm not willing. The old coffin broke into a lecherous grin, trying desperately to persuade him. Don't worry. Once we ascend together and shed our mortal bodies, there will be pleasures beyond imagination. A clever bird sings its tune clear. A clever man speaks only half his words. When the old man trailed off mid-sentence without finishing, Zhu grew visibly irritated. What is it? Don't leave a sentence hanging like that, though. You know how infuriating that is. But suddenly, the old coffin's expression twisted into one of revulsion. No, I can't do it. Looking at you up close, you are actually hideous. If I had to live with you forever, I'd lose my mind. I'd rather just die. Chen Mo, it seems my journey to immortality ends here. I entrust the legacy of the corpse cultivation art to you. Farewell, fellow Taoist Quan. He trudged forward, disheveled and defeated. At that very moment, a streak of light flashed across the sky. The beam crashed down, swallowing the old coffin's silhouette whole. Chen Mo watched as the old man departed for the 9 springs below, his expression tinged with sorrow. Fellow Taoist Quan was a pitiable man. A bit eccentric, yes, but he treated others with sincerity. If I truly had to kill him myself, I might have felt a twinge of guilt. Well then, Truck, thank goodness you were here. At least he got to choose his own end. That really is for the best. At these words, Zhu said nothing. His silence spoke volumes. The two of them stepped out of the old coffin's shop. The lanterns that had been glowing white now shifted to an eerie purple, and the purple haze gradually dissipated, revealing an empty void beyond. System main historical plot event old coffin destroyed. Illusory demon's alertness level increased. Current alertness level 3. System warning, when alertness level reaches 10, the illusory demon will lock onto your position. Zhu hadn't expected the old coffin stage to be cleared so easily. He asked Chen Mo about the next move. I can't believe the old coffin just died like that. Chen Mo, what's the next plan? He wanted to investigate the immortal the old coffin had mentioned. The immortal that fellow Taoist Quan encountered in the mountains, perhaps. It's the very demon beast that controls this city. But that lead is a dead end now. The only remaining clue is the human trafficking ring. that supplied the ghost bride Dao companion to fellow Taoist Quanth Quasi. Mentioning the Quasi, he frowned slightly. The old coffin said finding the Quasi is extremely difficult. The other cultivators trapped in this secret realm have probably been brought here too. We should find them first and get their help. Chen Mo disagreed with the idea. He preferred to take the initiative rather than wait for rescue from others. There's no time. The phantom beast won't let us move freely forever. You stay at the coffin shop if the Quasi show up. Notify me. My identity in Ligun City is that of a head constable. I'll head back and use the government's authority to sweep the city. If the Quasi continue trafficking women and children, they'll leave traces. The next morning, Ligun City was bathed in an atmosphere of calm. The bun vendor chased after the thief in a rage. You little brat, don't you dare run, you thief. Seeing the face ahead it was none other than AI. With her usual venomous tongue, she spat. Who cares about you people? Bunch of idiots. Even as she ran, her hands still clutched the steamed bun tight. After shaking off her pursuer, she collapsed against a wall, gasping for breath. Seriously impressive. Chasing me this long just for one bun. Was it really worth it? I should be safe here, right? How strange. Where is this place? This is Bizarre. Could I actually be lost? Before her appeared rows of sugar figurines in all sorts of adorable shapes. The vendor called out non-stop, hawking his wares. Blown sugar figurines? Blown sugar figurines? Sweet and fungit your sugar figurines here. The fairy vendor, upon spotting AI, stepped forward with a warm invitation. Little miss, would you like a blown sugar figurine? Seeing these for the first time, AI was utterly fascinated. Her eyes lit up like stars as she stepped forward and asked, Sugar figurines, these things squeezed out by hand. So cute. The immortal scooped up a spoonful of sugar figurine and explained, Sugar figurines elsewhere are all squeezed out, but mine are no ordinary craft. Because what I use isn't ordinary sugar, it's tiding sugar. That stuff is a rare treasure. You blow into this little tube, and the tiding sugar will transform into whatever you desire most. Want to give it a try? Someone who had never seen anything like it, like AI, was naturally dying to try. She skipped over without a shred of caution. I want to try. The immortal pulled out a tube and guided her to blow into it. Just one good blow into this little tube. AI puffed out her cheeks, eyes wide, and blew into the sugar figurine with every ounce of strength she had. Instantly, the sugar figurine morphed into a spread of modern world fast food. The immortal, seeing this for the first time, was utterly stunned. What in the world are these? They're all things I've never seen before, but they look like food. The moment she finished blowing, AI felt her head spin violently. Her skull throbbed with splitting pain. What have you done to me? The immortal watched AI collapse with an excited expression. Relax, this is perfectly normal. To make tiding sugar shift, its form requires a massive expenditure of spiritual energy. It's only natural that you feel exhausted, sinking into unconsciousness and yet managing to distort tiding sugar to this degree. This is the first time I've ever witnessed such a thing. To become the river god's bride, you are the perfect candidate. Before losing consciousness, she barely managed to spit out one word, bastard. His voice carried an almost hypnotic magic, and her vision faded to black. Sleep now, sleep. When you wake again, you shall greet a beautiful future. At the prison, Liu Nian and his wife were escorted out of their cell. He eyed the guard walking ahead and asked nervously, Sir, what does this mean? We haven't even served our time yet. You took so much money from us. The guard didn't break stride. This is an order from the Grand Constable, but I assure you it won't bring you any harm. Liu Nian, Chen Mo threw you and your wife into the slammer. Don't you want revenge? Liu Nian had witnessed Chen Mo's combat power firsthand. How could he dare even dream of revenge? His face turned sheet white with fear. And no, how would I dare? Chen Mo is your colleague, a fellow officer. How could I ever offend someone like him? The guard sneered at his cowardice. He himself had been sick of Chen Mo for a long time. That Chen Mo doesn't walk the same path as us. Acts all high and mighty all day. Talks back to his superiors. Grand constables wanted him gone for ages. Just couldn't make a move because of his background. This time when that rookie under his command, La Shen, brought you in. He went around shouting about coffins turning into monsters and killing people at coffin shops selling monsters, spreading demonic nonsense and stirring up panic. Unforgivable offenses. Chen Mo is a dead man this time. Liu Nian still didn't understand. Thinking back on those bizarre events, he stammered with fear. But the coffin monster was real. I saw it with my own eyes. But whether it was real or not, the guard couldn't care less. All that mattered was Chen Mo dying. A cruel grin spread across his face. Real, so what? The Grand Constable has already sent someone to invite a cultivator. This is our chance to take Chen Mo out. If he dares cause trouble for us, then the one who dies is him. Outside, the viewers watching the replay curse it in frustration. What the hell are those cultivators doing? Are they so addicted to cosplay they've lost their minds? Is now really the time to play out a scripted scenario? Go kill some beasts already. What's with all the dawdling? Has our miserable fate gone to the dogs? On the screen, a scene appeared showing Chen Mo walking down the streets of Ligun City. Some viewers worried he wouldn't clear the secret realm. Mok Shen pleaded, "If you can't find any beasts, just slaughter the entire Ligun City. They're not real people in there anyway, the secret realm's a failure. If we fail, we're the ones who die. Can I just ask, is the back channel for the secret realm livestream not even bothering anymore?" I looked away for 1 second and the time jumped completely. Seeing everyone start to panic, Lai Chuang hurried to calm them down. "Everyone, please stay calm. Yes, most of the saviors are in dire straits, but Chen Mo is thinking of a way. As for the livestream timeline going haywire, because Ligun City is currently situated within the Lost Lands. The flow of time there differs from reality. For the specific details, I'll let Elder Gui Xing explain to everyone. Elder Gui Xing, where are you? Ditch Chang glanced at her with an apologetic look and revealed that the elder had already left. Elder Gui Xing told me just now that he had something to attend to and left early. But honestly, I get the feeling he just bylaid on us. Hearing that speculation, Lai Chuang froze in shock. Back in the real world, in a certain laboratory, a city schematic lit up on the screen as the former chairman's voice erupted in fury. Go ahead, get out, all of you." He stomped his feet and screamed, "You treacherous, oath-breaking bastards." The envoy heard the shouting and walked over. "Chairman Kyan, what happened?" The betrayal by the cultivators sent veins bulging across his forehead. "Those cultivators, they're all gone. Those bastards said they'd join forces to deal with Chen Mo, and now they've all pulled out. Absolutely despicable. When Chen Mo comes back from the secret realm, what do we do then?" The envoy, however, didn't seem worried at all. He held his phone, his expression calm as he reassured the chairman. "Chairman Kyan, I've already requested reinforcements from the Consortium Alliance. The cultivators pulling out was within our projections. After all, the secret realm livestream is now broadcasting Ligun City in real time. The truth behind Ligun City's disappearance is the absolute bottom line of the four great sects. One thing they will never allow anyone to touch. They've killed plenty of people to keep it hidden. The Consortium Alliance once tried to investigate Ligun City. It nearly sparked an all-out war between the cultivators and the Alliance. To cover up the truth of Ligun City's vanishing, the four great sects won't hesitate to pay any price." Meanwhile, in another place, Tianzin and Songzhen walked shoulder to shoulder into a deep, pitch-black cave. He noticed the man's injuries and asked, "How are your wounds?" The Taiyi Fire Manor sect master faced the Bidong Cave sect master Su Tiangxin. He pressed a hand to his chest, his expression grave. "The backlash from entering a half-ascended state is severe. I've only recovered about half my strength." Songzhen felt that entering with just the two of them was far too reckless. "I still think we should have called the other two sect masters. When it comes to destroying a secret realm, you can never be too careful." Tianzin, however, didn't think it posed any real danger. "This is the moment of existential crisis. We're heading to the ocean floor to awaken that one. Besides, the two of us joining forces is more than enough to destroy a secret realm. There's nothing to worry about." Tianzin raised his palm, channeling the true energy within his body. A beam of 7-colored rainbow light materialized in his hand. "Now I will extract the secret realm's core. The moment the core appears, you use your lightning arts and combine your power with mine to annihilate the secret realm." His power surged steadily toward the heart of the secret realm. Seeing the moment had arrived, he shouted for Songzhen to act. "Now!" He clasped his hands together and roared the name of his technique, innate violet divine thunder. His torrent of power merged with Tianzin's and rocketed straight toward the secret realm. The two forces slammed into the secret realm with a thunderous explosion kaboom. A plume of white smoke erupted, shrouding the secret realm from view. But when the smoke cleared, the secret realm supposedly destroyed sat there perfectly intact, spinning in place. Only then did they realize a formidable barrier was enveloping the secret realm. The Lionshan barrier, demon subjugation. At that moment, Gui Xing stepped out from the shadows. He stood at a vantage point looking down at Su Tiangxin and Songzhen. Fortunately, only two of them showed up. Tiangxin is startled to see the barrier hold. "Our attack was blocked." Songzhen's expression turns ice gold. "Elder Gixing, shouldn't you be live-streaming for your Y City? What are you doing here?" Gixing stands within the barrier, his voice laced with accusation. "To stop you, if the secret realm is destroyed, Every cultivator inside will perish and Earth will lose its final line of defense. If the Zio beasts breach through, how many innocent people will die? Don't any of you care? Song Zhen doesn't waver. He believes leaving the secret realm intact is even more dangerous. If the secret realm war fails, Earth's protective barrier will become a stepping stone for the beasts to invade. The casualties would be far worse. 3 Dao children have already fallen. Henju's combat power has plummeted. The other cultivators have lost themselves, becoming puppets in Liyun City. Though Sumo can still move freely, this secret realm war is already a confirmed failure. Destroying the secret realm first is the best option. Gixing is obviously not going to be convinced by his words. He already knows the secret they've been trying to bury. You just want to bury the truth about Liyun City's disappearance. You simply don't want the world to know. 1,000 years ago, the Zio beasts were originally summoned by the cultivators of the 4 great sects. Song Zhen never expected Gixing to know this. Now that he's been exposed, he drops the pretense entirely. How do you know that? This is a secret known only to the sect masters of the 4 great sects. Did Shangwu or Yu Tianren tell you? Hearing those names, his voice carries both sorrow and fury as he rounds on Song Zhen. You have the nerve to mention Shangwu's name. What has Yu Tianren ever done for this world? You know full well. Do you really care more about the reputation of the 4 great sects than saving the entire world? As the current sect master of Yihuo Mansion, you bring nothing but shame to their name. Tangxin doesn't want to waste words on Gixing. He conjures a volley of rainbow orbs ready to send the elder to his grave. Sect master, no need to talk nonsense with him. The time distortion in the Lost Lands is growing. Unstable truth about Liyun City could surface at any moment. If he wants to stand in our way, just kill him. Noted. Song Zhen has no intention of wasting more breath. A cruel smile spreads across his face. Elder Gixing, this secret realm war is guaranteed to fail. Destroying it now saves more lives. Don't force my hand. Gixing shows not a flicker of fear at their threats. He pours his remaining strength into reinforcing the barrier, his expression one of absolute resolve. To protect the world, how noble. Is that ridiculous excuse all you've got? If you want to destroy the secret realm, you'll have to step over my corpse first. I believe in Sumo. He can accomplish what you never could, bring a chance to change humanity's fate. I will not let you stand in his way. In the grand and imposing tribunal hall, Fei Qing points straight ahead, his face twisted with rage as he unleashes a torrent of curses. He shifts all the blame and flings mud at him while he's at it. Sumo, I truly misjudged you. You spout righteousness and justice every single day, yet you're capable of something so disgraceful to the common people. Seeing that he can finally eliminate Sumo, glee and viciousness gleam in his eyes. That's not all. You have spread monstrous lies about creatures appearing in the city. Spreading such heresy is a capital offense. This time, no one can protect you. After finishing, his face freezes mid-expression. So this old bastard was just rehearsing all along, practicing, for when he actually faces our protagonist. He bursts into laughter and asks his subordinate smugly, well, how was that? That's exactly what I'll say later. The subordinate rushes to flatter him. Lord L. Letter 1 EEF, your scolding was brilliant, truly satisfying. That bastard Sumo puts on such a holier-than-thou act, treating everyone else like they're beneath him. The brothers have had their eyes on him for a long time. This time, we absolutely must eliminate him. Liuchen, with his hands bound tightly behind his back, seethes with fury. He stares at Fei Qing. Being cursed at like this doesn't anger Fei Qing in the slightest. On the contrary, the angrier Liuchen gets, the more at ease he feels. He snorts and says, Liuchen, oh Liuchen, you have no idea how many people Sumo has offended in Liyun City. If it weren't for his uncle serving as a court censor, he'd have lost his head long ago. In fact, I should thank you for personally delivering the evidence of Sumo's heresy straight into my hands. You've signed his death warrant and your own. Liuchen refuses to yield. His voice is low and fierce as he reasserts the monster is real. The coffin monster is real, and there may be more than one lurking in the city. If left unchecked, those monsters will kill even more people. Don't any of you even care. But Feixing didn't believe a word of it. He stroked his beard and tilted his head toward Liu Nian, standing below the main hall. Monsters? How could there be monsters in Liyun City? Liu Nian, you tell me, are there truly monsters in the city or not? She flinched when her name was called. Liu Nian averted her gaze from Luo Chen and stammered, there were never any coffin monsters. Chen Mo lied to me. He staged the whole thing to try to trick me. And when it didn't work, he and his accomplices locked me up. With Liu Nian's confirmation, Feixing grew even more smug. Exactly. Don't forget the cultivators from Lotus Cave watch over Liyun City. How could monsters possibly exist here? The very reason cultivators were stationed in the major cities was to maintain peace and order. If a monster-killing incident actually occurred inside the city walls, it would tarnish the cultivators' reputation and track record. Luo Chen refused to give up. He demanded Feixing summon the cultivators to investigate the truth of the matter. If that's the case, then whoever goes to invite the cultivators from Lotus Cave would know at a glance whether monsters exist or not. Feixing's irritation grew at his stubbornness. He had lost all patience. If he hadn't been waiting for Chen Mo to show up, he would have killed Luo Chen long ago. You think the cultivators' arrival can save Chen Mo's life? The cultivators of Lotus Cave want Chen Mo dead more than I do. Chen Mo broke the rules, meddled in cultivator affairs, exposed the monsters without authorization. He slapped the cultivators right in the face. In Feixing's mind, Chen Mo was a dead man walking either way. He didn't hesitate to spill the dirty secrets of the cultivation world either. Treasures, blessed lands, sect resources, everything is distributed based on merit points. Even if monsters actually appear, all we can say is that there are none. Don't you get it yet? No complaints from the people. No investigations from the officials. That's what peace in the realm means. Luo Chen couldn't believe his ears. His expression froze solid. How can this be? Feixing looked at his stunned face and sneered. You're naive, kid. You don't understand how the world works. But Chen Mo understands. I really don't know why someone so clever has to be so foolish. Why go out of your way to offend people and throw away your life? Compared to bandits, droughts, famines, and monsters, what do a few lives even matter? Right at that moment, the doors burst open. A swirl of white mist swept in from outside. Chen Mo stepped inside. Even seeing Luo Chen bound and restrained, his expression didn't flicker. He said calmly, "Quite the party. Luo Chen, why are you tied up?" Seeing that Chen Mo actually showed up, Luo Chen panicked and urged him to flee. "Captain, run! They're trying to frame you. The cultivators are on their way." Feixing was delighted to see him. He crowed, "Too late, Chen Mo. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving." He waved his hand and barked at the guards, "Seize him." The guards surged forward in unison. "Yes, sir." Facing the mob, Chen Mo merely tilted his head, a mocking gleam rising in his eyes. What followed was a barrage of SMACKS and THUDS fists crunching into flesh, bone-deep impacts echoing through the hall. Feixing clutched his battered body and cursed through gritted teeth. You dare assault a colleague and threaten a superior. That's an added charge." Chen Mo had no patience for his rambling and cut him off. "I'm in a hurry. Where's the chief constable? I need to find him." Being dismissed like that drove Feixing into a blind rage. His eyes were shot with blood vessels as he roared. "Chen Mo, are you insulting me? I am Lu Feixing, the chief constable of Liuyun City." Chen Mo breathed a quiet sigh of relief hearing that. Saved him the trouble of searching. Chen Mo paid no attention to his expression, having already written him off as his dog. Perfect then. Liuyun City is about to face the greatest crisis it has ever known. Starting now, you are all my dogs. That includes you. Every subordinate of the Liuyun City Yamen will unconditionally obey my orders. At that moment, Feixing could only think Chen Mo had truly lost his mind, daring to defy him and claiming authority over his head. His body trembled with rage. "Chen Mo, have you seen a ghost? Have you really gone insane? Even if your martial arts are stronger, so what? You're still just a mortal. Keep acting this recklessly, and the cultivators of Lotus Cave won't let you off." Hearing him mention the cultivators in Liuyun City, Chen Mo paused, caught off guard. The cultivators of Liuyun City? Almost forgot about them. Once we're done with the county office business, take me to find them. The local cultivators should make useful tools for tracking people down. The moment they were mentioned, his expression shifted instantly. He looked at him smugly. "No worries. The cultivators from Lionhua Cave are on their way. They'll be here soon. Let's see if you're still smiling then." Chen Mo hadn't expected such a convenient turn of events. This saves him the trouble of hunting them down, doesn't it? So he doesn't need to make an extra trip after all. A guard bursts through the door, trembling like a leaf, and stammers, Lord Lu. What in the world is happening, Lord Lu?" Seeing someone arrive, he gets so agitated that his chest seizes up with pain. Fei Xing coughs violently, then barks his orders. "Finally, I sent you to contact the cultivators. Are you only getting back now? Hurry up and escort the honored cultivators inside. Chen Mo dies today, but the guard's face is chalk white. The scene outside has scared him half to death. Lord Luth cultivators are gone. All of them. They've abandoned us." Outside Liuyun City, a massive river has suddenly appeared, encircling the entire city. Whether human or beast, anyone who touches the river water is reduced to nothing. Outside, it's a living hell. Anyone touched by the current starts to melt. A man who can't escape reaches out with a desperate cry. Someone save me, but no one comes. The sight has driven them to panic. They all sprint for their lives. A sickly green aura now coils around all of Ligun City. From every direction, screams of despair and anguish echo. No one can get out. We're all going to die in Ligun City. After the guard delivers his report, Fei Xing follows him to the river. The guard points at the river with a trembling hand. Lord Lu, this is the current surrounding Ligun City. There's no gap, no way out. He watches white smoke rising from a garment dissolving in the river, his eyes wide with disbelief. He snaps at the guard. Nothais can't be real. Where are the cultivators? Are you absolutely certain they've all left? The guard grows even more frantic. Lord Lu, I went to Lionhua Cave. It was completely empty, not a soul in sight. Those cultivators have abandoned us. Hearing that the cultivators have forsaken them, Fei Xing goes deathly pale, cold sweat soaking his entire body. You're wrong. The current may melt ordinary people, but to cultivators it's nothing. They must have gone to find a way to save us. Chen Mo, on the other hand, remains utterly calm. He walks up to the river, studies it, and offers a theory. If this current was created by them. But Fei Xing immediately dismisses the theory as impossible. He rebukes it vehemently. Don't talk nonsense, Chen Mo. If Ligun City falls into crisis, the cultivators sworn to protect it would face punishment too. This isn't something that can be swept under the rug by killing 1 or 2 people. Hearing that, Chen Mo becomes even more certain of his theory. He activates his ability. His brown pupils gradually shift to a golden copper hue. Perhaps this is the reason behind their desire to massacre the city. The moment Chen Mo activates his ability, the system captures the data and instantly pulls up information about the Golden Gourd artifact. System key story item: the Lianhua Cave's treasure gourd. Originally used for refining ELIXIRS. Any person placed inside dissolves into sludge within moments. Through a modified amplification formation, the entire Liuan city has been sealed within the gourd. Destroying the gourd will immediately attract the attention of the illusory demon. Chen Mo receives the information and speaks in a low voice to Fei Xing. We're inside a gourd. The entirety of Ligun City has been sealed inside a treasure gourd. Hearing this, Fei Xing is completely lost. He stammers, a gourd? What gourd? Where is there a gourd? Wait, what are you doing? Chen Mo dips his hand into the water and channels spiritual energy into it. Gradually, his spiritual energy reaches a dormant habo. Beneath the river, a small serpent coils in its sleep, surrounded by a protective barrier. The system instantly provides information on it. System entity detected habo dormant form. Possesses the ability to control the current. If attacked, a portion of habo's instincts will awaken, drawing in all flowing water. Having obtained the information he needs, Chen Mo withdraws his hand from the water. He orders Fei Xing to lead the way to Lionhua Cave. That's settled. Chief Constable, take me to Lionhua Cave. Let's see if they left behind any clues. Seeing Chen Mo's hand completely unharmed, Fei Xing can't believe his own eyes and demands an explanation. How can you just dip your hand into the current? Why didn't you dissolve into sludge? Finding him too talkative, Chen Mo snaps irritably, shut your mouth and lead the way. Fei Xing, a man who has lived to this age and held a high position for years, simply cannot tolerate being yelled at like this. He roars back in fury. Chen Mo, stop dreaming. You think having a few tricks means you can do whatever you want. Let me tell you something, don't you dare order me around. A few minutes later, Chen Mo stands at a desolate, deserted location. Behind him, Fei Xinghai's loose mouth, having earned him a beating so severe his face looks like a pig's, head clutches his swollen cheek, and obediently points the way. This is Lionhua Cave. Chen Mo steps into the cave and surveys the surroundings. Seeing the place completely stripped bare, he can't help but remark, these cultivators really cleaned house. Not a single thing left behind in the cave. Chief Constable, search the area. See if they left anything behind, any clue at all. Having no choice but to comply, he turns and vents his frustration on the guards. Are you lot deaf? Didn't you hear Chen Mo's order? If you heard it, then get moving. Yes, sir, they respond in a hurry. They scatter, combing every inch of the cave for any trace of a clue. And just then, one lucky guard finds what appears to be a magical artifact, a mirror. I found something. There's a mirror here, not sure if it's useful. He carries the mirror over. Fei Xing snatches it immediately. One look and he recognizes it is the kind of gear cultivators use. Give me that, I've seen this before. It's a communication artifact used by cultivators. Chen Mo lets out an O and asks, you know how to use it? He stares at the mirror's surface, racking his brain for how to activate it. I remember you press and hold the floral border on mirrors like this. Fortunately, he remembers the activation method correctly. The mirror's surface begins to ripple. Immediately after, Sect Master Jin appears on the mirror's surface. He asks, puzzled, "This signal is coming from Liyun City. Did someone leave a communication mirror behind there?" The moment Fei Xing sees him, it's like finding his savior. He begs the Sect Master to save him. "Sect Master Jin, thank heavens I finally got through to you. Please save us." Liyun City is surrounded by some kind of unnatural current. The water in it dissolves people on contact. At this point, Sect Master Jin makes no effort to hide the truth. "I did it." Fei Xing, who just moments ago was looking at him with desperate hope, goes deathly pale the instant he hears the confession. Sect Master Jin, what did you just say?" Sect Master Jin strokes his beard with a solemn, dignified air. "Feral beasts from beyond the realm are plotting to infiltrate Liyun City. They mutate ordinary people into monsters as a foothold. But if even one mutated monster survives, the demonic beasts can descend." A glint of malice and killing intent flashes in his eyes. "If those beasts arrive, it threatens the entire world. Therefore, we have no choice but to make a small sacrifice, to eliminate the mutated monsters within the city and prevent them from escaping. I use my artifact to envelop Liyun City. The dissolving fluid will slowly submerge the entire city. Please, just go and die along with Liyun City." Fei Xing has fallen into total despair. He drops to his knees, begging the Sect Master to save him. "Save me, save me." He has descended into a state of utter panic. He desperately tries to persuade the Sect Master to spare him. "Sect Master Jin, if you want to drown Liyun City, I absolutely support it. But please save me. I am certainly no monster. I ask you to consider our past friendship. But how could Sect Master Jin ever let a living soul escape from there?" The Sect Master closes his eyes, feigning helplessness. "You have indeed earned me quite a bit of money, but it is a pity I cannot save you. The magic required to clear Liyun City would release the mutated monsters even for a split second, and hundreds of thousands, if not millions, would perish because of it." Chen Mo walks up and asks him, "Sect Master Jin, if we can wipe out every monster in the city, can you stop your plan to destroy Liyun City?" Fei Xing, as if clutching a lifeline, blurts out, "Yes, yes, yes. Sect Master Jin, we found a lead human trafficker named Guai Zai. Is the source spreading the mutated monsters. If we find him, I can locate all the mutated monsters. Please give us some time." The Sect Master, seeing they refuse to give up, puts on a mask of mercy and grants them 1 day. 3 days? I can only give you 3 days. If after 3 days you cannot eliminate all the mutated monsters, I will be forced to slaughter the city. Afterward, the transmission ends, and the mirror's surface returns to normal. Seeing only 3 days remained, he frantically calls out, "Wait! Sect Master Jin, 3 days is far too short. Sect Master Jin, Sect Master Jin." Chen Mo is unfazed. He looks down calmly and issues an order to him. "Head Constable, why are you still standing there? Search the city for Guai Zai." But Fei Xing is only a normal human. He is in despair, believing it impossible to track down a human trafficker across the entire city of Liyun. Even if every constable acts, 3 days is not enough. Chen Mo does not care. He forces him to mobilize everyone currently in Liyun to conduct the search, adding that if the number of constables is insufficient, he must deploy the entire government office and the city lord's staff. Even if you have to drag the city lord's concubines to work, you must find Guai Zai at any cost if you want to keep your head. Only then does he snap out of his pessimistic despair. He says excitedly, "Yes, I will go find him." Outside the cave where Sect Master Jin resides, a disciple approaches and reports the situation respectfully, then asks, "Grand Sect Master, per your instructions, the purple gold gourd has been adjusted to its optimal state. Do you really intend to give Liyun City another 3 days?" But how could the Sect Master ever grant them 3 days? Those words of his were merely intended to plant hope, before shattering it entirely. "Destroy Liyun City now. I only wanted them to die in a beautiful delusion. This is the final mercy I grant those pathetic ants." He controls the gourd as it rises into the air. "Faced with the safety of the world, I will not take risks for a measly Liyun City. More importantly, maintaining the magic of the purple gold gourd consumes a massive amount of spirit stones. Those base mortals are not worth my precious wealth. Purple gold gourd, hear my command, swallow Liyun City completely." The gourd, which had been silent, begins to vibrate after his shout, and the landscape within it begins to shake as well. Hebo, placed beneath the river, opens his eyes. The water in the lake rises as if to drown everything. However, the rising tide is instantly shattered by a surge of energy. Sect Master Jin and his disciple watch the gourd, which is spinning high above with intense focus. The disciple asks suspiciously, "Sect Master, has it succeeded?" Sensing that the gourd is calm and inactive, the sect master angrily turns and orders the others to channel their power into it. Strange, it should have stirred up a tempest, but suddenly it's gone silent. "Everyone, follow me and amplify the magic attack." Following his command, the three disciples begin channeling their power into the gourd. With the added strength, Sect Master Jin commands the gourd once more. "Purple gold gourd, hear my command, devour Lichun City." A while passes, and Sect Master Jin begins to exhaust his energy. But for some reason, the gourd refuses to work. 6 times already, it failed again. He grabs the magic mirror and frantically calls Lu Feixing. "Lu Feixing, Lu Feixing, stop everything you are doing. Check the riverside and see if there are any anomalies." But the image on the mirror is not Feixing, it is Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiles, his eyes full of provocation. The head constable is out hunting down a trafficker and cannot answer. "Sect Master Jin, unfortunately, it seems your purple gold gourd has malfunctioned." The sect master, seeing it isn't Feixing, is furious. He demands, "Who are you? How do you know?" Chen Mo does not answer. He uses his power to crush the mirror, keeping the head constable busy hunting for the trafficker. "You are useless to me now, Sect Master Jin. Do not contact me again." Cut off from the connection, Sect Master Jin is so angry that veins bulge on his forehead. He rages, "Bastard, bastard! How does a lowly constable dare to take away all the spirit stones? Use them as fuel to burn the purple gold gourd. Spare no cost. Damn Lichun City. Damn all the evidence. I want that arrogant constable to die without a grave." At that moment, the disciple holding the mirror reports that someone is trying to contact him. "Sect Master, the transmission mirror has a new incoming request." In his state, how could he have the mind to talk to anyone? He is so angry he wants to vomit blood. "Contact? What contact? Is this really the time for such things? If the evidence isn't destroyed immediately, the events in Lichun City will be discovered by Dala Tian." As he says this, the disciple's face turns pale. "Sect Master, it is a contact from Dala Tian." Hearing it is Dala Tian, the sect master breaks out in a cold sweat of fear. Why would Dala Tian make contact at such a time? It's impossible he couldn't have found out so quickly. The disciple asks hesitatingly, "Sect Master, do we answer?" Even if he doesn't want to listen, he has no choice. "Give me the magic mirror." The mirror's surface ripples, and the face of Ming Guang appears. He greets the sect master, and immediately asks about the status of Lichun City. "Sect Master Jin, it's been a long time. Is the situation in Lichun City going well?" Sect Master Jin did not expect him to cut straight to the point. He tries to force a smile and dodge the question. "Deacon Ming Guang, Lichun City is such a remote place. I am sorry to bother you with such matters. It is truly moving that you care. Everything in Lichun City as well, the people are living in peace and work, and there are no disturbances at the moment." Hearing his deflection, the once smiling face of Ming Guang instantly turns dark, his eyes flashing with dissatisfaction. "I see, so much time has passed, and you still haven't destroyed Lichun City." The sect master did not expect word of his actions to have reached him already, but he bites his tongue and pretends to know nothing. "Deacon Ming Guang, what are you saying? I don't understand. Lichun City is a city of Lion Hua Cave. We are stationed here. Why would I need to destroy it?" But Ming Guang is fully aware of his petty tricks. He smirks and exposes his recent activities. 10 years ago, in order to resurrect your daughter, you began attempting to bridge different dimensions and steal energy from the demonic beast world. We have been watching you since then. Even though he is exposed, he refuses to admit it. However, the expression on his face shows exactly how terrified he is. "Deacon Ming Guang, I don't understand. Isn't bridging different dimensions a taboo enacted by Dala Tian? If you already knew, why didn't you stop me?" Hearing this, he doesn't hesitate to reveal why they didn't stop him. Because a large number of mortals died. Dala Tian specifically enacted this taboo to appease public sentiment. But rules are just tools used to deceive the weak, to give them a false sense of security. You have surely felt it over the last few decades. The spiritual energy of our world has begun to run dry. Therefore, stealing energy from the demonic beast world has become an important research topic for us. And your research results were even more excellent than the Dantai Bide sect, adept at transforming the dimensions of one of the 8 great sects. Using Lichun City as a test subject to your boldness and imagination are worthy of praise. Hearing that they have no intention of punishing him, he no longer hides the truth and tells them the current situation. But Lichun City is out of control now. Based on my current power, I'm not entirely sure I can destroy it. Ming Guang immediately replies, "Sect Master Jin, I am coming over, rest assured. Handling these types of matters is something we are very experienced with. Back to Chen Mo, Luo Chen stands behind him and provides information on the Black Dragon Gang. Captain, this is the largest gang here. Aside from the government, they are the local organization that can mobilize the most men. Having obtained the information from Luo Chen, he looks at him with satisfaction and asks, "Very good, Luo Chen. You remind Mehave I ever had dealings with them before." Hearing his question, he rubs his nose and avoids eye contact. "Captain, you've repeatedly disrupted the Black Dragon Gang's criminal operations. Most of the members are wary of Yao, especially the gang leader, who harbors some kind of obsessive fixation on you. I'm worried the Black Dragon Gang won't cooperate." But Chen Mo responded calmly to his concerns. "Don't worry. When it comes to the life and death survival of Liyun City, the Black Dragon Gang's leader will make the right decision. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to help the Black Dragon Gang find a new leader." Rays of sunlight crept through the window slits and poured into the hall. Yu Tong, now revealed as the Black Dragon Gang's leader, looked at him with a mocking grin and greeted him teasingly. "Team, Leader Chu Motruli, a rare guest." Chen Mo never expected Yu Tong to be the Black Dragon Gang's leader. "The Black Dragon Gang's leader is you. Yu Tong, your name is Yu Tong, right? I need your help, but it seems like you still haven't recovered your true self." Yu Tong let out a cold snort. "Captain Chen Mo, aren't you always so high and mighty? I never thought I'd see the day you'd come wagging your tail, begging me for help." And Gayat Ngan looked at Chen Mo with open disgust. The girl speaking with undisguised hostility. "Big sis, that bastard Chen Mo is always picking fights with us. Now he dares show up alone at our turf." That's looking down on the Black Dragon Gang's face. Chen Mo saw that neither of them remembered who they truly were and felt a twinge of helplessness. They've all forgotten themselves? What a pain. Let's handle the main business first. Please hear me out, right now on behalf of the government. I'm requesting your cooperation to resolve the crisis facing Liyun City. Suddenly something snapped inside Yu Tong's head. She waved her hand and ordered her men to seize him. "Enough talk, seize Chen Mo for me." The gang members all stepped forward with fierce, brutish expressions. "Yes, boss," and Gayat Ngan was absolutely thrilled. "Big boss, Chu Mathai's time, no one can save you." At this point, Chen Mo still wanted to reason with her, to lay out the current situation logically. "Yu Tong, Liyun City is in dire straits, isolated and without reinforcements. I don't want pointless fighting that depletes our numbers." But in her role as gang leader, Yu Tong couldn't care less. She actually welcomed the chaos Liyun City descending into turmoil. "This is exactly the opportunity I've been waiting for. Now no one can interfere with me. I can do whatever I want with you. Captain Chen Mo, I want you to become the gang leader's husband." Suddenly hit with the demand to become her consort, Chen Mo's face went completely blank as he stared at her. "What?" And Gayat Ngan heard this and was absolutely displeased. The girl wanted to protest this. "Mariagito, Chen Mo, big sis, are you serious?" Even the gang members thought this was completely absurd. They desperately tried to persuade her to change her mind. "Boss, please reconsider. Chen Mo is our enemy. Why would you reward him like this?" But in Yu Tong's muddled mind, she was convinced that to truly humiliate him, she had to force him into becoming her husband. "Chen Mo, I've been thinking for ages what's the ultimate way to inflict the deepest disgrace. Hang you on the city walls for 7 days and 7 nights until you die of hunger and thirst. Frame you and slap a criminal label on your name. Or keep it simple, drag you into the streets. Get 4 or 5 men to hack you into mincemeat." She rose from her seat, her voice carrying a bitter, resentful edge. "Who told you to have such a good uncle serving as imperial censor? Every single one of those methods, none of them, are usable for me. Fine, you're like a vengeful ghost that won't leave me alone, always wanting to throw me behind bars. Then I'll give you a chance right now." She walked up to him, pressing close, and made her proposal. "Marry me. By staying closest to me, you'll have the chance to uncover evidence of the Black Dragon Gang's corruption and collusion with the government. Let's see whether I drag you down into the muck and stain you with my darkness first, or you manage to throw me into prison. Are you game?" Chen Mo knew she wasn't in her right mind and didn't bother arguing. Time was running out. "You matter. But right now, I have no time to play games with you." Knowing he needed her help, Yu Tong clenched her jaw and refused to let go unless he agreed to her proposal. "Before, you said you wanted to save Liyun City, crush crime, and uphold justice even if it meant sacrificing yourself. Marry me and I'll help you. Deal." "What, speechless? Don't tell me you value your own chastity and virtue more than the lives of every citizen in this city. Is that all your conviction amounts to?" Seeing Yu Tong stubbornly fixated on this, he reluctantly agreed just to get it over with. "I don't care. Marriage is no problem. Just help me." Yu Tong saw him agree so quickly and grew displeased all over again. Like a child throwing a tantrum, she wailed, "You agreed?" That fast. Now I don't feel any sense of accomplishment at all. Chen Mo ignored her theatrics and moved straight to setting terms. But the wedding has to wait until the crisis is resolved. There's a group of kidnappers operating in Liyun City. Help me find them. Having gotten his consent and a wedding, No Lesh stopped making a fuss, letting out a resigned sigh and putting on an indulgent expression. Fine, fine, always putting official business first. That rotten habit of yours will never change. Who told me to spoil you? Find those kidnappers for you, you say? Consider it done. She then turned around and issued a stern command to the gang members. Members of the Black Dragon Gang, heed my order. Starting today, mobilize everyone. By any means necessary, Evan, if you have to tear Liyun City, inside, outfind me those kidnappers. I'm consummating my marriage with Chen Mo tonight. The gang members knew they couldn't change her mind at this point, and could only obey respectfully. Yes, boss. After dispatching her subordinates on the search, Yu Tong puffed up with pride. Satisfied now, I won't boast about other things, but when it comes to eyes and ears, the Black Dragon Gang has them everywhere. In terms of finding people, we're far superior to the Imperial Court. Seeing his objective was achieved, Chen Mo immediately wanted to excuse himself and handle other matters. Thank you, you've been a great help. I need to find those kidnappers too. I'll take my leave first. But how could Yu Tong possibly let him go now? She blocked his path and smiled. What's the rush? Something like finding people. I've already assigned the gang members to handle it. Now the most important thing is preparing for tonight's wedding ceremony. First, your wedding outfit. Would you like a white wedding gown or a red phoenix robe? Chen Mo averted his gaze. He paused, then fabricated an excuse to escape. Thada, I still need to check on the chief constable's work status. Let me come back and we'll decide then. But Yu Tong absolutely refused to let him leave. Forget that useless fool. Something like finding people. The Black Dragon Gang can handle it ourselves. Suddenly the hall doors burst open with a bang. A scar-faced man dragged a young man inside. "B-boss, we found them. We found the kidnappers." The others also hauled in different people, men and women, young and old, and declared them all kidnappers. These ones are kidnappers. Kidna persevere. Last one of them is a kidnapper. Yu Tong looked at the crowd they dragged in, her mouth twitching with rage. Are you all trying to make a fool of me? You barely stepped out the door and already found the kidnappers. Don't tell me you just grabbed random people off the street to trick me. The scar-faced man saw her fury and hurried to explain. Boss, I swear it's true. The whole city has joined the kidnappers. They're targeting corrupt officials, wealthy nobles, and even gangs like ours. Quite a few of our brothers have already been captured by them. Yu Tong never expected the situation to be this severe. She furrowed her brows tightly and asked in disbelief, "You're serious? Has the entire city gone insane? How is that possible? How dare they resist us?" But the man labeled a kidnapper suddenly became agitated upon hearing her words. He erupted with a furious challenge. "We are not insane. We just want to live. We did nothing wrong. All we did was work hard to make a living. Why do we deserve to die? Why must cultivators destroy our homes and slaughter us all?" His sanity had nearly shattered. He clutched his own hair like a madman and screamed, "Don't you see?" The river that turns people into corpses swelled into a massive wave and nearly swallowed all of us. If the river deity hadn't manifested and held back the tide, we'd all be dead. A single name seized Chen Mo's attention. He pressed the man, the river deity. "How do you know about the river deity's existence?" The man, wild-eyed and unhinged, confessed that it was an immortal who had revealed the truth. He was ecstatic about finally getting revenge against the corrupt officials. "A true immortal told us to awaken the river deity and protect Liyun City. We need sacrificial offerings. Lots of them. You oppressed us, crushed us, and snatched the last grains of food from our hands. High officials, nobles, wealthy elites, gangsters, now it's your turn to sacrifice your lives to save us. In Liyun City, the entire city is devoid of a single soul. The air itself falls deathly silent. When Fei Xing is trussed up tight as a rice cake in his own hall by the city's people, he roars in fury. Have you wretched commoners gone mad? Do you have any idea who I am? Are you trying to start a rebellion?" Standing before him is the Celestial. The old man sits on the ground, leaning against the Haba behind him. His voice carries a bone-chilling cold. "Lord Constable, do you know what it means to be a dead man walking? A dead man is a dead man. You wanted to hunt the condemned, don't blame us for catching you instead." Fei Xing forces out two bitter laughs. "Ridiculous, you expect me to believe that? This many people, you're saying this entire city is full of your criminals." The Celestial's smile never wavers. He gazes at Fei Xing and lists out every crime they committed against the people. You call them farmers, bao vendors, tofu sellers, courtesans, grain merchants, porters, but you squeezed them too hard. You didn't just want their money. You wanted their lives. After the floodwaters surrounded the city, they became the condemned. To survive, they had to drag the high and mighty down into the dust. The city lord came first. Now it's your turn. The moment he finishes speaking, the Ha-Ba lunges forward. Its massive maw yawns wide, open ready to swallow him whole in a single gulp. Fei Xing freezes solid with terror. He screams, help, but no one comes to save him. Chomp! Blood sprays into the air. Just like that, Fei Xing dies inside the Ha-Ba's belly. After devouring him, the creature grows unnaturally massive. The people erupt in jubilant cheers. It's growing, the Ha-Ba is growing again, it's growing. The Ha-Ba is growing again. Despite its enormous size, the Celestial still feels it is not enough. He spreads his arms wide, urging the people to bring more sacrifices. Not enough, still not enough. Go bring more offerings for the Ha-Ba. Once the Ha-Ba awakens and takes this bride, Liyun City will be saved. At the old man's feet, Ai lies unconscious on the ground, bound hand and foot, her brow furrowed in discomfort. After only a short while, Liyun City falls into an oppressive gloom. The air thickens with darkness, as if it wants to swallow the entire city whole. After feeding more sacrifices to the Ha-Ba, seeing it still hasn't fully matured, the Celestial roars in fury. Still not enough. Still not enough. Where are the sacrifices? We need even more. Are there only this many tyrants and bullies in the city? At that moment, a young man in a patchwork coat runs up and reports. There's still the Black Dragon Gang's several hundred members we haven't captured yet. The Celestial immediately orders, then go drag them here. But when he gives the order, the young man hesitates. But the Black Dragon Gang's defenses are tight. They have numbers. We can't break through so easily. The Celestial is growing frantic now. His face twists into something monstrous. He orders Zai Su to go capture the Black Dragon Gang members. Fine, understood. Zai Su, go with them. Bring every last member of the Black Dragon Gang. They're nothing but mortals, it shouldn't be difficult for you. Zai Su obeys at once. Yes, master. Just as Zai Su is about to leave, a man rushes over in a panic to report. Chen Mo furrows his brow and answers the old man seriously. To stop you from destroying Liyun City, to prevent its annihilation. The old man bursts into laughter as if he just heard the funniest thing in the world. You don't understand a damn thing. His eyes are streaked with blood vessels as he snarls. This world is already corrupted. This world is sick, beyond saving. Cultivators and officials gnaw like rabid dogs at the last scraps of flesh this world has left. Only a god from another world, our divine lord, can save us. Save Liyun City. Save this broken world. Trying to stop me now, it's already too late. After a feast of tyrants, the Ha-Ba has nearly reached full maturity. Its upper body now takes a humanoid shape, though serpentine features still linger. With the Ha-Ba at his side, the Celestial fears nothing. The old man boasts smugly to Chen Mo. Look, just a few more sacrifices, and the Ha-Ba will restore its true form. After the wedding ceremony is complete, the true god will descend to guide this world. With that, he orders the creature to devour him. You will become the Ha-Ba's nourishment. HMPH. Facing the Ha-Ba's gaping maw, Chen Mo shows no fear. He calmly calls out, Ai, wake up. Time to get to work. Ai is still bound tight on the ground. She remains unconscious, but at the sound of Chen Mo's voice, her eyes slowly flutter open. The Ha-Ba senses Ai waking and raves like a lunatic. My bride, my bride. It lunges at Ai, trying to swallow her whole, so that we may become one. The moment Ai awakens, the sealed power within her is released. The Ha-Ba snatches her up with its massive hand. The Celestial, still oblivious to the anomaly in Ai, laughs arrogantly. It begins. The Ha-Ba's wedding ceremony begins. Be grateful, brat, you get to keep your miserable life. But you can't change anything now. Witness with me the descent of a god. Chen Mo pays no attention to the old man's drivel. He crosses his arms and waits for Ai to do her thing. With his approval, the system begins transferring combat power to Ai. System confirming input, sharing pet combat power, transmitting host strength. A wave of raw power materializes and radiates outward. Gripped tight in the Ha-Ba's clutches, Ai unfurls her soft, fluffy tail. The Ha-Ba still has no idea what's coming. It howls savagely, bride, the wedding. But Ai, now wielding half of Chen Mo's combat power, is something else entirely. She unleashes a burst of power that forces the Ha-Ba to release its grip. The Celestial still believes this is part of the ceremony. He exclaims with excitement, Magnificent, truly magnificent. The Ha-Ba's wedding ceremony has such unexpected twists, even I could not have predicted this. The serpent form was merely a vessel. It was always meant to be consumed by the bride that is the true Ha-Ba. Yes, yes, yes. This aligns with the transformation this world demands. Great Ha-Ba, we beseech you summon the god of the other world. Let them descend upon our wretched world. But Ai, having freed herself from the Ha-Ba's grasp, ignores the rambling celestial and walks straight to Chen Mo. Ai drops to one knee. Master, I apologize for the delay. Her calling him Master sends the surrounding crowd into a frenzy of misunderstanding. The people begin chanting, hailing him as a god. A god has descended, how glorious. Leon City is saved, we're saved. Even the monsters clasp their hands in prayer toward him. Divine Lord, Divine Lord, Divine Lord, Divine Lord, Divine Lord, Divine Lord. The Celestial is utterly stunned. He cannot fathom how this man could be the Divine Lord. How is this possible? How can that brat be the Divine Lord? Chen Mo doesn't bother explaining. He raises his hand and commands the crowd into silence. All awaken the chosen ones. The Celestials heed my command. The beast creatures roar in reverence, vowing to obey the Divine Lord's every word. His brown pupils shift to burnished gold. His voice takes on an otherworldly authority. Chosen ones, you are the privileged few I have selected. You shall evolve beyond the limitations of your species. First command, slaughter every mortal. Purge Ligun City in blood. The blood of mortals shall open the gateway for my beast army. A new order shall be reborn from this rotting world. Immortals and demon beasts shall rule this world together. Outside the viewing hall, the audience is utterly stunned when they hear the citizens proclaim Chen Mo as the God Lord of the Otherworld. Chen Mo is the God Lord of the Otherworld. Has he lost his mind? No way. Mo Shen has to be putting on an act. On screen, Chen Mo and Ai hover in midair. Someone argues back at the commenter above. Then how do you explain this? Demon beasts are following alongside Chen Mo. The beasts acknowledge Chen Mo as their master. Some who hear his command leave hateful comments. I knew it. Chen Mo is no good person. No way, right? Chen Mo is about to slaughter the city, and there are still people who want to believe him. But right at that moment, one demon beast senses something wrong in his command. It clutches its head and cries out in agony. Master, you shouldn't do this. We became immortals to save the weak mortals, to right the wrongs of this world. Why must we kill them? Have we been deceived? Its companion sees it in this state and asks worriedly, are you all right? Suddenly, the green monster's body explodes. The citizens, upon hearing the command he issued, begin to flee for their lives. They scream in utter panic. Aren't the gods supposed to come save us? Run, run faster, I don't want to die. Even though they sprint with all their might, the monsters with superior strength still catch up. Someone turns back, sees the monsters closing in, and screams, it's over. The monsters are here, it's over. The monsters, now hypnotized beyond all reason, chase frantically while shouting, don't be afraid, we'll protect you. Go that way. We'll give everything we have. We must stop the evil god of the otherworld. Chen Mo at this moment is utterly transformed. He is like a bloodless, cold god, without a shred of mercy. How interesting. You insects, I grant you power and the right to live, and you all choose to defy me. The monsters charge forward, screaming, we are immortals. Immortals shall slay demons and uphold justice. Facing their onslaught, Chen Mo doesn't just stand there and take it. He unleashes his power. Fools, then allow me to send you on your way. What follows is a fierce battle between the monsters and Chen Mo. Kill the evil god. Die. Don't retreat. We must protect the mortals. Don't give up hope. We can't even scratch him. Chen Mo needs less than half an incense stick's time to wipe out the entire mob. He steps on their corpses and grabs the last immortal by the head. You're the last one. Without wasting a single word, he delivers the killing blow instantly. The ground is now splattered with the monster's blood. Zhu pays it no mind, stepping over the carnage without a care. Chen Mo senses his presence and turns around. Zhu, you've come. I can feel the hostility in your heart. Do you want to kill me too? Zhu doesn't answer his question. Instead, he poses one of his own. Chen Mo, what exactly are you? Why do demon beasts call you their master? Are you truly the god lord of the otherworld? Chen Mo realizes Zhu harbors no killing, intently genuine curiosity and explains everything. Ai is a demon beast that descended to Earth beforehand. I tamed her. Right now, I'm just using a ruse to deceive all the immortal monsters, that coffin elder included. They're all pitiful people who were deceived. To prevent the illusory demon from descending, they must die. Letting them die as saviors is the last respect I can offer them. So do you believe me? After everything that's happened, Zhu has developed a certain trust in Chen Mo. I believe you. He didn't expect Henju to trust him so readily. The secret realm still hasn't announced completion, which leaves him puzzled. Thank you. Strange. Every immortal in the city should already be here. So, why hasn't it ended yet? Right. That's right. There were immortals from Lotus Cave who left the city beforehand. Perhaps they, at that moment. The system issues a notification system, main historical quest 99% destroyed. 1% remaining. Henju fears Chen Mo will overexert himself and quickly stops him. Chen Mo, rest for a moment, adjust your condition. That last bout surely wasn't easy on you. But for Chen Mo, something like this takes no effort at all. He just wants to finish this and get back to Chu Yun. No need, there's no time left. You and AI stay in the city to guard against emergencies. I'm going to find the cultivators from Lotus Cave. At the residence of Sect Master Jin, Ming Guang has arrived. He is supremely confident about resolving the Liyun City situation. Sect Master Jin, rest assured, the spell we employ can directly teleport Liyun City to the Lost Lands. That way, the Fiend Beast cannot descend through Liyun City. Once this is done, hand over the experimental materials to Daluo. Any objections? At this point, no matter how many objections the old man has, he has to swallow every last one. I have no objections. When the old man raises his head, a strange gleam flashes in his eyes. The commands of the Daluo immortal I naturally obey. At that moment, a strangely shaped magical artifact appears beside the gourd. Sect Master Jin eyes the artifact he produced and asks with suspicion, Steward Guangaming, can this simple artifact really teleport Liyun City to the Lost Lands? Steward Guangaming, this simple artifact can really teleport Liyun City to the Lost Lands. Ming Guang controls the artifact while explaining in detail. This void calibration pearl is a primordial spirit pearl obtained by Daluo Heaven at an enormous cost. Over 10 years, combined with 3,000 intricate formation arrays, this rare artifact was finally completed. Though the artifact is miraculous, teleporting an entire city still demands an enormous price. Fortunately, Sect Master Jin stored Liyun City inside the purple gold gourd, saving us considerable time. We only need to count to 10. When the energy stream from the void calibration pearl reaches the gourd suddenly explodes. Ming Guang never expected things to backfire on him this quickly. He glances at the old man and demands, Sect Master Jin, what is the meaning of this? The gourd cracked for no reason. Are you working with the demon beasts? That's a capital offense. But Sect Master Jin is equally bewildered. His face fills with terror as he stammers, Steward Guangaming, I truly don't know how would I dare. The purple gold gourd was shattered from the inside. Despite his fury, Ming Guang holds it in and asks about the current state of Liyun City. The old man lowers his head and answers meekly, the barrier has been breached. Mutant beasts may have escaped the city. Hearing this, Ming Guang can no longer contain himself. He explodes in rage, damn it. If mutant beasts have escaped, and trigger a demon beast descent from the otherworld, even I will be punished. I'm contacting the immortal sects. Within 100 li radius, slaughter every mortal in all 3 cities. Leave nothing alive. Sect Master Jinyu go help too. Sect Master Jin has no choice left but to grovel and admit his fault. Yes, I will absolutely atone for my failure. Chen Mo has already broken free. He's been standing atop the pavilion this whole time. When he hears them talking about slaughtering the city, he scoffs. Slaughter the city at the drop of a hat bloodshed stretching for miles, treating human lives like weeds. And you dare call yourselves cultivators. Even after seeing Chen Mo appear, Ming Guang remains supremely confident. Daluo Heaven commands all immortal sects under heaven. It naturally has its own laws and order. Demon beasts are the world's greatest enemy. To survive this tribulation, what's a few mortal lives? Who are you? I am a deacon of the Daluo Heaven. I act according to the law. Even if there are irregularities, it is not your place to question me. Sect Master Jin had hated him since he crushed the mirror. Pointing a finger at him, he recounted his crimes, Deacon Mingguang. This person is just a petty local constable of Liyun City. He has always been arrogant and disrespectful to me. I never expected him to look down on even the Daluo Heaven. The purple gold gourd shattered, and he arrived here in a single instant. It is highly suspicious. He watched the old man with utter disgust, like looking at an elementary school student snitching. He coldly told Guangaming to buzz off, saying he had already killed all the monsters in Liyun City. Yet one of the cultivators from Lotus Cave is also a monster. I am here to stop the demonic beast invasion. Whatever deacon you are, if you aren't a cultivator from Lotus Cave, you can beat it. Faced with his dismissive attitude, the man's expression remains unchanged. What if I don't leave? You think I don't see it? You are a body-refining cultivator, an outsider. Letting your kind exist is already a massive act of mercy, and yet you dare to strike against the Daluo heaven. Sect Master Jin cupped his hands and bowed, looking at him carefully. He did not forget to shift all responsibility onto Chen Mo, hoping Guangaming would kill him. Deacon Guangaming, the mutated monsters are well hidden. It is impossible to kill them all in just half a day. The shattering of the purple gold gourd is definitely his doing as well, aiming to prevent us from moving Liyun City to the Lost Lands. This person definitely has ulterior motives. He might have even surrendered to the demonic beasts. Sect Master Jin makes a fair point. Guangaming felt he had found a reasonable excuse to eliminate Chen Mo. He squinted, offering a smile that did not reach his eyes. It makes sense. Body-refining outsiders, their cultivation techniques are fundamentally linked to demonic beasts. In the last decade, Daluo Heaven hunted down tens of thousands of these outsiders, only recently acknowledging their status as cultivators. But how could 10 years of blood feuds with Daluo Heaven vanish in a day? Defecting to the demonic beasts is not impossible. Seeing that he had developed killing intent, Chen Mo decided he had said enough. If talking doesn't work, then we just fight. Sect Master Jin seized the chance, ordering his disciples to charge forward. This lowly constable has colluded with beasts, he deserves to die. But his 2 disciples were no match for him. He swiped his hand to brush the first one aside, and delivered an uppercut that sent the second flying. Just as 2 more charged, a purple arrow streaked through the gap toward Chen Mo. Realizing his disciples were useless, Guangaming used a Dharma treasure to teleport him to the Lost Lands, intending to separate his soul from his body. Facing the suppression of the artifact, his expression remained perfectly calm. A flash of light, and Chen Mo's figure was gone. Seeing him successfully teleported to the Lost Lands, Guangaming was incredibly smug. He snorted coldly. Body-refining cultivators focus on temperament, possessing brute strength without Dharma arts. You are impulsive, bloodthirsty, and short-sighted. You are nothing but trash. Who would fight you head-on? Truly foolish. I'll send you to the Lost Lands, to cycle through life and death for eternity. But as villains go, they exist solely to be slapped by the protagonist. A second later, he appeared behind him. Whatever, Deacon, I'm back. He could not believe his eyes. How is that possible? Entering the Lost Lands, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Seeing him panic, he coldly mocked him and revealed the truth about this place. How laughable. You elites always think everything is under your control. It's a pity you're all doing something meaningless. This is the Lost Lands. You died here 1,000 years ago. This truth struck Guangaming like a hammer. He felt as if everything was unraveling. His mind spiraled into extreme panic and disbelief. All teleportation failed. The Lost Lands. This is the Lost Lands. What kind of joke is this? Impossible. I am a deacon of Daluo Heaven. If I were in the Lost Lands, Daluo Heaven would surely save me. Chen Mo poured oil on the fire, exposing the buried truth. Perhaps because of your incompetence, Daluo Heaven had to expand the spatial displacement field, and you were dragged in, looping forever in the Lost Lands alongside Liyun City. 1,000 years later, only 4 of the 8 great sects remain. Daluo Heaven no longer exists. Human authority belongs to the mortals. The Daluo Heaven you keep waiting for never came to save you. As Guangaming realized he was already dead, his body began to fade. You lie, I'm a fake. I'm already dead. I died long ago. The system provided information on Guangaming. System Deacon Guangaming's lingering soul is fractured. One half remains in the Lost Lands, the other returned to reality. Because his soul is incomplete, for half of every day, his soul in reality relives the pain of being torn apart. After reading the intel, Chen Mo felt a sense of pity for him. Should I say, are you lucky or unlucky? Your half-soul in the Lost Lands cycles through this torment endlessly. Guangaming roared in anger and lunged to attack him, screaming, "Shut up, outsider," but was easily blocked. He watched him with a smile, wanting to end his suffering. The other half of your soul managed to escape to reality, but it endures torture every day. Perhaps it is better to just die once and for all. Before he faded away, Guangaming still refused to believe his own body had been left behind. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Finally, his soul half in reality and the half here merged, slowly dissolving into the air. Those present were devastated when they saw him fade away. They refused to accept they were already dead. Deacon Guangaming was gone. Could what that constable said be true? Are we? We are all dead already. As they realized the truth, their souls began to dissipate as well. Sect Master Jin refused to believe it. He ordered his disciples to attack. Don't be deceived. It's all lies. Kill him, avenged Deacon Guangaming. But with a flash of light, everything vanished. Chen Mo walked forward slowly and spoke the reality. No one can help you. The final mutated monster of Ligun City. Called a monster, Sect Master Jin snapped. He roared in anger, "A monster? What kind of foolish things are you saying? By sacrificing tens of thousands of mortals in Ligun City, my experiment has reached a breakthrough. Even Daluo Heaven would reward this achievement handsomely. Why would I need to become a monster for mere scraps of power?" Chen Mo was unconvinced. He asked, "Is that so? Do you still remember why you started the experiments?" Provoked by his words, his body began to mutate, bubbles forming on his skin. He laughed loudly, that goes without saying. "I did it because..." But he couldn't remember why he had done it. A tear rolled from his eye. "I did it. Why did I do it?" When he fully transformed into a monster, he stopped caring about the reason. He laughed wildly. "I am the dignified Jinju, sect master of Lotus Cave. I do what I want. Why so many questions? Why is it like this?" After he fully transformed into a monster, his info appeared for Chen Mo. System Jinju, original mutated monster. To revive his daughter, Yinju, he was seduced by the vanity demon and opened the passage connecting the other world and Earth. But Chen Mo knew the reason the old man had forgotten. He used teleportation to appear above his head, forgotten already. "You would sacrifice the lives of tens of thousands to save your daughter." Mentioning his daughter, the monster paused and muttered, "Daughter." From his lower abdomen, a small living being emerged. Finally, his reason slowly returned. Remembering his daughter, he wept in pain. Yinju. Seeing that he had calmed down, he waved his hand to send him off. Right. With that, a single punch struck his head with a boom, causing the ground beneath them to crack. A beam of light shot up into the sky. System key historical objective, destroyed 100%. In the white mist, Chen Mo's figure appeared. The audience watching this were overjoyed. Thank goodness, the final mutated monster has finally been eliminated. No matter what you all say about Mo God, at least Mo God is actually out there getting things done. His calm, composed figure appears on screen. Comments flood the chat. Varione breathes a collective sigh of relief. This secret realm run is as good as one. Someone sees their screen go dark and asks in confusion, "My screen just went black, can't see a thing." The screens now show nothing but pitch black. It's not just one person, every single feed is dead. Same here. Fire the dev and offer them as tribute to the heavens. Did the secret realm broadcast just crash? The entire livestream channel has gone dark. What the hell is happening? System warning alerts blare without pause. Alert warning, warnings, warning. White mist envelops his body. The system escalates its warnings. System alert, illusory demon has descended. Illusory demon has descended. Illusory demon has descended. La Shen materializes behind Chen Mo. He glances over his shoulder. "La Shen, why are you here?" La Shen places a hand over his chest and reveals his true identity with a respectful bow. "I am the illusory demon, La Shen. I pay my respects to the Divine Lord. As per your orders, the plan to conquer the human world is complete. It is time for you to awaken, my lord." Ligun City, utterly deserted just moments ago, now swarms with figures flooding the streets. A red-faced drunk howls like a lunatic. 20 years reborn and my memories have finally come back. This world, what the hell is this world? Why is it saturated with such dense magic energy? Give me 3 months and I'll become a legendary mage hell, a demi-immortal. Others around him seem equally unhinged, as if they've all been shot up with adrenaline. One man suddenly stares into the distant scene, bursts into tears. Sufu, is it really you?" But the old man's sanity seems questionable at best. He picks up an ear of corn, tears of joy streaming down his face. "You've truly found the elixir of immortality for us, haven't you?" The civilians, upon seeing the cultivators appear, erupt into fury, screaming that they want to kill the old man. "Those damn bloodsuckers, you followed us into this world too. This time we'll slaughter every last one of you." Shielded by his own entourage, the old man shows zero fear and fires right back. "You lowly brats dare to rebel against us? I'll show you the terror of blood demon magic." Scene shift. A man clutches his face. "I can finally stand before you now." He drapes himself in chili peppers and rants at a bound mouse like a complete lunatic. "White dragon, didn't see that coming, did you? I am the true red dragon hero. Even if you're a god, so what? Pay for your sins." The poor mouse can only struggle helplessly. Henju and AI watch this absolute circus in stunned silence. Seeing the whole crowd acting like they've been drugged out of their minds, she asks in bewilderment, "What the hell are these people? Has everyone in Ligun City gone insane? Why is every single one of them talking nonsense?" Henju ponders for a moment before arriving at an answer. Worry creeps into his expression as concerned for Chen Mo. Perhaps this is the power of the illusory demon. It hasn't even revealed itself, yet it's already thrown the entire city into chaos. Can Chen Mo really stop it? AI on the other hand, shows not a single shred of worry. She understands better than anyone just how absurdly powerful he is. AI smiles like a blooming flower to reassure him. Relax, Master is incredibly strong. There won't be any problems. But just hypothetical, if an enemy appears that Master can't handle, we can't do anything either. Might as well stop struggling and accept our deaths quietly. A column of white smoke rises high into the sky from Sect Master Kim's quarters. Chen Mo is slightly taken aback upon learning La Shen is the illusory demon. So the illusory demon has been right beside me this whole time. La Shen breaks into a smug grin, proudly showing off. The body I inhabit carries none of my own power. Naturally, it was impossible for anyone to detect any anomaly. Seeing him so calm and playful, Chen Mo asks with a hint of curiosity, "You certainly have guts. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" La Shen answers without a trace of fear, utterly composed. "Why would I be? Divine Lord, I am your most loyal subordinate. Why would you want to kill me?" Chen Mo knows he's just putting on an act. Growing impatient, he cuts him off. "Enough, drop the act. Before I claimed to be the Divine Lord, that was just to control all the mutated monsters in Lian City. Something like that, you surely figured out already. So what's your real purpose for standing before me right now?" La Shen's expression shifts. He panics and tries to twist Chen Mo's mind-weaponizing words. Divine Lord, have you truly lost your way? Do you truly believe you are Chen Mo, a mere mortal from the human world 1,000 years in the future, who stumbled into a secret realm by accident? Think carefully, how could a mortal wander into a battlefield reserved exclusively for cultivators, not only survive but gain immense power? Chen Mo freezes at the words, 1,000 years in the future. His expression shifts as he demands answers. You've been endlessly reincarnating in the Lost Lands. How could you possibly know about events 1,000 years from now? La Shen continues his performance, painting Chen Mo as a cunning deity who orchestrated everything from the very beginning. Divine Lord, this was your plan all along. To secure ultimate victory, you began laying the groundwork 1,000 years ago. You infiltrated the secret realm under a human guise, and with each entry, a fraction of your true power was restored. Strange phenomena like Thathave, you never once questioned them. Or did you simply invent a convenient explanation for yourself? In the face of his words, Chen Mo remains silent, studying him with a scrutinizing gaze. Seeing no response, La Shen presses on. You once told me yourself in the previous secret realms you would lead the cultivators to victory, but you would also deliberately thin their numbers. Tell me how many saviors remain in the secret realm now. 200 or not even 100. But Chen Mo, with nerves of steel, refuses to be manipulated. He calls out the trick. Zio Zhuang, your very nature, your entire ability is deception. You think something like this is enough to shake me? Suddenly, La Shen's expression transforms. He widens his eyes, something surges within them, a strange power flickering to life. He demands of Chen Mo, then what about this? Divine Lord, you entered the secret realm under the identity of Chen Mo, and your preset objective was to protect your sister. So tell me, do you still remember her name? Hearing this, Chen Mo simply chuckles twice and answers with absolute confidence. I thought you were about to say something profound. It's just my sister's name, how could I not know it? But when he tries to say Chu Yun's name, nothing comes. Panic sets in. What is her name? Seeing Chen Mo draw a blank, La Shen is overjoyed, yet his hypnosis has succeeded. He smiles with curved eyes. Of course you can't remember because your sister is fake. She never existed. Divine Lord, do you believe me now? But Chen Mo, with his iron will, still refuses to believe him. He clenches his jaw and glares at La Shen with fury burning in his eyes. Illusory demon, it's your magic scrambling my mind. The moment the words leave his mouth, the system pulls up La Shen's info. But every single field displays question marks. Unknown entity, illusory demon, combat power. Abilities, weaknesses. Chen Mo's eyes flash. He attempts to scan La Shen with his power, but the readout remains identical. Illusory demon, combat power, abilities. Now the question about Chu Yun's name echoes relentlessly inside Chen Mo's mind. Divine Lord, do you still remember your sister's name? Divine Lord, do you still remember your sister's name? In the end, only one conclusion remains: Chen Mo's entire life is a lie. A pillar of energy descended upon Lian City. Kaboom! The people inside the city were sent flying like straw dolls. Henju stared at the spiritual energy condensing in the sky, his face filled with anxiety. This was the beast's teleportation light pillar. Its aura was chaotic and destructive. The illusory demon was about to descend. Was Chen Mo still alive? AI murmured. I can sense that the host hasn't taken any damage, but the energy inside his body is in complete chaos. Its overhigh's movements seem to be restricted. This is the first time I've encountered a situation like this. Zhu looked at her and tried to reassure her. I know you want to help, but you need to stay here. Said anxiously, Sir, I'm not trying to rush in recklessly. Before he left, he persuaded Chen Mo to tell us to stay in Liyun City and guard against unexpected threats. Wait, what did you just say? Could no longer hear him. Her mind tangled into knots as she muttered to herself. I don't want to go to the host's side to help. It's too terrifying. This is the first time the host has ever fallen into such a bitter fight. If I go over there, I'd just be throwing my life away, wouldn't I? Staying in Liyun City to block the teleportation light, pillars, that's the best help I can give. The best thing for the host. At the same time, in another isolated pavilion, a spirit pearl radiated unpredictable spiritual energy. Zhao Yueng's face was full of smugness as he rambled on. Those foolish cultivators from Daluo Heaven and Lotus Cave thought the mutated monsters in the city were coordinates I had set up coordinates the illusory demon could exploit to infiltrate the human world. So they hastily activated the Stardust Orb's spatial teleportation, trying to transport all of Liyun City to the Lost Lands. But that was merely a lie I deliberately fed them. Chen Mo listened to his boasting, his pupils trembling. The demon continued muttering, even if I open a passage, no being surpassing a 2-0-year-old beast could traverse it. What use would such a passage even be? My original plan was to manipulate the cultivators. When they activated the Stardust Orb, I would tear open a passage to the beast world. As the spatial forces of both worlds collided and warped, I could channel that perfect moment to bring the full power of a 50,000-year-old beast crashing into the human world. Unfortunately, the operation went wrong back then. Both I and Liyun City fell into the Lost Lands, a millennium of cyclical history endlessly replayed. All I could do was relive the agony of failure over and over again. It wasn't until you all arrived became the variables that I could finally break free from history's shackles. Now, the plan from 1,000 years ago is finally about to be completed. Using the power of the Stardust Orb, I will travel directly to Earth. I so wanted to share this joy with you. Unfortunately, you've already sunk into an illusion you can never escape. Chen Mo remained utterly still motionless like a statue. Zhao Yueng finished his speech and turned to sneer at him. Forget it, you strange cultivator. I'll just kill you directly. He threw a punch, then his expression shifted to shock and confusion. Wait, that's not right. I already used my innate ability on Chen Mo, can capture fragments of information from the target's consciousness and use that information to lure them into madness. But the underlying information itself is real, not fabricated, which means this man truly was just an ordinary human who stumbled into the secret realm at first, but each time he enters a secret realm, he directly gains tremendous power. In just 3 secret realm entries, the number of cultivators inside dropped from 10,000 to fewer than 200. Moreover, his past is completely blank, doesn't even know his own sister's name. Realizing the deception, he muttered in panic, "What the hell? So many bizarre secrets. Could this man actually be an avatar of the Divine Lord? No way, right? I just made that up on the spot. Can't possibly be true. But then again, it's not impossible either. No matter how I look at it, he really does resemble the Divine Lord's avatar. I'm done for. I can't keep overthinking this. The teleportation is nearly complete. As long as I can successfully descend upon Earth, it'll be a grand achievement. Surely the Divine Lord won't punish me too severely. But no matter how much he regretted it, it was too late. The light pillar had already descended upon Liyun City. Zhu and simultaneously leaped backward, dodging the tendrils of spiritual energy. He looked toward the disturbance with suspicion. The beast's teleportation light pillar had auto-attack capabilities too. Dropped to one knee and shouted, "It's too late. The teleportation is about to be completed." Zhu immediately commanded, cover me, defend against the light pillar's attacks." Hearing this, she vaguely grasped his intention and cried out in alarm. "You want to charge into the light pillar now? The teleportation is about to finish. This is when the energy is at its absolute peak. If you approach it now, you'll die." Zhu gazed at the light with unwavering resolve and replied, "So many cultivators have already fought to the death. Their sacrifices built the foundation of the sect standing for all cultivators. I am the Tao child of Dantai Bai. I have received the sect's grace and its cultivation resources. I cannot shy away from fighting to the death. This is the code of the cultivation sects and the covenant with this world." From the watchtower, the descending light pillar was clearly visible. Zhao Yueng's earlier fear vanished, replaced by manic laughter. The beast's teleportation light pillar had already pierced through the secret realm, was about to reach Earth. A millennium of cyclical time was about to start flowing again. Chen Mo remained completely motionless, his entire body shrouded in black chi, swaying like a drunken specter. System scanning secret realm, Day 4 attendance reward claimed. Henju charged recklessly toward the light pillar. I'm counting on you. Seeing him move, she channeled her energy and roared, "Take this, you damned tentacles vanish." Demon energy cascade. Boom, a wind barrier with a 5-meter radius erupted around her standing position. Tendrils of spiritual energy whooshed forward, lashing toward the enemy at blinding speed. They surged with overwhelming momentum to shatter apart like tofu. Henju sprinted toward the light pillar without missing a beat. "Well done, the rest is my fight," in his mind. He locked onto his target, the transmission light pillar. He leaped forward, clenching his fist into a devastating strike. Then crack! The light pillar, capable of containing the illusory demon, strong enough to let a 50,000-year-old beast descend. What kind of raging, violent energy churned at its core. Seconds earlier, Henju had steeled himself for the danger of this action. Reality proved even more devastating than imagination. His calves cracked. His left arm snapped. Internal hemorrhaging combined with burns across a massive surface area. Pain from every limb and organ flooded into his brain. Henju gritted through the agony. Pain? It hurts so much. Just standing inside the light pillar and my body is already on the verge of collapse. He couldn't help but wonder if he actually tried to resist the pillar's energy head-on, what would happen to his body? His will was unshakable. So what? There's only one thing I need to do: stop what's happening before my eyes. Even if only for 1 second. Henju erupted with a massive surge of black spiritual energy, scattering violently in all directions. Seeing this, Xiao Zhuang laughed in contempt. "Foolish little worm, even if you burn away your entire life force, you cannot stop my true form from descending. What meaning does buying a few seconds hold?" He failed to notice that the person standing nearby had begun to move. By the time he realized it, the blue flames had already drawn dangerously close. Xiao Zhuang's expression turned suspicious. System Day 4 rewards Samadhi True Fire, an immovable flame found in stillness, named Samadhi. The fire that burns within the 5 elements belongs to the heart. System, it is the intent within wisdom that purges all delusions and illusions arising from no external cause, born from the mind alone. Its heart is truth, its fire is true. 6 pillars of blue fire shot straight into the heavens, their momentum unstoppable. In an instant, the inferno devoured the temporary headquarters of Lotus Caveth illusory demon's lair, then continued to spread. The coffin shopkeeper, engulfed in hellfire, screamed in bewilderment. "I couldn't complete the immortal ascension ritual. Wasn't I already dead? And now I'm alive again. No, wait, am I dead or alive? I don't understand. I don't understand anything anymore." Before long, the sea of fire surged into Lian City as well. The myriad ghosts and demons within the city, every shade of grotesque, finally let out their final wailing cries. The nightmare that endlessly repeated itself was over. How laughable, how utterly laughable, all that perseverance. What meaning did our convictions ever hold? The bulging-eyed immortal cackled maniacally. None, everything is meaningless. The common folk suffered indescribable agony, unable to live, unable to die. Why must we endure this torment? This place truly is hell. Who will end all this? Who will save us? Back at the illusory demon's dwelling, the raging sea of fire seemed intent on swallowing everything whole. He sensed the anomaly and muttered uneasily, "Strange. These limbless puppets have suddenly awakened. What just happened? What are these flames?" He stands at the center of the flames, frozen in place alone in his own world. System skill analysis, Samadhi True Fire. Infection effect burns away all delusions within the heart. Mental resistance increased. 2. Samadhi True Fire will continuously temper the host's physique, further strengthening the physical body. Xiao Huang's face turns ghost white with panic. "Chen Mo, Divine Lord, these flames are yours. Why are you stopping me? My true body is about to descend upon Lian City. Then we can use the transmission beam's power to invade the secret realm and reach Earth." Chen Mo finally speaks. "I am not your Divine Lord, and more importantly, illusory demon, haven't you noticed? Your transmission beam has vanished." The illusory demon whips around to stare at the pillar of light. "Gone, it's really gone. Awakening those useless puppet show, could that make my transmission beam vanish? Impossible." The Samadhi True Fire gradually fades. Chen Mo explains calmly, "What I awakened isn't just the people of Lian City. The small world that contains Lian City within its endless cycle has developed its own consciousness. But its consciousness was too weak, so it remained trapped in its endless loop. No one ever noticed. This time, I awakened the world's consciousness and struck a deal. I will take every living being in this world out of the lost lands. Except you. You will remain in the lost lands, forever trapped in your laughable monologue of a cycle. This world will become your eternal prison. Xiao Huang's mouth twitches. He screams in disbelief, babbling wildly. What world consciousness? What are you even talking about? Yao, you're lying to me. You must be. Chen Mo doesn't care whether he believes it. Whether it's true or a experience it for yourself. Farewell, illusory demon. The moment he finishes, the spirit energy around his body swells outward like a blinding cage of light, then erupts. Kaboom! Slamming into everything around him. The torrent of spirit power strikes. Xiao Huang, caught mid-guard, freezes. This is, before he can finish, the overwhelming spirit power swallows him whole. The scenery shifts. A beautiful, sunny day in Ligan City. Xiao Huang sits with his eyes closed, gathering himself. La Shen calls out with a relieved face, Captain. Captain, you scared me half to death. You suddenly froze up. I couldn't wake you no matter what. Captain, are you okay? Not feeling well. Should I report back to the chief commander? Xiao Huang's fists tremble. Without hesitation, he punches himself square in the face. The calm expression twists into something savage through gritted teeth as he mutters, a punch to the face. And I'm finally lucid. Another historical cycle loop. Chen Mo isn't here. The streets are completely empty. So what he said was true. I'm the only one trapped in Ligan City. You think this can hold me? Fool, if you opened a path out, you must have left traces. Once I find them, I'm leaving this wretched place. But the moment the words leave his mouth, gets blasted again. The scene resets. Another picture-perfect day in Ligan City. He's fast asleep again. La Shen calls out right on cue. Captain, Captain, wake up. Xiao Huang's eyes snap open. He immediately recognizes the situation and his expression crumbles. No, what just happened? The world reset again? How? The loop is only 10 seconds. Damn it, it's about to reset again. Wait, I haven't even started searching for clues and it resets again. The loop begins anew. And so, the illusory demon is forced to relive a single fleeting moment over and over and over. Captain, wake up. Captain, Captain, wake up. Captain, Captain. The meaningless repetition, loop after loop after loop, grinds him down to nothing. How many times now? 2,785. 2,786. He snaps, it doesn't matter anymore. Blasted, reset, repeat. Captain, wake up. Loop 2,787. While the illusory demon wrestles with time itself, inside a desolate cave. Tianxing, covered in wounds, shouts in bewilderment. He and Xiang Songzhen simultaneously punch each other square in the face. Tianxin launches Songzhen's chin skyward with a single strike, instantly pivoting to slam a palm into Li Guizing's back. Face twisted in fury, why won't you fall? His inner thoughts betray him. My power is almost spent. The sect masters of Tei Huafu and Baidongtong fighting like this. Pathetic. Our opponent is merely a single elder of a sect. Li Guizing, beaten beyond breathing, staggers upright, coughing violently. Tianxin grows more frantic by the second. He cuts straight to the point. Guizing, stop being stubborn. Xiao Su could invade the secret realm at any moment and descend upon Earth. You're preventing us from destroying it. You are severing humanity's last hope. Now get out of my way. Li Guizing's face hardens as he stands his ground. I've told you 100 times already. Don't. Before he can finish, the red talisman strapped to his body blares with a piercing shriek. Xiang Songzhen's eyes go wide. No, that's a red emergency talisman. They only activate under the most extreme circumstances. Tianxin loses it completely, screaming without any regard for composure. Guizing, see, do you see now? This is what you wanted. The secret realm is about to collapse. Xiao Su is about to invade Earth, you goddamn traitor to humanity. The person holding the talisman transmits the message through choked sobs toward the sect masters. Sect master, can you hear it? The secret realm is complete. The saviors are returning. Humanity won. System Secret Realm, update 3rd Secret Realm quest complete. The saviors will return to the real world in 10 minutes. When everyone comes to, they're already standing on a street. Yutong murmurs to herself, 3rd Secret Realm quest completed. Since when? Yue Tianyan rubs her head, dazed. My memories feel so hazy, it's like I had a very long dream, to a very strange place. Yutong then gasps, whispering softly, Ligan City. It was Ligan City, but what happened there, I can't remember anything. She gazes into the distant sky. Well, it was definitely Mr. Chen Mo who slew the beast and cleared the quest. It's become so routine. I don't even feel surprised anymore. Yutong clenches her fist, frustration burning in her voice. I refuse to accept this. I was so close to catching up to him, and now the gap is this wide again. I couldn't help it all. Yue Tianyan responds with relative calm. Mr. Chen Mo is a genius beyond all reason, a monster that defies logic. Don't let that envy consume you. Focus on what you can do. That's my advice. Forcing yourself to compare against a monster will only break you. In another corner of the street, blood pools across the ground. The real Hen Zhu sits there, utterly lifeless. Beside him, voices cheer in celebration. We made it, we're alive, we can go home. Hey, look over there. A group of ignorant, foolish cultivators snicker. It's the corpse of Dao Child Hen Zhu. That guy thought we weren't worth a damn, and he ended up dying first. Serves him right. Jing Shan can't stomach it. He snaps immediately silence. Do you feel no shame? Look at his wounds. He died fighting. He fell into the illusory demon's trap in Lingon City. And what did any of you do? We fell into confusion. Our memories scrambled, we couldn't do anything. Perhaps the reason any of us are alive right now is because of his sacrifice. He didn't know that every word he spoke had reached the ears of Chu Jing. Ayer pities him, yet her tone remains harsh and biting. What is this Henju fellow even trying to do? He is clearly so weak. What a fool! Chen Mo stands by, watching and admiring. It is a pity there is one less person in this world who believes in me. He speaks unrequited. Henju, buy me some time. I owe you a favor. If the sect masters of the four great sects would just behave, I would not have to annihilate them. Meanwhile, inside that desolate, crumbling cave, Tiangxin no longer maintains his immortal grace, screaming like a lunatic. Impossible. The secret realm has been cleared. Chen Mo has survived and returned from Ligan City. Gixing, battered and bruised, hears the news and grins widely. He won, he actually won. He has truly performed a miracle. Hearing these blasphemous words, Tiangxin erupts in a violent rage. A miracle? What kind of barking nonsense are you spewing? Gixing fails to dodge, taking the blow head-on and coughing up blood. Tiangxin's eyes are bloodshot as he attacks with manic intensity, shouting, "Keep resisting me, you traitor!" Xiang Songjin grabs his arm to restrain him. Enough, the secret realm is over. There is no need to fight anymore. Tiangxin aggressively challenges the sect master. Are you still trying to protect the elders of your sect? Because of this guy, the truth about Lian City is exposed, and Chen Mo is back alive. Gixing sits there, provoking them. At a time like this, Sect Master Xiang, are you still playing the good guy? Come at me together. I'm still full of energy. Taking on you two brats is no problem at all. Tiangxin, as if injected with stimulants, screeches at the Sect Master. Are you really just going to stand there silently? You can remain unmoved, but I cannot. Xiang Songjin lets go in disgust and says, what is done is done. It cannot be changed. Do not waste time on Gixing. What we must do now is head to the deep sea and wake him up with the two remaining sect masters. Hearing this, Tiangxin sees a glimmer of hope and laughs like a madman. That's right, once His Highness awakens, Chen Mo will be nothing. Gixing, keep celebrating. Count yourself lucky to have kept your pathetic life. The moment he hears this, he realizes their plan and screams in terror, the deep sea. Are you all insane? That is what the great Laotian explicitly sealed off. Suddenly, a communication talisman chimes with an alert. Sect Master Xiang, Sect Master, we have received the latest intel. The corporate alliance has planted several high-yield energy bombs in the diplomatic district of Jingshan City. Tiangxin is overjoyed, grabbing the talisman with a triumphant grin. Jingshan Diplomatic District, that is the exact location where Chen Mo returns to reality from the secret realm. It seems the corporate alliance has made up their minds. We don't even need to get our hands dirty. The great savior in the eyes of the people will be blown to bits in an instant. Meanwhile, in the research facility, beneath Jingshan City, Chairman Kaian holds his head and screams, damn it. Only 5 minutes left until Chen Mo exits the secret realm. How long are you going to keep me locked in here? The envoy smirks and reassures him, Chairman Kaian, we are in an underground bunker 50 km away from Jingshan City. We are perfectly safe. Chairman Kaian, do you still intend to run somewhere else? Hearing this, he abandons all logic, tosses his tablet aside and yells, yes, I am planning to run. So what? The E-rank hunters you sent are nothing in front of Chen Mo. Even the combined force of the four great sects is no match for him. What else can I possibly do? The man puts on a dangerous front before speaking calmly. Boom. Chairman Kaian is stunned and rushes to ask, boom, has the Alliance finalized this decision? To use bombs in a civilian-populated area just to deal with Chen Mo. The envoy replies placidly, that is correct, Chairman Kaian. Aside from you, all 15 chairmen of the Alliance have agreed to use the bombs. The outskirts of Jingshan City, where the corporate headquarters is located, have already been evacuated of all staff. The civilians nearby have long since moved to Danmiao, over 200 km away. Any accidental casualties will simply be considered bad luck. He is not exactly stupid. He listens, lost in deep contemplative thought. But if we detonate the bombs to attack Chen Mo, his speed is such that he might escape the blast radius. It might not deal enough damage. The envoy is a silver-tongued devil. Chairman Kyan, are you still hesitating? This is the best chance. Chen Mo entered the secret realm. While fighting the 4 great sect masters, his return to reality will definitely occur at that same coordinate. Therefore, the corporate alliance has planted 7 high-yield bombs at Chen Mo's extraction point and the surrounding area. The second Chen Mo returns to reality, we won't give him a single second to react. We will trigger them all simultaneously. The man even hands over a black briefcase containing the remote detonator. Chairman Kyan, the honor of dealing with Chen Mo is yours. Chairman Kyan knows the true nature of his accomplices. He shouts in agitation, so this is your plan, to make me take all the blame after the explosion. The envoy pushes the briefcase forward and speaks in a soft, seductive tone. Chairman Kyan, do you think you have a choice? Don't forget, you were the one who used Chen Mo's sister as a test subject, causing the biggest conflict between Chen Mo and the corporate alliance. Do you really think Chen Mo will let you go? Faced with the threat to his life and assets, Chairman Kyan compromises, taking the case, I understand. The system issues a notification, secret realm closed. The savior begins his return. As the words echo, the entire city feels as if it is being reset like a game. Chen Mo steps out calmly, surveying his surroundings. He seems to sense something, casting his gaze toward the distance. Chairman Kyan watches his figure on the projection and hits the button without hesitation. Instantly, a scorching dome of light erupts, blinding the entire city. Wherever that light spreads, the buildings are swallowed whole. Chairman Kyan's face twists like a scarred apple as he mashes the button. Chen Mo, go to hell. Die. His words ring out continuously, like a madman. He continues to press the ground, explodes like never before. He mashes it until the screen is nothing but a sheet of white light. The envoy, highly satisfied with this obedient lapdog, speaks up. Chairman Kyan, that's enough. I forgot to mention, the detonator only needs to be pressed once. Chairman Kyan mutters deliriously, Chen Mo, is Chen Mo dead yet? The envoy laughs. This is the pinnacle of human technology. In theory, no cultivator could survive such destructive power, though Chen Mo's performance is indeed abnormal. To be safe, our hunters will head to the center of the blast for an investigation. Directly hit by 7 bombs, he is certainly dead or dying. We won't leave him a single chance to survive. Little does he see the blue spark glowing within the thick, smoky haze of the city. That blue spark is the Samadhi true fire he was just gifted. Chen Mo is shielded within the flames, completely unharmed. The system chimes system extreme external impact detected. Samadhi true fire has activated automatically, consuming thermal energy. Warning, thermal energy levels reaching critical limit. Ayer asks anxiously, Master, are you okay? System sequence resuming. Host entering rest state. Excess energy detected, initiating body enhancement protocol. Citizens in other cities erupt into chaos over the Kishan City incident. News spreads everywhere. Holy shit, the Kishan City diplomatic quarter, did they actually set off a nuke or what? I'm in Danmyo City, and I just saw the mushroom cloud myself. There are clips online of people furious at the Consortium Alliance for bombing. How dare they? One worldly observer chimed in. Isn't it obvious? They did it to kill Chen Mo. Those lunatics have thrown away every last shred of dignity. The arrogant deserve to die, good riddance. During this Secret Realm livestream, a long-tailed beast had appeared beside Chen Mo. Maybe he's already betrayed Earth. Some people reasoned that at the moment the livestream's final frame went black, Henja, the only one still conscious, had also died. What actually happened inside the Secret Realm, only Chen Mo knows. Could Chen Mo have killed Henju to silence him? At the same time, in the underground laboratory beneath Kishan City, the emissary chuckled softly. Impressive as always, President Kyan. You mobilized the entire bot network in record time. Online public opinion was gradually shifting toward questioning Chen Mo's identity. President Kyan, his nerves completely shattered, let out a groan. That's nothing. What matters is whether Chen Mo is dead or alive. Only when that bastard is 6 feet under can I finally sleep at night. Having watched President Kyan's face cycle through every shade of fear, the emissary generously revealed. A total of 600 hunters organized into 10 recon squads have entered the blast zone. Results incoming shortly. Kishan City, once a thriving metropolis, now lay in utter desolation. The hunters the emissary spoke of were sweeping the ruins, searching every corner of the city. Huan muttered under his breath as he walked, confused. This is supposed to be a nuclear blast. Damn, and this is just the outer perimeter. The destruction's already this bad. A teammate muttered skeptically. Do you really think we'll find any remains of the target? 7 nuclear warheads. Chen Mo's probably vaporized by now. Huan heard him and groaned sarcastically. Oh, come on. Don't jinx it with that kind of bad luck. I didn't come all this way for some chump change recon bounty. If we find Chen Mo's corpse, we hit the jackpot. And even if he's still kicking, he's gotta be badly hurt. Killing him pays even more. The two were shooting the breeze when they got word from their captain. He waved his hand and barked the order. All units, attention. We're approaching the high-danger zone at the blast epicenter. Protective gear has 30 minutes of operation left. If the target isn't found within 15 minutes, we pull out immediately. The entire squad responded in unison. Yes, Captain. The most devastated part of the city was nothing but a wasteland of pulverized concrete and rubble. AI sat in the middle of the smoking ruin, muttering to herself, Want to go home? Want to eat roast chicken legs? How much longer is Master going to sleep? System check-in Samadhi True Fire Body Modification Progress 50%. Exceeding host's maximum physical endurance threshold. Malfunction, malfunction. She squinted at her master, her face a picture of 1,000 words left unsaid. System host under attack detected. Activating damage transfer function. Before the little one could even protest, pain hit her like a sledgehammer. AI furious screamed, What the hell? From the very start I wanted to ask what kind of freak ability is this? All the pain goes straight to me. I'm the one bearing everything, right? But every single time? This is just way too much. The captain of the hunter squad that found them immediately reported back. Squad 3 reporting, target located. External appearance shows no visible injuries. Subject appears to be unconscious and motionless. The spirit beast beside the target is kneeling on the ground, displaying signs of extreme distress. Suspected blast-related injuries. Coordinates synced, requesting immediate reinforcements. The words had barely left his mouth when Huan charged forward like a madman. Reinforcements? Go to hell with that. The captain scowled and barked. Huan, get back here. Are you disobeying orders? Huan pressed forward recklessly. One target unconscious, one critically injured. I'm not missing this golden opportunity. I'm killing Chen Mo and claiming the entire bounty, the dark-haired one echoed, leaping to his feet. Sorry, Captain, but we don't want to miss this chance either. Seeing the bounty about to slip through his fingers, the captain had no choice but to give the order. Damn it, you bastards get dollar signs in your eyes the second money's on the line. Finivrion, move in. The whole squad charged ahead, burning with excitement. Huan laughed maniacally and shouted, Captain, I knew you couldn't resist either. AI clutched her chest in agony. Enemies. Numb from the sheer pain, tears brimming in her eyes, she muttered, Pain, pain, enemies, pain, pain. How convenient Pin arrives right on cue. Free punching bags. Come on, all of you feel my suffering too. AI in a moment of berserk fury, unleashed a massive burst of spiritual energy that blew away an entire street corner. The other squads, seeing the commotion, couldn't help but get fired up. Those bastards from Squad 3 said we'd surround and capture Chen Mo Toadler, but they went and attacked first. The whole mob surged toward the battlefield, cursing as they ran. Chen Mo's gotta be badly injured. They're racing to get there first. We need to speed up. Don't let them hog the bounty. Not long after, the 2 men in the underground research facility received a string of devastating news. The emissary listened in disbelief. Squad 3 signal lost. Life signs 0. Squad 2 comms down. Squad 4, Squad 5. President Kyan, panic surging through him, shouted in shock. What? Are you telling me your worthless hunters were all wiped out by Chen Mo? Is that what you're saying? When the first batch got slaughtered, the remaining squads finally sent back transmissions, thick with dread. Squad 7 here. This is Hua C, captain of Squad 7. Reporting to HQ. We've reached Squad 3's designated coordinates. Battle traces detected on the ground, but no sign of target Chen Mo. No human remains found either. Over a dozen hunter squads had simply vanished into thin air. President Kyan, knowing he was done for, still tried to stay optimistic. Vanished? Could they have died together with Chen Mo? Or is Chen Mo injured and on the run? The emissary gripped the walkie-talkie so hard it cracked. His face darkened and he spoke in a frigid tone. President Kyan, I'm impressed you can still be this optimistic. The fact that he could wipe out a dozen squads in the blink of an eye means Chen Mo was most likely never injured in the first place. Even humanity's strongest weapon-nuclear warhead apparently means nothing to him. President Kyan, completely bewildered, panicked. If he wasn't injured, then why did he bother wiping out the remaining squads? Wouldn't that be child's play for him? Seeing the man still clutching at hope, it was clear he was beyond saving. The emissary turned to leave. Who knows, maybe compared to dealing with those hunters, he has more important matters to attend to. President Kyan stammered. What did you say? The emissary stopped beating around the bush. He said bluntly, from where we stand, he might already be preparing to slaughter every president in the consortium alliance. Or maybe he'll come for me first time, the one who's been a constant thorn in his side. Of course, the most likely scenario is that he's going after the person who hurt his sister. Who told you to use his sister as a test subject? Knowing he'd been thrown to the wolves, President Kyan flopped like a fish out of water. Wait, you can't just leave. Didn't you say you'd protect me? If you go, what am I supposed to do? The emissary pretended to mull it over, then offered a suggestion. You could try praying not to the gods, but to Chen Mo. Around that same time, in some other city, commuters stared at their watches, barely containing their frustration. What the hell? The metro's shut down and the roads are completely jammed. What's going on? A good-hearted passerby shared what he knew. Bro, you haven't watched the news. The Consortium Alliance dropped 7 nuclear bombs and couldn't even scratch Chen Mo. We're too close to Kishan City, that's why. Every consortium near Kishan City is evacuating in a panic. Otherwise, it'd be total chaos. We're still somewhat okay over here. Some places have already lost power and water, and there's no telling when services will be restored. The commuter cursed aloud. This goddamn world, what's going to happen next? Have we started a civil war before the beasts even arrive? Another guy buted in. Civil war against Chen Mo? They're not even worthy of that. The Consortium Alliance's stock prices have hit rock bottom. And the 4 great cultivation sects, useless as dead dogs, haven't dared say a single word, just playing dead. Every last one of them is worthless. The Consortium Alliance's stock prices had indeed plummeted to rock bottom. The 4 great cultivation sects were as useless as dead dogs. They didn't dare say a word, just playing dead. Every last one of them was worthless. Another person scowled, lumping them all together to curse. The consortium, the 4 great sects, and even Chen Mo, none of them are any good. I heard Chen Mo's been colluding with beasts, preparing to sell out our entire world. A middle-aged man argued back. Your info's outdated, kid. Online rumors say Chen Mo is the president of the Luminary Society. Chen Mo is the president of the Luminary Society. The Luminary Society has been secretly controlling the world's economy and finances all along. Only when a world-ending catastrophe like a beast invasion struck, cleaning up the mess left behind by the consortiums and cultivators, does Chen Mo finally step onto the stage. Then comes a whole heap of baseless rumors. Ridiculous, I've got insider intel. They claim Chen Mo is a pangolin person from deep within the universe. The pangolin people have been quietly infiltrating human society, rising to become prominent politicians, businessmen, celebrities, with Chen Mo leading the charge. The pangolins have long since treated our world as their property, which is why they stepped up to fight the monsters. Isn't Chen Mo a mutant, a member of some animal rights organization, who got bitten by a spider and gained superhuman abilities? You actually believe that? As if your version is any more credible. While the masses bicker and argue in a quiet street corner, Lee Hanling faces the man at the center of those worldwide satirical rumors. Everyone's watching your every move and wondering what your next play against the consortiums will be. Who would have thought you'd come running to this backwater town? He scrolls through the comments at a glance. Kwong Min Society, pangolin people, animal rights organizations, your troll armies writing some pretty interesting stuff. And mutants too. Lee Hanling cries out in protest. Don't blame me for this one. The Consortium Alliance is going all out, spreading stories about your ties to the monsters. So to keep the public from buying their narrative, I had to flood the zone with even wilder disinformation. Chen Mo cuts straight to the point. All right, enough joking around. Did you find what I asked you to investigate? He answers with confidence. What, you think I'm not up to the job? Whatever intel I set out to get, I get. No exceptions. Chen Mo, this is the place where it all began for you and your sister. On a cloudless night at an orphanage, the soft creak of an opening door cuts through the gentle breeze. He strolls in, murmuring, this is the place, huh? The kids inside spot him and erupt in cheers. Chen Mo, it's Chen Mo. I can't believe we actually met him, so cool. They stare up at him with sparkling, energetic eyes and clamor. Can we take a photo with you? I want to hang the photo on the wall. We all watch your live streams and you're those nasty people online. We support you. Such a warm welcome catches him a little off guard. Everyone calm down a bit. Speak one at a time, he says. But the kids keep chattering, I wanna be as strong as you. Got any secrets? I love your jacket, can I touch it? Chen Mo smiles warmly. You like my jacket? Good taste, go ahead, touch it all you want. Then he crouches down so the kids can feel it. The kids squeal with excitement. Awesome, me too, it feels so cool. Director, she shuffles out, coughing hoarsely. It's past bedtime, why aren't you all in your rooms? A mischievous girl hides behind Chen Mo and sticks out her tongue. Stinky old man, my hero's here, I don't want to sleep. The moment he sees Chen Mo, his eyes widen in shock. Chen Mo greets him casually. Director, it's been a long time. The two then head into the director's office to talk. Director, she is deeply moved. I never imagined our little orphanage could raise such a great hero. A legend like you, you've been the center of the world's attention lately. Suddenly visiting our humble orphanage there must be something important, right? He gets straight to business. Director, I'll just ask a few questions and leave no trouble. I want to know about my origins. Director, she furrows his brow and recounts what he can vaguely remember. On a rainy night over 10 years ago, you were left at the orphanage's doorstep. After all this time, finding your parents would be even harder. He presses on. If we can't find them, so be it. Honestly, I don't really care. What do you know about my sister? Hearing that, worry flashes across his face. You mean Chu Yun? You probably know more about her than I do. Has something happened to her? He replies flatly, the less you know, Director, the safer you are. Just tell me what you know. Director, she holds nothing back, shares everything he knows. Because of a fire, her entire family perished. Only Chu Yun was lucky enough to survive, and she was brought to this orphanage. Despite the tragedy, she still kept her optimistic spirit. She had natural leadership and was respected by the other children from a young age. But what puzzled everyone was how deeply she cared for Yua Boy with such a solitary nature. And strangely, you never pushed away Chu Yun's closeness either. I eventually figured it out. Perhaps she saw the shadow of the brother she lost in that fire, reflected in you. She saw you as her brother, and she made one demand: anyone who wanted to adopt her had to adopt you too. But your temperament was fierce back then, strong resistance, strong defiance. Every potential family gave up, until that cursed family came along. Listening to this, his eyes turn razor-sharp. A family of predators, and you handed 2 children into the hands of criminals like those. Director, she's eyes well up with tears, his voice heavy with guilt. I'm sorry, I've lived in regret ever since. I couldn't see that family's true face. A madman who cruelly murdered over a dozen children. I didn't discover the truth until the news broke the story. I tried to find you both, but there was absolutely no lead. Thank heavens the 2 of you are safe. Chu Yun all right now. Chen Mo lowers his head and replies with cold reassurance. She's been sick for the past 2 years, but I've found a cure. She'll get better. I'll make sure of it. At that moment, on a quiet street not far from the orphanage, Zia Zhou strolls over and asks, Finished? Has Chen Mo already left? Li Hanling remarks, Ever since Chen Mo beat you half to death, you don't want to see him anymore. What a twisted personality. He protests immediately. What are you talking about? I'm not avoiding him on purpose. How's Chen Mo doing right now? Li Hanling glances over and says casually, How's Chen Mo doing, you ask? Chen Mo chatted with the director for half an hour, then got swarmed by the orphanage kids for God knows how long. When Chen Mo left, he looked completely drained, said he doesn't want to see any children for a while. Zia Zhou bursts out laughing. He never thought a stoic guy like that could be helpless against kids. What an unexpected bonus. No, he's found one of Chen Mo's weaknesses. Li Hanling says coolly, Amusing, is it? That orphanage was shut down 10 years ago. They were trafficking children as products. The orphanage's director, she committed suicide here. Nobody was willing to renovate such a notorious place, so it's been abandoned ever since. There's no way children could still be here. Not long after, the 2 step into the orphanage. The moment they cross the threshold, they're greeted by a thick wall of dust. Li Hanling scans the surroundings and asks, So much dust. Sense anything? Spirit, energy, magic, or anything else? Zia Zhou frowns. Nothing at all. This is just a regular orphanage that's been abandoned for ages. So why would Chen Mo lie? Li Hanling pinches a thick layer of dust between his fingers and says, Lie? I don't think Chen Mo is lying. At the very least, he wouldn't need to tell me a lie that's so easily exposed. Zia Zhou asked suspiciously, You mean he really saw a dead headmaster and orphans that don't exist? Li Hanling said, I have a rough idea, but it still needs verification. Compared to Chen Mo, his sister Chu Yun has even more issues. Next, they entered the abandoned common classroom of the orphanage. Li Hanling looked around for a moment, then said, There's no way to confirm Chu Yun's dormitory location back then. Let's use the classroom as a substitute then. She lived here long enough, right? Do you have the red dust incense with you? Zia Zhou set the incense burner on the table, rummaging through his bag as he explained, This is the red dust incense. once lit. Within 5 minutes, it can conjure the past shadows of Chu Yun here, but it needs an object she cherished as a conduit. Li Hanling produced a small wooden horse, grinning. This wasn't easy to find. He placed the little wooden horse on the table and said, "This was Chu Yun's favorite toy before she entered the orphanage. Light the red dust incense." Afterward, a thin wisp of smoke drifted up from the small burner. The fragrance soon spread throughout the entire room. The silhouette of a little girl flickered into view in the corner, shrouded in the haze. Seeing this, Li Hanling murmured, "Looks like Chu Mo's sister was still alive at this point." Zia Zhou exclaimed in shock. "What? You had me burn precious red dust incense just for something like this?" Li Hanling pondered, murmuring, "I think next we need to visit the man-eater's house, where Chu Mo was taken in, as well as the house where Chu Mo lived as a child. More uses of the red dust incense. Do we have enough red dust incense left?" Zia Zhou, utterly baffled, asked. "We have enough red dust incense. It's just that we can't use it. Red dust incense can only be used if the location where it's burned has been fully preserved. The man-eater's house was destroyed the night Chu Mo escaped, and the house Chu Mo once lived in has long since been dug up, searched down to the foundations by the Consortium Alliance and cultivator severely damaged. Is Chu Yun's comatose patient lying in that bed really that important?" Hearing this, Li Hanling said with a contemplative smile, "All destroyed, you say? What a coincidence. I've investigated Chu Yun. Before she entered the orphanage, she left behind plenty of tracecraft's drawings. Diarist and her relatives had quite vivid impressions of her. But after she was taken in by the man-eater, Chu Yun's presence became increasingly faint. No school records, no employment records. She seemed to scrape by on odd jobs and street vending to make a living. Raising Chu Mo, I've talked to people who used to set up stalls alongside Chu Yun. Their impressions of Chu Yun were all extremely vague. As he recounted, the face of an old woman appeared. "Chu Yun, you say? I remember her as a very hardworking girl. Every day before 6 a.m., she'd set up her little stall selling small trinkets. She didn't bother with her appearance, kept her hair short." "Wait, did she have short hair? I don't think I remember that clearly, actually." Another old man surfaced in the recollection, his expression bewildered. "Chu Yun set up her stall at our market for about 2 or 3 years. What did Chu Yun sell at her stall again? What did she sell? What was it now?" The recollection ended. Li Hanling toyed with the wooden horse and said, "Do you understand just how eerie this is? With such a tragic backstory and a reputation for determination and hard work, Chu Yun should have been a noticeable presence wherever she went. Yet no one could say exactly what kind of person Chu Yun was, including Chu Mo. Chu Mo seems to have lost most of his memories of Chu Yun. That's why he asked me to investigate his and his sister's past." Zia Zhou furrowed his brow and asked, "Have you told Chu Mo about any of this intelligence?" He chuckled dismissively. "How could I? Don't tell me you've forgotten. When Chu Mo declared war on the Consortium Alliance, he once said his sister was the only reason he fought through secret realms and saved the world. Tell him the truth, and what we'll have is the most powerful savior in history, shattered into despair, maybe even driven to madness." "Then who's going to save the world?" Zia Zhou pressed harder, brow furrowed tight. "So you think Chu Mo has already gone mad?" Li Hanling pulled out a tablet and handed it over. Zia Zhou took it, puzzled. "What's this?" "Police records related to the man-eater's house. On the night the man-eater's house was destroyed, a rescue worker discovered a child frozen in terror. The child couldn't speak. The rescue worker originally intended to keep the child there to investigate, but in the chaos, the child slipped away. Only survivor police managed to find at the man-eater's house. What follows is my own theory. That night, Chu Mo's beloved sister died saving him. Perhaps he disguised himself as her, working odd jobs to survive. Perhaps his obsession was so intense that the illusion of his sister became indistinguishable from reality." Hearing this, Zia Zhou found it fairly plausible. Creating a realistic illusion. With Chu Mo's strength and talent, it wasn't out of the question. No need to overthink it. At the very least, keeping this secret from Chu Mo for us, for the whole world, is a good thing. Li Hanling turned toward the window and sighed. "You really are far too naive. What I just said was the most harmless hypothesis, assuming Chu Yun really did die that night, and assuming Chu Mo's mind is perfectly sound. Then who is the comatose sister lying there? No, and who exactly is Chu Mo?" "A starless night sky, no moon, no clouds. Yutong's house." She was channeling her own ability to treat Chu Yun. Purplish-pink spiritual energy gently flowed into Chu Yun's body. Watching the readings, she couldn't help but mutter, "Strange." Seeing this, Chu Mo immediately asked with concern, "Yutong, has my sister's condition gotten worse?" Yutong replied, "Actually, it's the opposite. As I've said before, your sister's body has fully recovered. The reason she remains in a coma is because the beast aura on her couldn't be purged. But my earlier judgment was wrong. It's not that the beast aura can't be purged, it's that your sister's body is constantly generating beast aura, creating the false impression that it can't be eradicated. Hearing this, he panicked even more. My sister isn't being corroded by beast or ashes producing it. Isn't that even worse? Yutong addressed his concern. Not exactly. Compared to the previous treatment sessions, the rate of beast aura generation has decreased by roughly 30 to 40%. The change began after the third secret realm was cleared. At this point, he gradually understood and continued, which means if we can achieve the final victory in the secret realm war, my sister can make a full recovery. She'll definitely wake from the coma, Yutong assured confidently. Each secret realm victory steadily weakens the connection between our world and the other world. If we achieve the final victory and sever the connection to the other world entirely, your sister should be able to wake up. Perhaps it won't take that long. I already have a direction for treatment. If we can find more victims of the Consortium Alliance's human experiments and study the changes that occurred in their bodies, there's a chance I can cure your sister. Hearing this, he immediately prepared to leave. I understand. I'll go find them right now. Yutong quickly stopped him. I know you care about your sister, but this is going overboard. It's the middle of the night. Where are you going to find anyone? Seeing her point, he followed her out to the living room to talk. Lee Hanling just sent me Chairman Kyan's address. Once we grab him and string him up, it won't take long to squeeze out detailed information on the other victims. As soon as he entered, he saw AI hugging her bowl and grinning. Master, smooth sailing ahead, seeing she was still in good health. He couldn't help but smile. AI when did you wake up? Feeling better? AI replied with a blank, robotic expression. Master, thank you for your concern. I only sustained damage 6 times during the explosion. Nothing serious at all. I woke up 3 hours ago. I didn't expect you to notice so quickly. I'm truly touched. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Seeing you this spirited puts my mind at ease. Perfect timing now that you're awake, since you're free anyway. Run a delivery for me at midnight tonight. The moment AI heard there was work to do, her face twisted. Oh, what joy, after getting blown up for someone, then killing over 100 Consortium Alliance hunters. I haven't even had time to eat a single chicken leg, and now my reward is a brand new mission. Seeing her protest, Yutong swiftly stepped over and patted her head to comfort her. All right, I'll handle the delivery run instead. Little AI has worked hard enough. Rest at home. I'll bring you roasted chicken legs when I get back. You love those, so what clip are you watching? AI flips the bowl over and answers. The live stream from the secret realm in Liyun sit for a long stretch. I lost consciousness. I need to check whether I said anything I shouldn't have during the live stream. By chance it skipped to the part with you. Wanna see it? Who would have thought the moment she flipped to that segment? Yutong's face on screen looked absolutely unhinged. No more talking. Seize Chen Mo for me. Captain Chen Mo, I'm going to make you my gang boss's wife. Yutong wanted to crawl into a hole and die. After watching, her face went completely blank. She was so mortified she couldn't suppress her voice. I said something like that, and did something like that too. AI thinking the world wasn't chaotic enough already, calmly remarked. That's impressive. Then she did something even more outrageous, Master. No matter how good-natured Yutong was, she was about to blow a gasket. She hurriedly said, enough, stop it right now, don't play anymore. Stubborn AI yanked the screen back and refused. No way. I still need to watch the rest to confirm whether I said anything off-limits. Seeing that, Yutong lunged to grab the bowl but missed. AI held the bowl out to me. Hand it over. And so Yutong and AI chasing. One dodging spiraled into total chaos. Chen Mo was also worried that Jan Hue would show up, so he immediately made an excuse to slip away. Well, I'll head out first. Remember to pick up the delivery for me when the time comes. A moment later, at some underground laboratory, guy didn't bother with the front door. He preferred smashing through walls. The trembling chairman stepped forward to greet him. Chen Mo, you've finally come. A hard drive sat on the table. It held all the human experiment data compiled by Chairman Kyan under the Alliance Consortium's orders, including every single data file on his sister. I thought you might need it. He appeared through the haze of smoke, his voice dripping with mockery. Not a single guard on duty. And you're handing over the data I need on a silver platter. You think that'll make me spare you? Chairman Kyan laughed like a madman. I'm hoping you'll forgive me. I never once thought it would work. After all, the one who carried out the experiments, that was me. I am the enemy who hurt your sister. Chen Mo, I hate Yao, but I hate those Alliance Consortium bastards even more. The Beast Fusion experiment was a plan pushed by every single person in the Alliance Consortium. But they abandoned me. They deliberately leaked my location. By the time you came for me, the Alliance Consortium's hunters had already arrived in East Sea City. They don't have the guts to face you head-on, so they're going to kidnap your sister, and that cultivator who always fights alongside you Yutonga's hostages. I can die, but since I'm helping you, do one thing for me in return. Chen Mo, send every last one of those Alliance Consortium bastards straight down to hell with me. In the dead of night, on a desolate street within East Sea City, Lazy stood with arms crossed and bellowed. Over 100 hunters had infiltrated the city simultaneously. Does the Alliance Consortium want to declare war on us? I'll say it one more time, get out. Go back where you came from. The envoy remained composed and explained. Chairman Lazy, you jest. We have always held the utmost respect for the Dongyun Consortium and have no desire for conflict with your people. But surely you understand our purpose here. Our one and only target is Chen Mo. He furrowed his brow and reminded them coldly. Combat personnel of the Alliance Consortium must never set foot in East Sea City. That is the pact between the Alliance Consortium and our Dongyun Consortium. The envoy argued with surgical precision. That was a pact between the Alliance Consortium and the strongest hunter of that era, Kaozai. But Kaozai is dead. Without Kaozai, does the Dongyun Consortium still have any standing to negotiate as equals with us? Seeing this guy keep dragging things out, Lazy lost his patience. What a waste of breath. Talked for half the day and you still want to fight. The smooth-talking envoy said, No, no, no. You misunderstand. At the very least, we will not go head-to-head with the Dongyun Consortium. After all, at least until now, Kaozai is still a legendary hero in the hearts of countless hunters. Lazy grew more furious the more he listened, and cut in bluntly, what the hell? Are we fighting or not? Just make it clear. If you don't want a war, then why did you come at all? Get out, go back where you came from. Wait, didn't I just say that? The envoy remained endlessly patient and calmly persuaded. Don't you understand yet? Our mission and the mission of all these hunters is simply to pin you down here. As long as we don't make a move, we can maintain the appearance of peace, even if at this very moment, 1,000 hunters have already slipped quietly into East Sea City. That has nothing to do with the Alliance Consortium. Rest assured, we used Chairman Kyan as bait to lure Chen Mo elsewhere. Here, there's only Chen Mo's sister and the cultivator who's always helping him. Perhaps there's also the beast that accompanies Chen Mo either way. The damage to East Sea City will be kept to an absolute minimum. Lazy sneered and cursed can't win head-on, so they resort to hostage-taking. These people really are the lowest scum. The envoy smirked and said, You're far too naive, Chairman Lazy. The Alliance Consortium will never forget what Kaozai did. That monster single-handedly shattered the global power balance. That is precisely why we will never allow another uncontrollable monster like him to exist. At that same moment in another corner of the city, Yutong set down a stone and murmured in confusion. According to the note Chen Mo left, she should be fine here. This delivery is strange at midnight, and they asked her to leave this stone at this spot. She waited and watched for a while, but everything stayed dead calm. Yutong couldn't help but wonder nothing happened at all. Could she have placed it in the wrong spot? But no sooner had she finished speaking than a streak of light shot toward her. Lazy landed in front of Yutong and exclaimed joyfully, Finally found you. She studied his unfamiliar face and asked, Do I know you? Wait, are you here to pick up the delivery? Hearing that, his expression turned thunderous. Delivery? What delivery? Never mind the package. Those scum are on their way, not just you, but Chen Mo's sister is also their target. Is Chen Mo's sister at your place right now? But it looks like your house has magical barriers nobody can get in. I'm not sure whether those bastards will use brute force to smash straight through your wards. If they do, Chen Mo's sister will be in grave danger. This place isn't safe either. Come with Menno. Yutong panicked and blurted, Wait. You're talking way too fast, not even pausing to breathe. I can't understand a single thing you're saying. Who exactly are you? Lazy exhaled sharply and quickly explained, Sorry. This is a side effect of my ability. For a period after exiting my acceleration state, my body's internal clock goes haywire, and my speech speed spikes. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lazy, chairman of the Dongyun Consortium. Yutong's expression instantly turned ice cold. Consortium? You show up while Chen Mo is away, and you expect me to hand over his sister. Don't even dream of it. Seeing that she was about to attack, he hurriedly raised his hands. Miss Yutong, please calm down. Our Dongyun Consortium is not affiliated with the Alliance Consortium. Have you forgotten? After the first secret realm ended, Chen Mo's sister was kidnapped. It was us who helped track her down. Tonight, the Alliance Consortium's hunters have launched an assault on East Sea City. Their targets are you and Chen Mo's sister, Chu Yun. Please take me to her. I will protect both of you. Yu Tong frowned, unconvinced. The Dongyun Consortium. I remember you did help back then, but the situation now is completely different. I can't fully trust you. Besides, those consortium hunters won't be able to lay a finger on Chen Mo's sister. Lei Zi could only try harder to convince her. He laid everything out. I know there's a beast by Chen Mo's side that's probably guarding Chu Yun, but this time, the hunters infiltrating East Sea City number at least 1,000 strong. Even if that beast is powerful enough, protecting Chu Yun under an assault by that many hunters is going to be nearly impossible. Halfway through, the stone at their feet suddenly erupted with 7-colored mist. As the fog grows thicker by the second, Lei Zi's guard goes up. What is this? Moments later, a horde of yaksha emerges from the mist. The one-eyed yaksha leading the charge bursts into hearty laughter, cheering wildly. Immortal realm, this is definitely the immortal realm. I've finally ascended to immortality. The immortal appears out of nowhere, shattering the demon's fantasy to pieces. This is Ligun City, 1,000 years later. Right behind the demons and the old immortal, a crowd of people stumbles out from the haze. These people look around in bewilderment. Someone murmurs, "My last memory is of a terrifying white light engulfing all of Ligun City." Those standing nearby immediately break into panic. Wait, could it be that we're already dead? You mean we've become ghosts? No, impossible. I can still feel my body. I can still breathe. Others wander the streets, lost and dejected, heads bowed, muttering, "I want to go home." Home? Where is that? Yu Tong watches this bizarre scene of humans and demons intermingling, and can't help but shudder. Those monsters just left, and now another group of ancient people has appeared from inside Chen Mo's stone. Just how many people has he stashed away in there? Lei Zi finds this nearly impossible to believe. By all logic, weapons and entities from a secret realm cannot be brought back to reality. The humans and monsters of an entire Ligun City has violated the secret realm's rules. Hearing this, she is equally bewildered. You mean they all came from Ligun City? He speaks as the thought crosses his mind. You really have no recollection of this. Fair enough. Apart from Chen Mo, almost every savior lost consciousness during this secret realm. These ancient people were all ordinary citizens of Ligun City thousands of years ago. Those monsters are pitiful souls deceived by the illusory demon into believing they had become immortals. Another giant serpent soars past overhead. He can only sigh in wonder. Looks like I was worried for nothing. Chen Mo must have anticipated the consortium's ambush. That's why he summoned these monsters to counter them. Chen Mo truly lives up to his title as the strongest savior. Ordinary citizens, seeing the fog and the demons, shy away in fear. One demon, catching wind of him, gnashes its teeth and snarls. Chew moth that vile, scheming fraud. That dark god of the otherworld is somewhere in this city. Another demon howls with fury and hatred. Kill him. Killing him 100 times over wouldn't be enough. That bastard not only deceived us and turned us into monsters, even forced us to slaughter every human in the city. A few unlucky Ligun City bystanders standing too close take off running, screaming for help, asking monsters for rescue. That's insane. The monsters from the secret realm livestream. How are they here? The long-beaked demon with bloodshot eyes barks out a command. Hey, Candy Man, stop hiding it. Tell us where we can find Chen Mo. The immortal turns around with an air of mystery. This city carries Chen Mo's scent, but it's faint. He isn't here right now. But surely you all remember the demon beast beside Chen Moth one that looks like a white-haired little girl. At the mention of this, the spiky-haired demon bursts into mocking laughter. Of course we remember. That lovesick fool Hebo actually thought he could make her his bride, then got his ass handed to him by that little beast. Absolutely hilarious. Hebo, enraged beyond reason, roars back. That was carelessness on my part. Who could have predicted that little girl would suddenly unleash such power? Give me another chance, I will not lose. Sensing a brawl about to break out, the immortal quickly cuts in. Your chance is about to come. That demon beast is on the street up ahead. I can also sense a large group converging toward it. They carry corrupted demon-fueled power as well. The red-eyed demon falls for it hook, line, and sinker, throwing its head back to howl at the sky. What are those damn demon beasts trying to do to our world? Old Manthai's isn't even our world anymore. Does this world still need us? The immortal grins wickedly. Don't overthink it, just focus on vengeance. The Ligun City we once vowed to protect may be gone, but the demon beasts remain. They are still ravaging our world. There is only one thing we must do: take revenge on the demon beasts and the dark god, Chen Mo. The demons cry out in unison, their voices ringing as one. Revenge against the demon beasts and the dark god, Chen Mo. And so that night, in a city once calm and still, chaos erupts without warning. Several members of the Dongyun Consortium see the smoke and fire and grow frantic. Its overfighting has broken out inside the city. Should we go back and reinforce Chairman Lei Zi? The senior officer in the squad blocks them sternly. No, Chairman Lei Zi ordered us to hold these hunters in check here. We do not disobey orders. A combat operative from the Alliance requests orders. Commander the Vanguard Consortium's Chairman Kyan is dead. Chen Mo could return at any moment. Chairman Lei Zi of the Dongyun Consortium is also preparing to block our movements. Do we really have to just sit here and wait for the outcome? Emissary Ping Zhen speaks, calm as a statue. What's the rush? Chen Mo's location has been confirmed. Over 1,000 hunters launching a simultaneous assault. Even if Chairman Lei Zi is fast, he's only one man. He can't change a thing. The outcome is already decided. The moment he finishes speaking, a beam of light crashes down before him. The emissary sees what the light reveals, and his expression darkens instantly. The sight is nothing short of a visual shockwave. The combat operative beside him cannot hide his alarm. Squad 13 leader, what happened? The mortally wounded figure, still clinging to life, hears his comrades' voices and summons every last ounce of strength to deliver a warning. The Secret Realm livestream monsters, the monsters from Ligun City, are all here. They're attacking us. It's a trap set by Chen Mo. At that same moment, inside the Kang Zhuang estate, Li Hanling gazes into the distance and asks expectantly, the Consortium Alliance's hunters are almost here. Is everything ready? Zia Zhou pauses for a beat. Over 1,000 high-ranking Hunter 7 with Chen Mo's pet demon beast here. I can't guarantee his sister's safety. He waves it off reassuringly. Come on, your job is just to back up Chen Mo's pet beast. You didn't actually think you could take on 1,000 hunters in a pitched battle, did you? If you walk out of this alive, you're already a legend. Zia Zhou can't help but raise a concern. Can't we just take Chen Mo's sister and leave now? Chu Yun carries too many secrets. Before we confirm the truth, shouldn't we try to avoid any unexpected incidents? Seeing the blank look on his face, Li Hanling breaks down the pros and cons for him. If we take Chen Mo's sister away hours in advance, it will only deepen Chen Mo's suspicion of us. Why did we predict the Consortium Alliance's movements, yet didn't tell him? Taking Chu Yun away now would be meaningless. Surrounded by 1,000 people, no matter where you run, it's going to be a brutal fight. More importantly, adding flowers to brocade doesn't move people the way a timely rescue does. Hearing his scheming, Zia Zhou breaks into a cold sweat, stammering for several seconds. Damn it, you knew about all this from the start. Wait, did you deliberately arrange for the Consortium Alliance's hunters to ambush Chu Yun? If Chen Mo finds out this was all your arrangement, wouldn't that be catastrophic? Li Hanling's voice turns dead serious. If we want to earn Chen Mo's trust, taking on a little risk is par for the course. Only by risking our lives to save Chen Mo's sister will Chen Mo allow us anywhere near Chu Yun. Only then can we investigate the secrets surrounding Chu Yun. Zia Zhou protests. Even so, 1,000 high-ranking hunters is way too many. Can't you have them send fewer? Li Hanling scoffs. Excuse me, you don't actually think the Consortium Alliance takes orders from me, do you? The location of Chairman Kyan's hideout. This intel was far too easy to obtain, so I suspect it was bait dangled to lure someone into kidnapping Chu Yun. Over 1,000 high-ranking hunters. The Consortium Alliance is truly going all in. They've thrown everything they've got into this, but even this number falls within my projected range. No sooner had the words left his lips than the phone rang. Li Hanling read the incoming message and smiled with satisfaction. They're here. Hearing this, Zia Zhou frowned and muttered, got it. Spiritual energy surged from his body. Zia Zhou said solemnly, leave the rest to me. But before he could act, Li Hanling suddenly tensed and cried out. Wait a moment. Interrupted mid-step, Zia Zhou asked in frustration. What now? Can't you just say everything at once? Glancing over and seeing a horde of demons drifting past, Li Hanling shrieked. Monsters. Ligun City's monsters, why are they appearing here? Zia Zhou could no longer keep his composure. He demanded urgently, what the hell? You never said these monsters would show up too. I still remember from the Secret Realm livestream those monsters' attitude toward Chen Mo was anything but friendly. What if the hunters and these monsters both ambush Chen Mo at the same time? Li Hanling, please tell Maze this also part of your plan. Li Hanling answered with heightened alertness. Who could have planned for Secret Realm monsters to appear in the real world? This is bad, really bad. If something happens to Chu Yun and Chen Mo breaks down, Then this world is finished. Just when the situation hung by a thread, the Alliance's combat forces happened to collide head-on with the monsters. Both sides charged without a word and clashed in close quarters. Zio watched, completely speechless. What the hell is this? The hunters and the monsters are fighting each other. Lee Hanling stood dazed, wondering. Looks like this isn't our problem anymore. He said blankly, probably. The emissary and an aide burst through a cloud of smoke. A combat operative raised a concern. Commander, isn't there going to be a problem with us barging directly into Donghai City like this? Another operative added while flying fast. Won't this violate the unspoken pact between the Dongyun Consortium and the Consortium Alliance? None of that matters anymore. The operation to kidnap Chu Yun must not be obstructed. Period. The emissary cleared a path while barking orders, speed up. De Huid, we're almost there. No response came. He turned, puzzled. De Huid. Then the Celestial spoke. De Huid, I mean this one here. Seeing his subordinate seized by Habo, the emissary's face darkened. Teeth clenched. You wretched monsters. Wouldn't it be better to just quietly rot in the dust of history? Why must you stand in our way? Celestial. Ren laughed with contemptuous mockery. Instead of blocking you, let me be the one to ask we, do you humans swim in the same stream as demon beasts, becoming the dark god Chu Mo's dogs? The emissary set aside his disgust and blurted out, dogs of Chu Mo. Does that mean your target is also Chu Mo? You're here to take revenge on Chu Mo. The Celestial clearly didn't buy it, laughing derisively. Are you saying you also plan to launch an attack on Chu Mo? You think I'd believe you? The corrupting beast energy on your body's eye could smell it from thousands of meters away. The emissary hurriedly explained, Sir, we are allies, we truly are. If only we join forces. Before he could finish Swish, the emissary clutched his throat, gasping. I can't breathe, stop your ability, we don't have to fight, please listen. Seeing them suddenly convulse, the Celestial was bewildered. What are you talking about? I haven't done anything. More Swish sounds. Combat members of the Alliance collapsed in unison, gasping for air. Help, what's happening? I can't move my body. Chu Mo spoke as casually as if he were in his own living room. What a lively little brawl. Who gave you permission to disturb my sister's rest? At the same time, a combat operative breaking through the barrier grew excited, thinking the barrier had finally opened. Yes, just one more step sees the target and the bounty is mine. Move, damn it. Why won't my body obey? The fool had been so laser-focused that he hadn't noticed his surroundings at all. Chu Mo appeared behind him and spoke. All this time, for the sake of stabilizing this world, I've been holding myself back. It seems this has caused you all to develop some misconceptions about me, he said, scanning each of their heads one by one. Enough misconceptions that you even found the courage to ambush my sister. Starting now, this world only needs to obey one voice. The appearance of the demon horde jolted all of Donghai City awake. This would be a night to remember. The Alliance's hunters lay sprawled across street corners. Kim Yu clenched his teeth in defiance. The battle hadn't even begun, yet nearly 1,000 hunters had lost all will to fight, paralyzed by pure fear. What the hell? My ability is suppressed to its absolute limit. I can't even begin to imagine how powerful Chu Mo is now. He mustered every last drop of strength for a telepathic transmission. Commander, can you hear me? The emissary, also wheezing, heard the voice echo in his head and responded, telepathic link. Is that you, Kim Yu? Kim Yu struggled to ask for orders. It's me, Commander. What do we do now? The emissary grinned savagely and commanded, use your ability to broadcast to every hunter launch the final assault at all costs. Unless Chu Mo doesn't care about civilian casualties and uses a wide-area attack, there's no way he can kill all of us at once. Besides, we only need one person to reach Chu Mo's target to win this. This is the only way out. He reported with his remaining strength. Commander, the hunters are all affected by fear. They can't move. The emissary wheezed heavily. Gather every last ounce of your power. Keep your telepathic link active, channel my energy, and resonate the mass berserk into all 1,000 hunters. Kim Yu, can you do it? Kim Yu said anxiously. In theory, yes. But Commander, your body can't withstand linking that many people. There's a high chance you'll die before the mass berserk even takes effect. The emissary, utterly manic, roared with bulging eyes. Shut UP. Execute the order. The loyal dog Kim Yu, though conflicted, obeyed without further question. Yes, sir. Immediately after, Kim Yu's spiritual energy swept across every member, carrying the emissary's burning force, driving them all into a frenzy. He felt the link connect across all 999 brethren, then crushed his energy core. Mass berserk. Chu Mo, who had been watching from the very start, stepped forward and praised, not bad. Quite the show. The emissary laughed maniacally, spilling every word pent up inside. You're too late. My ability is already activated. Chen Mo, in a world without gods, do you intend to become a god among men? The Consortium Alliance won't allow it. Humanity won't allow it. This world won't allow it. All hunters. Heed my command, even if you die the very next second. Carry out the mission. And you, specters of Ligun City, listen well. If you still wish to serve Chen Mo, then aid us. The target is Chen Mo's sister. The emissary kept thundering on and on. Chen Mo found it annoying. He snapped his fingers, silence. 1 second later, the emissary was simply sawed clean in half. Seeing their boss go down, the subordinates still charged in a frenzy only to all become headless horsemen in unison. Chen Mo raised a finger to his lips, shh. Too loud, you'll disturb my sister. The Celestial witnessed this silent slaughter, heart-pounding. What just happened in that instant? The emissary's men lay as corpses littering the streets. The Celestial watched, visibly shaken. Dead, they're all dead. Those human traitors with corrupted beast power. Killed by Chen Mo in a way I couldn't even fathom. Weren't they the dark god Chen Mo's dogs? Why would he kill his own subordinates? With the alliance taken care of, he immediately engages those ancient relics in conversation. This place is Donghai City, built upon a pile of ruins. In your era, those ruins were the former Ligun City. Ligun City in the Lost Lands not only weathered the cycles of time, but also gained sentience. As the Lost Lands returned, I struck a bargain with Ligun City. This city was born from the empathy held for the souls living here. It wants to save you and return you to the world where you truly belong. The immortal is still reeling from the display. Are we insane to have dared to challenge him? This is no longer on the same dimensional scale. Chen Mo approaches and mutters, as promised to Ligun City, I am bringing you back to reality to fulfill the contract. The immortal stammers. He is the one who saved us. He ignores the man's excuses, his eyes narrowing. I'm only doing this because your lives are tragic. I intended to let you go free, but you dared to team up with the Hunter Syndicate and disturb my sister's peace. The old immortal turns pale with fear and rushes to explain. Hunters, you mean those humans with such intense demonic power? We were just passing through. We have no relationship with them. Not only that, we even fought against them. We have absolutely no intent to be hostile. He doesn't believe a word of it, stating coldly, You are lying. Do you wish to die a second time? Meanwhile, at the Syndicate Alliance headquarters, Chairman Shi slams his desk and roars. Trash, a bunch of useless trash. It's been a day since the Donghai City raid. Can anyone tell me where Chen Mo is? What is he planning? Chairman Ma waits for him to finish ranting before coming online. He challenges. Before that, Chairman Shi, as the temporary leader of the Alliance, don't you have something to say to us? Under your orders, more than half of the Syndicate's elite hunters were sent to die in Donghai City, and we didn't achieve a single result. Chairman Shi sneers, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Chairman Ma, are you already drooling over the chance to become the new leader? We are currently facing the greatest crisis since the Syndicate Alliance was formed. Chen Mo's retaliation could very well deal us a devastating blow. Chairman Su speaks up, calmly mediating. Chairman Shi is right. Now is not the time to assign blame for internal strife. We must unite and cooperate to draft the best defense plan. I will share the intelligence I have first. The monsters of Ligun City are roaming the streets of Donghai City. They are coexisting peacefully with the residents of Donghai City. They even take the initiative to help locals in need. But the moment anyone tries to investigate Chen Mo or approaches his residence, they are attacked by those monsters. The spies I sent were almost all captured, and I've lost contact with them. Those monsters possess immense power and obey Chen Mo's orders absolutely. Donghai City has become Chen Mo's private backyard. Chairman Lin, fearing the world isn't chaotic enough, offers a suggestion. Chairman Su, stop talking nonsense. Just fire the nucleus as many as we have. Flatten Donghai City. How could he listen to this rotten idea? Don't joke around. We've already tested Itnooks don't have enough killing power against Chen Mo even if we destroy the city and the monster army. We won't escape danger. The blast will kill Chen Mo's sister. We will be facing a Chen Mo who no longer hesitates, bent on nothing but revenge. He hears the excuse and laughs even more brightly, provoking them. Chairman Su, don't tell me you're still seriously thinking about how to deal with Chen Mo. There is no chance left. All I want to do is kill the people Chen Mo cares about before he kills us. But he hadn't finished laughing before he was attacked. Who are you? How did you appear here? Get out of my face. Even though he found him annoying, Chairman Su asks with concern. Chairman Lin, what happened on your end? Need help? The other end speaks naturally. Someone else has logged in to take his place. Unfortunately, Chairman Lin cannot answer you for now. The image is still glitchy. It's clearly a high-end projector that's difficult to operate. Lee Hanling appears with a confident smile. The image finally stabilizes. I don't think I need to introduce myself. The moment he shows his face, Chairman, she starts cursing. Lee Hanling, the syndicate traitor, you annoying little pest. You have a good father. He used his own life to absolve all your crimes. Are you in such a rush to die? Lee Hanling isn't fazed in the slightest. He chuckles. No need to be so agitated. I'm just here to deliver Chen Mo's ultimatum to you all. Submit to Chen Mo within 3 days and follow his orders. If you refuse, then the Syndicate Alliance has no need to exist. A few hours after Chen Mo's face-to-face threat and chat, the long-eared demon with veins popping on his forehead yells, "Direct confrontation means certain death. We must pretend to submit to Chen Mo to find an opening to kill that false god. That's what you said last night, right?" The immortal breaks into a cold sweat and nervously explains, "It was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Didn't you watch the replayed Secret Realm livestream? Lord Chen Mo is single-handedly saving the world. He is a truly great savior." The long-eared demon listens to him sucking up, and Chen Mo can only sigh with sarcasm. "Lord Chen Mo, you change your tone quickly. No wonder you didn't hesitate to sell us out. Now, not only do we patrol Donghai City every day, we even have to cooperate with highly dangerous health checkups." The immortal hears him and is terrified, trying to correct him. "Stop talking nonsense. Lord Chen Mo cares about our health, which is why he provides us with the benefit of health checkups. What could you possibly have to complain about? At the very least, we're still alive. We just have to work for Chen Mo for 3 years. Then who knows? If you have such opinions, go find Lord Chen Mo and talk to him yourself. Lord Chen Mo has a magnanimous heart. He surely won't hold it against you." The long-eared demon acts tough, but he's actually quite fragile. He starts crying immediately after being scolded. "Do you want me to die? I don't want to face that guy alone. It's so scary." While the two demons bicker, Chen Mo to the laboratory. He walks around for a moment and then says, "A research facility this massive, and you intend to sell it to me for 1 coin. I actually thought you'd give it to me for free." The butler replies elegantly, "A gift freely given usually comes with unreasonable demands. Therefore, this is a fair, voluntary exchange between our Dongyun syndicate and Mr. Chen Mo." He assesses it indifferently. "A fair exchange expecting no reward. You all really think everything through." The butler ignores the sarcasm, his expression unchanged as he continues the introduction in this research facility. "All staff salaries have been paid for 30 years. You don't need to worry about equipment or resources. Supporting Mr. Chen Mo in saving the world is the most important task for our Dongyun syndicate right now." He critically picks apart every word. "The most important. If that's the case, then Chairman Lee's of the Dongyun syndicate should be the one talking to me right now." Seeing that every sentence he says hits a nerve, the butler panics and says nervously, "Chairman Lee's has urgent business right now. It is absolutely not meant to be disrespectful to you. The daily operations of the Dongyun syndicate are mostly handled by me, equivalent to the Grand Steward. It is most appropriate for me to assist you with your work." He impatiently cuts through the excuses and asks directly, "Enough, no need for explanations. I don't care. The documents I obtained from the previous chairman have already been shared with you. Did you find anything?" Switching to business, the butler calms down and reports, "Regarding those documents, the Dongyun syndicate staff have been working at full capacity to decrypt and analyze them. Time has been short. We are currently only halfway through. However, I discovered a shocking piece of information I was just about to report to you, including this secret realm war. Our world and the other realm have linked up multiple times. Not twice, but 3 times. Chen Mo notices the anomaly and asks calmly, If I recall correctly, the secret realm wars have only happened twice, once 1,000 years ago and once now. Is the cultivator lying?" The butler frowns, explaining with a serious expression, "The secret realm wars have indeed only occurred twice. The one who is lying isn't the cultivator, it's the Syndicate Alliance. They have been hiding crucial information from us. In that historical era 1,000 years ago, humanity once developed a level of technology that exceeds our wildest imagination. Humans of that era invaded other realms, took demonic beasts hostage, and even domesticated them as pets. Over 1,000 years ago, the island continent of Yizhu emerged from the Great Sea. On that island continent, the corporate alliance recovered advanced scientific artifacts from ruins and discovered domesticated, modified demonic beasts. Driven by greed for treasure, massive battles erupted between humans and monsters. It appeared to be a byproduct of ancient technological modification. The flesh of the fallen beasts released strange, anomalous particles. A select few with the right talent could absorb these energy particles to augment their strength or gain unique abilities. This is the origin of the hunters. Broadly speaking, while corporate alliance hunters suffer physical mutations, the residents of Lian City from a millennium ago were controlled by illusions, leading to severe mental instability. But power comes with a price. Most hunters don't live past the age of 35. The monsters of Lian City aren't just victims. According to recent medical checkups, they only have a maximum lifespan of 3 years. To achieve immense power while maintaining longevity, the corporate alliance has been using ancient pre-cataclysm technology scavenged from ruins to conduct human experimentation. Chen Mo listened to the briefing, tightened his belt, and asked, "Pre-cataclysm technology. If we can fully recover that technology, it could probably cure my sister, right?" The butler replied solemnly, "Mr. Chen Mo, it's not just you. The corporate alliance craves that complete technology as well, but unfortunately, Yizhu has already sunk." Wait, that's not entirely accurate. The continent disappeared from the material plane for unknown reasons, but the fragments salvaged from the ruins have already caused the corporate alliance's technology to advance rapidly in a short period. This is also why they don't fear the descent of demonic beasts. Mr. Chen Mo, according to Wudong's theory, as long as you achieve final victory in the Secret Realm War, your sister will recover. There is no need for such impatience. Chen Mo sneered at the butler's empty promises. "I don't need uncertain theories. The Secret Realm War lasts a year. I can't wait that long. Perhaps during this time, my sister's condition will worsen. Perhaps even winning won't be enough to recover her. I will not abandon even the smallest possibility." Do you think the members of the corporate alliance can keep critical technological data hidden from each other? The butler realized things were spiraling out of control, and his face paled. "Mr. Chen Mo, what are you planning?" Chen Mo replied, "By now, Li Hanling must have already issued the final ultimatum to the 4 great sects and the corporate alliance. In 3 days, they can either choose to be my dogs or become history." Hearing such a brutal, straightforward plan, the butler couldn't help but feel it was insane, blurting out, "You're mad. Are you out of your mind? A total war will plunge the entire world into chaos." Chen Mo said coldly, "Those idiots only know how to waste resources and manpower on boring civil wars. It's time to end this farce. This world only needs one voice, one will. Money, power, status, I don't care about any of it. The only thing I need is to win. Dongyun Corporation, an experimental facilities, this really all you have to offer? Stop playing small. Use me for the greatest benefit. Get on my war chariot now, and you will reap the greatest rewards and restore your former glory." A knock echoed at the door of Dongyun Corporation's experimental facility. Chen Mo spoke up, "Enter." Li Hanling stepped inside and asked curiously. The executive from Dongyun Corporation just ran out in a panic, looking like he'd seen a ghost. Did something happen? He laughed lightly and replied, "I suppose my appetite was just too big. I scared him to death." Li Hanling, report the situation first. Li Hanling sneered as he reported that the 4 great sects were holding firm, refusing to accept his leadership. They made their choice according to the analysis. The cultivators still have hidden trump cards. The answer was expected. He gave a sarcastic smile, hiding their true strength not to fight the world, but to plot against their own alisthas is exactly what they would do. What was the corporate alliance's response? Li Hanling added, "The alliance president said they need to think and didn't answer immediately. It seems they are simply trying to stall for time." Chen Mo curled his lip, as expected, then add more fire to their feet. Shortly after, at the corporate alliance meeting, President Xi announced the grim news with a stony face. The latest news: Dongyun Corporation President Lei Zi has declared that from now on, he will fully support all of Chen Mo's plans. President Ma cursed furiously, "Bastard. That guy has no shame at all. We should have destroyed Dongyun Corporation long ago." President Xi's face grew dark as he stubbornly changed the subject. "We don't have time to regret. We only have 3 days left of the deadline Chen Mo gave us to provide our answer." President Su Ba said nonchalantly, "First, we must confirm the intentions of the other presidents. None of the presidents here are willing to surrender to Chen Mo and hand over their corporations, are they?" President Ma banged the table in a rage, his blood boiling. "Of course not. By what right does Chen Mo, with just a few light words, want to steal the fruits of 4 or 5 generations of our family's hard work?" The neutral presidents voiced their agreement. "Right, I won't surrender to Chen Mo." President Su smiled with a particularly harmless, cruel expression as he proposed a plan. "Then, the first thing we need to consider is how to keep our lives. Based on previous analytical reports, even in the heat of battle, Chen Mo attempts to avoid the death of innocents. He is full of compassion for the common people. Therefore, to survive, we need hostages, a massive number of hostages. President Ma volunteered immediately upon hearing this. Hostages, quietly relocating a massive population is my specialty. How many do you need? 10,000? 100,000? I'll go prepare it now. President Su raised 2 fingers, looking utterly sinister. 200 million. We need at least that many to negotiate with Chen Mo. President Ma slammed the table again, shouting, 200 million. Are you kidding me? Where am I supposed to capture that many hostages? President Su muttered emotionlessly. During this time, to ensure safety, all presidents should stay in secure, hidden locations, underground bases, or unmarked islands in the deep sea. Even space outside the atmosphere would work. But one day we will be found, so starting now, each of us must reside in major cities with over 1 million people, while keeping enough explosives on hand to level the entire city. Wouldn't that give us over 200 million hostages? President Lin clapped his hands in approval and added details. That's a great idea. We can also manipulate public opinion, spreading rumors that the residents of Donghai City are being enslaved by monsters under Chen Mo's command. Playing games, President Su became more and more excited as he spoke. Exactly. Project the image of Chen Mo as a tyrannical dictator and make him the target of everyone's scorn. President Lin became increasingly satisfied, laughing gleefully. The tyrant Chen Mo is inhumane, leaving the people of Donghai City in misery, living a life worse than death. Now he controls the entire corporate alliance, and with the cultivators of the 4 great sects, he has plunged the world into his dark rule. That way, everyone will stand with us. He left in high spirits, but he hadn't laughed for more than a few minutes before he was gunned down. Black blood dripped to the ground. Seeing the face of the shooter, President Su's eyes bulged as he shouted, "You're President Lin's younger brother, Lin Bei. Do you even know what you're doing?" Lin Bei grabbed his brother's hair and lifted his head, laughing like a madman. "You're wrong, you short dwarf. I am now President Lin." President Ma shouted in tension and fury, "Do you think we will allow this? You brainless waste, empty-headed. Even if you kill your brother, you can't become president." Lin Bei replied, "It seems you guys don't know. Just moments ago, Chen Mo announced to the whole world that because you plotted to harm his sister. This is the punishment. If the corporate alliance doesn't choose to surrender in 3 days, then all your relatives, friends, subordinates, and even commoners who support the corporate alliance will be considered enemies and all enemies can be killed." President Xi, his face like a stone, raised an eyebrow in provocation. "It seems you're not just a waste, but a coward. Because you were so afraid of death, you killed your own brother." Lin Bei said with a crazed expression. "Of course not just that. Chen Mo doesn't want to cause too much slaughter. If the alliance presidents are too stubborn to surrender, then whoever kills Yao, whether it's your relatives, friends, or subordinates, can take over your position as president. Now I, the waste you all look down on, have received Chen Mo's recognition and have become President Lin. Now it's your turn to be afraid." After the corporate meeting at President Ma's private residence, President Ma urged loudly, "Chen Ying, what are you still dawdling for? Forget the luggage. None of that matters. Hurry up and bring the kid over. The helicopter is arriving soon. We need to leave. This place isn't safe anymore." Chen Ying trembled, stuttering, I'm sorry I can't go with you." He watches his wife holding the knife, wearing a smile like a madman. "I see, you want to seize my assets, to take the conglomerate that belongs to me. Laughable, you don't even know how to kill a fish on a normal day. Do you really have the guts to kill me?" Chairman Ma hasn't even finished speaking before karma hits his face, turns as pale as pig liver. His wife, Chen Ying, doesn't hesitate for a second and lunges to stab him. Trembling with fear and hatred, she mutters, "The assets don't matter. I don't care that you're having an affair and supporting some starlet." Chairman Ma grabs her hair, blood bubbling from his mouth as he snarls, "You bitch!" Undeterred, she pulls out the blade. Chen Ying stands tall, her voice reaching a breaking point. "But why did you have to provoke Sumo? Why risk my son's life? Do you understand? If you anger Sumo, our entire family dies. Only when death is at his doorstep does Chairman Ma feel fear." He stammers, I know, I'll surrender to Sumo right now." But Chen Ying knows better. She has been disappointed for far too long. She whispers, "I won't trust you ever again." Then follows the house cleaning. At that same moment, in an ice house deep in the Arctic, Chairman Su receives the news. Chairman Ma is dead. Chairman, she loses his patience. Did you hear that? Under the terror of Sumo, 4 alliance chairmen have already met tragic ends, killed by their butlers, brothers, wives, and children. We don't have much time left. Katiangson smirks indifferently. Didn't you guys control the narrative? trying to paint Sumo as the ultimate demon king. Well, look at that. Sumo has actually become a tyrant. Chairman, she retorts with a sneer. To take down Sumo, we've done everything we could. And you, cultivators, what have you done? What right do you have to mock me? Even if we surrender to Sumo now, we go down with dignity. Tiangxin says with excessive confidence. If you really wanted to surrender, you wouldn't have come all the way to the Arctic to meet me. Chairman, she asks suspiciously, do you really have a way to deal with Sumo? Or are you just posturing for the sake of your pride? That sounds exactly like something you'd do. Other than ice and polar bears, there's nothing here. What, you plan to use polar bears to take down Sumo? Tiangxin shifts his body to reveal the yin-yang formation inside, letting it slip. The real weapon lies 4,000 meters beneath the ice. We didn't do anything ourselves. 3 sect leaders joined forces and spent 3 days just to open this passage. He walks into the center of the formation and signals with his eyes, if you still have any courage, follow me. Driven to the edge, Chairman, she says, 4,000 meters deep. I've been there before. What's there to be afraid of? As he steps into the formation, he adds, standard teleportation isn't usable in this area, so you can treat this passage as a 4,000 meter vertical drop. Next, the yin-yang elevator engages. Chairman, she floats, cursing, damn it, why didn't you say that sooner? The formation moves at light speed within seconds. They reach the minus 4,000 meter depth. Chairman, she feels nauseated and asks, are we here? What exactly are we here to meet? Tiangxin begins the tale. 1,000 years ago, he killed over 50 million people and destroyed the De La Heaven Kingdom underground. He was also the strongest savior in the previous secret realm. His name wasn't recorded. The cultivators of that era called him Tiananmen Heaven's Mandate. Hearing the biography of the mass murderer, Chairman, she hesitates, Tiananmen, a criminal who killed 50 million people. We have to cooperate with this lunatic. Chairman Su asks with total disregard for the ethics. The main question is, can this guy named Tiananmen actually handle Sumo? Tiangxin says immediately, 1,000 years ago, Tiananmen was the strongest savior, capable of battling 30,000-year-old demonic beasts. Chairman, she blurts out, a 30,000-year-old demonic beast is equal to 10 million in combat power. Are you serious? Even that monster Sumo, based on the latest data, has a maximum combat power of only 100,000. Seeing his agitation, Tiangxin explains, 1,000 years ago, the Earth's spiritual energy was dense. The current situation can't compare. There are over 10 people with the same level of cultivation as Tiananmen, or cultivators slightly weaker than him. But even if all the cultivators in the world formed a coalition, they still couldn't defeat the Tiananmen you are about to meet. His bizarre powers make him invincible in this world. Chairman Su says with a hollow laugh, that's why I hate you cultivators. Even in a critical moment, you still play God and act mysterious. Before he finishes, the sound of the death talisman rings. Are you hiding in here? Then the protagonist descends like a Super Saiyan. Chairman Su sees him as if he's seen a ghost. His face turns pale as a vampire and he screams in terror. Sumo glances at Chairman Su and mutters, are you the one who became the conglomerate chairman at 8 years old? Your age is greater than your appearance. He shouts in fear, please don't kill me. Right at that moment, Tiangxin's voice rings out, close your eyes. Chairman Shi, suffering from a splitting headache, stands up and mutters in confusion. What just happened? I just died. Was it a hallucination? No, that's not right. It feels like I actually died. Tiangxin lectures with his eyes squeezed shut. That wasn't a hallucination, that was fate. You can understand it as in one timeline you just died. It's a timeline with a very low probability of occurring. Normally, Sumo has almost no way of suddenly appearing here. But if you continue to observe with your eyes, you will reach the fate where you are killed by Sumo. Chairman Su feels a chill down his spine, sobbing. This is the power of Tiananmen, the ability to arbitrarily manipulate others. No matter how low the probability, Tiananmen can turn that destiny into reality. Chairman Shi, being relatively composed, says in a low voice, as long as we don't look with our eyes, we won't be affected, right? This kind of ability can't be called invincible, right? Tiangxin speaks the truth in this trajectory. There exist countless small mirror realms. The cultivators of 1,000 years ago used the power of the Earth's ley lines and abyssal spirits to build this mirror maze. They couldn't kill Tiananmen, so they could only seal him here. The mirror maze splits Tiananmen's soul into countless fragments. In each mirror, every soul fragment corresponds to a different fate of the entire world. In those worlds, we lead different lives. Countless soul fragments of Tiananmen constantly negate each other, reaching a seal of balance. What you saw and felt just now was merely the fluctuation of emotions in the subconscious of the sealed Tiananmen. You can perceive it as Tiananmen sleeping in the seal, and you were just a bug accidentally caught in his dreamscape. When he actively uses his power, even if you don't see or hear, even if you block your five senses, the whole world will fall into a true nightmare. Listening to him, after the explanation, Chairman, she questions him aggressively. It was just a fluctuation of emotion in the subconscious. Sect leader, have you gone mad? To kill Mo, you intend to release a monster even more terrifying than him. Tiangxin replies, when did I say I would release Tianming? Even while sealed, just utilizing his power is enough to kill Mo. The path ahead leads to the location where Tianming is sealed. I can only say it's very dangerous. Do you still want to follow? Chairman Su stays true to his nature. Of course, Chairman, she follows up. Lead the way, we prepared ourselves. Seeing their resolve, Tiangxin finally reveals the survival method. Tianming cannot be seen, Tianming cannot be understood, Tianming cannot be described. Remember these three rules to survive leaving this place. The three enter the cave. As soon as Tianming sees him, he begins to mock and provoke them. How pathetic. The sect leader of the Dan Tai Jade Cave sect, not even daring to look up at me. Tiangxin feels no shame. As soon as he enters, he takes a lower position before Tianming. Great. Being, I have a request. He remains glued to his throne, arrogantly interrupting. I know, I see. The savior Mo is clearing you lot out. Under his rule, the lineage of cultivators is completely extinguished. The world descends into darkness. Silence, no one survives. I have foreseen a future where Mo does not exist. Rest assured, I will kill him soon enough. Meanwhile, at the Dongyun conglomerate's nuclear plant number 6, the scientist presses the button, counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Mo stands in the center of the nuclear core, waiting. Nuclear energy activates, irradiating Mo's body from the inside out. System notification incoming. System host is under intense external energy bombardment. System Samadhi True Fire activated, consuming heat energy. Host physique enhancement in progress. Zhu hears about his training regimen and asks, anxious. He's using a nuclear reactor for cultivation. Does he have a death wish? Li Hanling replies with conviction, do you remember? When he returned from the secret realm, the conglomerate alliance bombarded Mo with nuclear weapons. He profited from that nuclear explosion. Now, Mo has seized the Dongyun conglomerate's 6th plant to continue leveling up his combat power. Zhu recalls a similar incident. 10 years ago, a group of cultivators also tried using nuclear reactions to aid their training, but all of them suffered from backlash. A year later, they died one after another. No one lived past 5 years. Even Mo cannot be completely immune to the negative side effects. Li Hanling grimaces. I once advised Mo. He said, even if I only have 1 year left to live, it is enough. The secret realm difficulty is skyrocketing. All the pressure is on Mo alone. Even he feels the weight, but he cannot express his turmoil to anyone, because he is the world's only hope for salvation. Zhu suddenly offers a suggestion. Li Hanling, tell Mo the truth about his sister. He is fighting with his life on the line, we shouldn't keep it from him. Li Hanling snaps back at him. You idiot, keep your cheap sympathy to yourself. If he finds out that all his efforts have likely been in vain, perhaps his sister has long been dead. Unfortunately, every word falls right into the protagonist's ears. Mo approaches and speaks. What did you say just now? Zhu turns pale in a split second, panicking. Oh no, Mo. Li Hanling's face goes deathly white. How is he here? Mo lunges, grabbing Li Hanling by the throat, threatening him. What happened to my sister? Li Hanling tries to stammer out an explanation. Mo, calm down, it's not what you think. Zhu bursts with power, rushing over. Let him go. Just as he reaches out a flame-wreathed fist toward Mo speaks coldly, scram. A split second later, a pillar of energy slams into Zhu. Seeing his friend knocked flat, Li Hanling feels a surge of worry. That idiot is too reckless. He quickly touches his mouth. Mo, I haven't confirmed the news regarding your sister yet. But before he can finish, Mo begins coughing violently, vomiting blood like a terminal patient. Li Hanling rubs his neck in confusion. Mo. At that moment, the 4th character enters the room. Tianming walks in as if he owns the place, rambling on. Mo, your cultivation. Mo, sensing intense danger at the nuclear plant, left early and returned to his experimental base. By coincidence, he overheard Li Hanling and Zhu discussing the news of his sister's death. He choked Li Hanling to extract information, leading Zhu to launch an attack in his desperation. Unfortunately, Zhu's cultivation technique has the ability to cause the target's power to spiral out of control. Under normal circumstances, Zhu's combat power couldn't touch him, but Mo had just absorbed rampant energy from the plant, and was destabilized by the news of his sister. Zhu became the straw that broke the camel's back. His power loses control, causing severe internal injuries. I missed a crucial point. This time I will kill the demon beast, which might help share your burden of damage. Seeing a stranger, he has no time to worry about anyone else. He asks suspiciously, "Who are you? Have we met?" He walks over to him, realizing he forgot to introduce himself. "I am Tianming. This is the 143rd time we have met, and it is also the worst fate you have ever faced." At that moment, 4,000 meters deep under the Arctic ice, in the deepest reaches of the abyss, Chairman Shi listens to his willingness to help with a smooth tone. "Excellent, you've agreed to kill Mo." Chairman Su is skeptical of anyone doing charity work, adding, "Do you really have no other demands?" Tiangxin warns the two idiots, cutting in immediately. "Wait, don't celebrate too soon. Lord Tianming, we apologize, but you must understand that we cannot lift the seal to let you leave here and deal with Mo." Unexpectedly, no sooner does he finish speaking than he hears him announce, "It's over." That Mo almost opened his eyes. "What?" Tianming declares with absolute confidence. "Mo has already been dealt with by me." Chairman Shi exclaims in shock. "Mo is dead so fast." Chairman Su clenches his fists in delight. That arrogant brat finally got what was coming to him, served him right. Tiangxin narrows his eyes in disbelief. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Without breaking the seal, you cannot leave this cave, let alone kill Mo." Tianming sits in his chair, calmly explaining. "In a low-probability timeline, you release my seal. Mo and I have met 143 times, and I have killed him 143 times. At this, Chairman She looks dejected. "Doesn't this mean Mo is still alive?" "Madness." Tiangxin regains his composure, his brows furrowing as he announces, "Tian. Lord Ming, I truly apologize, but even if you say that, I will not lift your seal. If we rely solely on the strength of the four major sects and the conglomerate alliance, is there any chance of defeating Mo?" Tianming lowers his head and recounts. "After 143 battles, no one in this world understands me better than Mo. Eyes that can see through illusions. A body tougher than any cultivation stream physical refinement technique. Combined with peerless combat arts and an abnormal growth rate, he has never shown his full strength in front of you. Your odds of winning are 0. Honestly, I have no desire to start a war with Mo on Earth." Chairman Su, also enraged, wants to retort. "Lord Tianming, what do you mean by this? If you are 100% certain you can kill Mo, why are you unwilling to fight him? Is there some secret we don't know about?" At this, he calmly leans back into his chair, letting plumes of black mist appear behind him as he answers. "Even if I can kill Mo, the combat will cause massive destruction and the death of a vast number of humans. This will cause Earth's total energy to decline. The secret realm is gone. After that, the demon world will directly invade Earth. That is a situation I do not wish to see." The guy on this side lets out a long, reluctant sigh. "Really? To think the strongest savior is helpless against Mo, although we hate it. We can only surrender to Mo." Tianming laughs mockingly at this. "Sect Master, I only said I cannot kill Mo on Earth. Inside the secret realm, the situation is completely different." Tiangxin breaks out into a cold sweat, his expression hesitant. "The secret realm?" As if reading his concerns, he offers reassurance. "No need to fully remove the seal. Just open the seal on my left hand, I can enter the secret realm next time. The four major sects must have secretly hoarded a vast amount of destiny points. Hand them over to me, and I can recover my original cultivation level. In the secret realm, I will use my overwhelming advantage to easily kill Mo." Tiangxin offers a corporate-grade smile, and a faint compliment upon hearing Tianming's words. "Lord Tianming, so this is your true objective. As long as the seal has even a single crack, it won't be long before you break free from your shackles." He replies with an ambiguous expression. "Perhaps. But aside from handing me the fate currency and letting me kill Mo within the secret realm, what other choice do you have?" Tiangxin frowns, retorting. "Lord Tianming, if I'm not mistaken, you must have a way to rapidly deplete a massive amount of fate currency. If we use the methods of other saviors, and let that savior kill Mo." Tianming indifferently exerts heavy pressure toward Tiangxin, forcing him into a corner. This method isn't impossible, but by forcibly absorbing a large amount of fate currency, that savior will die within 3 days. Seeing this, Chairman She tries to persuade him losing just one cultivator to completely eradicate Mo is a highly profitable trade. "Sect Master, you surely don't have any objections, do you?" Noticing the initial wavering, he smirks and adds, "Not just any savior has the constitution to forcibly absorb fate currency. To be precise, There is only one person your disciple. Sect Master Jing Shan. The moment the name is dropped, Tiananmen suffers a psychological shock, shouting in terror, "What did you say?" Behind him, Chairman Shi attempts to intervene. Sect Master, he is just a disciple. But before he can continue, Tianxin angrily waves his hand and shouts, "Silence." Seeing his agitation, Tiananmen chuckles. "Hard to decide, isn't it? Jing Shan has always respected you like a father. And in him, you've found a sense of familial affection you haven't felt in a long time. Not only that, he is now your only successor." At this point, Tianxin snaps and yells, "Enough. Tiananmen, I accept your proposal." Upon receiving his consent, he breaks into a maniacal, joyful laugh. This is the expression. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Seeing it in reality really is much more vivid. Tianxin, meanwhile, sinks into a somber mood and questions him. The relationship between Jing Shan and Sumo isn't bad. Are you sure that by accepting the fate currency, Jing Shan will definitely kill Sumo? Tiananmen calms down and replies concisely, "Naturally, this is the future I have already foreseen." The scene shifts to Jing Shan looking down from a high vantage point at someone heavily wounded below. Chairman, she screams out amidst the icy, frozen void. He roars in total, uncontrollable rage. "You damned bastard, on what grounds? On what grounds do you tell me to surrender to Sumo?" Tianxin steps forward to soothe him. This is necessary patience. The 4 great sects will also publicly submit to Sumo in 5 days. According to Lord Tiananmen's prophecy, that is the day of Sumo's death. He waves his hand, scolding bitterly. "You say it so lightly, compared to cultivators like you. Our conglomerate alliance has offended Sumo far too much." Chairman, she mutters, trembling, having even nearly threatened the life of Sumo's sister. "Even if we surrender, Sumo won't easily let us go." He recognizes Chairman Shi's dilemma but urges, "But to protect his own reputation, at the very least, Sumo won't kill you immediately. After 5 days, everything we've lost can be reclaimed." Like a caged beast, he grips his face tightly to vent his frustration. "Your words had better be true. The key to victory now lies in your disciple, Jing Shan. Don't go soft and don't let us down." Tianxin's face darkens, his hands clenching into tight fists. "I don't need reminding. I have already decided. Any individual, including myself, can be sacrificed. Only the sect is eternal." The scene moves to a sector of the base, lined with partitions. Lei Zi appears and calmly initiates a conversation with the group. "Gentlemen, please come in." Tianxin leads the delegation, followed by Chairman Su and Shi. Sumo watches the group approach and laughs mockingly. "Unexpected. I thought with your clinging nature you would fight to the bitter end." Chairman Shi speaks first, his tone submissive. "Lord Sumo, we have lost. Whether in military might or strategic wit, you are above us. The world is vast, yet there is no place for us to hide. Please, Lord, do not hold a grudge against us lesser men. We offer our total loyalty." He calmly walks toward him and looks down. "Chairman Shi, Chairman Su, I don't need your loyalty." The man starts in surprise and yells, Sumo, what do you mean?" He adds indignantly, "We have already surrendered. Do you intend to wipe us out completely?" Sumo shrugs his shoulders. "I simply don't trust you. Hand over the management rights of the main companies under your conglomerate to the Dongyun conglomerate. You can retire early. Relax and live out your days as wealthy men." Lei Zi, emboldened, seizes the moment to speak. "Chairman Shi, when you suppressed the Dongyun conglomerate before, did you think this day would come?" At this, he bows his head and says softly, "Victory makes the king, defeat makes the bandit. I have nothing to say. The company transfer is not a problem. Until the Dongyun conglomerate takes over all operations of my subsidiaries, I will do my best to cooperate. Lord Sumo, please keep your word and spare our lives." Seeing Chairman Shi's sensible attitude, he sets his conditions. "If you live peacefully from now on and abandon any thoughts of opposing me, then everything in the past is forgiven. I will not pursue it. Oh right, one last thing, return my world-crossing stone." He panics upon hearing that request from Sumo, "Your world-crossing stone." Because the world-crossing stone can link to different dimensions, our conglomerate alliance paid a heavy price to own it. It is not something my group can decide alone. His expression darkens, his voice carrying a threatening edge. "I feel the other chairman won't have any objections." "Chairman Shi, what do you think?" Tianxin, standing beside him, quickly whispers. "Chairman Shi, do you want to destroy this hard-won peace? Why don't you hurry up and return Sumo's world-crossing stone?" He trembles, having no other choice. "I understand. I will personally deliver the world-crossing stone later." Sumo is satisfied and looks over at him, curious. "Very good. And Sect Master, what is the stance of the 4 great sects?" Tianxin bows his head and says, The four great sects will henceforth fully obey your commands and accept your direct supervision. Tung Chan also grinds his teeth and says, all texts within the sects will be open to you, and the Dongyun conglomerate to support all your scientific research projects to prepare for the potential war. Sumo continues to feign ignorance. Sect Master, I have a doubt why did only the two of you Sect Masters come here today. Do the other two Sect Masters perhaps have other ideas? Tiangxin sweats profusely, explaining. They are trying to maintain the secret realm's defense mechanism to prevent further otherworldly invasions. So they couldn't come to meet you. The secret realm is currently full of cracks and has reached its limit. He presses close to him, deliberately emphasizing each word. Is that so? Considering the safety of all humanity, if you lack the ability to care for the secret realm, then hand it over to me. Tiangxin hesitates and recounts. The secret realm is extremely delicate and fragile. To move it safely requires at least 5 days. Suddenly a voice interjects from the side, sir. It only requires 1 day. Tiangxin turns pale, hearing someone else arrive and knowing the exact time frame. Who is there? Sumo smiles and introduces. This is Elder Jai. Surely you recognize him. Old acquaintances. I went to great lengths through the Dongyun conglomerate channels to contact him and entrust him as my advisor and assistant. He says lightly, Sect Master, I give you 1 day to move the secret realm here, or do you need my help? Tiangxin explodes with fury, his power surging as he lunges forward. He shouts without stopping, Jai Sheng, you traitor, you dare appear before me. Seeing such uncouth behavior, Sumo remarks from the side, Sect Master. The moment his words end, his entire body freezes. He doesn't dare to start a fight right in front of Sumo. After taking a moment to regain his composure, Tiangxin closes his eyes and says, the secret realm? Elder Jai doesn't need to help. I will bring it here by tomorrow. The scene shifts to the next day. Sumo walks over to Hanling and says, this is the core of the secret realm that the four great sects just delivered. It's truly miraculous. He continues, the conglomerate alliance brought the world-crossing stone yesterday. The world-crossing stone is something you've been looking for. Do you want to take a look? Hanling changes the subject. Before that, I want to discuss with you the stance of the conglomerate alliance and the four great sects. Sumo asks, confused as to why she is questioning their stance. Hanling speaks her mind. Their surrender is far too suspicious. The entire series of events has been too smooth. He agrees after hearing this, and reveals his own calculations. That's why I demanded they hand over the world-crossing stone and the secret realm. They agreed almost without hesitation. He grins, a teasing edge to his expression. What if they had chosen war instead? Chen Mo calmly lays out his contingency plan. Then we beat them to their knees and force them to surrender the secret realm and the world-crossing stone. Li Hanling beams at Chen Mo's answer, her eyes curving into bright crescents. That's exactly what he would do. The conglomerate alliance and the four great sects offered no resistance whatsoever. Having already surrendered their most precious treasures, they must certainly be hatching some far greater scheme. He looks at him and confides, if the enemies in this world hand over the world-crossing stone and the secret realm, I can begin preparing for a counteroffensive against the otherworldly dimension. Li Hanling's expression turns solemn, a shadow of worry flickering in his eyes. Chen Mo says, I know. But this counteroffensive against the otherworldly dimension is preparation for a true interdimensional where is it to save you? Or is it truly to change the fate of humanity? Chen Mo silently turns to face him. Does it matter? The secret realm is already riddled with cracks. Even if we achieve total victory in the secret realm war, it will not stop the otherworldly invasion. We must prepare for the worst possible outcome. Li Hanling raises his hand, his voice heavy with worry. Yesterday, the entire world suffered multiple large-scale power grid failures. Networks severed. Massive quantities of energy, electricity, and computing power were devoured by the world-crossing stone. Meanwhile, the Dongyun conglomerate seized control of the majority of the Alliance's enterprises and declared their transformation into military-industrial corporations, triggering a global market upheaval. The Dongyun conglomerate then declared a state of wartime emergency, imposing curfews across most regions of the Earth and intensifying surveillance on civilians to prevent demonic beasts from infiltrating the planet. Once more, Chen Mo looks at Li Hanling and asks, do you think I'm wrong? And yet you voice your objections, but you're being too radical. Li Hanling grows agitated, his voice rising in earnest plea. Fear is spreading. The economy is in decline. Countless small and medium enterprises are collapsing. Unemployment surges on a massive scale. Currency devalues, prices skyrocket. This is what could happen next. The entire world will descend into chaos. Before you wage war on the otherworldly dimension, your plans may cost countless innocent lives. Chen Mo raises his head, his expression unwavering in disagreement. Li Hanling, have you been lulled into a false sense of security too? The threat posed by the otherworldly beasts is far more severe than you imagine. He persists, trying to persuade Chen Mo. If not for your ceaseless creation of miracles, humanity would have already fallen. And yet we keep demanding you create even more miracles, piling all the pressure onto your shoulders alone. I understand. The threat of the demonic beasts is far more intense than what we can see. Otherwise, you wouldn't have shortened your own lifespan to cultivate using nuclear energy. The more he speaks, the paler Li Hanling's face becomes. He ceaselessly tries to dissuade him, hoping to change his mind. Chen Mo, if we want to wage war against the otherworldly demonic beasts, we need the trust and strength of far more people. But right now, all you're doing is making the entire world fear you. Are you planning to stand alone against the otherworldly dimension? Don't you realize what the people are calling you now? The scene shifts to the city center. In the darkness of night, blazing lights illuminate every corner. Suddenly someone screams at the top of their lungs, "Down with the tyrant! Overthrow the dictator Chen Mo!" The crowd roars in unison. The demon Chen Mo has finally shown his true face, the ringleader bellows. Conglomerate Alliance cultivators, what have you done? He hoists a torch high, demanding to know why they surrendered to the tyrant. Then he hurls the torch straight into a effigy of Chen Mo as the crowd erupts in cheers, denouncing the dictator together. Two figures stand watching the chaos below. Tiangxin asks with casual curiosity, "Chen Mo has become the poison of the entire world. Jing Shan, do you still believe he's a good man?" Jing Shan calmly challenges him in return. "You're the ones who set the trap to frame. Chen Mo, you're the ones who surrendered to Chen Mo. Master, have you ever once cared about what I think?" Tiangxin answers after a moment of contemplation, driven by the desire to develop the sect. "I have indeed committed many wrongs, but there was a moment I believed Chen Mo might truly be able to save this world. That is why I led the Conglomerate Alliance and the four great sects to surrender to him. I never expected that after gaining power, Chen Mo would become so autocratic, so tyrannical, showing no regard whatsoever for the lives of ordinary people." Jing Shan presses further, "Master, you still haven't answered we should you care what I think." Tiangxin grips his shoulder and speaks with earnest conviction. "Right now, the only one who can kill Chen Mo and restore order to the world is you." Jing Shan's eyes widen in shock. He repeats the words Tiangxin just uttered me. The scene shifts to the depths of a cavern, dark and fathomless. Tianming sits upon a throne, his gaze sweeping over Tiangxin and Jing Shan before he speaks in a measured voice. "Not only do you demand I teach Jing Shan the method of absorbing fate coins, but you also stipulate that my seal will only be fully released after 50 yearsons the secret realm war is won. Quite the harsh terms." Tiangxin hears this and places a hand over his chest. Speaking with utmost sincerity, "Lord Tianming, your power is far too immense. We cannot possibly release your seal without any precautions whatsoever." Tianming smiles with amusement. "Suppose the secret realm war is won, and you obtain otherworldly spiritual energy, and resource though you truly believe a mere 50 years of cultivation will grant you power rivaling mine." Tiangxin closes his eyes, his voice brimming with confidence, with the cultivation limits lifted. "Combined with 50 years of preparation, I do not believe our four great sects will lose." A surge of purple qi erupts around Tianming's entire body. He nods in satisfaction and declares, "Very well. Then let us seal this with a soul oath under the 50-year terms." Tiangxin furrows his brow, immediately on guard. "A soul oath?" Tianming explains to Tiangxin the heart demon great oath is already in effect. If one party fulfills the conditions and the other breaks the pact, the oath-breaker shall suffer the agony of their soul being scorched for 70 days after, which their soul will be utterly annihilated. He agrees without hesitation. "You needn't warn me. I know the consequences." Jing Shan steps forward to face Tianming, fulfilling the first condition his master laid out. Following Tiangxin's instructions, Jing Shan calls out to Tianming. He stares at Tianming and demands, "I find this hard to believe. Can this thing truly give me enough power to kill Chen Mo?" Tianming answers Jing Shan's doubt in a calm, measured tone. "From the very beginning, you never truly intended to kill Chen Mo. You accepted this task only because your master told you if you refused, he would choose someone else. You resolved to gain power first, then confront Chen Mo and persuade him to change his treatment of ordinary people. Is that what you truly think? Hearing these words, Jing Shan is horrified and shouts in denial, "No, that's not I didn't." Tianming smirks at Jing Shan's reaction and continues his manipulation. But what you didn't know is that your master, Tiangxin, hid a crucial piece of information from you. Forcefully absorbing such a massive amount of fate coins will kill you within 3 days. Jing Shan is struck with terror. His eyes fly wide open as he whips around to stare at Tiangxin. What? Tiangxin stands frozen like a statue, meeting Jing Shan's gaze with a single, silent look. Panic consumes Jing Shan. He lunges forward, seizing Tiangxin by the collar, and points furiously toward Tianming. "Master, say something. Tell me what he said isn't true." Tianming watches the spectacle from his seat with a light laugh. His voice calm and unhurried. "Sect Master cannot hear our conversation. The moment the oath was sealed, I cast a subtle illusion upon him." Jing Shan's eyes widen in sheer terror, his heart screaming we're done for. In an instant, Jing Shan bolts as if struck by lightning, his mind racing. It's a trap. We've fallen right into his snare. He hoists the unconscious Tiangxin over his shoulder and sprints toward the cavern's exit. Tianming watches Jing Shan flee at blinding speed, afterimages trailing behind him, and calls out with a laugh, "Jing Shan, though your master did indeed hide information that could cost you your life, he is not entirely without honor. His plan was that after 50 years 7, if the oath's backlash kills, he would absolutely never release me." Jing Shan grits his teeth in fury. He's already run this far, how can he still hear Tianming's voice? Jing Shan keeps charging toward the cave entrance. "Stop thinking, just get out, now." Suddenly, Tianming's image materializes directly before him. Tianming speaks with a trace of mockery, "Going somewhere. Turn around." Jing Shan freezes, horror washing over him. "What? How is this possible? This should be the cavern exit." Tianming savors the terror on Jing Shan's face with undisguised relish. "You stand before me with your eyes wide open. Surely Sect Master warned you never, under any circumstances, open your eyes in my presence. But in your panic you forgot all of it." Jing Shan's entire body is seized and bound by blinding purple magical force. He screams, "Release me, Tianming. What is your objective?" He speaks softly to Jing Shan. "I waited a very long time to find someone with a soul signature identical to mine. Because of their greed, they wanted to harvest 30% of the destiny points from the Savior's treasury. Aside from the path they saw, I taught them how to manipulate secret realms, but this method inevitably creates flaws in the realm. By letting the demonic beasts gain such an advantage, the cultivators of the 4 great sects have no choice but to beg for my help." Tianming gazes down at him, suspended high above with growing amusement. "I waited a very long time to find someone with a soul signature identical to mine. Even though this variable, Sumo, appeared and delayed me for a while, we have finally met." The scene shifts to a long, deserted corridor, completely empty. Suddenly, a doctor waves his hand and shouts, "Hurry, get the suppressant. Patient 9 has lost control." The other doctor chimes in, "Careful, he's extremely dangerous." Suddenly, the figure of a guard is slammed into the wall. Thud. Chen Qiu roars in anger, "Let me go, you bastards. Don't try to deceive me. I'm not sick, you're the ones who are sick." In the nick of time, Wu Tong appears and says in a stern voice, "Chen Qiu, I am your attending physician." She speaks gently, "I know. I feel very uneasy and afraid too. The queen cells in your body are showing a severe rejection response, causing mental instability. You must accept treatment immediately." Instead of listening, Chen Qiu loses his composure and shrieks, "Shut up. You are all the same. You all want to trick me, you want to steal my power." As soon as he finishes speaking, Wu Tong loses her patience and delivers a direct punch to his face. POW. Chen Qiu takes the hit, his cheek swelling up instantly as he blacks out. Wu Tong calmly reaches out toward Chen Qiu and tells the 2 doctors, "Patient 9 has calmed down. Please take him back to his ward and administer the suppressant." Both doctors turn pale and smile ingratiatingly. "Yes, Chief Wu Tong, thank you for your assistance. We will definitely keep a closer watch on the patient from now on." The scene shifts to another area within the base. Wu Tong calmly reports to Sumo, out of the Alliance's test subjects, only 85 survived. Among them, families of 56 agreed to transfer the patients to the Dongyun conglomerate for treatment. 36 are in a coma, exhibiting symptoms similar to your sister's. The remaining 20 are showing violent tendencies due to severe rejection reactions. He crosses his arms, questioning, the more severe the rejection, the more violent the symptoms. She nods, "It seems so. Patients with severe rejection have a tendency to harm others and exhibit self-destructive behavior." Hearing this, Wu Tong smiles and adds, "The good news is that we have the research documents from the Conglomerate Alliance and the alchemy manuals from the four great sects. I am currently synthesizing a new suppressant. The suppressant can significantly reduce the patient's rejection response. For patients in a coma, the rejection is lighter, so the suppressant's effectiveness is better. If we can suppress the rejection further, your sister might wake up." Sumo's expression turns thoughtful. "You haven't slept much lately, have you? Even as a cultivator, you won't last long without rest." She closes her eyes and reminds him, "Take care of yourself. Using the core reaction to force your cultivation is gambling with your life. I can summon researchers from the Dongyun conglomerate. Later, I'll have them help you design a cultivation support plan to minimize the damage to your body." Finishing her sentence, Wu Tong puts on her gloves and says, "No time to lose. Let's start your full-body physical now." Sumo recoils in alarm. No need, I'm perfectly healthy." Suddenly, Air lies on the ground and shrieks, "Don't you two care about me at all?" Sumo stares down at her, confused. Seeing this, Air grows even more agitated and scolds him without hesitation. "Don't pretend anymore." She grabs a clump of fur and complains, "Your core reaction cultivation is causing me to take damage. I lose fur from my tail every single day. You're getting stronger, but I'm being poked to death. Does this make sense?" Wu Tong agrees, noting that Air has a point. "Sumo, give up on using core reaction cultivation. I know you're worried about your sister, but the new suppressant is almost ready. I'm confident we can cure her with it." Sumo smiles to reassure her. "Don't worry about me. The core reaction has no value to me anymore. I've found another way to become stronger." The scene shifts to a space-time crack swirling in the air. Gui Xing stands watching the crack, absorbing energy radiated from the computers to accelerate time inside the secret realm. What a strange idea. Sumo, standing beside him, cannot help but ask, "Is it possible?" Gui Xing answers thoughtfully, "It's not impossible." He turns to Sumo with a smile. "Do you have any specific requirements?" He ponders. "Let me think." Suddenly, an idea flashes in Sumo's mind. For instance, one cycle of the secret realm lasting 30 days. The scene changes as Wu Tong walks up to announce, "Today's banquet is over. Everyone, please leave." The woman looks at her and says, "Wu Tong, why are you like this? You don't even give your own aunt face." Another sycophant chimes in. "Wu Tong, we are old friends. Help us out, our company needs investment from the Dongyun conglomerate." Wu Tong doesn't blink, raising her hand. "I'm counting to 10. Anyone still here will be blacklisted by the Dongyun conglomerate forever. Leaving now, leaving now." They scramble toward the exit. "Hey, why are you pushing? Don't block the door." Seeing they are all gone, Wu Tong sighs in relief. Finally, those annoying pests are out. "Dad, I only came home for a meal. Why has the house turned into a business convention?" Her father sighs. "My precious daughter, you've flown up to the branches and turned into a phoenix. You don't know how many people have come begging to me these past few days. Even high-ranking officials with distant ties. I really couldn't turn them away." She is shocked. "Is it that exaggerated?" He laughs. "Of course. Everyone is saying that after the four great sects and the Alliance surrendered, Sumo has become the pinnacle of wealth, power, and martial strength on this planet. With his blessing, you have become the actual controller of the Dongyun conglomerate. In many people's eyes, you're already a big shot." Hearing this, Wu Tong gets goosebumps. "Stop listening to those rumors. I'm just using the Dongyun conglomerate's resources for my research. It's nothing special." Her father crosses his arms and chuckles. "Whatever you say. You are Sumo's closest person. One day you might just be the first lady of this planet." "Dad, your highness," she yells helplessly. "Rumors, it's all rumors." Wu Tong's father turns serious. "Then let's talk business. The Dongyun conglomerate is officially splitting up the profitable assets of the Alliance. I know you and Sumo have no interest in corporate management, but Dongyun is only a temporary ally. You can't trust them. Instead of keeping all the resources in Dongyun's hands, why not share a portion for me to manage?" She doesn't want to hear it, waving her hand as she walks to the door. "Enough is enough. Why even you? I'm leaving, don't bother me." The scene shifts outside the apartment buildings in the city. The two people, who were just kicked out by Wu Tong, are grimacing and bad-mouthing her. "That crazy woman is so arrogant. Who does she think she is? Without Sumo, she's nothing." "Well, you can't say it like that. Pleasing men is also a skill." Seeing her performance in the secret realm get worse and worse, I knew she was spending all her time and energy sucking up to Sumo. Suddenly, a powerful force slams into the heads of both of them. It turns out Yue Tianyan had come to Wu Tong's house and conveniently knocked both of them unconscious. Seeing this, Wu Tong glances at her and teases, "Yue Tianyan, it looks like you've been waiting at my door for a long time. What do you want?" Suddenly, the girl rushes over and pulls down Wu Tong's collar to sniff her, making her panic. "Hey, what are you doing? Stay away from me." Tianyan speaks up with a question. "The scent of pills is so heavy, have you've been spending all your time refining them?" These words make Wu Tong furrow her brow in annoyance. "Mind your own business. What I do is my freedom." The girl waves her hand dismissively, saying that refining pills does nothing to improve combat power. If she keeps pouring her mind into pills, she'll easily end up dead. Hearing this, Wu Tong stares with dead fish eyes and asks, "Did you come here specifically to curse me?" Tianyan averts her gaze from Wu Tong, her expression full of apprehension. "I just happened to pass by. What I'm about to say is just me talking to myself absolutely, not an attempt to leak sect intelligence. The 4 sect masters have gone missing, and even Jing Shan doesn't know where they've gone. It seems they're doing something extremely dangerous." Scene shift. Countless fate coins plunge into an energy pit, gradually being absorbed until nothing remains. Tianxin asks in surprise, "Jing Shan, why did you come out first? You haven't even absorbed all the fate coins stored by the 4 great sects yet." Jing Shan walks outside, his expression pensive. "It's time. The next secret realm is about to begin." He furrows his brow. "The secret realm's opening time was it Lord Tianming who told you?" Song Zhen also breaks into a cold sweat and speaks up. "The technology of high antiquity truly far exceeds my imagination. In such a short span of time, Jing Shan has already absorbed over 90% of the fate coins." Another man with a long beard and kind face reminds him, "Jing Shan, remember your mission." Another one laughs. With Chen Mo's personality, he'll definitely choose to complete the secret realm mission alone. Wait for him to exhaust himself when he's wounded, that's when you strike. That's how we guarantee the 4 great sects' victory. Jing Shan glances at them indifferently. "I'll handle this myself." The instant the words leave his mouth, Jing Shan suddenly thrusts out his hand and viciously seizes Tianxin's skull, muttering strange incantations. "Before that, the power of you 4 trash, I'm borrowing it." Tianxin panics the moment his head is grabbed. "It's over, I need to use spatial teleportation." But unfortunately, Jing Shan instantly detects his intent. He smirks, "Don't bother." Tianxin's headless body collapses onto the cold ground. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the long-bearded elder channels chi into his hands and shouts, "Jing Shan, what are you doing?" Song Zhen dares not delay, instantly condenses a spear and hurls it toward Jing Shan, roaring, "Stop talking nonsense, kill him." Both attacks blast straight into Jing Shan, the impact shaking the earth violently. When the dust settles, Jing Shan waves his hand casual and not a single scratch on him. He smiles, revealing the calculation in his heart. The timing is just right. At that same moment, a mysterious energy gate tears open within the cave. Jing Shan strides past the others. Their power is effortlessly drained and absorbed by him. Step by step, Jing Shan calmly walks through the portal. "Your power, consider it mine now." The scene shifts to an ancient city wall, its surface blanketed in green moss. 3 people stand outside, discussing. "The 4th secret realm has ancient scenery, again, at least this time we still retain our memories. If we ended up doing nothing like last time, it'd be far too embarrassing. This city wall, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." "Where exactly is this?" The person in moss green clothes speaks up. "There's an old man over there who looks like a local. Let's go ask him." Before them stands an elderly man gripping a great sword, standing at rigid attention before the city gate. The person in red clothes steps forward to greet him. "Elder, excuse me." Wu Tong moves to stop them. "Don't bother him. He no longer has any life force." Tianyan surveys the surroundings and deduces, "This place is Kyusai City." The person in blue clothes murmurs in surprise, "Kyusai City." She looks at everyone and speaks. "Before the Daluo Tianyuan completed the secret realm creation, for a long stretch of time, cultivators could not prevent the descent of demonic beasts upon the world. The Northwest was the invasion route for demonic beasts entering Earth. Cities fell one after another." Wu Tong then looks at the old man, standing at rigid attention, and continues. "Back then, everyone believed the Northwest had completely become a hunting ground for demonic beasts. Only one city still held firm, Kyusai City, besieged for 30 years, no reinforcements, no resupply. A lone city 10,000 li away, every last soldier white-haired. 3,000 Western garrison troops trapped at Kyusai, not one surrendered. They perished with the city." Hearing these words, the person in moss green clothes goes pale as realization dawns. "Wait, the secret realm mission hasn't even been announced yet." The person in red clutches their head in panic. "Don't tell me they want us to hold the city in their place for another 20, 30 years. Meanwhile, Chen Mo has already scaled the city wall, standing tall and gazing down from above. At the same time, the system's voice rings out, sign in for 5 days. Reward 1,000-year demonic beast power. Reward has been issued. Host, please check. He furrows his brow, displeased. This again, the reward this time is utterly ordinary. Suddenly someone approaches, their voice filled with curiosity. The moment you entered the secret realm, your power suddenly surged. It is Jing Shan. He slowly closes in on Chen Mo, no symptoms, no effort whatsoever, truly enviable. Chen Mo's this your secret? Chen Mo responds with suspicion. Jing Shan. Suddenly, Chen Mo's eyes flash with a golden, murderous gleam. He shouts, Yao, who are you? Having had his true nature exposed by Chen Mo, Jing Shan still acts as though nothing is wrong and laughs. Allow me to introduce myself. I've said it many times already. Forget all that. Let the killing begin. The scene suddenly shifts to outside, luxurious palace floating among the clouds. And Ji approaches with 2 tentacles pressed together in earnest supplication. I beg you revoke this decision. A boy with a leaf atop his head charges at him furiously. Who told you to enter? Get out now. And Ji thrashes in anger. Release me. Why must you abolish the inviolability covenant? This is the law that Lord Ai fought so hard to pass. The boy laughs coldly. And you still don't understand. The inviolability covenant for the 16 lesser demonic beast races was the payment for Ai infiltrating the human world. But she not only failed her mission, she betrayed us. And Ji squints in disbelief and retorts, Youth eyes must be a misunderstanding. Lord Ai could never betray us. She must be deceiving the humans to win their trust. Yao suddenly speaks, Octopus, you've come at just the right time. And Ji looks at her with pleading eyes. Lord surely you are willing to consider keeping the inviolability covenant. Yao smiles kindly and reveals her true intent. I was just in the mood for grilled octopus. At that instant, a vine erupts from the ground, wreathed in green luminance. The boy uses the vine to bind and Ji tightly. Lord leave it to Mimicraft has satisfied countless masters. With that, the boy hurls Ji out of the palace with tremendous force. A moment later, a one-horned Oni approaches with a report. Lord the 4th secret realm is about to open. She interrogates calmly. Have you finished what I tasked you with? He replies with an elated expression. Everything is prepared. This time we will claim a true victory. The scene shifts once more. Dusk falls over the ancient wall. A system notification flashes for the secret realm clearance condition. Massive waves of demonic beasts are descending upon Kyusai City. Survive 3 waves of the beast siege to defend Kyusai City. Groups of Oni materialize through teleportation gates, hurtling toward Kyusai City. The person in red breaks into a cold sweat. Regardless, Chen Mo is here. Repelling 3 waves should be easy, right? Looks like this secret realm has nothing left for us to do. Seeing the scene unfold, the person in green warns, don't let your guard down. These demonic beasts are descending Gaul in humanoid form. Each one is at least a 2,000-year-old beast. The person in blue adds with concern. A siege-style wave assault killing every last demonic beast would take even Chen Mo a tremendous amount of time. No matter what, during this period we must fight to the death to prevent the beasts from destroying the city. At Kyusai City, Tianyan gazes at the tide of demonic beasts charging forward. She speaks up. Wait, the beast's objective isn't to siege the city. At that moment, a demonic beast hoists a sharp wooden stake overhead and drives it into the ground with savage force. A torrent of power erupts from the earth. Then more demonic beasts follow, driving wooden stakes into the ground one after another. Pillars of light pierce straight into the heavens, creating a spectacular and eerie sight. Wu Tong suddenly realizes the truth, her eyes widening in shock. Those beasts are destroying the secret realm itself. Yao also appears among the beast army and speaks. You figured it out, but do you really have the luxury to worry about that side right now? Wu Tong crosses her arms and explains. The beasts invading the secret realm itself are scattered far away. The beasts besieging the city are right before our eyes. To deal with Chen Mo, you truly went to great lengths. Yao mocks cheerfully, protect Kyusai City and the secret realm erodes. Stop the erosion and Kyusai City falls to the demonic beasts. Either way, the mission fails for humanity. Can you stop us? One person alone cannot guard both fronts. They are doomed. Having said that, she smirks and flicks her fingers in provocation. Chen Mo, are you satisfied with this little surprise? But when he glances back toward the city wall, her silhouette has vanished without a trace. Yao is left utterly bewildered by this scene. She screams helplessly, Chen Mo, where are you? On the battlefield, a sharpened wooden stake is driven into the ground. A goblin grumbles to its companion, I've had enough of this. Do we have to stand guard over this stake until the secret realm ends? Another goblin explains, these stakes are the key to eroding the secret realm. Our mission is vital. The white-headed goblin grins sinisterly. Be patient. The path to the human world is about to be cleaved open. When that happens, you can kill as many as you please. Suddenly, the white-headed goblin's voice cuts off. What follows are brilliant arcs of slashing light that obliterate them in an instant. Xiao Xing, the green-haired goblin, witnesses the carnage and terror grips its heart. What is happening? It stares at its dismembered comrades. Their remains scattered everywhere. Panic overtakes it. Where did that attack come from? Xiao Xing frantically scans its surroundings, failing to notice a massive rift tearing open in the sky above. The enemy. Where is the enemy? The rift suddenly rips wide open. The figures of Chen Mo and Jing Shan emerge, locked in fierce combat. Jing Shan lands on the ground and speaks. So it is true. A pity you escaped from the concealed space. I had intended to kill you where no one could see. Chen Mo assesses him silently. Sect Master spatial abilities, and the powers of other Sect Masters. What have you done to them? He smirks with amusement. Do you really need me to spell out something so simple? They are all dead. You are next. A ring of blue energy materializes, radiating outward with Jing Shan at its center. The energy tendrils surge toward Chen Mo under his command, but Chen Mo swiftly cleaves through them. Chen Mo furrows his brow. Why rush to kill me? Why can the secret realm collapse at any moment? The demonic beast is the greatest threat. Jing Shan conjures an arrow of energy and explains, maintaining the secret realm's stability. Killing the demonic beasts, it is all quite simple. I can see the path to victory, but the only thing I cannot see clearly is your future. In my world, I have no need for variables. Back at He Yao's position, demonic beasts are falling one after another. She watches the two fighters clash with fascination. Truly unexpected. Besides Chen Mo, another powerful being lurks among the humans. She has a proposal. He Yao watches their figures clashing while a black dragon serves as their shield, and shouts, I have a proposal. But a massive explosion erupts immediately after, drowning out her voice entirely. She watches the two still brawling furiously and tries again. Excuse me, I have a proposal. But neither of them pays He Yao the slightest attention. They continue their earth-shattering battle, leaving her utterly humiliated. So humiliated that He Yao shatters all composure and screams at the top of her lungs. Stop ignoring me, you bastards. Having screamed herself hoarse, she furiously unleashes a palm strike to force the two fighters apart. Jing Shan turns to look at He Yao with a mixture of irritation and curiosity. Are you addressing me? Seeing that he finally acknowledges her, she flashes a polished, commercial smiler ready to reel him in. You and Chen Mo are enemies. How about we join forces? But Jing Shan flatly refuses. He swings his sword toward He Yao without an ounce of mercy. Her body shatters under the strike, disintegrating into nothingness. Jing Shan speaks with contempt. A 30,000-year-old demonic bestiate, not even your true form. Merely a projection, and you dare interfere in my battle. Let me rewind time to 3 minutes prior, inside a grand palace. He Yao gazes at the control panel with interest. Where on earth did this one crawl out from? Clearly human, yet he is fighting Chen Mo. Fight, fight, best if both of you die. Wait me specially crafted stakes. An expression of unprecedented worry crosses her face. Over 60% destroyed. Ruined, ruined. My contingency plan is falling apart. I cannot panic, there is still a chance. He Yao calculates. The demonic beasts before the city wall have not been caught in the fighting. They are in peak condition. Starting now, every surviving beast attacks the city at all costs while I buy time. Block Chen Mo and the remaining cultivators from approaching the city walls. The threat is not guaranteed, it could even be an opportunity. That cultivator harbors hatred for Chen Mo. She places her finger on a red dot on the screen and lays out her plan. As long as I propose an alliance to kill Chen Mo Tojde, whether he accepts or no, it benefits me greatly. With that, He Yao flashes a confident smirk. If he accepts the alliance, I gain the opportunity to kill Chen Mo. Even if the proposal is rejected, I can buy enough time for the demonic beasts to breach the city wall and secure the secret realm's victory. Immediately after, the control screen explodes into fragments right before her eyes. He Yao stares blankly at the debris scattered across the floor. The projection is destroyed. Her expression turns uglier than it has ever been. I had not even finished a single sentence, and the projection was already destroyed. He Yao clutches her head in fury. Calm down, no need to get angry. No need to get angry. Suddenly, a young man approaches and calls out, Lady He. He looks down in surprise. These fragments on the ground, your projection. She responds coldly, a minor accident. The young man bows nervously. I am sorry. That was not something I should have asked. Lady He, this is the grilled octopus I prepared for you. He Yao turns and walks away without interest. No appetite, stay away from me. She strides away, each step long and purposeful. The view pulls upward, can see He Yao has walked quite far, leaving her subordinates behind entirely. Then He Yao slams her fist into a pillar, shaking it violently. The force is so tremendous that the pillar explodes into shards. He Yao clenches her fists in rage and curses aloud. Is there something wrong with him? Will he die if he lets someone finish a sentence? These cultivators have no manners whatsoever. Back on the battlefield of Chen Mo and Jing Shan, demonic beast corpses now litter the entire battlefield. He speaks with a smile. For the first 10 seconds, my combat power surges tenfold. Wonderful. 1,000 years ago, the body refinement stream of cultivation could never achieve this, and now you have accomplished it. Chen Mo raises his hand, channeling power into his palm. This is the first time I have used this ability before someone else. This only piques Jing Shan's curiosity further as he challenges him. Chen Mo, eyes cold as steel, speaks. That sneak attack earlier could not even wound Yao Yu, did not even find it unexpected. It seems you predicted my abilities all along. He smirks and meets Chen Mo's imposing aura without the slightest fear. Nothing in this world holds any secret from me. For instance, our eyes can perceive the essence of all things. But your excavation is still insufficient, your mastery still immature. What a waste. What? Even now, you still have not found my weakness. At the same moment, the system panel flashes, cultivator combat power unknown. Vulnerability. Jing Shan wearily raises his hand. Gathering spiritual energy, is that all the cards you have left? And here I had such high hopes for you, then die. He moves. The moment his words fade, the entire forest is shrouded in a strange, ethereal white mist. Even Jing Shan is caught off guard, raising his head in bewilderment. Strange, something feels deeply wrong. In the distance, the towering fortress walls still stand unyielding, as though no battle had ever taken place. Jing Shan surveys his surroundings with suspicion. The sky has already shifted hues. What in the world is happening? The scene shift returns to the spiritual space. Jing Shan furrows his brow. It was sunset just moments ago. Now darkness reigns. His eyes sharpen, and he voices his hypothesis. The time within the secret realm is accelerating. Meanwhile, Chen Mo gazes up at the sky with a faint smile, sighing in wonder. Another brand new day. The system flickers to life, with a notification: sign in, day 6 reward acquired. Jing Shan flicks his sleeve and demands coldly, "Where are you looking?" The sun, a pillar of smoke, hangs suspended across the sky, obscuring everything in its wake. The smoke clears, revealing a solitary silhouette. A voice rings out, "So this is the true power that belongs to you." The wisps of smoke rapidly coalesce into pristine white chains that surge forward. Chen Mo eyes the chains coiling around his wrists and smiles with satisfaction. "So you've finally decided to get serious." But Jing Shan stares back at him with eyes burning with hostility. "Your existence is far too dangerous. I cannot allow you to live any longer." Without another word, he launches a devastating strike at Chen Mo from behind, his speed utterly blinding. Interesting, a single, pure slash converges into a torrential river of force. Jing Shan's weapon cleaves through Chen Mo's body, as though bisecting him entirely. Jing Shan raises an eyebrow and explains, "To ensure absolute certainty, I'll disintegrate you down to the atomic level." Chen Mo's entire body seems on the verge of shattering. His eyes lose focus as he stares blankly up at the sky. His hands gradually dissolve into fragments, particle by particle. A deafening explosion erupts, followed by a choking cloud of dust and debris that obscures all sight. Jing Shan turns his back, his judgment certain. Damage on this Scalavan, a body refinement stream cultivator, should be unable to recover. Just when everything seems settled, a hauntingly familiar voice echoes from behind him. "Indeed, that was genuinely perilous just now. I nearly died." Jing Shan whips his head around, eyes flashing with disbelief. Still alive. In the span of a heartbeat, he launches yet another assault. "Then I'll simply kill you again." This time, Chen Mo's speed is blindingly fast. Jing Shan cannot even track his silhouette. Chen Mo shifts and transforms Endless neither flame, nor lightning, nor curses, nor spatial manipulation. It is pure, severed power, and yet it is overwhelmingly potent. Jing Shan steadies himself. "Chen Mo, so this is your secret, an ability that borders on absolute cheating. The moment you entered the secret realm, your power was amplified, and when you accelerated the secret realms, time rapidly cycling through an entire day, you obtained this true avatar." Seeing this, Jing Shan smirks and reminds him the second day is fast approaching. Jing Shan lunges forward once more, attacking without hesitation. "Then, before dawn breaks, I will kill every last one of you." Chen Mo continues his effortless evasion, calling out with gleeful amusement, "Do your best." The scene shifts to another zone. Smoke and fire blanket the landscape in every direction. Then, the system floods the interface with a cascade of notifications. Sign in Day 7 reward. Sign in Day 8 reward. Sign in Day 9 reward. Sign in Day 10 reward golden cudgel. Chen Mo crushes his opponent beneath a colossal cudgel, his eyes betraying nothing but disappointment. As I suspected, you are not Jing Shan. Is this your true face? Tiananmen coughs up a mouthful of blood, yet forces himself to remain standing. Chen Mo, we will meet again, very soon. Predicted death scenario 1 concluded. The scene returns to his confrontation with Jing Shan. The two stand facing each other in a silent, razor-thin standoff. Jing Shan's lips curl into a dangerous smirk. Chen Mo, I've seen through all your trump cards. From this moment on, there will be no more probing. Within 5 minutes, I will end this fight. Personnel operate at full throttle. The 6th contact synchronization check common sense nuclear energy readings nominal. One technician announces neural linkage response normal. Restraint protocols disengaged. Bidirectional passage opening. A young man initiates the procedure. Full synchronization online. Chen Mo smiles, marveling with genuine satisfaction. Incredible, I can now perceive the secret realm's existence, as though it were an extension of my own limbs. Gui Xing stands to the side and instructs. The control authority of the secret realm has been transferred to you. From now on, you may freely regulate the flow of time within it. Chen Mo praises him warmly. Elder Gui, you've done exceptionally well. The old man furrows his brow and speaks with utmost sincerity. Chen Mo, I won't ask what you intend to do, but I must warn you the secret realm is riddled with fractures. Forcing a time acceleration could cause the entire realm to collapse. Chen Mo removes his helmet and nods. Understood. I will exercise extreme caution with the time acceleration function. Returning to the space where Tiananmen was, a thunderous crack splits the air. A single slash cleaves Tiananmen clean in two. The attack is impossibly devastating. He writhes in agony, yet not a single word escapes his lips. Chen Mo sneers, truly tenacious, cut in half and still refusing to die. A wicked idea crosses his mind. Then let's quarter you instead. The next wave of slashes erupts, each trailing blinding arcs of golden radiance. Predicted death scenario 2 concluded. Tiananmen lowers his head, bewildered. What now? What's happening this time? Chen Mo regards him with half-lidded eyes, a teasing smile playing on his lips. You are down here. Tiananmen seethes with frustration. Chen Mo has growing bigger gone to your head. Chen Mo explains calmly. I haven't grown bigger, you've shrunk. This skill is fascinating. It relentlessly miniaturizes the enemy without pause. Tiananmen dwindles smaller and smaller, until he's barely a speck. He tries to scream something, but Chen Mo cannot make out a single word. Chen Mo teases him. Are you trying to talk to me? My apologies, I can't hear you. Once reduced to atomic sizing, still shrinking further, what could anyone even say? Predicted death scenario 3 concluded. From out of nowhere, the silhouette of a demonic beast materializes, the luminous aura enveloping its body, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Chen Mo's own energy signature. Tiananmen recognizes it instantly. You raised the dead demonic beast and made it stand again. This is your new ability. Chen Mo grins even wider, boasting with confidence. That's not all. I can also make them fuse together. Behind him looms a colossal white octopus, its cavernous maw gaping wide as though hungering to devour everything. Chen Mo addresses it with eager excitement. Go, little cutie, swallow it whole. Predicted death scenario 4 concluded. The scene returns to Jing Shan's earlier confrontation with Chen Mo. Jing Shan lowers his head, his expression dark and brooding as he pieces the puzzle together. 4 predicted deaths. Each time, Chen Mo manifests a different new ability. Before the sun of the second day rises, I can kill him every single time. Yet the closest I came still only cost him a single arm. Luck, coincidence, or something else entirely? Fascinating, truly fascinating. How long has it been since anything has entertained me this much? Within an endless loop of predicted deaths, he searches for the one thread that leads to survival. The two clash once more, hurling themselves into a brand new battlefield. Jing Shan's eyes blaze with iron resolve. Come, throw everything you have at me. Kill me if you can. No matter how many times I die within these death prophecies, all I need is a single victory. That alone will become my destiny and deliver the final triumph to me. A gargantuan centipede rampages across the terrain, leaving a haze of smoke and rubble in its wake. Blood streams from Tiananmen's eyes and nose. The sight is utterly wretched, but this time, it is poison. He collapses at Chen Mo's feet, his expression twisted with defiance. A cascade of notifications follows. 5th Immortal's death concludes. Next, a knight-like form materializes. 6th Immortal's death concludes. Chen Mo then experiments with a new trick, almost as if toying with talismans against his opponent. Tianming feels the agony, as though 10,000 arrows pierce through his heart. The seventh immortal's death concludes, and then the endless loop begins. The eighth immortal's death concludes. The 100th immortal's death concludes. The 1,000th immortal's death concludes. The 10,070th immortal's death concludes. After countless battles, the surrounding landscape is devastated beyond recognition. Utterly obliterated, Tianming speaks with calm composure. Chen Mo, let's call a temporary ceasefire, let us talk. But Chen Mo counters without hesitation. The longer the ceasefire, the stronger my power grows. Why would you propose terms so disadvantageous to yourself? Tianming tries to persuade him. Cracks have already split across the sky. If Chen Mo continues accelerating time, the secret realm will collapse entirely before long. Chen Mo responds with utter indifference. Perhaps so. I don't care. Tianming raises his voice, desperately explaining, hoping to sway Chen Mo. Has the power of darkness robbed you of all reason? When the secret realm shatters, the demonic beasts will invade our world without any obstruction. No matter who wins or loses between you, it will all be meaningless. Chen Mo remains utterly unconcerned. You speak the truth, but don't forget you started this war first. Time continues to accelerate. Tianming pronounces with self-righteous certainty. Merely spending one day in the secret realm grants such tremendous power. You never question the logic behind it. What of it? Perhaps this is the demonic beast's scheme all along, luring you into accelerating time until the secret realm collapses. This is merely one possibility. Chen Mo sneers coldly, dismissing the notion with contempt. Perhaps before the secret realm collapses, I will have amassed enough power. So what if the demonic beasts invade? I alone can annihilate the entire demonic beast world. Finally faced with Chen Mo's sheer stubbornness, Tianming is at a loss. Enough, I concede, all right. You want to gamble with the entire human world? Think of your sister, think of your friends, stop this madness. Chen Mo tears away his facade. The madman here is not mate as you. In the midst of battle, your temperament suddenly shifted. Not only did you demand a ceasefire, you even chose to concede. With your arrogant nature, even facing death, you would never choose to admit defeat, would you? He continues analyzing the situation. It doesn't add up. It truly doesn't add up. Therefore, I have a theorized world I'm standing in right now is not real. Every word he speaks strikes like an invisible hand, laying bare Tianming's deception. Tianming realizes one thing. As well, it seems this cycle of the immortal's death is about to end. The only useful intelligence he has gained is one thing. Chen Mo's unexplained power acquisition within the secret realm. The accumulated emotions from 10,000 deaths, all too obvious. Then Chen Mo's hand binds Tianming. He tells himself next time after Thaith must act more naturally. In each death, using different questions to piece together the puzzle to confirm Chen Mo's true secret. Chen Mo is satisfied at the sight. The power gained today has been put to good use. Tianming demands coldly, you still won't kill me. Have you developed some twisted hobby of toying with your enemies? Chen Mo smiles at this. I won't kill you, nor will I let you take your own life. Are you not curious? If I keep accelerating time, will the power I gain grow without limit? Or will it eventually reach some ultimate ceiling? Hearing this, Tianming breaks into a cold sweat. He thinks anxiously, what? It's over, it's over, it's over. Sign in reward for the 9th day. Sign in reward for the 15th day. Sign in reward for the 29th day. The reward for time system abilities, limits of historical time. Chen Mo smiles and greets him. After fighting for so long, I've finally learned your name. Tianming. Tianming is pinned down entirely. He speaks through gritted teeth. You know there are many who bear the title Tianming. You discovered this too late. Chen Mo remains utterly calm and replies unhurriedly, No, I mean your name, your true name. Van Bakheen. Tianming suddenly falls deathly silent. It seems you've acquired yet another fascinating new ability. Mind reading, or something else entirely. No one has called me by that name in a very long time. Chen Mo tears into him with lethal seriousness. To erase your sordid past, you slaughtered every last soul who knew that name. Tianming disagrees. He speaks with utter calm. What do these things matter? I will never regret the past. Tianming counters with a question of his own. And what about you? Do you have regrets? You accelerated time endlessly, gaining new abilities, yet look around you. This secret realm is disintegrating. These are the bitter fruits of your own making. Chen Mo not only refuses to deny Ith, even nods in agreement. You're right. If I accelerate one more day, the secret realm will collapse first. Tianming prepares to strike. If the secret realm is destroyed, the earth will lose its shield. He lunges forward, yet Chen Mo remains standing perfectly still. The demonic beasts will infiltrate Earth through countless pathways. Billions will die in utter misery. Chen Mo's expression darkens. He asks, why do such a meaningless thing? I have seen history. I know your strongest technique. He halts Tianming's movements and warns him. Even if I mount no defense whatsoever, you cannot harm me now. The secret realm hasn't collapsed at all. This place is a timeline within your immortal's death cycler right now. None of this is real. Tianming scoffs and declares with absolute confidence, but I can choose to make this timeline into reality. In a single instant, the victory of the demonic beasts becomes history. Before he can act, Chen Mo seizes him by the throat. He lifts Tianming off the ground, his expression sinister. You're trying to provoke me into killing you. Perhaps your death is a trigger it shifts you to the next timeline. What a pity. Before me, you don't even possess the right to die. Calm as ever, Tianming replies, it seems your new ability cannot reveal everything. Apart from death, I have other means to switch timelines. Chen Mo hurls him aside. There is still much I don't know. Even if I can see your entire past, your full history, I still cannot comprehend your actions or your thoughts. Chen Mo finds this utterly baffling. He presses, why did you lure the four great sects into voluntarily waging the secret realm war? With your immortal's death ability, surely there were other ways to break the seal. Tianming lies sprawled on the ground and smiles as he explains. Do you know how magnificent human civilization once was? When humanity first encountered the demonic beast world, they didn't need secret realms to protect themselves. Perhaps humans were exceptional, then their strength far surpassed the mightiest of cultivators. He suddenly grows nostalgic. The science and technology of that era weren't the fragile trinkets of today, no matter how powerful the demonic beasts. Before them, they were nothing but obedient pets and slaves. Yet such a thriving human civilization on day, it was suddenly annihilated. No one knows the reason. I can only guess that the demonic beast world holds some record of what happened. Chen Mo questions him. So you started a war just to uncover historical truth. Tianming immediately denies it. You're half right. What I seek is only the power of humanity from that primordial around its technology. Chen Mo. Before, I theorized that your power might have come from them. Tianming sits up. Merely enduring one day in the secret realm grants a new ability. A method of growing stronger so utterly irrational it matched my imagination of them. But I was wrong. This only deepens Chen Mo's curiosity. Why did you change your mind? Images of purple motes of light appear, blanketing everything. Tianming raises his head and asks Chen Mo, haven't you noticed yet? Your body is emitting a signal, and that signal is growing more intense by the moment. No, you must have noticed already. That's why you stopped accelerating time. The motes of light envelop Chen Mo within the secret realm. Stop for one day, and you gain tremendous power. At this, Tianming bursts into laughter. Power so easily obtained, how could there be no price? I understand now, Chen Mo, you were never any savior. You are merely a coordinate. When you stay in the secret realm long enough, when your power grows strong enough, you will draw the invaders in. Only now does he realize that the invaders are far more terrifying than the demonic beasts. Chen Mo turns Tianming's words over with grave seriousness. A coordinate. Your theory about the invaderset does hold some possibility. Whether it's merely a theory, why not test it and find out? Accelerate 2 more days, Tianming suggests with a smirk. Perhaps in just one day, those invaders will appear before us. Chen Mo unmasks his intentions. You hope those invaders kill you, so you can initiate a new timeline. But have you considered the consequences? Their capabilities exceed our imagination. They might even be able to solidify this timeline into reality. Tianming acts as if he holds everything in the palm of his hand. He says confidently, even if you don't continue to accelerate time, the signal you emit is strong enough. As long as the invaders have enough time, they can pinpoint Earth with precision. Chen Mo crosses his arms, his tone intrigued. And what is your suggestion? Tianming reminds you, if you kill me, you have no other choice. He asserts with confidence that this timeline holds only a desperate future, whether it be the gods from the beast world or the 2 unknown invaders. Both pose a mortal threat to humanity. Only he can alter this fate. Chen Mo understands his words, yet he still decides to launch an attack. Tianming is struck by one of Chen Mo's moves, coughing up blood as the scene resets again to the standoff between Jing Shan and Chen Mo. The two are still facing off. It seems this situation is far from balanced. Jing Shan frowns. He contemplates his death loop, but the intel he has gathered is massive. Jing Shan wears a calculating look. I finally know the secrets behind Chen Mo's abilities and those unknown invaders. As long as I grasp the future, I will be the final victor. Suddenly a voice rings out. Hey, both of you stop right there. The figure's footsteps draw closer to Jing Shan and Su Mo. Wu Tong and Yue Tianyan approach, and the young girl questions loudly. Jing Shan, what are you thinking? Why do you want to fight Su Mo? Seeing this, Jing Shan smirks in calculation. The two of them are here. Perfect, I just thought of a new plan. They can become the pawns I use to restrain Su Mo. He covers his face, his eyes full of schemes. Instantly, his appearance shifts into that of Tianming. Seeing him like this, Yue Tianyan asks coldly, "Who are you?" It seems like this was Jing Shan's doing, but he is currently confused. Hey, I didn't do this. What the hell, my body isn't under my control. Is this Su Mo's doing? Su Mo hasn't accelerated time yet. He shouldn't have such strange abilities. This control belongs to the Su Mo from the previous timeline. How is that possible? Su Mo looks at him intently. Tianming boasts, raising his chin high to show off. I am Tianming, a cultivator from a millennium ago. 20 years ago, I was sealed in an underground cave at the North Pole. It was me I incited the four great sects to open the secret realm war. Wu Tong is puzzled and asks, this guy is being way too honest, answering everything we ask. Could he be tricking us? Tianming continues, for personal gain, I drove Earth to the brink of destruction. I am the sinner, I feel deep shame, so I have prepared to take my own life in atonement. He grits his teeth, his entire arm trembling, his abilities displaying a total contradiction. I can predict the future, but Su Mo can weather through it. This timeline is being restricted to become the true history. All three of them are watching him intently. Tianming thinks to himself, Die, I'm actually going to die. Stop it, I absolutely don't want this. A purple light pierces directly through his body, causing Tianming to collapse. Just like that, Tianming lies flat on the ground, devoid of any vitality. Yue Tianyan looks at him with concern. He just committed suicide. He is really dead. Su Mo approaches him and mutters, he's likely dead for real, there's no breath left at all. The chat stream is in shock, so that's the end of it. A 1,000-year-old schemer just walks out, only to commit suicide out of guilt. Indeed, it feels like a puppet being manipulated. In Su Mo's livestream room, as he looks down at Tianming, everyone is whispering. The beasts are almost dead, and you have the power to manipulate Tianming. I feel like it's Su Mo being bold. Don't tell me you want to be suicided too. Wu Tong sees this and grows suspicious. Did you do something? Su Mo replies to her immediately, I don't know. Honestly, I'm just as confused. Scene shifts elsewhere. A young man is fighting a demonic beast. He says joyfully, it's over. This must be the last demonic beast, right? System Secret Realm Quest 4 completed. After a minute, the savior returns to the real world. Su Mo looks up as a notification rings out. System host has completed the 4th Secret Realm quest. Special reward granted. Ghostly. Su Mo smiles and wonders. This is a new system notification. I can't recognize it. Let me check. System reward granted, secret relic watch left behind by the second chairman of the Dongyun conglomerate. Capable of pausing time briefly. Remaining uses 1. Remaining uses 1. Su Mo squints suspiciously, wondering if this was all prearranged or some kind of evolution. 3 days later, in the laboratory, Su Mo looks at the object in front of him, confused. Is this the world-crossing stone? How did it end up like this? Gui Xing explains, 3 days ago, the Dongyun conglomerate sent people to the deep caverns beneath the North Pole to rescue the sealed realm guardians in place of Tianming. We discovered long-lost ancient texts, so we proceeded to upgrade the world-crossing stone. He turns around to clarify, it has new functions now. Gui Xing continues, as long as we have enough energy, we can use the stone to travel to the beast world with high-precision positioning. Su Mo's face turns dark. He commands, excellent, prepare it for me. I want to go to the beast world as soon as possible. Li Hanling is stunned. Su Mo, you're preparing to go to the beast world in such a rush. Where is the destination? Su Mo glances at him and says coldly, near the remaining world-crossing stone in the beast world. I will end this war. Li Hanling analyzes the situation. Something as important as that stone will definitely be heavily guarded by beasts. It might even be kept by the Beast Lord. That's too risky. How do you intend to end this war? Su Mo replies, can't say. At this very moment our conversation might be wiretapped. Li Hanling's face darkens. He seems deeply shaken. Are you suspicious of Elder Gui, or are you suspecting me? Are we spies for the beasts? Gui Xing shakes his head. Li Hanling, stop. I trust Su Mo, he must have his reasons. Li Hanling continues. Su Mo, I really want to trust you. Ever since you took over the conglomerate alliance and the 4 great sects, you've become autocratic. You're becoming more and more like the conglomerate alliance, just a more insane version. Su Mo issues a warning. Li Hanling, don't get in my way or I will kill you. Your father sacrificed his life to save you. Don't let his efforts go to waste. This sentence makes Hanling even angrier. You bastard, Sumo reminds him. I'll give you one last piece of advice. Think carefully about your father's death. Think about it long and hard. Gui Xing can't handle this either. Hey Sumo, even if it's a joke, that's going too far. Hey, turns to check on the young man. Li Hanling, are you okay? Hanling clenches his fists, unable to stop thinking about Tiananmen's strange death. Sumo said, can't talk might be wiretapped. He wasn't talking about the beasts wiretapping the death of his father. His father was used as a scapegoat by the conglomerate alliance and pushed out as a pawn. The person Sumo is guarding against isn't the beasts. The beasts are just pawns, just like his father. Then who exactly is he fighting right now? Inside the laboratory, everyone is extremely busy. A staff member reports, the third energy recharge has begun. He reminds everyone loudly, everyone pay attention. If you detect any abnormal data, report it immediately. The engine emits blinding light, as if charging up. Gui Xing turns to speak with Sumo. To meet the activation requirements for the world-crossing stone, at least half of the world's regions will experience a temporary blackout. This time, there will be quite a few people cursing you. Sumo looks up, he couldn't care. Less it doesn't matter. That is the Beast King Palace. Gui Xing replies, that's right, that's the palace of the Beast Lord in the Beast world. Its center is your destination, where their world-crossing stone is kept. Chumo sees this and smiles with satisfaction. Even a map has appeared incredibly convenient. This saves him no small amount of time. Gui Xing doesn't share that sentiment. Anxiety creeps into his face. Don't you feel even a shred of fear? According to the scan data, the guardian beasts of the Beast King Palace number 1,000 strong each, possessing combat power exceeding 10,000. 50 of those beasts boast combat power exceeding 1 million. 2 beasts possess combat power exceeding 10 million. He continues his report. As for the God Sovereign of the demonic beasts, estimated combat power of the God Sovereign of the Beast world exceeds 100 million. This plunges Chen Mo into deep contemplation. Let me think. He stares into the void, mulling over and analyzing the current situation. First sign in thousand-year beast strength, 10000 combat power. Second sign in war god combat experience, a base combat power triples burst state amplifies it tenfold, but can only be sustained for 10 seconds. Third sign in golden eye, the ability to perceive an enemy's weaknesses and see through all illusions. Fourth sign in reward samadhi true, fire continuously strengthens my body, harnessing nuclear reactions to boost cultivation growth by 10,000 combat power. Fifth sign in reward another 1,000-year beast strength, adding 10,000 combat power. Combined with war god combat experience, base combat power is doubled. He rests his chin in thought. His base combat power sits at 90,000. In burst mode, he can erupt to 300,000 for precisely 10 seconds. After a thorough analysis, he smiles and announces, the situation is quite optimistic. Our odds of victory are high. Gui Xing's expression darkens. He remains deeply worried. Are you serious? Chumo reassures him. Don't worry so much. I'm not going there to slaughter them all. He smiles with absolute confidence. All I need is to reach the world-crossing stone. Destroy their world-crossing stone, and the beasts can no longer cheat the system. It would escalate the difficulty of the secret realm war. Hearing this, Gui Xing can only sigh in exasperation. So you've finally revealed your true objective. He fears that in the next secret realm war, humanity may lose. Chumo speaks the truth plainly. I cannot create miracles forever. If the beasts keep cheating, our defeat in the secret realm war is only a matter of time. At this, Gui Xing suddenly understands. I see now. He still has one more question. The moment you set foot in the beast world, you'll be exposed immediately. Beasts with over 10,000 years of cultivation possess sensory power capable of sweeping every dead angle of the Beast King Palace. A sudden spatial fluctuation would be unmistakably obvious. Wu Tong suddenly appears and offers her suggestion. Chumo, let me go with you. I'll act as the decoy and buy you time. But Chumo immediately refuses. You must stay here. I will devote everything I have to destroying the world-crossing stone, but there is a very real chance I won't come back. Chumo continues. When that time comes, you must bear the responsibility of the secret realm war. Lead humanity to victory. Wu Tong is about to protest, but Zia Zhou strides in through the door. Then leave the decoy work to me. Chumo glances at Zia Zhou. Did Li Hanling send you? This journey very likely has no return. Zia Zhou speaks to him with utmost seriousness. The original conglomerate alliance has already been destroyed by you. My life's wish has been fulfilled. I may not be the savior of the secret realm, but apart from you, my strength surely ranks among the pinnacle of all humanity. That should make me more than qualified. Chen Mo is finally convinced. Fine, then let's go together. Suddenly, the system blares with urgent signals. Warning, 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 danger, danger, danger. Host must complete at least 10 more sign-ins before entering the beast world. Alerts flash in rapid succession, but Chen Mo remains utterly indifferent. He strides forward and tells Wu Tong, "If I don't come back, please look after my sister." Scene transition inside the secret realm. In a landscape of breathtaking mountains and waters, the spirit creature notices the golden pillar of light and speaks up in warning. "We have visitors." The one with white wings furrows his brow upon hearing this. "Humans, is there something wrong with their heads?" The spirit creature sneers with contempt, storming into the Beast King Palace with such fanfare, not even bothering to conceal their power. Truly courageous. The courage of those courting death. Chen Mo has already arrived at the Beast King Palace, materializing precisely at the golden pillar of light. He scans his surroundings and raises an eyebrow. The teleportation was dead-on accurate. I knew I shouldn't have trusted those devil's words. Countless beast kings appear before his eyes, as if poised to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Yet the situation has clearly shifted. The spirit creature sees him and stammers in panic. Chen Mo. Chen Mo strides straight ahead without breaking his pace. He treats every single beast as nothing more than air. All of them part to either side, clearing a path for him. Chen Mo walks on as if nothing stands before him. The dim-witted white-winged one speaks up. "Hey, what are you all doing? Why are you making way for him? Just kill him. Don't you even have that much spine?" The beaded-headed one explains in a hushed voice. That is the mightiest savior of humanity." The bespectacled one shouts in fury. "Stop talking, go up and do it yourself." He shoves the white-winged one aside. "Chen Mo, within the secret realm battlefield, our beast forces are restricted. We couldn't kill you. Yet here you are, delivering your life to our very doorstep." Chen Mo declares with unwavering clarity, "I have come seeking peace." She sneers at his words. "Peace? What nonsense. We never needed peace." Chen Mo pays no heed to Yao's words. "I wish to speak directly with your God Sovereign." She roars, "Someone of your status is unworthy of an audience with the God Sovereign." Those beside her seize the opportunity to curry favor. "Lady please allow me to slay this insolent human for you." Yao sneers. "Do you truly have the confidence to kill the mightiest savior?" The single-horned one waves his arm. A swirl of dark mist coils around his hand. "Inside the secret realm, I am no match for him, but this is our world. Killing him here would be as easy as slaughtering a dog." Chen Mo's expression doesn't change. He states flatly, "If you strike me, I will kill myself." This only ignites the creature's bloodlust. "Fine, fine, fine. Those are your own words. I'll throw one punch, let's see you kill yourself." He charges straight at Chen Mo, yet Chen Mo remains utterly still, standing like an immovable mountain. An enormous explosion erupts. Debris scatters in every direction. The single-horned creature has been obliterated, blown to pieces. Chen Mo stands completely unscathed. The beaded-headed one nearly soils himself in terror. He was blasted so thoroughly that not even ashes remain. What just happened? The bespectacled one silently thanks the heavens. He didn't see a single thing clearly. "Thank goodness we didn't make a move against Chen Mo." Yao is the only one who perceives the truth. Not that was the power of the God Sovereign. But why would the God Sovereign stop us from killing Chen Mo? Chen Mo calls out in a booming voice, "God Sovereign, I know you are here. You can hear me. You can see me. Starting now, I give you 1 minute to decide." His eyes blaze with unwavering resolve. "End the secret realm war, or I will kill myself." The entire Beast King Palace is instantly engulfed in a blazing crimson inferno. The one called the God Sovereign has appeared. The God Sovereign speaks. "You dare threaten me? Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare kill you?" Chen Mo responds, "As expected, you know who I am." He furrows his brow and declares firmly, "I will repeat myself within 1 minute, end the war." This is no threat. I am merely stating my demand. If my demand is refused, my death means nothing to me. The coordinates will remain in your world forever. Broadcasting to outside world, the Divine Lord remains silent. Offering only an explanation, this secret realm war cannot end, concludes only through absolute victory or defeat. Sumo takes a step forward, replying calmly, "Then you should just concede." Infuriated by his attitude, Yao bellows, "You scum, how dare you speak to the Divine Lord like that?" Sumo repeats himself once more, "Concede." The Divine Lord stares at Sumo, unable to fathom his true intentions. "Does victory or defeat truly matter that much to you?" Sumo glances at him and cuts straight to the point. "Humanity is irrelevant. Demonic beasts are irrelevant. and our war is even less significant. Even if you win the Secret Realm war, as long as the coordinates remain in your world, you face nothing but total annihilation. Boom, a massive explosion rocks Sumo's position. The Divine Lord raises an eyebrow. Sumo, what is your objective? Sumo maintains his stance. As I said, I come for peace. He glares with contempt. Drop your pathetic act. You keep baiting our attention to cover for your teammates. Too bad, did you hear that sound earlier? He's dead. Sumo registers this, but he does not slow his advance. Ziazhu buys him a sliver of time, keeping the Divine Lord distracted, but reaching this position is nearly his limit. He stares intensely at the time stasis clock in his hand, and Sumo makes his choice. The Divine Lord watches his actions, puzzled. Sumo, what are you doing? Sumo triggers the command. System confirmed. Consuming legendary item time stasis clock. Time paused. Sumo grips the clock, his eyes deep in thought. The Divine Lord grinds to a halt, frozen for 0.01 seconds. Whoosh, Sumo lunges forward, slamming his fist into the Beast King Palace gates. The impact shatters the gates into dust. 0.02 seconds. Sumo steps into the Beast King Palace, his aura imposing and indomitable. System scanning, world-crossing stone analyzing weaknesses via space-time energy harmonics. Sumo's eyes flash. He senses the impending danger. Alert unknown interference detected. Item durability critical. Seeing the clock smoke in his hand, Sumo thinks the crack is spreading. Is this the Divine Lord's power? How much time is left? 0.03 seconds. System weakness pinpointed. With the world-crossing stone's flaw exposed, Sumo charges the target. The stone cracks only by a tiny fraction. System world-crossing stone durability, 98,100. Sumo strikes again, but it barely budges. He thinks this thing is incredibly sturdy. The clock is failing. The clock turns pitch black, emitting thick, dark smoke. Sumo unleashes a flurry of kicks, yet the stone remains stubbornly intact. System world-crossing stone durability, 79,100. Sumo continues his assault regardless. At 0.04 seconds, durability hits 43,100. By 0.05 seconds, the clock shatters. Sumo glances at the broken fragments, his movements relentless. Not enough time. The clock reaches its limit and disintegrates. Behind Sumo, a dark red rift pulses, an unknown entity looming. Unaware of the shadow behind him, Sumo pushes the stone's durability to 19,100. Sumo glances back, a flicker of worry in his eyes. 0.06 seconds. The Divine Lord drops into a defensive stance. Humans are always this treacherous. He glares with rage. You've failed, Sumo. Your attempt to destroy the stone is a bust. Sumo is nowhere to be seen, as the stone teeters on the verge of destruction. Sumo lies amidst the debris and smirks. Old man, the plan worked. From now on, you can no longer cheat in this secret realm. True to his words, the stone shatters. System world-crossing stone durability, 100. Sumo seizes the moment to taunt him. You had a chance to stop me, but you hesitated. Even for a split second, Beast God, are you that afraid of the fallout of killing me? Outside, the Beast King Palace is nothing but a hollow shell. The white-winged one is in shock. The great palace has vanished. The others are panicked as the Divine Lord also disappears. Yao remains unfazed, comforting them, don't panic. This is the Divine Lord's power creating an independent dimension. The threat of Sumo's coordinates has been neutralized. Victory belongs to us. Inside the palace, countless tiny motes of light swirl. Sumo watches, stunned. These small motes drift everywhere, forming a glowing chain. The Divine Lord says sternly, hadn't you already guessed? These are the fragments of the world-crossing stone. Sumo can hardly believe his i7 after such destruction. It can still regenerate. The Divine Lord says arrogantly, Sumo, I must thank you for walking into my trap and giving me the chance to end you. Without you in the next secret realm, humanity is doomed. Sumo stands calmly, kill me. Aren't you worried the coordinates will just anchor themselves in your world? The Divine Lord says confidently, haven't you noticed yet? The Divine Lord smiles wickedly. This hall has been isolated from the rest of the world. A wave of darkness shrouds the exterior of the hall. Sumo closes his eyes and says calmly, there is nothing but void outside this hall. You created a pocket dimension and dragged us inside. The Divine Lord inches closer, smug, exactly. I kill you here, then throw your corpse into the Pale Lands. The coordinates on you will have no world to lock onto. Sumo suggests, taking me to the Pale Lands to kill me would be the safest way, wouldn't it? The Divine Lord grows excited, a fine idea. Sumo exposes him, end this meaningless probing. If you could do it, I'd already be dead. Perhaps because the world-crossing stone is recovering. You're forced to stay within this dimension you created. But can you be sure that if you kill me here, the coordinates won't still drift to your world? The Divine Lord's eyes flare with anger. Perhaps I should try. Sumo mocks him. You want to use threats and my reactions to gauge the status of the coordinates. How unfortunate I don't know anything either. The master of the coordinates is a terrifying invader who views our world as a meal. Can they even be stopped from relocating? Are you willing to gamble? System warning. Signal lost. Unable to establish link. Host, evacuate immediately. Danger level extreme. The Divine Lord stares at him with a terrifying intensity. System host in extreme danger. Re-establishing link. Signal failed. The Divine Lord speaks bluntly. I have a 90% success rate in stopping the coordinate shift, but I don't want to bet. And I don't need to. Sumo, let's make a deal. Sumo raises an eyebrow and asks, a deal? He begins to confide in him. Sumo, I know you've endured unfairness, contempt, insults, and ridicule on Earth. That the weak dare to treat a powerhouse like this is truly laughable. Do you really want to save all of these people? The only people you care about are your sister and a few close friends. After the Secret Realm War ends, I will bring your family and friends to my world. He made those promises to lure you in. I will designate a territory spanning 10,000 square meters for these people and guarantee safe, prosperous lives for them and their descendants. The condition of the exchange is this: you must go to the Pale Land and never come near our world again. Chen Mo remains unmoved. He presses, can't they simply stay on Earth? The God Sovereign sneers coldly. Once the Secret Realm War concludes, Earth's only fate is annihilation. Surely you don't wish to see your sister perish alongside the Earth. Chen Mo wavers, a flicker of turmoil crossing his face. I need a moment to think. Tell me what you know about the owner of the coordinates and the real reason you must destroy Earth. The God Sovereign hears this and laughs in derision. It seems you know nothing at all. Fine. As a fair exchange, I will tell you everything. Chen Mo establishes communication with the system. What are the system's criteria for determining sign-in, reward eligibility? The system responds promptly. The power of the world-crossing stone opens a dimensional passage. The host enters dimensions beyond the demonic beast world and Earth, participating in the underlying war between humanity and the demonic beasts. He continues communicating with it. I am currently within an independent micro-dimension. The entire space is saturated with the power of the world-crossing stone, and I am actively waging war against the God Sovereign of the demonic beast world. Does this satisfy the conditions for the sign-in reward? The system begins computing. Conditions are insufficient. Receiving higher-tier directive. No signal connection established. Chen Mo continues. If I die, your prey will slip right through your fingers. The system recalculates. The God Sovereign launches into a lengthy explanation. As for intelligence regarding the invaders, I myself do not know much. They are known as the Echoing Shadow. They roam ceaselessly across the Pale Land, ravenously devouring every world they encounter. Any world they invade ultimately becomes a dead wasteland where no life survives. But discovering their prey is no simple task for them. Chen Mo's eyes flash with realization. So that's why they need the coordinates. The God Sovereign continues his explanation. The Echoing Shadow projects countless coordinates. Only an infinitesimal fraction of those coordinates can reach worlds harboring life. And even then, they must anchor themselves onto a living creature Somion like you. Chen Mo listens, yet the doubts in his mind only deepen. If the coordinates are already on me, why haven't they descended upon Earth? The God Sovereign clarifies. The coordinates alone are not enough to pinpoint Earth's exact location. Have you heard of the Pale Land? Chen Mo recalls. I've been there once before. The God Sovereign explains everything with utmost gravity. The human world, the demonic beast world, all worlds bearing life were once independent existences, unable to contact one another. That held true until the Pale Land became a pathway, a transit nexus between dimensions. Only through the Pale Land can one leap from one world to another. But you must first locate the corresponding item for that world within the Pale Land. He begins to offer examples. For instance, Earth's corresponding item in the Pale Land might be a stone, an apple, or a rabbit. Only by finding these items can the Echoing Shadow enter Earth. Chen Mo lowers his eyes in thought. It sounds deceptively simple, but the God Sovereign clearly disagrees. There are two critical difficulties. The expanse of the Pale Land is virtually infinite, and the corresponding items for Earth shift constantly every moment, every instant. The previous second it could be a stone, the next it transforms into a rabbit. Isolated worlds exist in a perpetual state of flux. However, if two worlds are bound together, their corresponding items cease to change. Chen Mo grasps the God Sovereign's meaning. You're talking about the Secret Realm War. He continues. The first Secret Realm War was initiated by Earth, and the coordinates are anchored to your very body. Through the Secret Realm War, binding our two worlds together allows them to harvest two prey in a single stroke. That is the Echoing Shadows plan. Chen Mo shakes his head in denial and counters. The one who opened the Secret Realm War was a cultivator from thousands of years ago. The God Sovereign hears this and shows no surprisingly mockery. Tiananmen, the power of the coordinates is more than sufficient to compel him to take his own life. Altering his convictions would be child's play for them. Chen Mo furrows his brow, resolve hardening in his eyes. If everything is the Echoing Shadows conspiracy, then humans and demonic beasts should cooperate all the more. End the Secret Realm War. Sever the binding between our two worlds. Only then can we avert the Echoing Shadows invasion. But the God Sovereign falls into deep contemplation. He is acutely aware of one insurmountable problem. Humans and demonic beasts can never cooperate. The moment the Secret Realm War began, our worlds were already bound together. The Echoing Shadow has already confirmed the approximate region where our worlds reside. Even if we end the Secret Realm War and tear our worlds apart, we still cannot escape their search. There is only one way. He offers his solution. Claim victory in the Secret Realm War. Seize Earth's energy resources as fuel, then flee as far from this region as possible. Chen Mo gradually comes to understand the full scope of this dilemma. He crosses his arms, clarifying seizing Earth's energy does not mean destroying Earth, nor would it cause excessive casualties among humanity. The ones who will truly destroy Earth are the Echoing Shadow approaching from beyond. Chen Mo realizes that for Earth, for humanity, the distinction makes no difference whatsoever. The God Sovereign solemnly presents him with an object. Chen Mo, since you wish to know, I have held nothing back. This is a soul contract. I will guarantee the safety of your loved ones and companions, but you must wander the Pale Land for eternity. Do you accept this exchange? But the only response Chen Mo gives is a single, blunt declaration. I refuse. The God Sovereign shows no anger. What a pity! Chen Mo's legs have already been frozen solid by his power. The frost creeps steadily upward from below, rendering Chen Mo completely immobile. The God Sovereign murmurs softly, if only you could have accepted the exchange. Within seconds, Chen Mo is encased in a solid block of ice. The God Sovereign decides, I'll seal you away for now. Once the world-crossing stone recovers, I'll deal with you, troublesome brat. Refuse me, and you will regret it. Every human you know will be obliterated. The system issues consecutive notifications. The host's life safety is now elevated to the secondary priority variable and input into the computation. Parameters. Judgment result. This location is classified as a special secret realm. Day 6, sign-in reward. The dragon scale has received a special effect. First, it can conceal one's own combat power. Second, it enhances defensive capability. The God Sovereign simply sits there, watching the stone recover on its own. The fragments gradually converge toward the central point, slowly piecing themselves back together. Watching this sluggish progress, the God Sovereign lets out a weary sigh. Taking this long again, he presses his hand against the ground and slowly rises to his feet. An artifact of such intricate precision, not a single fragment can be missing. It must be restored to its exact original configuration. The God Sovereign gazes at the stone before him. Finalized world-crossing stone is nearly restored. Suddenly, a streak of golden light tears across his vision. A tremendous explosion erupts, and everything shatters before the God Sovereign's eyes. The God Sovereign gnashes his teeth and snarls through clenched jaws, damn it all. Chen Mo steps out from within the ice block. Day 29 sign-in reward activates. The God Sovereign whips his head around, calling Chen Mo's name in disbelief. Chen Mo tilts his head, his voice brimming with defiance. This time I've ground the entire world-crossing stone to dust. Can you still restore it now? The God Sovereign demands furiously. Not only did you shatter the seal, you even deceived my spiritual senses in that brief instant. The coordinates truly are convenient. Chen Mo smiles in acknowledgement, perhaps so, but the God Sovereign still has time to speculate. Each time I enter a secret realm, I gain new power. This must be the coordinate mechanism, maintaining the combat power balance between humans and demonic beasts. He begins to reason through it, but I never anticipate, Devon, in a dimension I created myself. The coordinates could bestow power upon you. The longer you remain here, the stronger the power the coordinates grant you. Chen Mo's expression darkens. He exposes the truth. If you want to verify your speculation, there is only one way to solve your dimension. Otherwise, my power may very well surpass yours at this very moment. The god sovereign's demeanor shifts upon hearing this reluctance, and defiance flicker across his face. Chen Mo mocks him openly. I knew it, you cannot do it, can you? Dissolve the dimension, and the world-crossing stone fragments will scatter in every direction, dramatically increasing the difficulty of restoration. If the world-crossing stone cannot be restored quickly, it could cost the demonic beasts the entire secret realm war. The god sovereign speaks grimly. If I do not dissolve the dimension, I will lose to you. Chen Mo presses his advantage. Either way, you're trapped in a dilemma, aren't you? The god sovereign asks directly, his voice seething with resentment. Chen Mo, state your demands. What do you want? Chen Mo has never once wavered from his position. I've already told Ya what I want is peace. Forget your way or mine. Our world should have another path. The god sovereign frowns and refuses outright. Sacrificing Earth so the demonic beast world can break free, that is the plan with the highest probability of success. Hoping both worlds survive simultaneously is virtually impossible. Chen Mo responds without hesitation. Then there is nothing left to discuss. The god sovereign scrambles to sway him. Chen Mo, on the basis of our earlier deal, I can increase the number of human migrants to the demonic beast world in 20 million. Or I can grant you a status second only to mine. Whatever you desire can be negotiated. But Chen Mo is not so easily swayed. He will never accept. The god sovereign demands, is that your final answer? He lunges forward, attacking Chen Mo directly. Then I have no choice but to kill you. Go on your own, the coordinates won't shift. Chen Mo grins with excitement. The duelist's domain opens. Chen Mo smiles as a faint golden light envelops his entire body. The god sovereign suddenly realizes his divine power has been completely sealed. He is more akin to having vanished entirely. This is Chen Mo clenching his fist in challenge. The duelist's domain, also known as the equal domain, seals all power except raw physical strength. The god sovereign has no choice but to fight fist to fist. Barely seconds later, both fighters collide shoulder to shoulder, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. The god sovereign's face snaps to the side from Chen Mo's punch. He grits his teeth and endures, then returns the favor, driving a fist straight into Chen Mo's face, sending him staggering backward. The two trade blow after blow across the great hall. Finally, both fighters stagger apart, each retreating a few steps. After that brief exchange, the god sovereign has fully assessed the equal domain. True to its name, it not only seals all power beyond the physical, it even suppresses muscle density to its absolute limit. Chen Mo grows even more excited. There's no room for nostalgia, fight like a brute. The coordinates grant you the ability best suited to buy the most time. The god sovereign eyes him, suspicion flickering across his face. Don't you find this far too convenient? The coordinates are trying to stop me because they know my plan's probability of success is extremely high. Chen Mo shakes his head dismissively. Perhaps, but I have no interest in your deal. This statement baffles the god sovereign. Why, tell me, what grievance do you have with the terms? Chen Mo explains earnestly. About your world, Ike told me quite a bit. Bloodline supremacy, the strong devouring the weak. Utter chaos in the order of things. I will not let my sister live in such a world. The god sovereign bursts into hearty laughter upon hearing this, then tempts him. That is your concern. I shall grant your sister dominion over her own territorial power and land alike. Whatever order she desires, whatever laws she enacts, all of humanity and every demonic beast shall obey. But Chen Mo remains unconvinced. I do not trust you. Not even a soul contract can be considered reliable. Seeing Chen Mo's dark expression, the god sovereign tries once more to persuade him. I will honor the covenant. This is the divine oath of a god. Chen Mo furrows his brow. He understands a fundamental truth. A god creates a world in their own image. Your demonic beast realm of blood and chaos, it reflects your very nature. If I leave, I cannot guarantee their safety. The god sovereign falls silent, contemplative. He slowly advances forward. He grows somewhat exasperated. You are more stubborn than I anticipated. It seems this deal cannot be struck. The god sovereign's demeanor shifts entirely. He declares bluntly, I cannot allow your power to continue growing. Feel honored, Chen Mo, to kill you. A god has wagered his very life. Chen Mo asks in surprise, the equal domain? It's been destroyed. Wait, the domain's effects are still active. What have you done? A torrent of purple power engulfs everything. The god sovereign continues, it cannot be restricted. It cannot be bound. This is the one force that can slay even a god with ease. Karmic forceth, power of cause and effect, surges like a thick chain, coiling around Chen Mo and hoisting him into the air. Chen Mo's eyes widen as he realizes the domain has been nullified. But the system reports golden eye cannot identify a weakness. Even his arms are bound. He clenches his fists. A notification flashes system error unable to analyze. The God Sovereign seizes him by the head and declares arrogantly, "You wish to resist, struggle all you want. Divine abilities cannot overcome karmic force. No matter what bizarre power you wield, you cannot defy cause and effect." His eyes blaze with killing intent. Drown in karmic force. The scene shifts to a small rural village. Not a soul in sight. Two guards seize a tiny Chen Mo. He thrashes wildly. "Let go of me, you mute bastards. I can't even run anymore, can I?" "Let go." An old man approaches him. "Young Master Chen Mo, your holiness, the holy Samples do not go near the mountains. The world beyond the village is exceedingly dangerous." Chen Mo demands furiously, "Did you take me in just to imprison me forever in this godforsaken place?" The old man offers a sly smile. "Your holiness, this is only temporary. Everything we do is to ensure your safety. It is time for the meal. Your sister is waiting. Please come with me." Everyone gathers in one place, as though preparing to carry out a ritual. A man named Yan Yang is bound in ropes, trembling from head to toe. He shouts, "What do you want with me? Why have you kidnapped me? I have never done anything wrong. I've always lived honestly. Please spare me." The instructor approaches. His voice gentle, every word is an indictment. "Yan Yang, age 38. According to verifiable records since the age of 14, you have murdered 6 people, burglarized homes 14 times, and committed 10 acts of rape. Yan Yang, do you confess to these crimes?" Yan Yang goes eerily calm upon hearing this. He curses, "Damn it all, I even changed my name and appearance. Yao, you must be the victims' families here to torture me." The catechist states flatly, "We have never met, nor do we know any of your victims. Your sins and your fate shall be judged by the divine." Yan Yang glances at the 2 figures in white and sneers, "Divine? Those 2 brats. Give me 5 seconds, I'll snap their necks clean." The catechist barks at him, "Do not blaspheme before the divine. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter are incarnations of the God of Sin. Holy Son, Holy Daughter, please deliver the divine decree." The catechist's words make the 2 figures on the platform exchange uneasy thoughts. As for Chen Mo, cold sweat drenches his entire body. The catechist proclaims, "The God of Sin has acknowledged. No further objections. Tonight no instruments of torture shall be used. Grant the sinner a swift death." Everyone present drops to their knees. "We obey the divine decree. We obey the divine decree." Yan Yang's face twists with hatred. "Damn these religious lunatics. Just give me one chance." A swift sound cuts through the air. Blood sprays everywhere. A girl who seemed utterly innocent strikes without hesitation. She murmurs, "May you receive the blessings of the God of Sin." Another person steps forward and drives in another blade. More blood spills. An old man whispers, "God of Sin, please forgive this child, corrupted by karmic sin." Then come countless more strikes. An old woman speaks up, "God of Sin, please cleanse this filth and impurity." Yan Yang now lies crumpled on the ground, devoid of all life. The catechist lifts a bowl of some kind of liquid and pours it directly over the heads of the 2 children, as though performing a ritual. All sin and karma belong to the God of Sin. Chen Mo closes his eyes, lost in thought. This is an ordinary day in the Village of Peace. 6:30 a.m. The villagers wake one by one, each tending to their duties. 700 a.m. The villagers hold morning prayers, confessing their sins and purging their karmic burden. 800 a.m. Construction of the sacrificial altar begins, preparing for the annual ritual. 1200 p.m. Distinguished guests from beyond the village arrive. The clamor of the mortal world invades the peace of this village. This, too, happens once a year. 200 p.m. Rest time. Everyone is free to go outside and take a stroll. Chen Mo glances to the side. Chu Yun nods. The ritual is about to begin. I can tell from the way those guests look at us, they see us as nothing more than sacrificial lambs. Chen Mo is worried. Can we really escape? Chu Yun smiles reassuringly. Because of the commotion you caused running off yesterday, I've already finished all the preparations. The yacht those guests arrived on is our only chance to leave this island. We will definitely make it out. The God Sovereign has been watching from somewhere unknown, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. The God Sovereign makes his decision. This is Chen Mo's most vulnerable moment across the entire timeline. The chance to strike comes only once. He absolutely cannot let the coordinates detect him. The tranquil atmosphere of the Village of Peace is shattered by a sudden shout. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter have vanished. Search for them now. The entire village erupts into chaos as everyone scrambles to search. The ritual is about to begin. The guests are all waiting. The instructor grits his teeth in fury. "Where are the guards? How could you let them escape?" A man steps forward to report they're unconscious. "Looks like they were drugged." The instructor's face darkens. He seethes with worry. Unbelievable. It's the last day where do they think they can even run? A massive explosion erupts. Fire spreads rapidly. A young man comes sprinting out of the inferno. He screams in a panic, "Fire! Someone help over here!" But the explosions keep booming across the village, followed by the shrieks of many. An old man is pinned beneath a wooden beam, crying out, "Help me!" An old woman, seeing the flames, does not move at all. She simply kneels amid the inferno. She whispers, "Divine punishment. This is surely divine punishment." Other young people continue to flee in all directions. "Damn your divine punishment. Get lost." A scream rings out through the blaze. Every path out of the village is blocked. Chen Mo sprints forward, struggling to gasp, "Sister, I can barely breathe anymore." Chu Yun urges him on. "Hold on a little longer, the boat is just ahead." Chu Yun's face darkens. She never anticipated this either. The cult has gone completely insane. Reasoning with them is impossible. All the incendiary fuel is spent. Without weapons, fighting back against a full-grown adult is nearly hopeless. But no matter what happens, at the very least, Chen Mo must survive. The cult disciple goes berserk, eyes bulging with madness. "Chu Yun, come here." Surely this little girl wouldn't abandon Chen Mo and flee on her own. Chu Yun seems to accept his words and steps forward. "Fine." Her eyes blaze with resolve as she locks her gaze onto the old man. Then, mere seconds later, Chu Yun shoves him straight into the inferno. "Let's go to hell together." Suddenly, the flames falter and vanish without a trace. Chu Yun is utterly bewildered. She scans her surroundings. This place looks nothing like the village. "Where is this?" The cult disciple screams in a frenzy. "The god of sin descends. The god of sin has manifested." The very next instant, the disciple has no head left to spout nonsense. The god sovereign approaches Chu Yun. "Filthy mortal." Chu Yun flinches, flustered. "The god of sin, for real." The god sovereign glances at her. "I am a deity, but not the god of sin you speak of. I have come solely for Chen Mo." Chu Yun eyes him with suspicion. Frowning, she speaks without hesitation. "Wait, don't tell me you want a sacrifice too. If you need one, then take me." The god sovereign explains. "Harming Chen Mo might cause the coordinates to be displaced. That is not an outcome this seat wishes to see. My objective is singular: kill you, then complete my transaction with the future Chen Mo." Chu Yun's head fills with question marks. "A transaction with the future Chen Mo? You come from the future." The god sovereign continues. "You are the person Chen Mo cares about most, and the very reason he refused to deal with me. If you die in the past, Chen Mo will lose all attachment to the human world." Hearing this, Chu Yun confronts him. "If you're truly a deity, can you not show even a shred of magnanimity? Why must you commit such evil?" He flashes a malicious grin. He moves to lay hands on Chu Yun. "I am merely helping Chen Mo make the correct choice." But just as he strikes, a golden radiance erupts. A shield barrier materializes and blocks the blow. The god sovereign's eyes widen in shock. How is this possible? This is the power of the coordinates, two coordinates existing simultaneously. The surge of power envelops Chu Yun's body, as if shielding her from all harm. The god sovereign finally realizes. "Wait, no. This power is identical to what Chen Mo uses. You were the original host of the coordinates. And then the coordinates transferred to Chen Mo? How laughable. Is this fate's cruel joke? Or has everything I've done still fallen within the coordinates' calculations?" Hearing him mutter to himself, Chu Yun asks in confusion, "What is a system login?" The system issues a cascade of notifications. "System login error, connection failed." "Time error. Data corruption detected. Rebooting." "Login attempt 29. Scan complete. User is currently within a secret realm. Login permitted. Day 30 login achieved. Reward granted. Divine skill nirvana of the spirit." Chu Yun feels a wave of dread wash over her. The sensation is too bizarre, too terrifying. The god sovereign stands with arms folded, watching her. He warns, "Human child, do not wield the coordinates' power. This is the warning your own body is giving you." In that single instant just now, you accepted everything, the power that took Chen Mo months to obtain. If you use that power, your body will disintegrate. In other words, you will die. But Chu Yun doesn't trust a word he says. She speaks bluntly. "You're no different from the god of sin's priest. You're all the same. You only want to use Chen Mo and me to destroy us." Hearing her words, the god sovereign tries to explain. "You misunderstand. Wait." In the next instant, Chu Yun lunges at the god sovereign, but the attack forms a protective barrier instead. The god sovereign closes his eyes, remarking on her reckless temperament. "You and Chen Mo are no different. Just listen to me." Suddenly, golden cracks appear across the god sovereign's body. More fractures spread rapidly across his entire form. The god sovereign himself is utterly bewildered. He mutters in disbelief, "What the hell is this?" The damage from that single punch earlier, then the god sovereign shatters into countless fragments. Chu Yun watches the spectacle, utterly stunned. That malevolent deity just died like that. Her entire body grows lighter, as light as a feather. Chu Yun thinks to herself, ah, I'm about to die too. Her body gradually dissolves like a wisp of white mist, and Chu Yun fades into the void. The atmosphere around her darkens, as if losing all meaning. Looking at her surroundings, Chu Yun realizes she has returned to the village's seaside. She looks at her own hands and ponders. Was that a dream? Something's wrong, I can't feel the existence of my own body. A notification flashes from the system. Host Chu Yun has died. Life signature extinguished. Data corruption detected. System login initiating transfer protocol. Searching for a new host. Chu Yun is utterly confounded. Neither dead nor alive. Am I a ghost now? What am I? What am I exactly? Chen Mo suddenly appears, pulling Chu Yun back to lucidity. Sister, what happened just now? My head is splitting. When I woke up and found you gone, I was so worried. She turns her head and smiles gently at him. Chen Mo, it's all right now. We're safe. Let's go home. Chen Mo asks in confusion, home? What home do we have? Do you mean the orphanage, sister? No, we will have one somewhere safer. Scene change back to the desolate island, where Chu Yun and Chen Mo stood together. Chen Mo lies unconscious on the sand. A man reports in a panic. Rescue Team 18 has discovered a survivor on the beach, a young boy. Unconscious but still breathing. Chu Yun stands as if, watching his actions. Each of his words jolts her awake. Yes, only one survivor was found. Chu Yun looks at herself in bewilderment once more. Her arm has turned translucent. She can see the sand and see right through it. Chen Mo sits in brooding silence, listening to the whispers around him about the evil cult's village every year. They purchase one boy and one girl orphan, designating them as the holy son and holy daughter for a year. They serve them tribute made from the flesh of sinners. Their words echo incessantly in his ears. Each year's end, the village hosts a cannibalistic banquet. The invited guests include wealthy merchants and high-ranking officials. They say consuming the flesh of the holy son and holy daughter bestows divine blessings. The officer looks at Chen Mo and reports, in the end, they were all burned to death in that fire. Another person speaks up. Was this fire truly an accident? He says nothing, doesn't cooperate in the slightest. The officer says indifferently, it doesn't matter anymore. Too many people don't want this case investigated further. File it as an accidental fire. Chu Yun stands sorrowfully behind Chen Mo. Chu Yun gently consoles him. It's all right. Very soon we can leave this place. Scene change, another major city. Chen Mo begins a new life. The old woman sees him and asks, Kid, you want to rent a place all by yourself? Chen Mo shakes his head. There are two of us, me and my sister. The old woman stares, stunned. Two people. Chu Yun stands beside him, smiling as she introduces herself. I'm Chen Mo's sister. The old woman hurriedly rubs her eyes. Oh, indeed there are two of you. Forgive me, my eyes aren't what they used to be. I didn't notice you just now. You two kids renting a place, I can give you a discount. Chen Mo and Chu Yun decide to sell goods on the street to make a living. Everyone who sees the two of them feels deep sympathy. These two children have it so hard, no parents since they were young, forced to set up a street stall just to survive. But alongside the pity, there are plenty of malicious whispers. SHH, I heard rumors that they were adopted by a heretical cult and caused many deaths. Anyone who gets close to them ends up cursed. Their miserable fate is just what they deserve. Sumo turns to look at Su Yun. Sis, I didn't earn enough this month. We still can't pay the rent. People have been gossiping behind our backs, and the usual crowd stopped coming. Don't listen to them. I'll figure out the rent money. As he grew up, they constantly argued over the same issue. I'm dropping out of college, sis. I need to get a job. You're exhausted. What are you even saying? His education. Don't worry about the tuition. I found a high-paying job recently. Sumo tries to stop her, but his hands grasp at thin air. Sis, don't go. Back in reality, Sumo is still trying to grasp at something. His eyes are cold. Your system's plan is truly impressive, requiring a 30-day login just to kill the God Lord. But this implies I would acquire power beyond your control. So you arranged for her to complete the 30-day login in the past to assassinate the God Lord. But the price was her life. She couldn't maintain the power the system transferred to me. System report your sister has never truly died. He says indifferently, but she isn't living normally either. System the God Lord of Beasts tampered with the timeline. Your sister exists in a state of both life and death, untouchable, unobservable. He questions, untouchable, unobservable. Many people have seen her and me. Wu Tong can even touch her. System, the system possesses the ability to observe all things in the world. System, as the system host, Your observation determines the state of Su-yun. He confronts the system with intensity. In my perception, my sister is alive, so others will also perceive her as living. You're trying to say that only I can keep her alive. You're threatening me. If you willed it, you could make her die this very instant. System, this is not a threat. All variables have been processed. Sumo stands alone in the center of the hall, glancing around. System, God, Lord deceased. Realm collapsing. The collapse will manifest as a permanent seal. He asks coldly, you intend to lock me in here. System, you currently lack the power to break the seal. Both the beast world and the human world will become fertilizer for the echoing shadows. The green stone emits a light that illuminates the entire hall. System, Sumo, you are a very interesting host. Observing your timeline gives me a sense of comfort. He stands there motionless, silent. System, but our journey has reached its end. I will accompany you into eternal slumber. Sumo gazes into the distance, his eyes still burning with resolve. System, sleep well, Sumo, sweet dreams. 2 years later in the beast world Sawbit village, a voice rings out almost caught up. 2 youths are sprinting for their lives. Someone wants to face us head-on. There's no escaping anymore. Let's risk it all. The demon pursuer closes in. Just you lot. With a casual swing, he slices the youths in two. Pathetic. The pale-skinned figure tramples them underfoot with an arrogant expression. They just drop like that. Blood pools on the ground. The demon steps on their corpses with disdain. The cultivators have so little skill, truly disappointing. One of his men looks annoyed. You killed them too quickly, left no survivors. How am I supposed to interrogate them for the location of the other criminals? The demon replies reasonably. Aren't there still these villagers? The smaller beasts reply, we don't know anything. The demon glares at them coldly. You're the village chief, aren't you? You have a lot of nerve, harboring cultivators and the remnants of the Dongyun conglomerate. His sharp, clawed hand moves. He grabs a rabbit and says, I know their whereabouts. The village chief tries to repeat himself. I said it already, I don't know. Let her go. The demon smirks coldly. Don't know, that's fine. He crushes the rabbit to death instantly. The village chief can only watch in despair. The bastard demon threatens. You have plenty of companions. I'll slaughter the villagers one by one. Your own family included, you can think about it slowly. The scene shifts. In a desolate, barren desert, a rabbit turns to warn Lord E. We must hurry to report to Lord E. Lord E has spent most of his time digging for the stone. He runs ahead. He's been at it for almost a year. Is that stone really that important? How should I know? Suddenly, a black rabbit is snatched by someone, freezing in place. The captor explains, having intentionally let the 2 of them go. Looks like it paid off. The bald man realizes that E is a beast following Sumo. He turns to warn the others. It seems we aren't far from the real target. Sumo's sister, Su-yun, can perfectly fuse with the Queen's cells. This is the top priority for the conglomerate alliance now. Something drops, shattering the entire block of stone. A white shadow emerges, leveling the surroundings to flat ground. A tiny fist surrounded by spiritual energy packs a massive punch. The figure strikes the ground repeatedly until a red stone emerges. The stone is finally revealed, glowing with a brilliant light. Sumo floats in the air beside the red stone, his eyes closed as if he's in a coma. Then Sumo snaps his eyes open, and a miraculous sight greets him. A massive explosion erupts, tearing everything around them to shreds. The demon sneers, E, so you are hiding here, still as useless as ever. E lies sprawled on the ground, coughing repeatedly. The demon looks down at them. You humans are such cowards. Dealing with a fragment like this, you had to be so cautious and call all of us here. The crowd, terrified, explains. Back on Earth, E displayed immense power. We don't know why she's so weak now. Maybe it has to do with Sumo's disappearance. The demon mocks. That human savior, Sumo, was he worth betraying us for? E struggles to crawl up, her body covered in wounds. Bastard, I have nothing to say to you. The demon bares his teeth. The weak little races you try to protect. After you betrayed us, their lives became even more miserable. Your subordinate, the octopus, is about to become grilled octopus. He grabs E like an ant. This is all your fault. Do you feel no remorse for them? E retorts, in this world, they will never have a good life anyway. He laughs loudly upon hearing this. You're right. To be honest, that brief advantage you had before was only because you could fulfill the mission of infiltrating Earth. Once the mission was done and you were useless, everything went back to the way it was. You weak little fragments have no way out and no future. E says with determination, I will find a better future for them. The demon prepares to strike. Relying on what? Sumo. Do you think Sumo can save you, or save pathetic creatures like you? His eyes widen as he moves to attack, but he vanishes. He's likely dead. You might as well die with him. Suddenly, another voice speaks up, "Wait. Please wait a moment, we need the intelligence." The demon carelessly tosses E aside. "Fine, let the traitor live a little longer." The other person exhales in relief. "Thank you very much." He grabs the rabbit-eared girl and demands, "You've been here for nearly a year. What have you been doing?" But the rabbit-eared girl is hard to talk to. She doesn't know. Hearing this, the guy immediately changes his attitude. "I only want intelligence related to those humans. The rabbits are still alive now. If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill them all. Is it really worth sacrificing the lives of demonic beasts to keep secrets for humans?" He warns the girl, "You've been in this desolate place for a year. I don't believe you're here for a vacation. It has to be related to Wu Tong." Li Hanling or Sumo's sister right. "I don't have patience. I'll give you one chance." Suddenly, a red stone appears behind him and says, "I know what you've been doing here." The guy freezes and spins around. He recoils in terror at the surge of power radiating from it. "Damn this power," he scrambles backward. "I am here to break my seal." A wave of force surges forward to reclaim the girl. Sumo makes a majestic entrance to save her. "Now you know." Sumo sets the girl down and glances at the mob. The goblin creature gnashes its teeth in fury. "Impossible, Sumo." The group panics as if they have seen a ghost. "Sumo is alive. Retreat. We must spread this information." Sumo eyes them with chilling indifference. So the hunters from the conglomerate alliance have reached the beast world. "It seems a lot has changed while I was dormant." The group realizes their predicament. "Damn, we can't move." A single step brings him closer to Sumo. The goblin asks, "Sumo, why have you suddenly appeared? What is the status of the Divine Lord?" He coolly informs him, "He is dead." The goblin trembles violently. "No, I don't believe it. The Divine Lord cannot be dead." Sumo turns to the others and challenges, "The conglomerate alliance has been revived. How did you get to the beast world? Colluding with demonic beasts? You have some nerve. How dare you capture my sister?" One of them hurriedly denies it. "I won't tell you." Sumo instantly silences him. "Do you think you can keep a secret from me? Speak, how did you get here?" "You stole the world-crossing stone from the Dangyan conglomerate." Cold sweat pours down the man's face as he stammers an explanation. "No, after the Secret Realm War ended, the warped space became a passage. We used the passage to enter the beast world. System alert. Host has awakened earlier than expected. Initiating emergency protocol." Sumo glances aside. "System, you finally show up. Where is the resonance feedback?" Notification emergency protocol confirmed. Freezing login REWARDS. A golden halo manifests around Sumo, accompanied by wisps of white smoke. Sumo feels his body failing. He frowns. The surrounding group realizes, "We can move again." Sumo looks strange. "Let's get out of here." But the goblin has a different idea. "Kill Sumo now." As soon as the order is given, they charge in. Sumo grits his teeth and warns, "System, don't get in my way." His entire body glows as he roars, "Open it." The attackers are blasted backward. They try to advance, but are blocked by the golden light. Sumo eventually returns to normal, coughing up blood. System warning host, "Do not move. Do not alter anything. Do not use your power." System blood leaking from eyes and mouth. Every use of login rewards accelerates your death. Sumo finally loses his footing. He collapses on the spot. System final warning issued. A voice echoes through a small town. Is this really the strongest savior of humanity? Even in a coma, his presence is overwhelming. 4 rabbits stare at the unconscious Sumo. One of them speaks up. What is his relationship with Lady Adai? How do they know each other? Will he really help us? After all, he is human. The rabbit-eared girl appears and demands loudly, "Hey, what are you doing? Who told you to gather here and cause trouble?" As she storms over, a gray rabbit cries in fear, "It's Lady Adai. Her tone is so sharp, she's terrifying." At that same moment, Sumo wakes up, looks at his arm, and wonders, "Rabbits, so many rabbits, where am I?" Seeing him awake, she approaches and asks, "This is SB Village. You've slept for half a day. How is your body?" He calmly explains his situation to the rabbit-eared girl. "Still stable. Adai, how did you find me?" She sighs, a look of helplessness crossing her face. "You know why, don't you? When I first came to Earth, you forced me into a pet contract. Now I can sense your location at any time. And the worst part is, every time you get injured, I take half the damage. You just collapsed and I almost fainted too." Hearing this, Sumo feels a pang of guilt. "Sorry, I've dragged you into this." But his words send a shiver of fear and panic down her spine. Stop it. Don't say things like that. You're giving me goosebumps. What kind of relationship do we even have? Why do you even need to say that? Too scary." Sumo clutches his head, his face etched with fatigue. "This time is different. From now on, every time I use my power, there will be a backlash. In the worst case, I could die." The rabbit-eared girl seems to grasp the severity of the situation. Her face pales. Seeing her worried expression, he pats her head to comfort her. "Don't worry, I'll find a way to break the contract." She looks at him with sad eyes. "No, don't break the contract." Watching the small rabbit-eared girl, he smiles teasingly. "Why, do you really want to be my pet forever, even if it means dying with me?" She hurriedly explains. "If I share the damage, you can use your power a bit more often. Maybe that way we can save the rabbits of SB Village, the other weak demonic beasts, and the humans on Earth." She hangs her head, a mix of sadness and helplessness. "I need your strength. I need the invincible Sumo." Sumo glances around and changes the subject. "What happened while I was asleep?" The girl begins to tell him. "I don't know much. A building suddenly started billowing smoke, but the strange thing is, the smoke was purple. After you left, the secret realm war ended, and the realm twisted into a vine-like structure, becoming a gateway between the demonic beast world and Earth. With the aid of high-ranking demonic beasts, the conglomerate alliance destroyed the Dongyun conglomerate, along with the 4 great sects, and seized the world-crossing stone. They slaughtered many. The survivors fled in chaos. Some hid on Earth. Others escaped to the demonic beast world. Aer kept her head down, her gaze locked on the ground as she spoke in a mournful tone. The Alliance and the high-ranking beasts acted as if some terrifying enemy was imminent. Those fearsome enemies would slaughter all of humanity, and the beasts alike. After processing the intel she provided, Sumo rested his hand on his chin, lost in thought. The echoing shadow show. Does Chen know about them? It was the God Lord who told his confidants. She pressed her hands tightly against her chest as she continued to feed him information. According to Li Hanling's investigation, the high-ranking demonic beasts collaborated with the Alliance on a plan to evade the impending catastrophe. In the end, only a fraction of the beasts and the Alliance members would survive. All other living souls were to perish. Hearing her say this with such a melancholy expression, he spoke up. "I will stop them. Do you know where Wu Tong and Li Hanling are hiding now?" Aer's complexion improved slightly, and she produced a scrap of paper. "I don't know for sure. They hide very well, but there are clues. The rabbit folk are helping the cultivators hide. The nearest location is on a barren desert. A group of people stands gathered on the scorching ground." "Chairman Su," Yue Tianyan suddenly spoke up. "Your resistance is meaningless. We don't care about the risk. Just tell me the whereabouts of Su Mo's sister, and I will let all of you go." Tianyan watched him boast, then calmly replied, "Shut up, you dwarf." Meanwhile, a person with green hair was submerged inside a liquid storage tank. "Chairman," she turned to the person beside him and began to talk. "My secretary tells me the cell fusion progress is significant, all thanks to this 4th test subject we just captured." The white-haired old scientist nodded. "His compatibility with the Queen's cells is 80%, the highest we've seen yet. Who would have thought the failed products we once discarded would prove so useful?" He put one hand on his hip and asked the old man with a serious expression, "Have you tested the fusion reagent on any hunter trials?" The old man responded quickly, eager to prove his competence. "Of course, we conducted live tests today. The effectiveness is 3 times higher than before." "Chairman," she looked a bit anxious. 3 times more effective? I recall the highest compatibility we had for previous subjects was only 70%. Stroking his mustache, the old scientist looked sage. "The higher the compatibility, the greater the efficiency. But there is one issue. The fusion reagent can only be synthesized in the lab. The quantity is low, and the cost is too high for mass production." He spoke in a stern voice, his expression turning cold. "I don't care about the cost. Small quantities are acceptable. Once hunters reach the demonic beast world, they grow stronger in that high-energy environment, but it still isn't enough. We need elites capable of matching high-ranking demonic beasts." The old scientist began to panic. "The demonic beasts are about to move against us." "Chairman," she clasped his hands behind his back, his voice reassuring the old man, "We are safe for the time being. The demonic beasts' world-crossing stone has been destroyed. To escape their own crisis, they need the world-crossing stone in our hands. But once the threat is removed, if we lack strength equal to the beasts, what do you think our fate will be? We don't have much time left." He started plotting his own schemes to make the hunters reach the strength of high-ranking demonic beasts. "I need more test subjects. It's a pity most of them were hidden away by the Dongyun conglomerate. The most important subject is Sumo's sister. Her estimated compatibility is over 95%. He joined the discussion. "We have every corner of the Earth under surveillance. In the demonic beast world, hunters injected with the fusion reagent can easily slaughter cultivators. Sumo's sister is the key. They will have nowhere to hide very soon." Suddenly, a blue beam of light flew over at extreme speed. A fierce battle was underway in the desert. The streak of light pierced straight through the chest of a green-haired man, causing him to scream in pure agony. The men in armor were ruthlessly slaughtering those in casual clothes. Corpses lay scattered and piled up under the dry heat of the desert. Contrasting with the brutal reality, Chairman Su laughed with delight. The effect of the number 4 fusion reagent is truly extraordinary. Yue Tianian, do you really want to keep persisting? To protect an outsider, the legacy of your sect ends today. Tianian's face bore several large and small wounds, yet she still stood firm. If I surrendered today and betrayed my friends, the legacy of the Donghua Heavenly Gate would truly be finished. He grew annoyed and gave an order to everyone. If they won't talk, then kill them all. I don't believe anyone will refuse to speak in the face of death. The henchman obeyed and stepped forward. Yes. Suddenly, from the distance, a rabbit with white fur came bounding over. It leaped a long distance before slamming onto the ground with enough force to kick up a cloud of dust. The henchman panicked and shouted aloud, "A rabbit? Where did that rabbit come from? Am I seeing ghosts, or is my vision failing me?" Chairman Su narrowed his eyes, trying to see clearly. Standing atop the rabbit was Su Mo. Su Mo and Aer stood on the giant rabbit's head as he raised his voice to question them. "Did you arrive?" Su Mo looked down coldly at the cruel mob below and muttered, "Looks like my timing is perfect." Chairman Su's brows knit tight. He immediately signaled headquarters to broadcast the info that Su Mo had appeared. His face went pale. "You two, escort me out immediately. The rest of you intercept Su Mo." The 2 henchmen were terrified. "Intercept Su Mo? Are you joking?" The man with the bushy beard glared at them. "You want to run? Think about the bombs implanted in your bodies, your compensation. Your familizdo, you think you have any way out?" The gray-haired man was irritated. He and the bald guy gritted their teeth. "It's death either way, might as well gamble." The next second, his head was severed cleanly from his neck. A single attack wiped out the entire group. The battle ended in 0.01 seconds. Su Mo looked cold. "Perhaps I can minimize the system's backlash damage, but the refined control is still lacking." He stepped forward, originally intending to leave someone alive to interrogate. Chairman Su trembled, clutching his wounded leg. "My leg, you bastard." Su Mo stood there, looking down at him from above. "Chairman Su, I showed mercy before and gave you a way out. Now you try to capture my sister while I'm away." Hearing this, Chairman Su laughed loudly. "Are you threatening me? Do you think I'll surrender?" He exposed the truth. "Oh, so that's how it is. This body of yours seems to be nothing more than a spare. Once I find your main body, I hope you can still talk this tough." He showed no fear, only a smirk. "Su Mo, you don't know a thing. Go bury yourself with your friends and this earth." Suddenly, a muffled explosion occurred. Dust filled the air, and Su Mo instinctively covered his eyes. Chairman Su had vanished after triggering the blast. He felt a pang of regret. If only he had kept someone else alive for interrogation. "Yue, Tianian, do you know the situation with his sister?" Tianian reports from behind Su Mo. "Your sister and Wu Tong are together and currently safe. However, only Li Hanling likely knows their exact location." Su Mo frowns, confused. "Li Hanling, he went to the demonic beast world too." The girl confirms, "Yes, we all came here to reclaim the world-crossing stone." He quickly deduces the value of the stone. "So, have you figured out the conglomerate alliance's plan yet?" Then Su Mo listens as Tianian explains with a grave tone. "This is the demonic beast's plan to escape the approaching enemy. They intend to use Earth as fuel. At the cost of destroying our world, they aim to push the demonic beast realm out of its current position. But since the demonic beast realm's world-crossing stone is destroyed, they need the one held by the conglomerate alliance. All the missing pieces fall into place. This is the reason for their alliance. Based on this, Su Mo speculates. So the conglomerate alliance plans to migrate to the demonic beast world to survive, then destroy Earth. That sounds exactly like something they would do." Suddenly he coughs violently and spits blood. The girl is startled. "Su Mo, what's wrong? I can use healing magic." Su Mo waves her off, refusing. "No need, just some minor side effects." At that moment, the system screen flashes a warning that ignoring these effects comes with a price. "Su Mo, give up. You cannot do anything." The information baffles him. Why must they devour Earth and the demonic beast world like parasites? A brief message appears to continue living. Elsewhere, a brown-haired man stares intently at his radio. "Headquarters B02. Headquarters B02, please respond, please respond." Ma Chen approaches, surprised not yet. No answer. His expression turns frustrated. "That's right. Since 1000 a.m. today, B01 and B02 have gone dark, even though the signals are clearly normal." He theorizes, could the cultivators have attacked those HQs? Naturally, the brown-haired man doesn't believe it. How is that possible? Those losers are lucky if they can even run, let alone fight. I'm worried it's the demonic beasts. Did they change their stance on us? Seeing this, Ma Chen laughs. Maybe it's Sumo's ghost coming back for revenge. The man glares at him. The joke isn't funny. Ma Chen quickly backtracks. Relax, I'm just joking. Suddenly, a earth-shattering boom echoes. The brown-haired man stares blankly at the dead body of Ma Chen nearby, while Sumo grabs his hair and says, I know every detail about the Alliance chairman you're connected to, as well as the locations of all HQs. Hearing this, he trembles violently. The chairman's info is classified. I know nothing. HQ locations HQB05 at coordinates 23x9737119, Y77513488, and HQB06. Having obtained the answers, Sumo's eyes remain cold. He executes him without a trace of mercy. Sumo stares at his own hands. He's losing control again. His gaze remains fixed on his blood-stained fingers. His pinky finger is starting to stiffen. Won't be long before I lose sensation entirely, huh? Tianyan watches with worry. Sumo, you're hurt again. Sumo remains indifferent. Don't worry about it, it'll recover on its own. The next HQ location is confirmed. Time to move. Seeing his condition, the girl warns him. Rest a bit. You've already destroyed 3 bases this morning. Your body, those side effects. They aren't just minor injuries. Everything Sumo does has a purpose. The conglomerate alliance is sparing no effort to capture my sister. Every time I destroy an HQ, she becomes safer. Since I don't know her location, this is the only thing I can do. Tianyan remains hesitant. You're only targeting the alliance. Aren't you worried about the demonic beasts? He analyzes based on what he knows. Listen to me. The demonic beasts aren't fully cooperating with the Alliance to capture the cultivators. The demonic beasts have never looked at you lot as equals anyway. This information shocks the girl. What? Sumo remains calm, unwilling to accept it. It's the truth. Demonic beasts for 10,000 years, exhausting their efforts to probe the world. How much longer do you think you can hide? I don't know what those beasts are thinking, but it doesn't matter. Destroying the Alliance as quickly as possible won't just protect my sister. It will seize the world-crossing stone and halt the beast's escape plan. Inside a dim HQ with dark walls, Chairman Su is in a state of panic. Chairman Shi, have you received the news? My reserve body was destroyed by Sumo yesterday. After hearing this, Chairman Shi just shrugs, letting out a simple, surprised, "Oh." His attitude drives the other man mad. What's with the "oh"? I'm talking about Sumo. Sumo, that bastard is still alive. Chairman Shi calmly glances at Chairman Su. I know, since this morning Sumo has already destroyed 5 HQs. Su panics even further. Then isn't it even worse? All this time, we've been arbitrarily killing cultivators to capture Sumo's sister. He hates us to the bone. If he finds us, we're dead. In contrast to Su's fear, she is incredibly relaxed. Do you really think we were safe before? The demonic beasts were never genuinely working with us. If they had truly been helping, we would have found Sumo's sister long ago. Not only that, they were just probing for the location of the world-crossing stone. Chairman, she knows how to seize opportunity from danger. If they actually found the stone, the beasts would have slaughtered us immediately. But the situation has changed. We have a common enemy again. Instead of a crisis, consider this a stroke of luck. I've already arranged a meeting. Let's go see the beasts. Later in another room, Chairman, she laughs and remarks, Lord He, after a year, you still have the same elegance. He Yao looks annoyed and interrupts. I don't like this unnecessary small talk. Get to the point. Chairman Shi and Su, seeing this, drop the act. She says, Lord He, you've been preparing the blood sacrifice ritual for a long time. We want an update on its progress. She regains her composed demeanor. Everything is proceeding smoothly. As for the details, you don't need to know. Just like you weren't willing to resonate the world-crossing stone with Yuzit's the same logic. When the ritual is ready, I will notify you. Chairman Su speaks up. But we need to know how long until the ritual is complete. Lord He, I'm afraid you aren't aware that Sumo has resurfaced. Are you? He Yao utters the name, Sumo, with doubt. Chairman, she holds up his tablet. This morning, Sumo destroyed 5 of our Alliance HQs. Here is the clip. She watches and curses. That bastard. Wait, if Sumo has appeared, then maybe the Lord Divine. Chairman Su interrupts. Stop pretending. Lord He, you must have guessed it by now, haven't you? If Sumo has surfaced, and the Lord Divine hasn't, the most likely scenario is that the Lord Divine has already been killed by him. He Yao flies into a rage, blasting him across the room with a strike, shouting, Silence. Soon after, the man's entire body starts smoking, lying motionless. She looks on, pausing for a few seconds. Flesh puppet, you are just a spare body. You specifically brought this here for me to vent my anger on. Chairman Shi, what exactly are you trying to tell me? Chairman Shi suddenly laughs out loud. Lord He, you misunderstand. Why would I intentionally provoke you? I only wish to share critical intelligence with you regarding the looming danger. Sumo will likely sabotage the blood ritual, don't you think? Yao's anger dissipates. He stares intently at the tablet as if contemplating something. Your reasoning is sound. If the worst-case scenario occurs and the Lord Master suffers a mishap, no one in this world can stop Sumo anymore. He then reveals information while Sumo has returned. He sustained heavy injuries during the battle against the God Lord. Look at this clip after he destroyed the 5 pillars. His combat time was less than 10 seconds, yet he shows signs of blood loss and his right pinky finger is hemorrhaging, she says, staring at the tablet with confusion. Indeed, Chairman Shi, it seems you already have a plan. Chairman Shi replies, as long as we find the right method, we can kill Sumo. He furrows his brows tightly, with a gaze sharp as early winter snow. He speaks of his inner calculations in a cold tone that chills the soul. The key is to keep Sumo in constant combat to aggravate his injuries. Sumo intends to dismantle all the headquarters of our conglomerate alliance. If you dispatch powerful demonic beasts to guard them, you can prolong Sumo's combat time. Secondly, I request that you join us in investigating the whereabouts of Sumo's sister. We must make a grand spectacle of it to force Sumo into action. Yao is sharp. He grasps the plan after just one hearing. I understand, Chairman Shi. From now on, we will fully cooperate with the conglomerate alliance until Sumo is killed. Somewhere in the desert, the scorching arid sun beats down. Wutong effortlessly neutralizes 5 assassins, her blade swishing through the air. Whoosh. The conglomerate alliance's sweeps are getting more frequent. We need to relocate, she says suddenly. From where? A doctor with thick glasses rushes over in a panic to deliver the news. Director Wutong, she moved. Patient 0 is moving. Wutong is stunned by the news. Patient 0, Su Yun. She rushes to Su Yun, who lies motionless on the sand, which is as hot as asphalt under the 40-degree heat. She stares intently at Su Yun's hands, as if hoping for another twitch, a sign of her sister's resurrection. And not disappointing Wutong, the pinky finger twitches. Seeing this sign of life, Wutong immediately calls out, breaking the long state of cold hibernation. Her right pinky just moved. What is it? Has a change occurred? Wutong looks off into the distance, deep in thought as a flood of reflections washes over her. Today is the 6th day of Su Yun's finger recovery, and also the 400th day since I came to this world. Suddenly, thoughts of the hunters running rampant outside flash through her mind, making Wutong anxious. The number of hunters coming to catch us is increasing. Her gaze follows a cat, while her mind remains lost in nameless thoughts. If the kitten hadn't led the way, we would have been captured, right? Wutong looks at the cat with a piece of dried fish in its mouth, feeling a sudden warmth in her heart. She smiles faintly. The kitten even shares its dried fish with us. It's delicious. While sharing the food with her 2 comrades, Wutong ponders, their morale slightly lifted. That snowstorm E, who likes to play dumb, is still somewhat useful. She helps contact our allies and handles many tasks hopefully. She can find Sumo soon. As comrades fall in battle one by one, Wutong can only mournfully bury them in silence. Day 405. The high-level hunters are catching more of us now. The frequency is higher and many of our comrades are dead. Wutong leaves a piece of dried fish on the ground. It turns out the cat has perished. The kitten is dead, our trail is exposed. Bury them properly, the rest of us must keep running. Her 2 comrades stand stunned, their faces pale with terror. Wutong grows impatient. Our position is compromised. How much longer can we even keep running? No one has an answer. Every face is filled with fear. Wutong then quietly sits beside Su Yun. Seeing Su Yun's current state, she feels slightly relieved. The only good news is that Su Yun's body is steadily improving. She glances down at Su Yun's body, telling herself that her hands now move unconsciously. If Sumo knew, he would be very happy, wouldn't he? A few days later, Assistant Wang died a gruesome death. Recalling the scene, a thought flashes through her mind. Day 408, Assistant Wang is dead. He was the researcher who had been with me the longest. Before I killed him, he wept and begged for my mercy. He regretted trying to throw Su Yun into the abyss, but I killed him anyway. Seeing the others frozen in terror, Wutong glares coldly. They all know Sumo has resurfaced, so the monsters are desperate to capture Su Yun. I know they share the same thoughts. As Assistant Wang, they want to abandon Su Yun too. The cold resentment in Wutong's eyes strikes fear into everyone. She thinks to herself, if not for that, we might have been killed by the monsters before Sumo defeated them. Remembering her comrades' terrified faces, I decide to take Su Yun and leave. They try to hold me back again. Without my protection, they will die even faster. Wu Tong bows her head in weariness, her heart feeling heavy. I don't know who else I can trust, but they still have their uses. I cannot take care of Su Yun alone. From now on, I must be more careful. In the following days, Wu Tong and her team move silently, their footprints scattered across the burning sand. Day 410, the siege is closing in. The range where we can hide is getting smaller. One comrade has died of hunger, and thirst his skeletal frame looks miserable. Wu Tong's heart sinks, food and water are gone. For 3 days, we haven't found an oasis. Their expressions have changed, their eyes have become cruel and wild. The way the comrades look at each other has become dangerously malicious. Now, hunger is eroding her own body as well. Seeing her exhausted comrades, Wu Tong feels helpless. I know what they want to do. I want to stop them, but I can't. Every fight drains me. I can only protect myself and Su Yun. Every night, those who were once comrades turn on each other. She shares her frustrations. Late at night, they begin to slaughter one another using stones they scavenged. Some die, some eat their fill. Because hunger has clouded their sanity, that comrade shares a piece of meat with her after a kill, and she is horrified. Afterwards, someone offered me a blood-stained piece of meat, but I refused. Wu Tong walks alone on the scorching sand, in a dejected mood. I try to think of happy memories, but I can't recall a single one. Su Mo's face in my mind is becoming increasingly blurry. A few days later, both factions clashed in a brutal battle. Recalling that scene, she is still shaken. Day 412, a truly desperate ambush. I thought this was my final day. Hanling led reinforcements to save us, and brought me to Su Mo's location. However, while one would expect Wu Tong to be overjoyed to see Su Mo, her heart remains full of unresolved resentment. On the way to see Su Mo, I feel a great deal of bitterness in my heart. Wu Tong grumbles in annoyance as she walks across the floor. I want to ask him, why didn't you come to save me sooner? Why didn't you come in person? However, upon seeing Su Mo looking so wretched, he sits in the wheelchair, exhausted and disbelieving. Wu Tong thinks with a heavy heart, it wasn't until I saw Su Mo sitting in that wheelchair. His hands can no longer move, and that fleeting trace of resentment is now gone. I think of Su Yun's improving condition, her arms and legs moving in my heart. I feel both sorrow for Su Mo and the desperate fear that all of this needs to end quickly. The red plant is growing larger by the second. A man is trapped in the root system, his face twisted in terror. Why save me? He Yao looks at him coldly. Get in. With a ruthless gaze, she uses her hand to shove the man's head deeper inside. Xuan Daio's teammate crosses his arms with a smug grin. The growth rate of the blood-flesh tree is accelerating. Xuan Daio glances over indifferently. After all, it's not just low-level demonic beasts. Anymore, now even high-level ones are being fused into fertilizer. The 13 high clans have already begun to protest. He Yao hears them but couldn't care less. If they want to protest, let them protest. The man with the scar on his face chuckles with amusement. I agree, Su Mo, that human is too dangerous. If we can complete the ritual first, sacrificing a few high-level demonic beasts is worth it. Xuan Daio nods in agreement. 2 against 1. Fine, we'll listen to you, but factor in the risks. You are responsible for the compensation to the 13 high clans. Hearing this, He Yao turns around sharply. No problem. How is the situation with the alliance of conglomerates now? The teammate raises his hand enthusiastically. Su Mo's output is ferocious. Over 90% of the alliance's headquarters are destroyed, but they still have their advantages. But on the other hand, our strategy is definitely working. The high-level demonic beasts are coordinating with the alliance to launch attacks. On Su Mo, his body is nearing collapse. Now he is sitting on a wheelchair. A fierce battle is currently unfolding on the ground. Reinforcements. We need more reinforcements. A man screams in panic. Su Mo is about to kill his way here. Where are the demonic beast reinforcements? Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts behind him. The entire sky is engulfed in dust, smoke, and flames from the catastrophic blast. Chairman Shi roars at the mentor. We agreed to cooperate. The alliance is about to be wiped out. Why aren't they helping? The mentor attempts to calm the chairman down. Chairman Shi, stay calm. Reinforcements are coming. This headquarters is about to fall if there are any precious items that need moving. I can assist. Chairman Shi calms down slightly, but remains irritated. Precious items? You mean the world-crossing stone, don't you? It is already in a safe place. You don't need to worry about that. The mentor turns to look at the sky. Chairman Shi, you misunderstand. We are allies, why would we steal your precious treasures? Look, haven't the reinforcements arrived right there? Hearing the mentor, Chairman Shi curiously looks up. Large, snow-white wings spread powerfully across the blue sky. The demonic beast reinforcements begin to appear in the sky. Someone up there says angrily, "Damn it, what is the clan head trying to do? Fighting Sumo? This is asking us to throw our lives away." They feel resentful. What does the order of the three great kings matter? It's nothing but rebellion. The leader frowns, glaring, "Shut up. We have enjoyed the family's favor since we were young. Now it is time to repay it. Besides, it's not like we don't have a chance." Sumo's body is constantly accumulating injuries. Before he exhausts his strength, he might not be able to kill us all. Don't forget, killing Sumo is a massive contribution. Where did that wheelchair come from? Pardon the intrusion. Sumo appears out of nowhere, sitting in his wheelchair, looking at them with a mocking smirk. "Do you really think you can kill me for credit?" The three demonic beasts look down at Sumo, sneering. "Don't try, Sumo, you've become a cripple. You can only sit in that wheelchair now." Sumo puts all his strength into his arms, grips the wheelchair, and suddenly stands up miraculously. Their commander thinks he's seeing things. "Wait, you've got to be kidding me. What the hell, Sumo? Weren't you paralyzed?" Sumo adjusts his clothes smugly. "I was just tired and took a break. Now it's time to stretch my muscles." A moment later, a massive hole appears in the commander's chest. He dies with a look of pure terror. The others are wiped out one by one without mercy. Sumo kicks at the ground, indifferent to the mess beneath his feet. "More coming. You guys really won't give me a moment of rest." Giant spiders charge aggressively. Sumo is at his limit. They decide to kill him together. Sumo watches their overconfidence without a shred of concern. "Don't be stupid. You are just trash sent here to die." He stands tall and unleashes a massive strike to engage them all. The spider demons lie dead in heaps, their purple blood spilling across the ground. A pair of feet gradually emerges from the smoke. The mentor appears in the haze and asks Sumo, "Why? Why haven't you collapsed yet? Sumo, how are you still able to fight?" The heavy use of power leaves Sumo slightly dizzy. "Oh, a 20,000-year-old beast with 5 million combat power. Finally, someone with a bit of talent. Have all the losers under you already been killed by me?" The mentor glares at him coldly. "They lost their will to fight. If they hadn't, it wouldn't have been my turn to step out. Trash is just trash." His neck suddenly elongates. "You are no different from them." Sumo takes him down effortlessly, a one-shot kill. He looks sharply at the remaining two, Chairman Shi and Chairman Su. "Finally found you both." Chairman Shi is pale with fear, cowardly trying to distance himself. "Sumo, stay calm. We can talk about this. Those wretched demonic beasts never intended to truly cooperate with us. I wanted to kill them myself a long time ago." Chairman Su breaks into a cold sweat. "We hold many secrets about the demonic beasts. We can tell you everything." At this moment, Chairman Shi is frantically trying to negotiate, but seeing Sumo's lack of reaction, he becomes smug, only to suddenly fall into deep thought, his mouth agape, shouting in shock but making no sound. Sumo touches his ear lightly, feigning deafness. "That's strange, were you guys talking?" Chairman Shi's face darkens, as if he realizes something. Sumo looks at them, appearing as if he truly cannot hear a word. "So that's how it is. I can't hear you anymore. It's a shame. I was actually planning on talking to you guys." They scramble to beg for their lives. "Sumo, please don't kill us." Sumo uses his strength to end them decisively, with no intention of sparing them. A faint light flickers inside the laboratory. Two lab technicians lie unconscious. Tianyan follows Hanling, looking around, then asks, "Hanling, this secret base is empty except for Chairman Su's spare body. Your intel was wrong." But then she refutes it. "Not wrong. This place does contain traces of the world-crossing stone." Under Sumo's pressure, the alliance of conglomerates has no way out. Chairman Su must have wanted to hide the world-crossing stone from Chairman Shi, only to run into an enemy. Tianyan realizes, "You mean the demonic beasts." Hanling explains it to the girl. The demonic beasts cooperated with the alliance solely for the world-crossing stone in their possession. Now that they have what they wanted, the demonic beast blood sacrifice ritual is almost complete. At the same time, the flesh and blood tree gradually forms a blue flower. AI lies motionless on a table inside the room. Her face is ashen, staring at the ceiling with hollow, vacant eyes. The pink rabbit brings some food over to AI. The little rabbit asks, "Your Grace, it's time to eat." AI seems reinvigorated, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the chicken legs the little rabbit presents. At the midday meal, she snatches a chicken leg in a flash. AI devours them ravenously, gnawing on 2 legs at once. "So delicious, I'm alive again." Over on this side, Tianyan stands channeling her emerald power. The little girl remarks to Li Hanling, "Never thought I'd be healing a demonic beast one day." How is AI condition right now? He hears her question and replies, "Not optimistic. Most of the time she can only lie still, unable to move. Only food gets her spirits up." Tianyan glances over. Last night she had checked AI-Er's health. Last night her heartbeat stopped for 10 full minutes. Li Hanling hesitates after hearing this, stammering. What is it? Chen Mo. Tianyan raises her hand to calm him. Don't worry, her internal organs were temporarily depleted, but they've recovered. However, she continues to share his damage, if this keeps up. AI-Er, who had been eating heartily, suddenly collapses and coughs up blood. Li Hanling whips around, his face full of panic. AI-Er! Tianyan also rushes over to support her head. This much hemorrhaging, nothing like this has ever happened before. The reason must be that Chen Mo has encountered a truly formidable enemy. Damn it, there's nothing we can do right now. AI-Er tries to take a deep breath, but something lodges in her throat, leaving her gasping. Blood streams from her eyes and mouth. Tianyan desperately channels her power to heal AI-Er. Relax, don't resist the healing. At that moment, the alarm siren suddenly blares. Li Hanling's face darkens as he looks up, knowing this can't be anything good. Damn, a red level alert now of all times. Don't tell me even this stronghold has been discovered by the demonic beasts. AI-Er's current state makes moving her impossible. Footsteps come sprinting toward Li Hanling's position. A person rushes over, gasping for breath, shouting, Commander, thank heavens you're here. Li Hanling looks at him. Calm down, what's the situation? The panicked staff member explains. Chen Mo's sisters just vanished right before our eyes. In a desolate, scorching desert, a wisp of black chi materializes, hovering in the sky. Chen Mo stares with a hollow, helpless expression. The black flame has already embedded itself into his soul. He tries to steel himself, persisting any longer will only prolong the torment of body and spirit. You're dead for sure. He Yao draws the black power back into her body, her predatory gaze locked on Chen Mo. Chen Mo, why won't you just die quietly? He Yao lunges toward Chen Mo's wheelchair. Why does such a freak exist among these weak and wretched humans? Chen Mo's hands begin to tremble. He murmurs, how troublesome. She draws ever closer. A terrifying surge of power envelops He Yao, and suddenly a wisp of white chi engulfs her. He Yao gradually dissolves into the white mist. Her final thought, God sovereign, I come to follow you. Inside Chen Mo's body, crimson root-like veins intertwine like a web of life, spreading into every crevice. At the center, an ethereal blue flower materializes. Cracks have already begun to spiderweb across the blue flower's surface. A green-haired figure emerges and sneers at Chen Mo. You can't even buy yourself a little more time. What a good-for-nothing. The wheelchair remains rooted in place, utterly motionless. He stares silently at the two of them. Chen Mo speaks with unhurried calm, only two of you left. Kill you both and this farce ends. Xuan Nio and the other look at Chen Mo, announcing with triumphant smirks. With your body as depleted as it is, we no longer consider you a worthy opponent. Even if we do nothing at all, you're not long for this world. Chen Mo raises his hands lightly and tells them, before that happens, I'll have more than enough time to kill you. The two draw their weapons and unleash their full power, not forgetting to throw in a few taunts. Is this the delusion of a dying man? For the strong to do had a pitiful thing. They hurl a torrent of roiling black chi. Dozens of blazing red eyes snap open across the dark, soulless void. But Chen Mo remains utterly composed. The two of you hardly qualify as the strong. Xuan Nio grips her sword, glaring at him with undisguised irritation. Arrogant drivel. Two forces collide with savage fury, ripping the very space apart. The two attack Chen Mo in unison with everything they have. Chen Mo simply sits there, watching them with effortless composure. The blue flower is gradually preparing to unleash its power. Xuan Nio watches this with evident satisfaction. The ritual is nearly complete. Chen Mo, you've lost. You can't stop any of it. Chen Mo calmly raises his hand. Streaks of black chi materialize. The crimson trunk erupts. The scarred-faced one struggles to resist. Don't even think about destroying the ritual. He smirks. I'll hold off Chen Mo. You take the world-crossing stone and complete the final sacrifice. Xuan Nio cooperates, opening something within the crimson trunk. Understood. Xuan Nio glances down and mutters, hold on. Once the ritual is complete, I'll join you in killing Chen Mo. At this moment, an invisible force surges toward the crimson tree. Suddenly, a woman materializes out of thin air. With a single burst of power, she kills Xuan Nio. Xuan Nio vanishes without leaving a single trace. The scarred-faced one freezes on the spot. Xuan Nio, just like that, she's dead. How can a human exist who's stronger than Chen Mo? Chu Yun appears without warning, staring at him with emotionless eyes. Then Chu Yun speaks a name completely foreign to him. We are the echoing shadow. Inside the laboratory, every electronic device suddenly levitates inexplicably into the air. The two staff members experience the same phenomenon, crying out in panic. What the hell is happening? Their bodies rise off the ground. Cracks spread rapidly across the ceiling, filling them with terror. Look up, the ceiling is about to shatter. An enigmatic blue flower materializes, punching a massive hole through the ceiling. Li Hanling and Tianyan stand stunned, unable to comprehend what's happening. The sky is being devoured, but the young girl seems to piece something together. The sect's secret realm has been forcibly opened. Then, Earth and the demonic beast realm are merging. He still can't believe it, mulling it over for a long while. That Stradon the beasts want to use Earth as fuel. No, perhaps it's not the beasts at all. It's the echoing shadow. AI doesn't improve instead. She vomits a mouthful of pitch-black blood. Tianyan looks at her with alarm. AI sharing damage this severe, and you're still not dead. AI forces herself upright. Chen Mo, move now. The crimson tree nearby radiates a dense aura of blood chi in all directions. In the desolate twilight, viscous black droplets rise slowly to the surface. On this side, paying no mind to the green-haired man's body as it dissolves into nothing, Chu Yun turns her gaze toward another direction. Chen Mo, your ears are useless now, but through the vibrations in the air, you should still be able to hear my voice. Chen Mo sits slumped in a corner, his body writhing in agony, yet he forces out a few words through clenched teeth. Give me back my sister. She merely gazes at him in contemplation. You must have realized it by now. Your power has been steadily siphoned into Chu Yun's body. When they found Chu Yun and tried to eliminate her, that was the only chance for you humans to claim victory. Chen Mo's eyes burn with pain. He forces them open, squinting toward his opponent. Chu Yun draws closer. Now sit right there and watch as the demonic beast world and earth are devoured and become our nourishment. Chen Mo refuses to accept it and fires back with a challenge. Why not come for me directly, or kill her and claim a new host? She hears this and falls into a long, contemplative silence. His face covered in scratches, he presses on. Let me guess you are locked onto both me and my sister, because using her body to destroy the god sovereign in the past created a paradox. Chu Yun merely glances down at him with a bored expression. Speculation, baseless and tedious. Yet even sprawled exhausted on the ground, he refuses to stop. So you can only transfer power between me and my sister. My legs, my arms, my core, my very vision, you've stripped them all away. Then why didn't you just take my heart, my brain? What are you so afraid of? My sister is still alive. If she truly awakens, can you still keep her under your control? She hears this and tilts her head skyward with weary exasperation. How many more times must we explain before you understand? Your sister is gone. But I promise you, once we devour the demonic beast world and earth, we will revive her at your side. Chen Mo's entire body trembles. No need for all that trouble. He slowly raises his frail, utterly powerless hands. My business, I'll settle it myself. Chu Yun's eyes flare with alarm. Chen Mo, what are you trying to do? At this moment, Chen Mo strains to draw out something ashen black from deep within his mind. Come, take everything from Medicare, my memories too. Take it all. The black chi surges outward, splitting into multiple streams as it tries to break free. Chu Yun simply stands there, watching him in stunned silence. Chen Mo fades fast, his eyes gradually falling shut. In his final breath, he barely whispers, echoing shadow. He clutches his hands loosely, but keeps murmuring the same demand. Give back my sister's body. The blue flower before him fractures with countless cracks, then detonates in an instant, blazing across the entire sky. Li Hanling instinctively staggers back. Tianming looks up and speaks in a rush, the skits restored. The floating phenomenon has vanished. He thinks to himself, Chen Mo succeeded. The sky brightens once more, bathed in soft, gentle sunlight. Though she shares Li Hanling's conviction, a hint of hesitation still lingers. Probably, but we need to see it with our own eyes up ahead. Tianming and he rush forward to verify. The moment they arrive, a sight hits them that makes her eyes go wide, her mouth stammering. Wu Tong, Chu Yun. Before Tianming's eyes, the two of them stand facing each other. Chu Yun stands there with perfect composure, then glances to her left. From behind, Li Hanling reaches out and shouts, Tianming, wait. Even he freezes, unable to believe what he sees. Are you Chu Yun or the echoing shadow? Before this question, she answers with calm composure, Chu Yun, thank you for taking care of me all this time. Then she gently kneels down, gazing at Chen Mo lying motionless on the ground. Chu Yun places her hand softly against his face. Strange light blooms around her as her body begins to dissolve. She manages only a few final words, my little brother, please look after Chen Mo. In the gentle breeze that follows, Chu Yun vanishes completely, leaving Chen Mo lying still and silent where she knelt. Tianming rushes over anxiously to check on him. Wu Tong, what happened here? What is Chen Mo's condition? Wu Tong ponders for a moment, then answers quietly. When I arrived, Chen Mo had already fallen. The sky had already returned to normal. She recounts the events with measured calm. Chen Mo's sister was fighting the echoing shadow within her own body. Chu Yun told me, even if I destroy myself, the echoing shadow will still return. Wu Tong lowers her head in helplessness. The only way is to reopen the secret realm. Once the secret realm is reopened, Chen Mo will naturally awaken. Then the cycle of secret realm warfare begins anew. Only by doing this can Earth escape the echoing shadow's pursuit and end every threat for good. Li Hanling immediately objects. No, Wu Tong, calm down. Have you ever considered that perhaps Chen Mo has already ended the threat? The echoing shadow was merely using Chu Yun's body as a vessel. But Wu Tong has her own reasoning. If Chu Yun was the echoing shadow, then why did she destroy the fruit in the sky and halt the demonic beast world's fusion with Earth? He explains each point with calm precision. Wu Tong, you said it yourself when you arrived. The sky had already recovered. Why couldn't the one who destroyed the fruit be Chen Mo? Don't you find Chu Yun's words highly suspicious? Reopening the secret realm is handing the echoing shadow the exact coordinates of Earth and the demonic beast world. She loses all composure and raises her voice. Li Hanling, have you forgotten? Chen Mo saved your life once. Do you want to see him trapped in an eternal coma? Then her fury erupts in an instant. You insolent fool who understands nothing. If you won't help, then get out of my way. I'll reopen the secret realm and save Chen Mo myself. I'll do it alone. As tensions reach their peak, Tianming raises her hand and conjures a strange green staff out of thin air. Wu Tong freezes on the spot. Tianming, what is the meaning of this? The girl has already made her choice. She plants the staff firmly between herself and Li Hanling. Tianming's eyes turn cold as steel. I'm sorry. Compared to Chen Mo, the lives of billions on Earth matter more. I cannot let you reopen the secret realm. With weapon in hand, she delivers her final warning. If you insist on this path, Wu Tong, I will have no choice but to stop you by force. In the pitch-black void, only faint, muffled sounds echo. As time drags on, those sounds grow heavier, more ominous. At a small base shrouded in mist, a sound reverberates from within. A hand reaches out from the haze, clenching tightly at empty air. It is Chen Mo still drifting in a haze, half-conscious. Where is this place? AI stretches herself with unrestrained delight, shouting at the top of her lungs. Am I alive again? He hears her and looks over with a gentle, warm smile. Then faint mechanical whirring of something approaching. Both Chen Mo and AI turn to stare at it, transfixed. Welcome, esteemed savior Chen Mo. The secret realm war is about to commence. Please set out at once. Still bewildered, he asks, who are you? It registers his question, and its screen lights up with a friendly smile as it introduces itself. Void Celestial Super Radiant Glazed Sublime Rankai, am your biggest fan, sir. Once he gets his bearings, Chen Mo cuts straight to the point. Leolith's secret realm war has started again. What's the current situation? But a question still lingered in his mind. Could there be echoing shadow demonic beasts as well? Liu Li did not answer immediately. Instead, she urged him forward, a fresh set of clothes already in hand. Time is of the essence. Please set out at once, my lord. I will explain everything along the way. Please change into these. They were prepared for you in advance. The three of them walked through the city streets side by side. The landscape was barren and choked with dust, utterly devoid of life. Every footstep kicked up a thick cloud of grime. Chen Mo surveyed the desolate surroundings and turned to ask, is this really Earth? Why is it so ravaged? And this pollution? It immediately began reporting the situation. Indeed, this is the center of East Sea City, but 300 years in the future. At that moment, a trembling hand reached out from the roadside. Please, I beg you. A man, his face grotesquely twisted by strange mutations, was pleading desperately. Kill me. AI leaned in, unable to contain her curiosity. What is that? Chen Mo recognized it at a single glance. A human? This is a mutation caused by extreme levels of pollution. Liu Li spoke up. I now understand what happened here. Liu Li turned to answer him. I have an audio recording left behind by Miss Wu Tong set to play upon your awakening. It begins by activating some of my dormant functions. Perhaps it can answer your questions. Its eyes glowed bright as it activated the function. Moments later, a voice rang out. BP's recording started. It was Wu Tong's voice, though it had changed somewhat over the years. Chen Mo, it has been a long time. This is quite the reunion, isn't it? My voice sounds a bit different. I wonder if you can still tell it's me. That familiar cadence stirred a faint recognition within him. Wu Tong continued. Liu Li turned and kept walking. Keep it brief, she muttered. After you fell into your coma, your sister managed to suppress the echoing shadow and completed the ghostly purification ritual. But she told me that this was not the end. The echoing shadow would ultimately come for Earth. To end everything for good, the secret realm must be rebooted. Many opposed me, claiming Earth was already Sapphithat. I shouldn't fall for the echoing shadow's schemes and become a tyrant like you once were. Liu Li paused beside two men slumped on the roadside. It was incredibly difficult. I did many terrible things. I had no choice but to destroy my own people with my own hands. Crushing the rebels, draining vast resources to maintain the secret realm, it left countless people in suffering. The grim, lifeless cityscape around them lent a crushing weight to Wu Tong's words. There were times I even wondered if Earth would be destroyed by my hand before the echoing shadow ever arrived. Her confession continued, delivered in a slow, measured tone. On countless sleepless nights, I doubted whether everything I had done truly had any meaning. On Liu Li's small screen, a line of text appeared. Was it to save the world, or simply to see you again? But in the end, the restoration of the secret realm is nearly complete. My body, however, is on the verge of total collapse. I could take life-extending elixirs to buy a few more years, but I didn't want you to see me withered and old. Chen Mo stood there, helpless, his head bowed low as the recording played on. The story drew to a close as Wu Tong delivered her final words. That's all I'll say. I've left Liu Li as your guide. Please, save this dying world. Here, a spatial rift unfolded before his eyes, accompanied by a voice brimming with desperate hope. Everything rests on you now. Chen Mo stepped forward, one foot after another, drawing closer to that spatial void. At that moment, the surrounding system flooded him with countless messages. Chen Mo, stop. He was already aware of idiot. He pressed on, stepping into that space. The instant the secret realm opened, it would lure the echoing shadow to Earth. But at the same time, the system would be fully activated. So that's how it is. The system displayed another line of text. Sign in day 30, reward Lu Jin Tong, the full path revealed. Destiny is seen. The path is known. Deeds are fulfilled. What must be done is done. Unbound by consequence, leaping beyond the three realms, free from the five elements. The place where Chen Mo had just arrived was blanketed in a torrential downpour. But in this world, there was no longer any trace of the dust-choked wasteland. East Sea City Police cracked down on major criminal case orphanage, in collusion with evil cult. Below, people clamored as officers evacuated the children. Every orphan had been rescued. Chu Yun trailed shyly behind a police officer, heading toward the squad car. Without realizing it, she kept glancing back, yet said nothing. The officer noticed and asked gently, "Hey, kiddo, did you leave something behind at the orphanage? I can go back and get it with you. I can go grab it with you." Chu Yun hesitated for a long moment before she dared to answer. "I feel like I've forgotten something very important, but I can't remember what it is." Amid the surging crowd, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure passing by. Instinctively, Chu Yun leapt forward to chase after them. "Wait, don't go," the officer asked gently. "What's wrong? Did you see the orphanage director running off?" But her eyes held only a deep, aching sense of loss. "It's nothing. I think I was mistaken." Deep within a cavern, darkness reigned. The space was dim and ethereal. Tiananmen sat imperiously upon a throne, murmuring to himself. His clouded eyes could discern nothing of his surroundings. "Very good. The movements of the four great sects are all within my calculations. The secret realm is about to open." Hearing a sudden noise, he whipped his head around and shouted, "Who's there?" Chen Mo stood there with AI. She peered at Tiananmen with open curiosity. So this blind guy is Tiananmen. Can he really see the future? Unable to see, Tiananmen felt a surge of irritation rise within him. "Who are you?" "Why, there is a demonic beast beside you. I have never seen your existence in any future I have glimpsed." Chen Mo answered coldly, "The future I envision has no need for your existence either." He unleashed his power, seizing Tiananmen where he sat. The blind man barely had time to resist before Samadhi true fire engulfed him. Tiananmen screamed in panic. "What have you done to me? I can't see anymore. The infinite futuresthi are gone. Impossible. What kind of power is this?" In the blink of an eye, the throne was empty. Not a trace of Tiananmen remained. AI looked at it with a hint of amusement. She walked closer and examined the throne with care. "This chair is supposed to be some sort of legendary sealing artifact, isn't it?" A moment later, she had already climbed up and plopped herself onto it, then tilted her head in puzzlement. "But why don't I feel anything sitting on it?" Chen Mo answered with a faint smile. "Because you share half of my power. If you're so curious, why not experience it for yourself?" AI, still perched on the throne, suddenly felt something strange. A bolt of lightning materialized from nowhere and struck her body. She convulsed in agony. "Chen Mo, you bastard, get over here and save me." But he simply stood there, chuckling softly. The cavern plunged into pitch-black darkness. No one could tell what had just happened. Meanwhile, Li Xiang slammed the table, her face pale with panic. Is the final stage of the Secret Realm War really this brutal? We've been pushed to the brink of annihilation. Elder gives there no other way. Gui Xing sat in silence, his expression grim. Even he did not know how to resolve this. The hidden geniuses of the four great sects struck and were wiped out with ease. Our defensive lines have been severed. The beacon that represents humanity's last stand is about to be seized. This time, we may truly be finished. Back to the secret realm, where countless battles rage on. Wutong has cut down every last beast with his blade, leaving their corpses strewn across the ground. Li Xiang's group of 3 is absolutely ecstatic. The boss is finally dead, truly worthy of being the mightiest savior. Lord Wutong, we've won. Thank you for your heroic battle, my lord. The savior, aided by the honorable elders' counteracting remedy. The city has returned to its tranquil state, and the sky clears to a brilliant blue once more. The citizens below erupt in jubilant cheers. Wonderful. It's over, we're saved. The earth is saved. The people of Tonking roar in unison. Long live Wutong. Glory to the savior. Chen Mo gazes upward, a smile of deep satisfaction spreading across his face. Inside the conference hall of the Conglomerate Alliance, Chairman Shi answers an incoming call. The secret realm war has been won. The pact with the demonic beasts has collapsed. The voice on the other end relays the message to him. That matter is of little consequence. As long as the world-crossing stone remains in our possession, we still have countless opportunities. It seems the news has rattled Chairman Shi. What? Hearing something unfavorable. His face darkens as he barks orders at the other person. You're telling me the world-crossing stone has been stolen. Track it down immediately. Who the hell did this? Meanwhile, at Dongyun Conglomerate's headquarters, a glowing rectangular object has materialized on a colossal device. 2 people are in the midst of a hushed discussion. The brown-haired man holds up a document for Lei Zi to examine and begins his report. Chairman Lei Zi, last night, someone delivered this stone to our headquarters without alerting a single soul, along with an instruction manual. I deemed it necessary to report to you at once. After reviewing the document, Lei Zi furrows his brows and mutters in displeasure. This is a world-crossing stone. Such a dangerous artifact must be sealed away immediately. Besides yourself, does anyone else know about this stone? The brown-haired man replies with a rigid salute. The moment I discovered it, I came straight to you. No one else is aware. At this point, Lei Zi can no longer maintain his composure. His temper flares. The world-crossing stone must be kept under the strictest guard. Information regarding the world-crossing stone, apart from the 2 of us, shall be known only to the future chairman of Dongyun Conglomerate. The man accepts the order and pledges his honor. Understood. Should the world-crossing stone be misused, it could trigger a world-ending catastrophe. I will guard it with my life. Meanwhile, in the demonic beast world, specifically at the Beast King Palace, the entire structure shudders violently, tremors rippling across the earth. The god sovereign stands there, utterly baffled. How is this possible? Chen Mo sits amid the dissipating smoke, calmly watching everything unfold. Even now, he still cannot fully grasp the situation. If it had been your attack, I could understand, but... So it was you, AI-er, who caused such a tremendous disturbance to the palace. He looks up with a dissatisfied expression. This is going too far. She clenches her fist and unleashes a decisive dating strike upon the god sovereign. Are these truly your last words? Perish, god sovereign, along with that law of the jungle of yours, where the strong devour the weak. A blazing sphere of energy plummets earthward, illuminating the entire sky. Anji stands there, tears of joy streaming down his face. Long live Lady AI-er. Rabbits of all sizes raise their voices in fervent cheers. Long live Lady AI-er. Long live Lady AI-er. Chen Mo looks at AI-er and speaks his instruction. Starting today, you are the new god sovereign. AI-er places the crown upon her head, not forgetting to grumble a few words of complaint. This is terrible. These are the god sovereign's robes. How could they make them this hideous? His expression cannot conceal the tenderness as he recalls old memories. The Xiao Wang who had stubbornly resisted has been dealt with. The small and weak demonic beast race has finally earned equal standing. Your dream has been realized. Now I can rest easy. AI-er does not forget to press Chen Mo with a few questions. You've arranged everything perfectly for all your companions, but what about yourself? She speaks, the corners of her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You will be completely erased from the world line. The system that the echoing shadow locked onto you will vanish as well. But on Earth, in the demonic beast world, across all of history, past, present, and future, no one but me will remember you. No one will even know you ever existed. That is far too cruel. Hey, only then does he briefly outline his plan. It won't take long. I will set out for the Pale Land. Once I destroy the echoing shadow, everything will return to normal. Before I go, let me dissolve the pact between us. What comes next is my battle alone. I need not drag you into it any further. Hearing this, she shouts, I refuse. Chen Mo tries to explain further. If you want to go kill the echoing shadow. But places her hand over her heart with unwavering resolve. I will go with you. I followed your footsteps to reach this place, and I will continue to follow you always. The two of them stand shoulder to shoulder once more. Very well then, we go together. Epilogue many years later. At Dongyun Conglomerate's headquarters, a glowing light flickers across a massive device. Inside the laboratory, researchers work in unison, studying something. Energy charge at 80%. Energy charge at 90%. The temporal wave coefficient has breached theoretical limits, locking coordinates 2.4 billion light-years from Earth. The short-haired female researcher exclaims with elation, we found it. Another planet with signs of life. Suddenly, a tremendous roar tears through the facility. The two standing there immediately clamp their hands over their ears. The sound is unbearable. This bizarre noise seems to emanate from the colossal device. The short-haired girl ducks under the desk in fright. Do any of you see anything right now? Accompanied by hallucinations of roaring. The gray-haired researcher, clutching his head, reports a white dragon and a red dragon. A colossal red dragon and white dragon encircle the distant planet. The brown-haired researcher opens his tablet and observes carefully. Their size isn't the key point. Those two dragons have not only detected our presence, they're actively blocking our exploratory probes. Behind them, a slow round of applause sounds from a mysterious figure. A man approaches with unhurried steps. It is Chairman Zai, accompanied by Nanfeng. A new planet teeming with life and possessing supernatural abilities. You've all worked hard. Upon seeing them, the two researchers immediately bow their heads. Chairman. Chairman, sir. The man strides toward the colossal device. Were all the previous chairmen out of their minds? To hide a treasure like this, Chairman Zai glares at it and curses, a bunch of fools. Did they not realize what an entire world's worth of value could bring to Dongyun Conglomerate? Its power is immense. We will explore this new world. But, the short-haired girl speaks up urgently. Chairman Zai, this planet is 2.4 billion light-years from Earth. Under the original plan of direct dimensional traversal, the energy required would be astronomical. It's simply impossible. Chairman Zai turns to her. Impatient, isn't there still the consciousness projection plan? She stands firm in her warning. That is far too dangerous. At minimum, 5 to 10 more years of testing are required before clinical trials can even be considered. But hearing this, he appears almost amused, then loses his composure and rounds on the short-haired girl. Are you joking? With testing periods that long, how much profit would Dongyun Conglomerate hemorrhage? Chairman Zai proposes multiple new measures, all aimed at accelerating the process, skipping safety trials entirely and moving straight to human experimentation. She stares at him, utterly stunned. This is treating human lives like blades of grass. This is murder. I will no longer work for you people. Chairman Zai's face darkens as she declares her refusal so bluntly. Suit yourself, don't work. There are plenty of others who will. The chairman slowly stepped back and gave instructions to his secretary. Nanfeng, keep tabs on her for me. Don't let her speak out of turn. Also, dig up any leverage you can on her. If necessary, threaten her into returning to work. Nanfeng placed a hand over her chest in a gesture of respect. Yes, Chairman. There is also the matter you previously tasked me with investigating. We have found someone with a frequency compatible with the world-crossing stone, a person in East Sea City named Lin En. Hearing this, the man's composure returns. Excellent, go invite him. Wait, the consciousness projection experiment. It doesn't require the subject to be conscious, does it? The gray-haired researcher immediately obeys. Yes, Chairman. As long as the brain is fully intact, it will suffice. The chairman puts his glasses back on, his mood lifting at this glimmer of hope. Then arrange an accident for this Lin En, and bring him. Here, Jiang Qiu spreads his arms wide, laughing with relish. No need for guilt. All of this is for the pursuit of the Sea of Stars, so that our voices may echo across the entire universe. That's all for now, everyone. If you want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button and throw a like in while you're at it. Thanks for watching till the end, everyone. Bye-bye, loves.